My family never said they were proud of me, even when I bought a $450,000 house on my own. When I discovered mom had stolen my $70,000 inheritance to bail out her golden child, I dragged her to court and took back every single penny. Original post. My name is Marcus. I'm 33 years old, and I grew up in a house where the thermostat was permanently set to emotionally unavailable year-round. I'm talking about a family that could witness you saving a bus full of orphans from a burning building and respond with, well, the fire department would have gotten there eventually. That was my childhood. That was my 20s. And honestly, that was my entire existence until about 4 months ago when everything blew up in the most poetic, explosive way possible. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I grew up in Columbus, Ohio, the invisible middle kid of 3. My older brother Julian is 36, and my younger sister Chloe is 29. Our mom, Brenda, raised us mostly on her own after our dad, Victor, took off when I was 12 years old. Now, when I say he took off, I don't mean he went to get milk and vanished into thin air. He moved 50 minutes away to Dayton with a woman named Valerie he'd been seeing behind my mom's back. He started a whole new little chapter of his life and just sort of stopped being interested in the chapters he'd already written. He'd show up for Christmas sometimes, call on birthdays if he remembered, and send checks that bounced more often than they cleared. Real Father of the Year material. So, it was mostly mom holding it down, and I will give her credit for keeping the lights on and food in the pantry. She worked at a real estate office as the front desk receptionist for almost 22 years. But here's the deeply messed up thing about my mother that took me way too long to understand. She had this invisible, rigid ranking system for her children, and I was always slotted right at the absolute bottom. Julian was the golden child. He was the firstborn, a basketball star at his high school, had a loud, booming personality, and looked exactly like our dad. You would think looking like the man who abandoned her would work against him, but somehow it made my mom adore him even more. It was like she was desperately trying to love the version of Victor that didn't leave her. And Chloe was the baby, the little princess who could do no wrong because she was the youngest and because she learned incredibly early how to cry on command to get exactly what she wanted. That kid could have set the living room on fire and my mom would have blamed the manufacturer of the matches. Then there was me. Marcus. The middle one. The quiet one. The one who got decent grades, did his chores without being asked, didn't cause problems, and somehow, that was the absolute worst thing I could have done. Because I wasn't loud enough to demand attention, and I wasn't cute enough to get it automatically, I just kind of existed in the background of my own family like a piece of furniture. You know how some houses have that one weird chair in the corner that nobody ever sits in? That was me. Decorative at best, completely invisible at worst. I really don't want you to think I'm throwing a massive pity party here. I'm just giving you the psychological foundation so the rest of this insane story makes sense. Because the thing about being ignored your whole life is that you either crumble under the weight of it, or you build yourself into someone who doesn't need the applause. I chose the second option, though it took me a long, painful time. I worked my way through Ohio State University. I had absolutely no scholarships and zero family help. I took out massive student loans, worked part-time at a local home improvement store mixing paint, and graduated with a degree in computer science. I walked across that stage in my cap and gown, looked out into the massive auditorium audience, and saw my mom sitting there scrolling through her phone. Julian didn't come because he had a recreational softball tournament. Chloe didn't come because she said she couldn't find a ride, even though she lived exactly 14 minutes from the campus. My mom hugged me casually afterward and said, "Good. Now you can get a real job." That was it. No, I'm proud of you. No, you did it. Just an immediate pivot to what I should be doing next to be useful. And look, I know some of you reading this might think I'm being too sensitive. Maybe I am. But when I tell you that Julian got a massive surprise party when he finished a basic 6-week bartending certification, complete with a custom cake that said, "Our superstar," you will maybe understand why a little acknowledgement at my actual college graduation would have been nice. Just a little. Even a, "Hey, good job, kid," would have gone a tremendously long way. After college, I moved to Cleveland, got an entry-level job at a cybersecurity firm called Apex Secure, and started absolutely grinding. I'm talking 60-hour weeks, learning everything I could about network penetration testing, volunteering for complex projects nobody else wanted to touch, basically making myself completely indispensable to the company. Within 3 years, I got promoted to senior security analyst. I called my mom to tell her the good news. She said, "That's nice, honey. Hey, did Julian tell you he's thinking about opening a high-end sneaker boutique?" She then spent 25 minutes talking about Julian's sneaker store idea, which, by the way, was a disaster waiting to happen because Julian's longest commitment to anything is about 2 months. The man has started and abandoned more entrepreneurial projects than I can physically count. But every single one of those abandoned, half-baked projects got more enthusiasm and financial backing from my mother than anything I actually accomplished with my own blood, sweat, and tears. I started dating an incredible woman named Maya about 4 years ago. I met her at a friend's birthday party at one of those indoor rock climbing gyms. She was terrible at it, falling off the beginner wall repeatedly, which she found absolutely hilarious instead of embarrassing, and I knew right then and there that she was different. Maya is the kind of person who sees right through pretense and fake behavior. On our second date, she asked me straight up why I never talked about my family. I gave her the sanitized, polite version. By the sixth date, I gave her the real, ugly one. She looked at me across the table, put her hand over mine, and said, "Marcus, that's not normal. You know that, right?" Honestly, hearing someone say that out loud was like having a doctor finally diagnose a chronic pain you've been feeling your whole life. Maya became my absolute anchor. She had her own tight-knit family up in Toledo, parents who called her just to say they were thinking about her, a brother who texted her funny memes every single morning. Being around them showed me exactly what I'd been missing, but it also showed me what was actually possible in a healthy dynamic. I realized I didn't have to keep going back to a well that was bone dry just because it had my last name plastered on the side of it. About 2 years ago, things between me and my mom went completely silent. Not because of a massive, dramatic blowout fight, not because of some cinematic last straw. It just sort of faded into nothingness. I stopped calling because I got incredibly tired of feeling like I was interrupting her busy day. She stopped calling because, well, she never really started in the first place. Julian would still pop up in my text messages occasionally, usually when he needed a favor or tech support. Chloe and I hadn't had a real, genuine conversation in over 18 months. I was essentially an orphan with living parents, which is a very special, specific kind of lonely that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. But here's where it gets interesting. Because while my family was busy pretending I didn't exist, I was quietly building a life that would eventually make all of them very, very interested in my existence again. And the primary catalyst for all of it was a stunning $450,000 house on a half-acre lot in Strongsville, Ohio, that I officially closed on exactly 8 weeks ago. The day I got the keys, I didn't call anyone in my family. Maya and I stood on the beautiful front porch. She took a photo of me holding the shiny new keys, and I posted it on my social media, because I was genuinely proud of myself even if nobody else was ever going to be. I captioned it something incredibly simple. First house, earned every single square foot. And I put my phone away in my pocket, and didn't think about it again for the rest of the weekend. 3 days later, my phone rang. It was a number I almost didn't recognize because it had been so incredibly long since I'd seen it pop up on my screen. Mom. Brenda. Calling me for the first time in almost 2 full years. My stomach did this awful thing where it dropped and flipped at the exact same time, like a gymnast violently falling off a balance beam. I stared at the phone for 3 long rings, looked over at Maya, and she just raised her eyebrows with a look that clearly said, "Well, this should be interesting." I answered, and the very first words out of my mother's mouth were not congratulations. They were not, "I'm so proud of you, Marcus." They were not even, "I'm sorry I haven't called in 2 years." The first thing she said, in a rushed, frantic tone, was, "Marcus, I need to talk to you about something critically important." It's about Julian. Of course it was. It was always about Julian. I stood there in my brand new, pristine kitchen, leaning against the marble counter that still had the protective plastic film clinging to the edges, and listened to my mother explain exactly why she was calling. Not to acknowledge the biggest financial purchase of my entire life, not to reconnect after 24 months of dead silence, but to talk about her golden boy. Turns out, my perfect brother had gotten himself into a massive, life-ruining mess. Julian had actually taken out a massive commercial lease on a retail space in downtown Columbus to finally, seriously, for real this time, open his high-end sneaker and streetwear boutique. He'd signed a brutal 5-year lease and dumped about $50,000 into cosmetic renovations and initial inventory. Most of this money was borrowed from high-limit credit cards and a predatory online business lender with an interest rate that should be completely illegal. The boutique opened for about 14 weeks before Julian realized that running a retail business required things like showing up every day before noon, managing inventory software, and not giving away free expensive shoes to everybody who walked through the door just to look cool on Instagram. Shocking, I know. Now, Julian was roughly $75,000 in crippling debt. The boutique was boarded up and closed. The commercial landlord was threatening to sue him into oblivion. And my 36-year-old brother was living back at mom's house, sleeping in his childhood bedroom with his high school basketball trophies still collecting dust on the wooden shelf. And the sole reason my mom was calling me, the son she hadn't spoken to in 2 years, was to explicitly ask me to bail him out. He just needs a little financial help getting back on his feet, she said, using the exact same pleading tone she'd used my entire life whenever Julian needed something, sounding like she was narrating a tragic nature documentary about a deeply endangered species. "You've always been the responsible one, Marcus. You're so good with money. I figured with the fancy new house and everything, you must be doing incredibly well for yourself. I let that sentence hang in the silent air for a long moment, let it marinate in my brain. She figured with the new house, I must be doing well. She saw my massive personal achievement not as something to celebrate, but as hard evidence that I had untapped resources to funnel toward Julian. My success was only relevant to her because it could service his constant failures. I wish I could tell you I was surprised or shocked, but that would be a complete lie. What I was, honestly, was tired. Bone tired. The kind of deep, exhausting tired that lives right in the center of your chest and makes everything feel heavier than it should. Mom, I said, keeping my voice dangerously level. You haven't called me in 2 years. There was a sharp pause on the line. Then she said, well, you didn't call me either, Marcus. And there it was. The classic deflection. The patented Brenda redirect maneuver. Take any valid, painful point and bounce it right back so she never has to sit with the agonizing discomfort of being wrong. I'd seen her do it 1,000 times before. When I was 16 and asked why Julian got a used Honda Civic for his birthday, but I got a $20 Amazon gift card, she said, well, you never explicitly said you wanted a car. As if a 16-year-old boy needs to formally submit a notarized request to be treated equally to his sibling. I'm not giving Julian a single dime, I said. Calm, clear, no screaming, no anger, just a massive, impenetrable boundary. That's exactly when the temperature of the conversation changed. My mother went from syrupy and sweet to absolute ice in about 2 seconds flat. I'm not asking you to just give him money for fun. I'm asking you to step up and help your family. That's what real families do, Marcus, but you've always had a huge problem with that, haven't you? You've always been off in your own little selfish world, thinking you're too good for the rest of us. Too good for the rest of them. I almost laughed out loud. I spent 20 years begging and pleading for a single crumb of recognition from this woman, and now I was the one who was too good for them. The narrative had flipped so smoothly you'd think she'd rehearsed it in a mirror. In her twisted version of history, I wasn't the kid who got ignored and neglected. I was the arrogant kid who pulled away. A literal masterclass in rewriting the past. I told her I had to go. She said, fine, but think about it. He's your flesh and blood. And she hung up without saying goodbye. I put my phone down on the cold marble counter, and just stood there staring at the wall. Maya came in from the living room, took one look at my pale face, and said, what did she want? I told her everything. Every single word. And Maya, bless her wonderful heart, didn't explode or rant. She just shook her head slowly, wrapped her arms around my waist, and said, Marcus, you owe these people absolutely nothing. Not your money, not your peace, nothing. I knew she was right, but knowing something logically and feeling it emotionally are two very different beasts. Edit. A few people in the comments asked about my dad, Victor, and why he didn't intervene during our childhood. Like I mentioned, he left when I was 12. He was a coward who didn't want the responsibility of raising 3 kids, so he started over with Valerie. He paid his bare minimum child support most of the time, but completely checked out emotionally. He wasn't there to protect me from mom's favoritism because he simply wasn't there at all. Update 1. Over the next couple of weeks, the situation escalated dramatically. Julian started texting me directly. At first, it was casual and friendly. Hey man, long time no see, heard you bought a sick house. That's awesome. Then, predictably, it shifted. Mom said she talked to you. I'm in a really bad spot. Bro. The landlord is getting aggressive. Any chance you could help me out? Even just 15 grand would buy me some breathing room. 15 grand? Like I just had that sitting in a shoebox under my bed. I didn't respond. Not because I'm a heartless monster, but because I knew that any engagement whatsoever would be interpreted as an opening for negotiation. With my toxic family, a maybe becomes a yes, and a let me think about it becomes he promised he'd do it. So I stayed entirely quiet. And that's when my little sister Chloe got involved. Chloe, who I hadn't heard from in over a year and a half, suddenly found my number. She called me on a random Wednesday evening while I was making dinner. Marcus, what is actually wrong with you? She started. No hello, no, how are you? Just straight to the vicious attack. Mom is stressed out of her absolute mind, her blood pressure is through the roof, and you're just sitting in your fancy new mansion ignoring everyone. She cried yesterday. She actually sat at the kitchen table and cried because her own flesh and blood won't help his brother survive. I took a deep, steadying breath, gripping the edge of the stove. Chloe, did mom cry when I graduated college with honors? Silence on the other end. Did she cry when I got promoted to senior analyst? Did she cry during the 2 full years she didn't bother to call me? Did anyone in this entire family shed a single tear about me at any point, ever, in my entire life? More heavy silence. Then Chloe scoffed and said, that's not the same thing, and you know it. Stop playing the victim. You're exactly right, I said, my voice eerily calm. It's not the same at all, because those were good, positive things that happened to me, and nobody cared. This is a bad thing that happened to Julian because of his own stupidity, and suddenly the whole family has my phone number memorized. She lost it. She called me selfish. She said I was punishing Julian for mom's past mistakes, that I was being petty, vindictive, and small, that I'd deeply regret this when mom was dead and gone someday. Every single guilt trip in the emotional manipulation playbook, rapid fire, like she'd been heavily coached by Brenda herself. And honestly, she probably had been. I hung up on Chloe. First time in my entire life I'd ever hung up on anyone. And then I sat down at my new dining room table and cried. Not because I was sad, exactly, but because I was intensely grieving something I never actually had. The persistent fantasy of a family that actually gave a damn about me. I'd been carrying this stupid, stubborn, heavy hope that someday they'd finally see me. And in that moment, sitting in the beautiful house I'd earned with absolutely zero help from anyone, I finally let that toxic hope die. Maya sat next to me, didn't say a word, and just rubbed my back. After that night, things went quiet for about a week. I went back to work, focused on a massive security contract Apex was trying to land with a regional hospital network, and tried to put the whole mess out of my mind. Then the Facebook post happened. My mother, Brenda, wrote a public Facebook post that I can only describe as an unhinged theatrical performance. Long, dramatic, and precision-engineered for maximum public sympathy. She wrote about how incredibly hard it is being a single mother, how she sacrificed her youth and her dreams for her children, how some people conveniently forget where they came from the second they get a little bit of money and success. She didn't name me directly, but she didn't have to. She wrote about how one of her children had cruelly turned his back on the family during their darkest hour, how greed changes people into monsters, how she prays to God every single night that he'll find his way back to the light. The comments from our extended family were absolutely brutal. Aunts, uncles, cousins, family friends, all piling on about how shameful and disgusting it was that some people abandon their blood. My cousin Derek commented, "Family is everything. Anyone who walks away from their own mother is absolute trash." My Aunt Clara wrote, "Brenda, you deserve so much better. You gave those kids your entire soul. Everything." Her entire soul. Those words bounced around in my skull like a pinball. Julian got a car. I got a gift card. Julian got a massive party. I got a text message. Julian got tears and emergency family meetings. I got 2 years of dead silence. That was everything, apparently. Maya saw the post before I did. She showed me her phone, her jaw tightly clenched and her eyes sharp with fury. "This is completely unhinged," she said. "Marcus, this woman just publicly humiliated you to her entire network to cover for your brother's financial mess." She was right, and for the very first time in my life, reading those words, I wasn't hurt, I wasn't sad. I was completely, utterly done. Something clicked off inside my brain like a physical switch, and what replaced it was clarity. Cold, clean, absolute clarity about exactly who these people were and who I refused to be for them anymore. I didn't comment on the post. I didn't call my mom to scream at her. I didn't text Julian or Chloe. Instead, I did something that would change the trajectory of this whole situation. Though I didn't know it yet. I called my dad. I know what you're thinking. Your deadbeat dad? The guy who bailed to Dayton when you were 12? Why on earth would you call him? It's a fair question. But here's the thing about deeply complicated families. Sometimes the person who hurt you the least isn't the person who was there the most. It's the person who at least had the basic decency to be honestly absent instead of dishonestly present. My dad, Victor, wasn't a good father. I want to be crystal clear about that. He checked out. He prioritized his new life over his old one. But in the last 3 years, something had shifted. He'd reached out a couple of times. Nothing pushy, just short texts on my birthday or a comment on a LinkedIn post. He actually congratulated me when I posted about the house. He wrote, "Incredibly proud of you, son, you earned this." In the comments. 2 years of silence from my mother, and 3 words from my estranged father hit harder than anything she'd ever said, so I called him. It was incredibly awkward at first. Lots of long pauses, throat clearing, and the kind of careful, measured conversation two people have when they know there's a literal minefield between them but they're trying to walk through it anyway. I told him everything that was going on. The phone call from mom, Julian's $75,000 debt, Chloe's psychotic guilt trip, the Facebook post, all of it. Victor was quiet for a very long time. Then he sighed heavily and said something I absolutely didn't expect. "Marcus, I owe you a massive apology. Not for what your mother did, that's entirely on her. But for not being there so you had at least one person in your corner growing up. I was a selfish coward, and you paid the price for it. I can't fix the past, but I can tell you right now that you are doing the exact right thing. Do not let that woman bleed you dry just because they finally noticed you have a bank account." It wasn't a perfect Hallmark movie moment. He didn't suddenly become father of the year, but it was raw and honest. And after a lifetime of being aggressively gaslit by my mother, honesty felt like pure oxygen. We talked for almost an hour and a half. He told me how Valerie had left him a few years back, how he'd been going to intensive therapy and trying to understand his own toxic patterns. That conversation didn't magically fix everything between us, but it gave me massive perspective. My father, the man who walked away, had far more self-awareness than my mother, the woman who stayed. I stopped grieving the family I wished I had and started fully investing in the life I was actually building. Maya and I threw ourselves into the new house. We painted the living room a deep navy blue, spent our weekends at estate sales finding vintage furniture, and adopted a ridiculous-looking golden retriever mix we named Waffles. Work was going incredibly well, too. That hospital network contract? I landed it. The biggest deal Apex Secure had closed in 3 years. My boss actually pulled me into his office, shook my hand, and promoted me to Vice President of Security Operations with a salary bump that made my head spin. Life was genuinely, incredibly good. I wasn't waiting for the other shoe to drop. But then, my cousin Kevin called me on a Thursday evening with news that changed absolutely everything. "Hey man," Kevin said, his voice dropping to that specific, hushed tone people use when they're about to drop a nuclear bomb on your life. "Did you know your grandmother Helen left a highly specific will?" My grandmother, my mom's mother, Helen, had passed away about 9 months earlier. I'd gone to the funeral, sat quietly in the back row, and left before the reception because nobody was talking to me anyway. I figured whatever she had went straight to my mom and my Aunt Clara, which was totally fine. I hadn't been super close with Helen. She was very much in the Brenda is a saint camp, and I had zero expectations. "Yeah," I said, confused. "So what?" "So," Kevin said, taking a breath, "apparently she left way more money than anyone thought. And apparently, there's a major provision in there that involves you specifically. Your mom has been acting real shady about it, which is how I knew something was wrong." I overheard Clara arguing with her about it. I felt an icy chill go straight down my spine. Not fear, exactly. More like the feeling you get when you realize a complex puzzle you didn't even know you were solving just revealed its final, damning piece. The next morning, I called Kevin back and got the full download. Helen had been a retired school administrator who lived modestly but invested with the quiet, ruthless discipline of someone who understood compound interest. When she passed, her estate was worth just north of $750,000, a house, a massive brokerage account, some savings, and life insurance. Her will, updated 3 years before she died, laid things out very specifically. The house went to Aunt Clara. A portion of the savings went to my mom. But the brokerage account, which was worth roughly $210,000, was legally split into 3 equal shares designated exclusively for her grandchildren. Not her children. Her grandchildren, Julian, me, and Chloe, exactly $70,000 each. Now, here is where the story turns into a legal nightmare for my mother. The will had a strict condition. The disbursements to the grandchildren were to be handled by the executor of the estate, which was my mom, Brenda. She was legally mandated to distribute the funds within 6 months of Helen's death. It had been 9 months. Julian and Chloe had already received their $70,000 shares. I hadn't received a single dime. I hadn't even been notified the money existed. Let that sink in for a second. My own mother, acting as the legal executor of my grandmother's estate, had given my brother and sister their massive inheritances and simply pretended mine didn't exist. She pocketed my $70,000. And the timing was almost too disgustingly perfect to be coincidental. Because this all happened right around the exact time Julian's boutique was hemorrhaging cash and my mom was aggressively trying to get me to bail him out. "I think your mom used your exact share to pay off Julian's most aggressive creditors," Kevin said over the phone. "Or at least a huge chunk of it. I think that's why she was so desperate to guilt trip you into sending money. Because if you just voluntarily helped the family, nobody would have ever looked too closely at the estate records, and she could cover her tracks." I sat at my kitchen table and felt something I can only describe as cold, blinding fire. It wasn't just rage, it was every single suspicion I'd ever had about my worthless place in this family, crystallizing into a single, undeniable, legally actionable truth. They didn't just ignore me, they actively, maliciously stole from me. They saw my silence as permission, and my absence as a financial opportunity. I told Maya everything. She went completely pale, then her face flushed bright red, and she started pacing the kitchen like a hungry prosecutor preparing closing arguments. "Marcus, this isn't just toxic family drama anymore, this is grand theft. This is a severe breach of fiduciary duty. You need a ruthless lawyer, right now." She was right, and I knew exactly what to do. Maya's cousin worked at a massive law firm in downtown Cleveland. Within 48 hours, I was sitting in the plush, mahogany-paneled office of a woman named Sarah Caldwell, an elite estate and probate litigation attorney who had the terrifying, calm intensity of a shark smelling blood in the water. She'd seen every version of family betrayal in the book and still found each new case personally offensive. I laid out absolutely everything. The details of the will, the missing inheritance, the timeline of Julian's business failing, the frantic phone calls, the guilt-tripping text messages, the insane Facebook post, everything. Sarah listened without interrupting once. She took meticulous notes on a yellow legal pad. When I was finally done, she looked up over her glasses, folded her hands, and said, "Your mother has a strict fiduciary duty as the executor of this estate. If she disbursed funds to your siblings and deliberately withheld yours, that is a massive breach. If she used your share for any other purpose, specifically to pay off your brother's debts, that is a civil tort called conversion. It is theft. We have a lot of extremely aggressive options." Options. I absolutely loved the sound of that word. For the first time in this entire miserable ordeal, I wasn't just reacting to their abuse, I was attacking. Sarah drafted and filed a formal legal demand letter to my mother within 3 days. It was a beautiful document, precise, cold, legally terrifying, and completely impossible to misinterpret. It explicitly stated that I was fully aware of Helen's will, aware of the $210,000 brokerage account disbursement, aware that my $70,000 share had been illegally withheld, and that I was requesting full payment within 14 days. If she failed to comply, I would pursue immediate legal action, including a petition to have her formally removed as executor and a civil lawsuit for breach of fiduciary duty and conversion. The certified letter was delivered on a Tuesday morning. By Tuesday afternoon, my phone was practically vibrating off the desk. Julian called first. "Dude, what the actual hell are you doing? You're going to sue Mom? Over Grandma's money? Are you out of your mind right now?" I didn't answer. I let it go to voicemail. He left 4 increasingly panicked messages. Chloe texted me a literal novel. The highlights included, "You are destroying this family permanently. Grandma Helen would be violently ashamed of you." And my absolute personal favorite, "This is exactly why nobody ever calls you. You're a greedy psychopath." As if the reason nobody called me was because I had the sheer audacity to want the $70,000 that was legally bequeathed to me. Then, Mom called. I let it ring 3 times, took a deep breath, and picked up because I desperately wanted to hear this. "Marcus Aaron, what is this disgusting letter?" Her voice was shaking violently. Not with sadness, not with guilt. With pure, unadulterated rage. She was furious that I'd found out, furious that I'd lawyered up, furious that her quiet, invisible middle child had finally grown a spine. "It's a demand letter, Mom. From my attorney. You know exactly what's in it. This is completely ridiculous. Your grandmother wanted that money to go to the family, and it went to the family. Julian was drowning. He was going to lose everything. I used the money where it was needed most." And there it was, the full, unprompted verbal confession, delivered as casually as if she were explaining why she borrowed my lawnmower. She blatantly admitted to using my inheritance to bail out Julian. She took the $70,000 that my grandmother specifically designated for me, and she handed it to her favorite child to cover his spectacular failures. And her twisted brain genuinely didn't see the legal or moral problem with it. "Mom, that money was legally mine. The will explicitly said it was mine. You were legally bound to give it to me. Don't you dare lecture me about legality." "I am your mother. And I am your son," I replied, my voice dropping to a whisper. Though I realize that title means completely different things depending on which son you're currently talking to. She went dead quiet. I could hear her ragged breathing through the speaker. Then she hissed, "If you do this, Marcus, if you actually drag your own mother into a courtroom, you will never, ever be welcome in this family again. You will be dead to us." I let her pathetic threat hang in the air for a long moment. I let it settle deep into my bones. And then I said the words I'd been carrying around in my throat for 20 years. "Mom. When was I ever welcome?" I hung up the phone. Update 2. I won't pretend that hanging up didn't hurt. It did. Even when you know the absolute truth, even when you've processed it in therapy, even when your amazing partner is standing right next to you holding your hand, hearing your own mother formally confirm that your place in the family is entirely conditional, still lands like a physical punch to the gut. But I made a decision that night. I wasn't going to stop. I wasn't going to back down and settle this privately. Not just because of the $70,000, but because my grandmother put my specific name in that legal document for a reason. And I wasn't going to let my mother erase me anymore. Sarah and I met again to prepare the lawsuit. She had subpoenaed the bank records. It was a bloodbath. The brokerage account showed exactly when the disbursements were made. Julian's share was withdrawn 4 months after Helen died. Chloe's was withdrawn 5 months after. Mine was withdrawn at 5.5 months, right before the deadline, and deposited directly into my mother's personal checking account. From there, Sarah found undeniable records of 3 massive cashier's checks made out directly to Julian's commercial landlord and his predatory lenders. My money, illegally laundered through my mother's personal account, sent directly to cover my brother's failed sneaker boutique. "Marcus," Sarah said, tapping the bank statements. "This isn't just a winnable case. This is a slaughter. If this goes before a judge, you will win everything. The only question is whether you want to offer them a settlement to save time, or if you want to make a public statement in court." I thought about the $20 Amazon gift card on my 16th birthday. I thought about Mom scrolling on her phone during my college graduation. I thought about the 2 years of dead silence. I thought about the vicious Facebook post. "I want to make a statement," I said. The petition was officially filed in the probate court. We requested a full accounting of the estate, the immediate removal of Brenda as executor, and full restitution of my $70,000 share, plus all of my legal fees. We also filed a separate civil claim for conversion. The court date was set for a gray, sleeting morning in late November. Sarah and I walked into the heavy oak doors of the courtroom. I was nervous, my heart hammering against my ribs, but my hands were steady. My mother was sitting at the respondent's table with a cheap lawyer she'd clearly hired at the absolute last minute. Julian was sitting in the gallery behind her, looking pale and sick. Chloe wasn't there. Aunt Clara was there, radiating intense disapproval from the second row like a space heater of judgment. The judge was a terrifyingly sharp woman named Honorable Patricia Harper. She looked like she had zero patience for family drama. Sarah presented our case methodically. She laid out the will, the brokerage statements, the exact dates of the withdrawals, the bank transfers, and the cashier's checks. Every single piece of evidence was presented like an unbeatable hand of cards. My mother's lawyer stuttered through a pathetic defense, arguing that Brenda had acted in good faith to save a family member from ruin and fully intended to reimburse my share eventually once Julian's business stabilized. Judge Harper literally stopped him mid-sentence. She looked down at my mother over her glasses. "Mrs. Brenda, did you distribute the decedent's funds to your daughter and your elder son while deliberately withholding the exact $70,000 share legally designated for your younger son, Marcus?" My mother hesitated, gripping the edge of the table. Her lawyer whispered frantically in her ear. Finally, she choked out, "I used the money where it was desperately needed." Julian was in a major crisis. Judge Harper's expression turned to absolute stone. "That was not the question I asked you, ma'am. The question was whether you withheld funds that were legally the property of your son, Marcus. Yes or no?" "Yes," my mother whispered. The gavel fell, both literally and figuratively. Judge Harper ruled entirely in my favor. She ordered full, immediate restitution of my $70,000 share, plus my legal fees which totaled just over $12,000. My mother was officially, permanently removed as the executor of the estate, and the court appointed a neutral third-party attorney to handle the remainder of the assets. Furthermore, Judge Harper stated on the public record that Brenda's conduct constituted a severe, intentional breach of fiduciary duty and illegal conversion of assets. When the final ruling was read, my mother didn't even look at me. She stared straight ahead at the wood paneling, her face completely drained of blood. Julian dropped his head into his hands and groaned audibly. Aunt Clara stormed out of the courtroom, muttering something under her breath. I walked out of that courthouse into the freezing Ohio air, and took the deepest, cleanest breath I'd taken in 33 years. Sarah shook my hand firmly and said, "You did the right thing, Marcus." Never doubt that. The aftermath played out over the next few weeks. My mother was forced to completely liquidate her own personal savings and take out a loan against her house to pay the $82,000 judgment to me and my lawyer. I hear through the family grapevine, mostly from Kevin, that she is absolutely furious. She tells anyone who will listen that I am a greedy monster, that I maliciously destroyed the family, that I chose money over my own mother's well-being. And you know what? I genuinely let her tell that story. Because the people who actually matter to me know the truth. And the people who blindly believe her toxic version of events are people whose opinions I stopped valuing a very long time ago. Julian is still massively in debt. The $70,000 mom stole for him only delayed the inevitable. He's still living in his childhood bedroom, and Kevin told me he recently got a job at a warehouse but quit after 3 weeks because the manager was disrespectful. Some things will truly never change. I haven't spoken a single word to Mom, Julian, or Chloe since the court date, and I never will again. They are permanently blocked on everything. My dad, Victor, came down to Cleveland for Thanksgiving this year. It's not a perfect relationship, and there is still a lot of damage to unpack, but he's genuinely trying. He sat at my dining room table with Maya's parents Arthur and Elaine, her brother David, and our dog Waffles begging for turkey scraps. The house was loud, chaotic, warm, and full of people who actually wanted to be there. I stood in my kitchen that night, looking out at the life I had built, and I thought about my mom's Facebook post, the one where she claimed money changes people. She was right about one thing. The money did change something. It changed my visibility. For 33 years, I was completely invisible to them. The absolute second I had an asset they wanted, I suddenly existed. But the joke is completely on them. Because by the time they finally bothered to look in my direction, I had already built an entire, beautiful life in the empty space where their love should have been. And I used the $70,000 I won back to pay off a huge chunk of my mortgage. My mother never did say she was proud of me. But standing in my beautiful home, with the woman I love, knowing I stood up for myself and won, I realized I finally stopped needing her to be. Top comments. User 1. She used the money where it was needed. The sheer audacity of this woman to steal $70K from her own child, and act like she was Robin Hood saving the day. I am so incredibly glad you didn't back down. Taking her to court was the only way to prove you weren't going to be her doormat anymore. Enjoy that beautiful house with Maya. User 2. Estate lawyer here. Your attorney Sarah sounds like an absolute shark, and I love it. The fact that your mother left a crystal clear paper trail of cashier's checks directly to your brother's landlord is mind-blowing stupidity. She really thought she was invincible because she's mom. Getting her legally removed as executor and forcing her to pay your legal fees is the ultimate justice. User 3. As a fellow invisible middle child who was always passed over for the golden oldest, reading this was incredibly cathartic. The part where your sister asked if mom cried over you graduating college. Damn, that hit so hard. You built your success from the ground up while your brother had everything handed to him and still failed. You won, Marcus. You absolutely won. Parents said, "We took 90% of your savings for your sister's house." I laughed because they took the wrong account. I have $10 million in an offshore account. Blocked. My parents told me, "We spent 90% of your savings to buy your sister's house." My sister teased me. "You don't have a single penny left." But I burst out laughing because they didn't realize what those funds were. The dining room seemed smaller than usual that Sunday afternoon. Mom insisted on a family supper, which should have been my first caution. Dad cut the roast with mechanical precision, while Lauren, my 4-year-old older sister, checked her phone in between mouthful. Her husband Brooks sat alongside her, as usual, adding nothing to the conversation. "So, dear, we need to talk about something essential with you." Mom began placing down her wine glass with meticulous care. My stomach constricted. Nothing nice ever happened after that sentence. Dad cleared his throat. "Your sister and Brooks discovered their dream home. It is in Willow Creek, a new development near the country club. They hope to have 4 bedrooms and a gorgeous backyard for the children." "That's amazing," I said. "Regardless of our difficult history, I am really delighted for them. Congratulations." Lauren's smile had an edge that I couldn't quite recognize. "Thank you, little sister. It has been a stressful procedure, but we have now received it." The trouble is, Mom kept speaking in the same tone she used when giving news she knew I wouldn't like. The down payment was significant and exceeded their savings. My fork paused halfway to my mouth. "Okay." Dad refused to meet my gaze. "We tapped your savings account to assist them. The one we put up for you when you were 17. We've been managing it for years. Remember?" The roast suddenly tasted like cardboard. "How much have you taken?" 90%. Mom stated hurriedly, as if speed could lessen the impact. "But, sweetie, you are just 29. You've got plenty of time to save again. Lauren is 33, and her biological clock is ticking. They needed this house right now." The room leaned slightly. That account had been funded by my birthday money, every check from my grandparents, and every penny from my teenage jobs at the bookstore's ice cream parlor. I'd seen it grow throughout college, adding what I could with scholarships and summer internships. "You wasted my money without asking me." My voice sounded more steady than I felt. "Are we your parents?" Dad murmured, finally focusing on me. "We have access to the account for a reason. It still bears our names as custodians." Lauren sat back in her chair, inspecting her manicured nails. "Don't be so emotional, Abigail. You don't have a single penny to your name right now, but you will recover. You were always adept at pinching pennies." Her chuckle sounded almost melodious. "Besides, what were you saving for? It's not like you have a partner or any wedding plans in the works." Something chilly settled into my chest. Brooks grinned into the napkin. Then I began laughing. They anticipated a polite chuckle, but I laughed so hard that my sides ached. Mom's face wrinkled with concern. "Abigail, honey, are you okay?" "I'm perfect," I said between gasps. "You squandered 90% of my savings. That's just wonderful." Lauren's eyes narrowed. "Why are you laughing like crazy?" "Because," I explained, wiping tears from my eyes, "you looted that account. I purposefully kept a small amount of money in there, about $18,000 total. For the past 7 years, I've moved everything above that amount into other accounts." The silence that followed was wonderful. Dad's face became pallid. "What do you mean by other accounts?" "I mean, I am not stupid. You've always preferred Lauren. When she required a car for college, you purchased a nice new Honda. I received nothing and had to save for my own used Toyota. You covered the cost of her international education. You told me that the summer program in New York was too pricey. I saw the pattern." Mom's hand trembled when she grabbed for her wine. "That is not fair. We have always loved you both equally. Perhaps you love us equally, but you have never treated us equally. So, 7 years ago, when I started my first professional job after college, I opened accounts you have no idea about. A high-yield savings account from another bank, investment accounts, and a Roth IRA. I've been contributing religiously to them while leaving the old account with just enough to appear legitimate." Lauren's face turned red. "You are lying." "Am I? Check out my bedroom. You won't locate any statements because everything is paperless and delivered to an email address you're unaware of. I learned early to keep my most precious possessions hidden from this family." Brooks finally spoke. How much are we talking about? None of your dang business, I said politely. But far more than the $18,000 you recently stole from me. Consider the money you took as the cost of discovering where I stand with all of you. Dad rose abruptly. Now, wait a minute. We did not steal anything. That account contains our names. Then I'll contact my attorney, Michael Hayes, tomorrow in case you want to check him up. He's been guiding me for the past 3 years, since I began really establishing my financial portfolio. I stood with my napkin nicely folded beside my plate. He will be quite curious to learn about this. You have an attorney. Mom's voice crackled. Why do you need a lawyer? For circumstances, just like this one. For defending myself from family members, who regard me as an ATM for their golden child. I picked up my purse. Thank you for the dinner. And congratulations on the house, Lauren. I hope it fulfills all of your expectations. Where are you going? Dad demanded. Home to my flat, which I pay for entirely on my own. Unlike some people, I do not rely on my parents for financial support. Lauren shot to her feet. You're ungrateful after all Mom and Dad have done for you. For example, what specifically? What have they done for me that they have not already done for you? I turned to face her completely. I'm sincerely asking because, from where I stand, I've been paying my own life since I was 19, while they pour money into yours. The question remained unanswered. That is what I thought. I went toward the door. Mom followed me into the hallway. Abigail, please do not leave like this. We can discuss this. No, I do not believe we can. You made a decision without me. You've chosen Lauren over me again. The only difference this time was that I didn't get wounded since I protected myself. I halted, my hand on the doorknob. Do you know what the saddest part is? I am not even surprised. I'm only disappointed because I still had enough faith in this family to be disappointed. We'll return the money, Dad murmured from behind her. We'll make it right. Do not bother. Keep it. Consider this my final contribution to Lauren's beautiful life. But remember that this is the final time you'll be able to select her over me since I'm eliminating you from that option. I drove home with blurry vision and shaky hands on the steering wheel. My phone started ringing before I even got to my flat. I declined the calls from Mom, Dad, and Lauren. By the time I parked, I had 21 missed calls. Inside my apartment, I poured myself a glass of wine and opened my laptop. The accounts I mentioned were quite real. My Meridian Bank savings account held $92,000. My brokerage account has an additional $52,000 invested in index funds. My Roth IRA was slowly increasing. I'd been living below my means for years, driving the same used Toyota, cooking at home, missing luxury trips, all while my family felt I was struggling because I didn't ask for help. Lauren texted me, and my phone chimed. Mom is crying. Are you happy right now? I said, I'm not happy or sad. I'm just finished. Another text. You were always selfish. This is classic Abigail, making everything about herself. The irony was great. I blocked her phone number. Over the next week, the calls continued. Mom sent voicemails imploring me to attend family therapy. Dad provided emails about dealing with this as a family. Lauren alternated between apologetic texts from Brooke's phone and angry ones from her own. I ignored every one of them and contacted Michael Hayes. They had legal access to the account, he acknowledged after analyzing the papers, but we can make their lives difficult if you pursue this. The court of public opinion may be interested in parents who depleted their daughter's money. No, I decided it wasn't worth it. I want to make sure they never have access to anything of mine again. Can we do that? Absolutely. I'll write a cease and desist. In addition, we will set up credit alerts. If somebody attempt to open an account in your name, you will be notified within 7 days. My parents receive formal legal warning that any additional access to my financial accounts will be considered theft and prosecuted appropriately. The letter also ordered that they withdraw themselves as custodians of the original account and transfer the remaining cash to an account solely in my name. Dad called from an unknown number, bypassing my barriers. A lawyer, Abigail. Really? You are threatening your parents with legal action. You stole from me. What were you expecting? We did not steal. We borrowed for your sister's future without my approval. That is theft, Dad. Dress it up however you like. When did you get so cold? The question made me laugh, bitter and stinging. I became this way after years of watching you prefer Lauren over me while trying not to notice. I got this way when I understood that I had no choice but to protect myself because my own family would not. He hung up. Lauren visited my workplace 4 weeks after the dinner. Security phoned before letting her go, and I pondered refusing. Curiosity won. She appeared exhausted, and her makeup did not fully disguise the dark circles under her eyes. We need to talk. I am working. Abigail, please, 5 minutes. Against my better judgment, I brought her into a conference room. What do you want, Lauren? I was terrible at that dinner. The things I stated about you not having anyone and not having any money left were nasty. It was honest. You have always thought less of me. She flinched. That isn't correct, is it? You've spent our entire lives enjoying everything mom and dad gave you while looking down on me because I had less. You've commented on my car, residence, and clothes. You've introduced me to your friends as my younger sister, who is still finding things out. Despite my excellent profession in data analysis, I did not mean. Yes, you did. You meant all of it. Just as you meant it when you grabbed my savings without thinking twice. It was mom and dad's decision, not mine. But you gained from it, and then humiliated me for it. You stood in their dining room, laughing at me because I was broke. I crossed my arms. Now that you know I am not broke, you want to apologize. That is not remorse, Lauren. That's embarrassing. Her jaw stiffened. Fine. Do you want the truth? Yes, I am humiliated. Brooks's father wanted to know where we acquired the down payment. When Brooks told him, Mr. Thorne lost his mind. He described it as entitled and inappropriate. He seldom speaks to us anymore. So you're here because your father-in-law thinks you're pampered, rather than because you feel awful about what you did to me. I feel awful. No, you are upset about the consequences. There is a distinction. I stood. We are done here. Go home and enjoy your ideal abode. But we're done pretending to be sisters who care about one another. Abigail. You cannot mean that. We are a family. Families do not steal from each other. Family members do not mock each other's grief. Whatever we are, it is not family in any meaningful way. I opened the meeting room door. Goodbye, Lauren. She departed in tears. I returned to my work and attempted to focus on spreadsheets, but my hands shook for an hour afterwards. That evening, Aunt Susan called. Mom's oldest sister had always been the family's truth teller, saying what everyone else avoided. Your mother told me what happened, she stated without prelude. I told her she's an idiot. Despite everything, I grinned. Thanks, Aunt Susan. I am serious. I've been watching her daughter Lauren for 30 years, expecting you to manage everything on your own. It's been infuriating from the outside, and I can't imagine living through it. It has been a journey. Hannah contacted me crying, claiming you had cut them all off and she didn't understand why. Aunt Susan snorted. I told her exactly why. I informed her that she has spent your entire life making you feel inferior, and she is now surprised that you have protected yourself from her. Aunt Susan sighed. She did not want to hear it. She never does. For what it's worth, I am proud of you. Setting up those other accounts, protecting your possessions, and standing up for yourself requires strength. You've always had to be the strong one because no one else will be strong for you. Her words set something off in my chest. I found myself in tears. I cried for the first time since dinner. I am so tired of being strong. I understand, dear. I understand. We spoke for another hour. She told me about her own experiences with mom, the favoritism she saw growing up, and the traditions that had been passed down through generations. It helped to know I wasn't crazy or overly sensitive. Over the next few months, work became my haven. I immersed myself in a huge project researching customer data trends for a retail chain, often working late into the evening. Rachel, my colleague, noticed. She noticed that I was still sitting at my desk at 8:30 p.m., which was unusual for me. Is everything okay? I said something vague about family. The kind that makes you avoid returning home. The kind that makes me glad I have my own home to return to. She sat at the edge of my desk. My sister stole my identity when I was 26. I opened credit cards, accumulated debt, and damaged my credit score. I didn't speak with her for 8 years. Have you ever reconciled? Eventually, but it took her reaching rock bottom and going through extensive therapy before I could trust her again. Some family betrayals aren't only about money or what they stole. They are about what the taking reveals about how they perceive you. Her words remained with me. The project I was working on ended in mid-October, 4 months after the first upheaval. Our team was successful in identifying purchase habits that might save the client millions of dollars yearly. Moore, my manager, invited me into her office on the day we submitted our findings. Exceptional work on this, Abigail, she added, motioning for me to sit. The client directly referred to your analysis in their remarks. They were impressed by the depth and clarity. Thank you. It was a collective effort. Don't belittle your participation. Moore leaned forward. You led the statistical modeling section, and it was flawless. I recommend you as a senior analyst. The position includes a significant salary increase, as well as increased project selection autonomy. The promotion felt like validation right when I needed it. My family saw me as someone to be used and discarded, but my professional life acknowledged my true worth. I agreed immediately. By May, the promotion had been formalized, with a 15% raise deposited directly into my investment accounts. That evening, I treated myself to dinner at an upscale Italian restaurant that I had been meaning to try. Sitting alone at a one-person table, I raised a glass of wine for myself. There is no family to share the achievement with, but no one to diminish it or make it about someone else. My phone buzzed with a message from an unfamiliar number. Despite my better judgment, I opened it. Hello, Abigail. This is Lauren. I got your new phone number from Aunt Susan. Please do not be mad at her, I begged. I realize you don't want to hear from me, but I need you to understand something. Brooks and I had already run into financial difficulties with the house we purchased. The property taxes were higher than expected, and the HOA fees are crushing us. Mom and Dad will no longer help because of you. I'm not sure what you said to them, but they have completely changed. Brooks is infuriated. This is destroying my marriage. I hope you're satisfied. I stared at the message, anger coursing through me. Even now, despite everything, she blamed me. Not herself for accepting stolen money, nor our parents for receiving it. Me for having the audacity to defend myself and establish boundaries. I typed and deleted 4 different responses before deciding on the simplest. Get rid of this number. Then I blocked her and contacted Aunt Susan. I didn't give her your phone number, she said immediately after answering. She noticed it on my phone while I was not looking and memorized it. I'm very sorry, honey, that's fine. I blocked her. I took a breath. She claims that Mom and Dad will not help them with their mortgage payments. Is this true? It is. Your father insisted that they handle their own financial responsibilities. Your mother wanted to help, but he persuaded her that it would only enable Lauren further. Wow. I never thought I'd see this day. People can surprise you. They do grow, albeit not always in a pleasant way. Aunt Susan paused. How are you really doing, Abigail? Beyond the surface level. The question took me off guard. Nobody had asked me in a caring manner since this whole mess began. Even my own concern had been about logistics and protection, not emotional processing. I'm not sure, I admitted. Some days I get angry. Some days I'm sad because I've lost a family that I never really had. Some days, I feel free and relieved. It changes hourly. That is normal. Grieving is not a linear process. And what you are feeling is grief. Grieving for the family you deserved, the relationships that could have been, and the parents who should have protected rather than exploited you. Tears well in my eyes. I keep wondering if I'm being too harsh, and whether I should give them another chance. Would you like to give them another chance? No, but I feel guilty about not wanting to. Then you've got your answer. Guilt is simply their programming still running in your head. You can acknowledge it and move on without taking any action. Her voice softened. Abigail, you deserve to prioritize your own healing. You have spent your entire life prioritizing everyone else. We talked for another hour, her wisdom and perspective helping me untangle the maze of emotions I'd been carrying. By the time we hung up, I felt more confident in my decision. December arrived with early snowfall. I began seeing a therapist myself, a woman named Dr. Elaine who specialized in family trauma and estrangement. During our first session, I told the entire story, years of favoritism, stolen savings, and the aftermath. What do you want out of these sessions? She asked when I was finished. I want to stop feeling guilty about protecting myself. I'd like to know why I keep questioning whether I did the right thing when I know I did. Those are good goals. Let us start with a question. What would you say if a friend told you this exact story? That they were justified in cutting off contact, that their family betrayed them, that they don't owe their abusers anything. But you can't show the same compassion to yourself? Apparently not. Dr. Elaine smiled gently. That's what we'll work on. Learning to treat yourself with the same kindness you'd show others. Learning that setting boundaries isn't cruelty. It's self-preservation. Over the following weeks, therapy became another anchor point. I started understanding the dynamics that had shaped my childhood. How golden child scapegoat patterns develop. How parents unconsciously recreate their own family traumas. How children learn to accommodate dysfunction to survive. Months passed. I changed my phone number and only gave it to people I actually wanted to hear from. I skipped Thanksgiving, saying Aunt Susan I was traveling for work. Christmas came and went with me serving at a soup kitchen instead of enduring awkward family gatherings. My bank accounts continued to expand. In July, I obtained another promotion at work. This time to lead analyst leading a team of 4 junior analysts. The added duty came with another raise that I quickly divided between savings and investments. The previous me would have felt guilty about having money while shutting off my family. The new me recognized that shame as a tactic they'd used to control me. In March, about 8 months after the tragic supper, I received a letter, not an email, not a text, an actual handwritten letter from my father. Dear Abigail, I've begun this letter a dozen times and thrown away each attempt. Your mother feels I shouldn't bother, that you've made your opinion obvious, but I am your father, and I have to say something even if you never react. You were correct about everything. I've spent the last 8 months examining our family finances, going over every decision we made for you and your sister. The evidence is damning. We paid for Lauren's car, study abroad, wedding, and honeymoon. When she and Brooks ran into financial difficulties 3 years ago, we helped her with the down payment on her first apartment. We paid up her credit cards for you. We thought we were generous when we handed you a used laptop for your college graduation. I convinced myself we were assisting Lauren because she needed it more, because she battled more. But this was not true. Lauren struggled because we allowed her to never learn financial responsibility. You prospered because we forced you to sort things out on your own. We did not make you strong. You were powerful, despite, not because, of us. Taking your savings was the last straw in a lifetime of favoring your sister over you. I understand why you cannot forgive us. I am not writing to ask for forgiveness. I'm writing to say that you deserve better from us, and I apologize for failing you. Your mother is battling with this. She interprets that as you rejecting the family over money. I've tried to explain that it's about respect, trust, and love, but she's not ready to listen. Lauren and Brooks are struggling with their mortgage. The house payment is higher than expected, and they are behind on several expenses. A part of me wants to aid them. The other part understands that helping would demonstrate that I learnt nothing from losing you. I've decided not to help them this time. It hurts, but it also feels necessary. I do not expect you to respond to this letter. I do not expect anything from you anymore. I simply wanted to let you know that I understand what we did. I understand why you left, and I apologize. Love, Dad. I read the letter 3 times, tears running down my cheeks. It didn't solve anything. Words on paper couldn't erase years of favoritism and the ultimate betrayal of taking my money. But something in me relaxed somewhat, a knot I'd been carrying that allowed me to breathe a little easier. I did not respond to the letter. Instead, I put it in a drawer and carried on with my life. Spring came with surprising warmth. I began seeing someone I met through Rachel's acquaintance, a software engineer named Bennett, who was unaware of my family issues and did not press me when I kept details vague. We took it slow, enjoying casual discussions and Sunday morning treks. I ran into Brooks at the farmer's market on a Saturday in May. He looked worse than Lauren did at my office, with rumpled clothes and many days of stubble. Abigail? He murmured, visibly surprised. Hey Brooks. I maintained a neutral tone while inspecting the organic tomatoes in front of me. How've you been? Good? You? He laughed sharply and without humor. Honestly, horrible. Lauren and I are probably getting divorced. I gazed up at it. I'm sad to hear this. Are you in? Your folks have cut us off financially. Lauren begged your father for help with the mortgage, and he declined. He has never said no to her before. Brooks ran his fingers through his greasy hair. We are 4 months behind. The bank is threatening to foreclose. That is unfortunate. That is all you need to say. Your sister is losing her home. The house you purchased with stolen funds. I selected 3 tomatoes and proceeded to the next stall. What about that house? He followed me. Come on, Abigail. You are aware that your parents made that decision. Lauren did not force them. No, she took the money without asking and then criticized me for being broke. Let's not change history. Brooks, we need assistance. Your dad indicated that you have money saved. I came to a complete halt and turned to face him. Allow me to be quite clear. I would rather burn my money than give you or my sister a single cent. You both took decisions that indicated exactly who you are. Live with the consequences. Jesus, when did you become so heartless? Around this time, my family stole from me and joked about it. It's interesting how that affects people. I paid for my vegetables and walked away, leaving him standing among the produce stands. My hands shook as I piled goods into my car, adrenaline coursing through me. A part of me felt guilty for the old Abigail, who had been trained to sacrifice herself for family harmony, but a larger part felt vindicated. They had made their bed with my stolen savings. They may lie in it. That evening, Mom called from another new number. I almost didn't respond. When I picked up, she said, I know you don't want to talk to me, but please listen for 1 minute. I said nothing, and she interpreted that as consent. Lauren is losing everything. Her home, marriage, and stability. She's my daughter, Abigail. I can't just watch her fall apart. But you might see me suffer alone for years. That is different. You were always so capable and independent. Because I needed to be. Because you left me with no choice. I sat down firmly on my couch. You're calling to ask me for money, right? Not for me. For your sister. She is family. So am I. Or I was until you determined that my savings were community property for Lauren's benefit. We made an error. We now understand that. However, please do not punish Lauren for our error of judgment. I am not punishing anyone. I'm merely refusing to save someone who took pleasure in robbing me. Those are not the same things. Abigail, when did you get so cold? You used to be such a sweet and caring girl. That girl discovered that being kind and compassionate got her exploited. She realized that her own relatives would betray her trust without hesitation. She realized that defending herself was the only option. I took a breath. I am not cold. I'm simply no longer willing to burn myself on fire to make others comfortable. Your father and I are striving to do better. We've been reading books about family dynamics and partiality. We're striving to change. That's great. I sincerely hope you succeed, but your progress does not require me to give you another opportunity to hurt me. Mom began crying. Once, her cries would have destroyed my heart. Now, I simply felt a distant grief. I need to go, Mom. I hope you find everything out. I genuinely do, but I can't participate in that process. I hung up and promptly blocked the number. Bennett came over that evening with Thai food and listened to the entire story. I had been concealing it from him because I was ashamed of my family's dysfunction, but he needed to know who he was seeing. So, they stole your money, mocked you for it, and now want you to bail them out of the consequences, he explained. Basically, and you feel bad for saying no. Should not I? Lauren is losing her home. That is serious. Bennett placed down his pad thai and gazed at me intently. Do you know what else is serious? Family members who steal from you and show no guilt till they get something else. Abigail, your guilt is a programmed response. They taught you to feel responsible for Lauren's happiness. His statements felt like a revelation. He was correct. Every time I felt guilty, it was because I had been conditioned to put Lauren's demands ahead of my own. I'm not giving them money, I murmured aloud, to see how it felt. Good, you should not. Even if Lauren loses the house, she is still an adult who made decisions. Adults face consequences. Something felt substantial and firm in my chest. Yeah, you're correct. We completed supper and watched a movie, his arm wrapped over my shoulders, and I felt lighter than I had in months. The home went into foreclosure in July. Aunt Susan called to inform me, her voice compassionate but non-judgmental. They're moving to a one-bedroom apartment across town, she said. Brooke's parents are assisting with a deposit, but his connection with them is tense. How is Lauren handling it? About as well as one would anticipate. Lots of blaming everyone else, including you. Your mother is beside herself. I'm sad she's hurting, but I'm not sorry for refusing to let this happen. Neither should you be. I told Hannah the same thing. She made her bed with years of partiality, and now she sleeps on it. People will sometimes listen to the consequences of their actions. Do you think they will ever change? Aunt Susan was quiet for a bit. I honestly don't know. Your father seemed to be trying. Your mother continues to deny her role in all of this. Lauren perceives herself as the victim. It's unclear whether any of them can actually change. I suppose time will tell. It will, but Abigail, don't wait to find out. Live your life. Be cheerful. You have earned it. I followed her advice. Bennett and I became more serious, discussing moving in together by fall. Work continued to go well. In July, I obtained another promotion, this time to senior analyst. My savings accounts reached 6 figures altogether. I began looking at condos, visualizing a place all my own. In September, almost a year after the tragic supper, I received a package. Inside came a $18,000 check and a letter from Lauren. Abigail, this is the money that Mom and Dad deducted from your account. It took me this long to save it since I worked a second job on weekends and Brooks works nights. I'm repaying you because it's the ethical thing to do, even though we severely need the money ourselves. I've been mad at you for the past year. I'm angry that you cut us off. I'm angry because you refused to aid us when we were drowning. I'm angry that you seemed to move on so simply as my life fell apart. But my therapist, yes, I am currently in treatment. Help me understand something. You did not cause my troubles. My choices did. Mom and Dad's decisions did. Taking your money was wrong, and mocking you over it was cruel. I do not expect forgiveness. I don't expect a relationship. I just wanted you to know that I now understand what I did to you, and I apologize. The home is gone. My marriage is barely surviving. I work 3 jobs and live in an apartment that I despise, but I am beginning to see that this is what accountability looks like. This is what happens when you spend your entire life expecting someone else to clean up your messes. I hope you are happy wherever you are. I sincerely mean it. I looked at the check for a long time. $18,000 that obviously had to be returned because it was mine. The letter felt different from my father's. Raw, less polished, and more genuine in its sorrow. I deposited the check and responded with my own letter. Thank you, Lauren, for returning the money. I understand that wasn't simple. I'm not ready to rebuild a relationship with you, Mom, or Dad. Maybe someday, but not today. The pain is too deep, and trust takes time to rebuild. But I want you to know that I do not despise you. I'm not thrilled that you're struggling. I simply cannot continue to put my own well-being at risk to prevent your struggle. I'm hoping that therapy helps. I hope you find stability. I hope you learn to stand on your own because you are capable of so much more than what Mom and Dad enabled you to become. Take care of yourself, Abigail. I mailed it and sensed a shift. Not forgiveness, precisely, but possibly the beginning of letting go of the rage that had consumed me for the previous year. Fall arrived, bringing cooler temps and changing leaves. Bennett and I discovered a condo we loved and signed the lease in October. Aunt Susan was the only member of my family who knew the address. She understood. Your mother is constantly asking about you, she stated during one of our weekly contacts. I tell her you're doing great and leave it at that. How is she? Starting to see a therapist for herself? Actually, your father advocated for it. They're working on a lot of their parenting habits. That is good, growth is good. Even if you never reconcile, they had to do the job. Yes, they did. Bennett and I hosted our own Thanksgiving dinner for friends. Rachel arrived with numerous coworkers, including Bennett's brother and sister-in-law. The apartment was full with laughter and wonderful food, and the folks who were there chose to be there rather than being compelled by blood. Midway through supper, I received a text message from an unknown number. Happy Thanksgiving, Abigail. I miss you, Dad. I showed it to Bennett. Should I reply? Do you want to? Did I? The fury had subsided over the months, replaced by something more complex. Sadness over something we never had. Acceptance that certain relationships could not be repaired. Gratitude for the family I chose over the one I was born into. I replied, Happy Thanksgiving. I hope you're doing well. There was no reconciliation. It was not forgiveness. It was simply acknowledging that he existed, that I had seen his letter, and that some tiny thread still connected us, even if it would never be what it previously was. Christmas arrived softly. Bennett and I spent it alone, exchanging modest gifts and preparing an extravagant supper that neither of us had attempted before. It was serene in a way that previous holidays with my family had not been. In January, more than a year after everything went apart, I ran into my mother at a coffee shop. She appeared older, exhausted, but also more at ease. Abigail, she spoke quietly. You look great. Thanks. You look amazing, too. Can we talk for a few minutes? Every instinct told me to say no and walk away. But something in her eyes, a vulnerability I hadn't seen before, compelled me to nod. We sat at a corner table, coffee cups between us. I am not going to ask you to return to the family, she began. I'm not going to ask for money, help with Lauren, or anything else. I just wanted to tell you that you were correct about everything. Okay. Your father and I have been in therapy for several months. We've been looking into our routines, our favoritism, and all the ways we failed you. Her voice crackled slightly. We raised you to be independent since it was easier than dealing with Lauren's issues. We poured money at her problems rather than training her to address them for herself. And we took you for granted because you never sought for assistance. Yes, you did. I can't undo any of it. I can't give you back the childhood you deserve or the support we should have provided. I can only apologize and say that I am trying to improve. Not coming back for me, your father, or Lauren, who is finally learning to stand on her own. Mom wrapped her hands around her coffee cup, hoping that someday, far in the future, if you ever want to give us another chance, we'll have done the work to earn it. I studied her face for signs of manipulation or guilt. I discovered just honest regret. I appreciate it, I said carefully, but I cannot make any promises. I understand. I do not expect you to. She stood and gathered her purse. I'm glad you are doing well, Abigail. You truly deserve all of the happiness you found. She left without asking for my phone number, where I lived, or when we would meet again. The restraint felt like respect, which she had never shown me before. I sat with my coffee for an additional hour, processing. They were changing, perhaps growing, but that did not obligate me to be a part of their journey. March provided a surprise. Aunt Susan forwarded an invitation to Lauren's birthday party along with a note. I thought you should see this. There is no pressure to attend. The invitation was simple. A small gathering in her apartment. There was no mention of gifts or reconciliation, just an acknowledgement that she was turning 34 and would celebrate modestly. I did not go, but I did send a card containing a gift certificate to a nice restaurant, a small gesture indicating that I acknowledged her existence without committing to anything more. A week later, she sent a brief and sincere thank you note, asking nothing in return. Small steps, I reasoned. Maybe someday they'll add up to something, or maybe not. In any case, I'd created a life I enjoyed, surrounded by people who valued me and backed up by savings accounts that demonstrated my ability to protect and support myself. The story did not have a neat ending, as life rarely does. My parents continued their therapy, Lauren continued to work 3 jobs while rebuilding her life. I continued to date Bennett while also advancing my career and caring for my chosen family. Some days, I wished for what I never had, a family that prioritized me. My parents saw me as clearly as they saw my sister. Other days, I was grateful for the wake-up call that dinner provided. Because in trying to take everything from me, they accidentally showed me I'd already saved. At my brother's birthday, Dad said, "You exist to pay his dreams." I replied, "Fine." Then canceled $197,000 in support by morning, 29 missed calls. I blocked them. I pulled at my parents' driveway in Scottsdale, my dear wife Lila beside me, her hand resting on my knee. More than 36 cars lined the street. Postino's catering van sat in the driveway, its back doors open and crew unloading trays. I could see new patio furniture through the living room window, including a teak wood set with navy cushions and a matching umbrella. A photographer was unpacking equipment near the side gate. I completed the math automatically. Catering for 36 persons costs $34 per plate, with a minimum of $1,350. Patio furniture costs $1,650. Photographer's starting charge is $575. I could envision an open bar put up in the backyard for an additional $680. The total is at least $4,240. Last Tuesday, I sent my folks $3,750 for what Dad described as an urgent property tax matter. The county threatened a lien. He had stated that it had to be paid immediately. I took out my phone and texted Dad. The party appears to be quite pricey. Remember how important the property tax was? Sent. No response. You ready? Lila asked. No, but let us leave. We walked up the driveway. The front door opened before we got there. Logan stood there, champagne flute half empty, wearing a linen shirt that most likely cost $135. He was 27 today and still lived in Mom and Dad's basement. Grant, I didn't expect you to show. Did the corporate slave get some time off? Happy birthday, Logan. Have you brought the Sony 85mm lens, the one I texted you about? I said no. He turned to face his companion, who stood behind him. See, I told you. Mr. Six Figures cannot spare $1,950 for family. Before I could react, Mom appeared, wiping her hands on an apron. Finally, there is Grant and Lila. No hug, no grin. The turkey is nearly ready, but the gravy requires attention. You're really skilled at mending stuff like that. Not. Thank you for attending. Not. I'm delighted you're here. But you are useful. Where should we place the gift? I asked, holding out the card I had brought. Oh, anywhere. Kitchen counter, perhaps. I strongly want you to check the oven thermometer. I believe it is reading incorrectly. Lila squeezed my hand. She felt it too. The role, the function, I was expected to arrive as unpaid staff rather than a guest. I'll check it in a minute, I said. Let me greet everyone first. I strolled by her and toward the backyard instead. The party was in full flow. String lights strung above. The new patio furniture created a seating area around a fire pit that I didn't remember them having. A bartender dressed in a black vest was making drinks at a portable bar setup. The photographer was taking candid photos of Logan and his companions. I stood near the brink, taking inventory of everything. Buffet tables, Italian catering, figs covered in prosciutto, Capri skewers, pasta stations. $38 per plate was a modest estimate, and most likely $38. The total for 36 guests was $1,368. Patio furniture, I recognized the brand from a client assignment. That set retailed for at least $1,950. Liquor from the bar's top shelf, Grey Goose, Hrix, Patron. Plus, the hired bartender is easily worth $760. Photographer, I noticed a contract resting on the bar table next to a stack of napkins. I moved closer. Invoice. Professional photographic services. The amount is $725. Robert Reed made the payment. The payment method is a credit card with the number 4,782. I recognized that card. I was an authorized user on it. I'd been paying my monthly expenses for 6 years. My jaw constricted. Dad stood on the patio with Aunt Margaret and Uncle Thomas, his arm around Logan's shoulders. He was energetic, pointing and smiling. Logan grinned as he soaked it in. Aunt Margaret was telling Robert that Logan's photography portfolio is amazing. I spotted it on Instagram. What a keen sense of composition. Dad beams. We've been blessed. Not every parent has a son who is an artist. And she asked Grant, how's his computer thing? Dad glanced my way and found me standing there. Oh, he is fine. Makes good money, has a solid job, and works on technology for Adobe. There was no emotion in his voice, no pride, only recognition that I existed and served a purpose. I thought about my 29th birthday 2 years ago. Olive Garden. We would split the check 3 ways. I had paid $52 for my half. Logan celebrated his 24th birthday that same year with a hired event venue at a winery, a DJ, 72 people, an open bar. I found out 7 months later that I had funded it. Dad called in February and said they needed $4,600 for emergency roof repairs. The roofing was good. The celebration had occurred in March. Uncle Daniel broke away from the group and approached me. Grant, it's been a while. How is Adobe treating you? Good. Senior engineer presently. His eyebrows rose. Senior? That is wonderful. Congratulations. He paused. Your father stated that? Not that I've heard. Huh? Uncle Daniel turned back to face Dad, who was still talking about Logan. He spent 18 minutes informing me about Logan's Instagram followers. It appears that there are 12,000 followers. We both looked at Logan. He was snapping selfies with his birthday cake. Phone raised high, face angled at the familiar posture of someone who'd done this 1,000 times. Logan noticed me watching and approached, drink in hand. So let's get real, Grant. I need the lens for a client shot on Monday. Do you have a client? Potential client? The music venue downtown wants promotional pictures, but I need the 85 Mitzer to seem professional. Are they paying you? This is spec work for my portfolio, but if they like it, they will hire me for the entire campaign. So, no, they aren't paying you. His expression hardened. God, you are such a corporate robot. Grant, it's not all about money. Some of us are interested in art and the creation of important works. Some of us pay rent, I explained. Lila appeared near my elbow. Dinner is served, she remarked hastily, easing the situation. Everyone went to the huge table put out in the backyard. Grant and Lila were sat at the far end, away from the head table. Logan sat in the center, with Mom and Dad encircling him like royalty. Dad stood there, tapping his champagne glass with a knife. The sound interrupted the talk. Everyone quieted. Thank you all for coming to celebrate my son Logan's 27th birthday. Applause. Logan's pals give him high praise. Susan and I were blessed with a child 27 years ago who has a unique perspective on the world. Logan isn't after money or status. He seeks beauty, art, and significance, things that go beyond a wage. More applause. I kept my expression neutral. Not everyone understands the artist's path, Dad continued. It is challenging. It will take sacrifice, not only from Logan, but from everyone who loves him and believes in his vision. My jaw was locked. Susan and I are happy to support his endeavor, regardless of the expense, since certain things are more important than money. I did the calculations in my head automatically. The gallery failed, and they took out a second mortgage of $110,000 in 2021. Monthly mortgage support of $550 over 30 months earned $16,500. Logan's Jeep car payments are $395 per month for 30 months, or $11,850 in total. Emergency requests, conservatively estimated at $28,500 over 6 years. The total investment in Logan is $197,650. The whole investment in me was $1,800 for textbooks freshman year, which I paid back in 2019. Uncle Thomas, 3 drinks in, yelled from the middle table, "What about Grant? He's here, too. Say something about your other son." The awkward quiet echoed around the guests. Dad's smile tightened. "Grant, come up here. Share a few words about your brother." Trap. I recognized it right away, but 36 people were watching and waiting. The phones were already out. I stood and moved to the front of the head table. "Happy birthday, Logan. I hope 27 is wonderful to you." I turned to walk back. Dad's hand gripped my shoulder. Stopped me. Hang on, while you're up here." He turned to face the audience, resting his hand on my shoulder like if I were a prop. "Grant is our practical son. He is in charge of ensuring that tasks are completed. The dependable one, the one who keeps the lights on." Scattered and uneasy laughs. My face got frigid. "Robert, may we just talk inside for a minute?" I replied quietly. Dad waved his hand dismissively. "Later, son. We are celebrating the property tax payment I made on Tuesday." The laughs faded. Guests leaned forwards. Dad's face clouded. "Not now. Or the mortgage payment, which I've been covering since 2021. Logan stood up. "What the heck, dude? It is my birthday." Mom raced from her seat. "Grant, please, this is not proper." "When is proper, Mom? When you text me at midnight with another fabricated emergency?" Phones were definitely out now. Recording. I could see the small red spots. Dad's voice became loud. "We are presently inside." He grabbed my arm and pulled me towards the house. Mom and Logan followed. The kitchen door banged behind us. Dad spun around and pointed at my chest. "How could you shame me in front of my whole family? Embarrassing you? You just told 36 people that my role in this family is to pay Logan's lifestyle since it is your purpose. Do you want the truth? Fine. Here is the truth." He moved closer. I could smell scotch on his breath. "Grant, you and Logan are not built alike. You're logical, practical, and emotionless. You don't need help. You simply execute. You handle things. That is who you are. Logan too. Logan is an artist. He is sensitive. He requires mentoring, financial support, and time to explore his talents without the stress of bills, rent, and other routine tasks that stifle creativity. On my money. Regarding family money. We are a family, Grant. Your success fosters his creativity. This is how families work. Say it again." Dad did not hesitate. "Your job is to work. His job is to create. That is how this family functions. It is balanced." I got out my phone, opened the Notes app, and began typing. "What are you doing now?" Mom asked. "I'm documenting this chat for my records." "You're making a scene over nothing," Dad replied. "We requested you for assistance. That's what the family does. We aid each other." I looked up from my phone. "How much aid have you given me?" "We raised you." "I paid for my own college. $72,000 in school loans. Paid them off by 2019. I purchased my own automobile. I pay my own rent. You gave Logan a shiny new Hyundai for his high school graduation. You paid the art school deposit. You took out a $110,000 mortgage to open a gallery for him, which failed within 10 months. He needed those items." Mom started, but I didn't. Silence, only the hum of the refrigerator. Dad's face turned purple. "Listen to me, Grant. You exist to pay for his dreams. That is your duty in the family. You make the money, Logan creates the art. We help with both. That is the system." The words remained in the air. "You exist to pay for his dreams." And if I didn't like the system, I inquired. Dad pointed at the door. Then there is the door. Leave. Mom gave a gasp. Robert. No. Dad's voice remained still. If he wants to play the martyr. If he wants to hold his success over us as if we were charity cases, he can leave. Logan crossed his arms. Honestly, yes. If you're going to throw money in our faces every time we beg for aid, simply leave. I examined all three of them. Mom starts crying. Dad's arm is pointing towards the exit. Logan smirked. This was the moment, the hinge point, the conclusion I had been working toward for 6 years without recognizing it. I pulled out my phone again, accessed my banking app, and began tapping. What are you doing now? Mom's voice became harsh. I accept your terms. Tap tap tap. Monthly transfer for mortgage assistance is scheduled at $1,650. Cancelled. Dad's eyes widened. You're not telling the truth. I rotated the screen to show him. Confirmation message. Transfer cancelled. Cancellation occurred 12 seconds ago. Tap, tap, tap. Logan's Jeep Wrangler requires payment. Due on December 1st, 11 days from today, $395. You are on your own. What's going on, Grant? Logan started. Tap, tap, tap. A joint checking account. I am an authorized user of the one you use for grocery. Remove myself right now. Done. Mom screamed. Actual screech. Tap, tap, tap. Family phone plan. It is under my name. Logan's line will be cancelled as of Monday a.m. I stepped to the door, paused, and turned back. You mentioned that if I didn't like it, I could leave. I caught Dad's gaze. I'm happy to leave. Good luck paying the $197,650 that I've been covering for the past 6 years. I opened the door. Lila was waiting near the car. Keys are already out. I could hear Dad's voice behind me. You will come to regret this. I slammed the door. The sound echoed around the backyard. Guests were standing now, looking out the windows and recording through the glass. Lila and I got into the car. She started the engine. As we drove away, I could see them through the kitchen windows. Dad is shouting. Mom is crying. Logan paces. I felt nothing. No, it was not true. I felt lighter. The next morning, I awoke to my phone incessantly vibrating on the nightstand. The screen flashed up repeatedly, buzzing like an enraged wasp. 29 missed calls. I picked up the phone. Lila was already awake next to me, reviewing her own list of missed calls. Dad, 13. Mom, 9. Logan has 619 text messages, 13 voicemails. Lila said, your Aunt Margaret texted me, without looking up. The quote is, tell Grant to call his mother. Family emergency. There is no emergency. I started the text thread chronologically. Watch the terror spread in real time. Dad, it is 11:23 p.m. Answer your phone right now. Mom at 11:47 p.m. Grant, please, you scare me. Logan at 12:02 a.m. You are a friggin' lunatic. You've ruined everything. Dad, it is 1:15 a.m. I checked the bank. You actually canceled it. Fix this right away. Mom, it is 2:34 a.m. I can't sleep. How could you do it? Dad, it is 3:41 a.m. Mortgage due December 1st is $2,950. We do not have it. Call me. Logan at 6:52 a.m. My phone is not working. What the fuck? Did you do it? I put the phone down. Lila was watching me. Are you certain about this? She asked. For the past 6 years, I've tracked every payment in Excel. I knew this day was coming. I opened my laptop and found the file I'd been keeping since 2019. Family financial tracking. XLSX. 6 years of data. Every transfer, every fabricated emergency, every one-time request became permanent. The gallery bailout cost $110,000. Monthly mortgage support is $57,750. 30 months for $550. Logan's Jeep car payments are $11,850 over 30 months at $395 per month. The emergency request is for $28,500. Total, $197,650. I exported the full spreadsheet to PDF, named it Red Family Receipts 2019 to 2024 PDF, and saved it on my desktop. My telephone rang. Dad is calling. I declined. It immediately rang again. Mom's phoning. Declined. Text message notice. Logan, please let me explain. Call me. I banned the phone number, then Logan's Instagram, Facebook, and email. Lila got up, made coffee, and brought me a mug. Let them panic, I said. She nodded. By 11:15 a.m., the family group chat had exploded. The conversation was labeled Read Family Updates. There were 48 users, including aunts, uncles, cousins, second cousins, and everyone else. I browsed through the text that had accumulated while I was ignoring my phone. Mom posted at 9:23 a.m. Please remember our family in your thoughts and prayers at this difficult time. We are facing a significant financial dilemma as a result of unforeseen circumstances. Oh no, Aunt Margaret. What happened? Mom. I'd rather not discuss this openly, but we may lose our home. 10 comments in quick succession, all variants on praying for you, how we can help, and how sorry we are, Susan. She was eliciting sympathy and developing the narrative. Mom posted at 10:47 a.m. Grant has decided to cut us off financially without warning. We are about to face foreclosure. Wait, cousin Emily, was Grant paying your mortgage? There was no response from Mom. Logan posted at 11:03 a.m. My brother threw a temper tantrum at my birthday celebration, embarrassing our entire family, and canceled all of our payments out of vengeance. That is who he really is. Cousin Andrew, what exactly happened? Logan, he couldn't take not being the center of attention for one night. They ruined my birthday, and ruined our family. Sociopathic behavior. I read everything. Did not respond. Just captured screenshots one after the other and put them in a folder called Family Lies. You should protect yourself, Lila whispered, reading over my shoulder. Not yet. Allow them to develop the narrative. The larger the deception, the better the truth seems when I discard it. At 11:34 a.m., Uncle Daniel joined the discussion. Uncle Daniel, Robert, how much did Grant pay monthly? Dad posted at 11:36 a.m. That is a private family business, Daniel. Uncle Daniel, you just made it public by posting in a group chat of 48 individuals. How much? No reaction from Dad. Uncle Daniel, I'll take your silence as more than I'm comfortable acknowledging. Grant, please phone me when you are ready. I messaged Uncle Daniel privately. Thanks, I will call on Monday. He responded promptly. Good, do not let them guilt you. I've seen the pattern for years. Sunday morning, at 9:47 a.m., my phone rang. Mom's phoning. I responded and placed it on speaker. Lila sat across from me at the kitchen table. Mom's voice was thick with tears. Grant, please, we need to speak face to face. I am listening. Can you come over? No, Grant, we are your parents. Rustling and muffled voices, the phone exchanged hands. Dad's speech was controlled and calm, reflecting the bargaining tone he used with difficult customers at his store. Son, let us talk like grown-ups. Go ahead. You made your point on Friday. We hear you. You feel undervalued. I get it. Do you? Yes, and we are willing to make changes. More gratitude and acknowledgement. We could do better. In exchange, we would ask you to evaluate your mortgage help. If you choose, we can restructure it as a loan. Official paperwork includes signed documents that are legally binding. Interest rate, pause. Well, Grant, we are family. Maybe 0% is appropriate. So, it's not a loan. A present that you are rebranding to make me feel better about. His voice tightened. Why are you so difficult? I felt something cold and clear inside me. Dad, do you recall what you said to me on Friday night? I mentioned a number of stuff. You informed me that I exist to fulfill his dreams. Do you recall saying it? Silence. 6 seconds. 12. I was angry. I did not mean it. You simply didn't expect me to believe you. Mom grabbed the phone back, sobbing uncontrollably. Grant, please. We will lose the house, where you grew up, and all of your memories. You'll lose the home you took out a second mortgage on to fund Logan's bankrupt gallery. Not my house, but yours. How can you be so cruel? I gave you $19,860 over 6 years, Mom. I was never cruel. I used to work at a bank, and banks terminate accounts when customers fail to repay them. I hung up. Lila leaned across the table to take my hand. You okay? I am free. Lila was scrolling through her phone on Sunday afternoon at 3:42 p.m. She paused and glanced up at me. You should see this. She flipped the screen around. GoFundMe campaign, launched 2 hours ago. Title, Help my family avoid homelessness following financial abuse. Logan and our parents appear melancholy and defeated in this photo, which was created with professional lighting. I read the description. My family is facing foreclosure after my brother, who works in technology and earns 6 figures, abruptly stopped providing financial support. We supported his schooling, profession, and aspirations. Now he has abandoned us in our hour of need. My elderly parents might lose their home. Any help is greatly appreciated. The goal is $55,000, with $382 received thus far from 14 donors. Comments section, I'm praying for your family. Family should always come first. God will provide, but why did you rely on your brother? 3 thumbs up. Get a job, perhaps. 7 votes. This sounds like there is more to the story. 11 votes. I read it twice. Financial abuse. They abandoned us. Supported my schooling. Are you planning to respond? Lila asked. Yes, publicly. Yes. I opened my laptop, navigated to the GoFundMe website, logged in, hit the comment button, and typed Grant Reed here. The 6-figure tech job brother mentioned earlier. These are the facts. 1. I paid for my own college tuition and took out $72,000 in student loans, which I will repay in full by 2019. 2. I've given my parents $19,860 in the last 6 years. I have receipts for all transactions. 3. Of the $55,000 you're asking strangers to donate, I already handed my parents $110,000 for a gallery that shuttered in 10 months due to mismanagement. 4. During my brother's 27th birthday celebration, my father told me, quote, "You exist to pay his dreams." 5. I'm not abandoning anybody. I'm merely discontinuing voluntary donations. Logan, get a job. You are 27 years old. Posted. I refreshed the site. My comment was at the top. Within 10 minutes, my comment had 53 upvotes. There are 94 new comments on the campaign, the majority of which beg Logan for an explanation. Logan has received multiple requests for receipts to back up his story. At 4:03 p.m., the whole GoFundMe campaign was wiped, as if it never existed, but I have some screenshots. Monday morning at 8:15 a.m. I was preparing breakfast, when my phone rang. Uncle Daniel. I responded. I talked to your father for 2 hours yesterday, Uncle Daniel stated without hesitation, and he is drowning. Daniel's second mortgage debt is still $92,000. The monthly payment for that loan alone is $1,520. Combined with the initial mortgage, they pay $2,950 per month on a fixed income of $3,650. I know I've been making up the difference. For how long? 3 years of reliable monthly payments. Prior to that, there were rare emergency demands. Total cost over 6 years, $19,860. Uncle Daniel whistled long and low. Jesus Christ. And they are angry with you. Apparently, your father directly requested me to lend them money yesterday. I asked for $5,000 to get through the following 2 months. What have you said? I said no. I advised them to sell the house and downsize to something they could realistically afford. Pause. You did the correct thing, youngster. The toughest thing you'll ever do, but it's the right thing. My throat clenched. It doesn't feel right since you adore them. But love does not imply becoming their ATM forever. Love does not imply abandoning your future for their terrible choices. I did not respond. Couldn't. Uncle Daniel said, "Call me if you need anything." I mean it, thanks. He hung up. Lila came into the kitchen and wrapped her arms around me from behind. You okay? I checked my phone. No new missed calls. There are no new texts. The siege had ended. Yes, I said. I guess I'm back at work. I configured my phone to do not disturb, but the notification badges continued mounting. 51 unread messages and 29 missed calls. Email from Dad at 7:42 a.m. The subject line indicates an urgent bank situation. Grant, the bank phoned. Mortgage payment of $2,950 is due tomorrow at 11:22. Without it, we receive a 30-day foreclosure notice. Please reconsider. I saved it as an archive. Did not respond. Tuesday morning is the mortgage due date. Mom sent a text at 9:15 a.m. The payment did not go through. They are imposing a $75 late fee. Thank you, Grant. I composed 3 different responses, deleted them all, and finally responded, Mom, I'm not paying. Figure it out. Dad texted 3 hours later. We withdrew from savings and made a payment this month, but we can't keep doing this. Then sell the house, I answered. You'd let us be homeless. You'd get the sale earnings, buy something smaller. You will not be homeless. There was no reaction after that. It's Wednesday afternoon. Email from Progressive Insurance. Auto policy for Jeep Wrangler. VIN, 1J4RW58N27C58942. Payment is past due. Policy will be canceled without payment on December 1st. Logan's automobile. I've been paying for his insurance for 6 years, $14 per month. Another expense I had failed to cover. I forwarded the email to Dad with a single line. Logan's car insurance expires in 8 days. Not my problem. Thursday was Thanksgiving. Lila's family invited us to their home in Tempe. Her family includes her parents, 2 sisters, brother-in-law, and 3 nephews. It was normal, warm, and useful. People passed around meals and laughed. No one asked for money. Lila's mother asked me midway through supper, "How is your family, Grant? We aren't conversing right now." Her face fell. Oh no, what happened? I discontinued sponsoring my brother's life. They did not take it well. Lila's father looked up from slicing the turkey. Good on you, son. Boundaries are healthy. Family does not imply being a doormat. I realized I had never heard that before. The idea that saying no to relatives was acceptable. Expected even. Friday a.m. Logan sent a text. A new number. My phone got turned off. Did you really cancel my line? Yes. How am I expected to work? Pay for your own phone. I cannot afford it. Get a job. Pissed off. I blocked the new number. Monday, November 28th. Cousin Emily called during lunchtime. I almost didn't respond. Hello, Grant. I wanted to apologize for believing your mother's narrative without asking for your own. I saw the GoFundMe comment. Is this all true? $197,650. Yes, I do have receipts if you want to see them. Jesus, I had no idea. A long pause. Your father contacted me yesterday and asked if I might lend them $5,000. Quote, only till Logan gets to his feet. What have you said? I answered, no, I have 3 kids and a mortgage, but he made me feel bad, as if I was abandoning my family. That is his specialty. He is calling everyone. Grant, Aunt Margaret, Uncle Thomas, and my mother. He is traveling down the entire family tree, asking for money. The family was fracturing. I could feel it across the phone. Aunt Margaret sent an email on Tuesday. Grant, I am disappointed in you. Your parents are hurting, and you are being vengeful. This is not how families behave. I read it twice and did not answer. Uncle Daniel responded 10 minutes later. All Carol, Robert asked Grant for money for 6 years and got $197,650. Now Robert is asking us for money. When does it end? The problem isn't Grant. Aunt Margaret removed herself from the email discussion. Lila showed me her phone on Wednesday evening. Mother's Facebook post. Public. When your own child turns their back on you in your worst hour, you discover who you truly raised. I am praying for peace. 47 responses, a mix of support and confusion, with people wondering what occurred. Should I reply? I asked Lila. Do you want to? I want this to be over. Then let it pass. People who matter are aware of the truth. Thursday afternoon. Logan sent a text. Another new number. Dad sold his truck today. His 2020 F-150. I received $19,500 for it. He's now driving a 2006 Camry. Happy. Did he sell it to cover the mortgage payments? Yes, because you refused to help. He could sell the house and move where? When folks can't afford their current home, they move to an apartment, condo, or somewhere else that is less expensive. You are a callous piece of junk. You're 27 and have no employment. I blocked the third number. Friday, December 9th at 2:47 p.m. My phone buzzed while I was in a code review meeting. Email from Experian. Alert. A new credit inquiry was detected. Chase Sapphire preferred card. Grant Reed submitted an application. My blood ran cold. I excused myself from the meeting. I did not apply for a credit card. I hadn't applied for credit in 2 years. I logged into Experian. I pulled up the inquiry details. Application filed at 2:49 p.m. today, 12 minutes ago. The IP address is in Scottsdale, Arizona, and the annual income is indicated as $192,000, which is my exact salary. They knew because I had told them years before when they inquired about my advancement. They tried to open a credit card in my name. I called Lila. They did it. Identity theft. Call the cops. It's my father, Lila. I cannot. Grant, this is fraud. If you don't report it, you're responsible for whatever they charge. They might go all out. $25,000, $35,000. You'd be liable. I can't put him in jail. Then he'll do it again the next month and the month after that, until you become bankrupt. She was correct. I phoned Scottsdale Police's non-emergency line, explained the situation. There was an effort at identity theft, credit card application submitted in my name without my authorization. I suspected a family member but did not reveal names yet. All that was required was a police report number to file a dispute with the bank. A report was submitted. Case number, SC2022411762. Now comes the difficult part. I downloaded the police report, scanned it to PDF, and then started an email to Robert. CC, susan.reed@gmail.com. Subject, Fraud Alert Police Case SC2022411762. Dad, at 2:49 p.m., I received notification that someone attempted to open a Chase Sapphire credit card in my name, today, from a Scottsdale IP address. I have filed a police report for identity theft, attached. The bank has marked the application as fraudulent. This is a felony, punishable by up to 3 years in prison. If any other accounts are made in my name, I will provide the police the suspect's complete name and press charges. Grant, please do not test me. I've attached the PDF. Sent. 5 minutes later, my phone rang. Dad is calling. I let it go to voicemail. I listened to it an hour later in my car. Dad's voice was broken and sobbing, which I had never heard from him before. We're desperate, Grant. We do not have any food. The refrigerator is empty. I apologize about the card. I wasn't sure what else to do. Please, only $100 for this week's food. I sat on the floor of my apartment that night, my back against the couch. I cried for 20 minutes straight. Not for them, but for me, and for my father, who used to carry me on his shoulders to the park. For the version of him that no longer exists, or may never have lived. But I didn't transfer the money since $100 meant identity theft the following month and the month after until there was nothing left. I needed to be the wall, not the entrance. Tuesday, December 13th. Aunt Elaine made a phone call. Mom has an older sibling. She was an accountant. I did taxes for half the household. Grant, I am in Phoenix for work. Can we meet? Is it about them? Yes, But not as you might expect. Starbucks, at Camelback Road. 4:30 p.m. Elaine was already present. Corner table. Manila packet in front of her. Sit. I sat. She passed the envelope across the table. The Internal Revenue Service is auditing your parents. What? The gallery. Your father claimed personal spending as corporate losses. Logan's car leasing, restaurant dinners, and Sedona trips. He claimed everything as business costs. Oh, my God. The total payable, including fines and interest, is $49,500. I felt nauseous. They're 3 months behind on their mortgage. The foreclosure notice was posted on the door last week. The IRS filed a lien on your father's store inventory. He is unable to sell anything without first paying them. Why are you telling me this? She stretched across the table to touch my hand. So, don't blame yourself if everything fails. Pause. I noticed your Facebook posts and receipts. I did the math. Grant. You provided them $197,650 over 6 years. You kept them afloat. You went above and beyond what any child should be expected to achieve. Tears filled my eyes. I did not blink. Let them sit there. They also lied to me, Elaine remarked. Told me you were affluent and stingy, that you refused to help out of spite, and that you had abandoned them over a little disagreement. I believe them. I apologize. What will happen now? They'll lose their house. They will lose the store. Probably bankrupt. Your father is talking to a lawyer. Can I, or should I, help them? No. Her voice was forceful. You save yourself. Get out. You are responsible for your own life. Do not look back at the explosion. She stood up, hugged me, and left the envelope on the table. I sat for an hour after she departed, staring at the IRS audit notice, the foreclosure letter, and the lien paperwork. The empire was disintegrating, and I wasn't there to see it. I felt nothing for the first time in 6 years when I thought about it. Just relief. 7 months later, I sat at the closing table, pen in hand. The realtor slid the final document over. With his signature, you are now a homeowner. Congratulations, Grant. I signed. Lila clasped my hand beneath the table. Craftsman home with 4 bedrooms in Tempe, $462,000. The down payment is 18%. I had saved $83,000 over the last 20 months. No assistance from anyone. We walked out onto the front porch. The house has good bones, including original hardwood floors, built-in bookshelves, and a backyard with a lemon tree. How does it feel? Lila asked. Different. Good. Different. It has been 7 months since the birthday party. It has been 7 months since you have existed to pay for his dreams. It's been 32 weeks since I walked out of that kitchen and never looked back. I hadn't communicated with my parents since the identity theft email in December. There was no contact, no calls, texts, or attempts from either side, but I knew where they were. Small town dynamics. News spreads through family channels whether you want it to or not. Uncle Daniel kept me updated, even though I never asked. The residence sold in February for $395,000. They made $51,000 after paying off their mortgages, IRS debt, and lawyer fees. They moved into a 1-bedroom apartment near downtown Scottsdale for $1,350 per month. Dad obtained a job in Home Depot's garden department. Mom worked part-time at TJ Maxx, folding clothing and manning the register. Logan landed a job at the Apple store in January after Dad issued an ultimatum, work or get out. He was still there. Uncle Daniel claimed he despised it yet showed up. $18 per hour. He resided in Tempe with 2 roommates. Divide the rent in 3 ways. A. $650 per month. His Instagram account hadn't been updated in 3 months. I was promoted to staff engineer at Adobe in March. 2 $12,000 salaries. Purchased a house. Lila moved in last week. The engagement ring is concealed in my closet, behind the winter jackets. I plan to propose in Sedona next month. Everyone survived without my money. A month later, I was in Safeway in Scottsdale, picking up groceries before going to Lila's parents' house for supper. Cereal aisle. I reached for a box of Cheerios, turned the corner into the soup aisle, and froze. Mom and Dad are 18 feet distant, standing in front of the canned soup department. Dad grasped a can of store-brand tomato soup, frowning at the price. Mom opened a coupon booklet and flipped through the pages. They seemed smaller and older. Dad's shoulders bowed in a way I couldn't recall. Mom's hair had become more gray. I had 4 seconds to make a decision. Walk away. Say something. Pretend I didn't notice them. Before I could move, Dad looked up. You saw me. Time paused. 6 seconds of eye contact seemed like hours. His face changed expressions too quickly to read. Shame, remorse, and anger, all 3. Mom spotted him watching and followed his gaze. Her hand moved to her mouth. 12 seconds. Nobody moved. Then Mom stepped forward. Grant. Dad reached out, grabbed her arm, and gently stopped her. We met eyes. Father and son. 18 feet and 7 months of quiet between us. His expression said, I know what I did. I know why you left. Mine said, I'm not coming back. Dad nodded. A minor movement, scarcely discernible. I nodded back. Then he returned to the soup shelf. Mom followed his lead. They returned to examining labels and comparing prices as if I hadn't been there. I walked to the checkout, paid, and departed. Lila waited in the car, going through her phone. You okay? She inquired as to when I had arrived. You seem shaken. I saw them. She set down her phone. What happened? Nothing. We nodded to each other. That is it. That is it. How are you feeling? Sad but resolved. She started the car. We drove to her parents' home. I did not mention it again. 7 months taught me lessons I did not want to learn. Logan was still at the Apple store. Uncle Daniel met him at a coffee shop last month. He said he looked fatigued yet showed up for his shifts. I was written up twice for attitude problems with customers but was not dismissed. $18 per hour, 2 roommates, $650 rent. His photographic equipment was advertised on Craigslist. There are no buyers yet. Aunt Elaine added that he had applied to community college for a photography program with a Pell Grant. Perhaps he was learning. Mom worked at TJ Maxx for 25 hours a week, folding shirts and operating the register. Aunt Elaine met her there last month and claimed she was lighter, as if the weight of keeping up appearances had vanished. She began selling little watercolor paintings at the weekend farmers market for $15 each. She saved the money for herself. Dad worked in Home Depot's garden department, helped customers put mulch bags into trucks, received an employee discount. Uncle Daniel stated he appeared humble the last time they spoke. I drove a 2006 Camry with 172,000 meters. It ran. They were surviving without me. Not prospering, not destroyed. Simply existing as regular folks with typical difficulties. Normal employment, normal budgets, normal lifestyles. I'm a staff engineer with a $218,000 income and a lemon tree in my residence. Lila has an engagement ring in the closet, a savings account that grows every month, a retirement fund on track, a moderate stress level, and no one has contacted to ask for money. Another month has passed. Lila and I sat on our new back patio, string lights hanging overhead, and 2 glasses of wine on the table between us. Do you regret it? She asked. Sometimes. Late at night, I reflect on the holidays we will not share. If we have grandchildren, they won't get to meet them. But then I remembered what he had said. You exist to pay for his dreams. It still hurts. It does, but it was honest. For the first time, he explained exactly what my job was, and I had a choice: accept or reject it. You rejected it. I picked myself. We sat in quiet for 1 minute. The string lights reflected in her wineglass. They're learning to survive without me, I explained. Dad is working. Mom is working. Logan is working. That is not destruction. That is growth. 30 years later. But still growing. Do you think you can ever reconcile? Perhaps years from now, if they admit what happened. It is not necessary to apologize. Simply admit it. And if they don't, I got this. I indicated to the house, to her, and to the lemon tree in the backyard. I built it with my money, my efforts, and my choices. Nobody can convince me that I exist solely to fulfill the dreams of others. Lila grinned, reached over, and held my hand, because I am living on my own. The string lights flashed overhead. The lemon tree rustled in the breeze. In the distance, a dog barked, and for the first time in 6 years, I felt able to breathe. You're 33 and still on the bus. Your sis has a BMW. Dad sneered. 19 minutes later, my private helicopter landed on the lawn. The $3.2 billion truth. The bus ride to my folks' place for Thanksgiving was silent. I'd picked the window seat to watch the city slip by as other passengers dozed or scrolled through their phones. It wasn't the most gorgeous entrance, but it met my needs wonderfully. Growing up, I was always the sensible daughter. My sister Evelyn collected luxury automobiles like accessories, but I was fine with public transportation, walking, or the occasional rideshare. Mom interpreted this as failure. Dad had made it a running joke at all family gatherings. Remember when you were 17 and claimed you'd never need a car? Mom had laughed during my college graduation. Still stand by that ludicrous claim? I had merely smiled and changed the subject. It was pointless to explain that I didn't need a car when I was already preparing something far greater. By the age of 24, I had founded Trans Global Aviation with just 1 helicopter and a goal. I had noticed a gap in the market. Emergency medical transportation, executive travel, and disaster assistance coordination. Nobody was doing anything efficiently. Nobody thought large enough. I thought bigger. At the age of 29, my company operated in 16 different nations. We began with helicopters, progressed to private planes, purchased 3 regional airlines, and established the infrastructure to keep everything working smoothly. Our emergency medical transportation branch had saved thousands of lives. Our executive fleet accommodated Fortune 500 CEOs who paid a premium for privacy and efficiency. The valuation reached $3.2 billion last quarter. My family had no idea. I arrived at their suburban home at exactly 2:15 p.m. The bus stop was 2 blocks away, precisely estimated. Evelyn's white Tesla was already in the driveway, alongside her red Mercedes and the black Range Rover she purchased last month. 3 automobiles for one person living alone. There she is. Mom opened the door with a smile that barely reached her eyes. Was the bus on time? I understand how unreliable public transit can be. Everything was fine, Mom. You really should ask your father to help you with a down payment on a used automobile, she said, pushing me inside. Something practical. A Honda, perhaps. It is embarrassing, honey. You are 32 years old. Actually, 33, but who was counting? The house smelled like turkey and judgment. Evelyn was already in the living room, neatly dressed in fancy clothes and scrolling through her phone. When I entered, she looked up, her expression alternating between pity and superiority. Ah, you made it. Did you need to take 2 buses? I understand that the routes can be confusing. In fact, there was only one. Dad emerged from his study with a drink in hand. The transit rider returns. Evelyn, have you shown your sister your new Range Rover? Top of the line. This is what success looks like. I cautiously set down my bag. It's really great. Nice. Dad laughed. It is a $135,000 automobile. Meanwhile, what are you spending? $3.25 each bus ride. Really putting that college education to use. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I ignored it. I'm worried about you, Mom replied, real concern in her voice. What happens if you need to travel somewhere important? Job interviews and business meetings. You cannot show up on a bus. I manage just fine. Evelyn stage whispered to Dad. She is probably too proud to admit she can't afford anything better. Remember when she stated she was launching a business? What was it? Some app ideas. I discreetly rectified the aviation logistics. Right. How's it going? Still constructing. I checked my watch. 2:32 p.m. It is going great, actually. Are you able to afford a car yet? Dad pressed. Because I am serious about the Honda offer, nothing extravagant, but it would be preferable than public transit at your age. The customary Thanksgiving interrogation had started earlier this year. Usually, they waited until after the appetizers. Uncle Landon and Aunt Lauren arrived next, then my cousins Andrew and Delilah. More vehicles packed the driveway, a parade of auto status icons. Andrew drove a new Audi. Delilah had recently leased a Lexus. Aunt Lauren also made a point of mentioning her improved BMW. How did you get here, sweetie? Aunt Lauren inquired, kissing my cheek. Bus? Evelyn replied for me, her voice oozing with fake sorrow. She doesn't drive. Oh, Aunt Lauren's face contorted into fake concern. Well, there's no shame in that. Some people are just late bloomers. I grinned as I welcomed the hug. Dinner preparation became a display for everything I allegedly lacked. Evelyn discussed her car collection, casually remarking insurance prices that exceeded most people's monthly rent. Andrew talked about his new Audi's performance characteristics. Delilah criticized the Lexus dealership's customer service. And every few minutes, someone would remember to inquire about my commute. Do you need to stand on the bus? Cousin Delilah inquired around rush hour. This must be exhausting. I generally have a seat. What about when it rains? Andrew added. Or it snows. Bus stops do not provide much shelter. I dress correctly for the weather. Still, Mom interjected. It is not safe. A woman your age alone at a bus station, anything can happen. Dad nodded gravely. This is what I keep telling her. A automobile represents safety, independence, and adulthood. I'm perfectly safe, Dad. Are you, though? Evelyn leaned against the kitchen counter, her perfectly manicured nails tapping the wine glass, because last week there was a report of a woman being assaulted at a downtown bus station. It's perilous out there for those without resources. The inference lingered in the air. Without money, without resources, and without the capacity to defend myself with the armor of a personal car. My phone vibrated again. I had a cursory look at it, a communication from my VP of operations. I typed a brief response and pocketed it. Aunt Lauren noticed that he was constantly on the phone, an important business call. Just coordinating some logistics for your, what was it, aviation project. Uncle Landon had joined us, a beer in hand. How's it working out? Evelyn remarked that you've been doing it for years. It's actually been 9 years. 9 years. He whistled lowly. And still taking the bus. Perhaps it is time to realize that the business model is not working. I mixed the cranberry sauce that I had been allotted. The model works great. Then why? Dad nodded blankly at me, as if my entire existence were proof of failure. Why do you still live like a college student? No car. No house. Evelyn suggested you get a studio apartment. I rent an apartment. Evelyn stressed that it was a studio in a bad neighborhood. Meanwhile, I recently closed on a condominium in the new waterfront development. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms and parking for all my vehicles. That is amazing, Evelyn. You might be pleased for your sister without being so protective, Mom remarked. We are just concerned about you. Your father and I are lying awake, worrying if you will be okay. I turned to face her completely. I'm going to be all right, mother. How do you say that? You are 32 years old. Sorry. And you've got nothing to show for it. No car, no home, no husband, no stability. Just a fantasy about an aviation firm that plainly isn't making money. The kitchen fell silent, but for the boiling of pots on the stove. I have stability, I remarked gently. Where? Dad stretched his hands. Show me some stability. Show me one tangible example of how you aren't wasting your life on a pipe dream. Evelyn grinned into her wine glass. My phone buzzed insistently. I checked again. Another message from operations. This one was flagged as urgent. I typed back. Continue as scheduled. ETA, 50 minutes. More logistics. Andrew air quotes with his fingers. What type of logistics necessitates so much phone attention on Thanksgiving? The kind that keeps everything operating smoothly. Delilah continued, you're always vague about what you actually do. I coordinate transportation services such as Uber. Aunt Lauren's eyes brightened up. Are you an Uber driver? That is nothing to be ashamed about, honey. Gig economy labor is completely respectable. I do not drive for Uber. Then what? Can we just focus on dinner? I interrupted to check the turkey's temperature. This requires another 20 minutes. However, they couldn't let it go. They never could. Uncle Landon offered sagely. I enjoyed basketball as a child. That does not imply I should have pursued a career in the NBA. Andrew laughed. Perhaps if her aircraft business was legitimate, she'd have a company car by now. Do you actually have business cards? Delilah asked. A webpage. I tried to Google you once. Nothing came up. I smiled. We keep a modest profile. Low profile? Evelyn scoffed. That is code for does not exist. Face it, you've spent nearly a decade on a delusion. Meanwhile, real life passes you by. My phone rang this time. I glanced at the screen. Captain Alvarez, Fleet Command. Excuse me, I murmured, walking into the corridor. Really? Evelyn called after me. You're taking a call on Thanksgiving. I answered the third ring. Go ahead, Captain. Ma'am, we are 45 minutes from the coordinates you supplied. The weather is clear. Should we stick with our existing method or go in a circle? Maintain the approach. Standard formation. Landing zone is the spacious backyard at the address I provided. Confirm the GPS coordinates. Confirmed. 3 helicopters in formation. The ETA to your location is 42 minutes. Perfect. See you soon, Captain. I ended the conversation and went back to the living room. Everybody was staring. I explained the work call plainly. Work, Dad said bluntly. Right. Your imagined aircraft business. What possible reason could there be for a phone call on Thanksgiving? Mom demanded. Cannot your logistics wait a day? Unfortunately, the answer is no. Evelyn rose up with a proud grin. This is ridiculous. You are delusional. You're pretending to be someone you're not, and it's really sad. We are your family. You can discontinue the act. I am not acting. Then prove it. She crossed her arms. Demonstrate that you own this large and vital aircraft firm. Show us a crumb of evidence. The room became silent. Everyone was watching me now, waiting for me to fall and accept what they had already determined was true. I checked my watch. 3:58 p.m. 36 minutes. You will see soon enough. What do you see? Dad stood up, his face flushed from booze and frustration. What will we see? Another bus? Did you print a bogus business card at FedEx? Thomas. Mom touched his arm. Perhaps we're being too harsh. Is it too hard? We have been too gentle. We've allowed her to live in this fantasy world for 9 years. 9 years of pretending to own a business. While riding the bus to Thanksgiving dinner. He turned to face me. It is time to grow up. Accept reality. You are not a success. You are not a business owner. You are a 33-year-old lady with no car, no assets, and no future. Andrew had his phone out. I'm looking up her company name right now. Transglobal Aviation. What's your bet that nothing comes up? He typed, waited, and grimaced. There is a corporation with that name, but it is a large operation. International. They have contracts with both governments and Fortune 500 firms. That cannot be yours. I said. Nothing, right? He looked up. That's not your company. That's just coincidence. Same name. Delilah leaned over his shoulder. It says they're worth $3.2 billion. Private ownership. Major operations include emergency medical transport, executive travel, and disaster assistance. Evelyn pointed proudly. Same name, but different company. She's probably a receptionist somewhere. That is the aircraft logistics she handles. I don't work reception, I explained quietly. Then what? Mailroom. IT support. My phone vibrated. Another text from Captain Alvarez. It's 31 minutes out, all systems are nominal. You still haven't proved anything, Dad remarked. In fact, you have proved our point. There is a Transglobal Aviation, but it is clearly not yours. You're just borrowing the name, or you work there at an entry-level position. I started Transglobal Aviation 9 years ago, I said quietly. We started with one leased helicopter and a business plan. It was built from there. The room exploded with laughter. You. Evelyn struggled to speak through her giggles. You started a $3.2 billion company. That's impossible, Uncle Landon said flatly. That type of wealth would be visible. You'd have a car, a home, and something to show for it. I actually own several houses and cars. I just don't use them very often. More laughter. This time, it's harder. Andrew said, this is pathetic. She is doubling down on the delusion. Mom appeared genuinely concerned now. Sweetheart, perhaps you should talk to someone. A therapist. This level of fantasy is unhealthy. I'm not fantasizing. Show us proof, Dad demanded. Right now. Bring out bank statements, ownership documents, or anything else that is legitimate. I checked my watch. 26 minutes. You will receive your proof shortly. What does this mean? Evelyn stalked towards me. Stop being cryptic. You either own this company or don't. Which is it? I own it. Prove it. In about 25 minutes, you'll have all the evidence you need. Delilah was still scrolling through Andrew's phone. It states that the founder and CEO's name is not public. The company is privately held and extremely secretive, but there is a board of directors listed. There are no women on it. The board reports to me, I explained. I do not sit on it myself. Conflict of interest. More laughter. This is unbelievable, Aunt Lauren stated. She's actually committed to this lie. The phone rang again. I responded immediately. Ma'am, we have a slight concern. Captain Alvarez stated, the landing zone you specified. It's a residential backyard. We need to confirm you have clearance for this approach. Neighbors might. I have clearance, Captain. The property's owner is aware. Who owns the property? Me. I own the house. There was a pause. You own your parents' house. Purchased it 4 years ago. They don't know yet. Long story. Proceed with landing. Understood, ma'am. 20 minutes out. I ended the call to find everyone staring again. Who was that? Mom asked suspiciously. My fleet captain. He's confirming the landing approach. Landing? Dad repeated slowly. Landing? What? Where? Here. 3 helicopters. 19 minutes. Lead. 9. The room exploded. She's insane, Evelyn declared. Actually, insane. She thinks helicopters are landing here. This has gone too far, Mom said. We need to get her help. Professional help. I don't need help. I need you to wait 19 minutes. Andrew stood up. I'll prove she's lying. I'll go outside right now and wait. When no helicopters show up, maybe she'll finally admit. Fine, I interrupted. Everyone go outside. We can have appetizers on the back patio. The weather's nice. You want us to go outside? Delilah asked slowly. To watch nothing happen, to watch 3 helicopters land in formation in our backyard? Dad looked at me like I'd lost my mind. You're saying 3 helicopters are going to land in our backyard in 17 minutes? 18 now, actually. Evelyn grabbed her coat. Fine, let's go outside. Let's all watch nothing happen, and then maybe, finally, you'll stop this ridiculous charade. We filed outside to the back patio. The yard was large, one of the reasons I bought the house when it went up for sale 4 years ago. My parents had been struggling with the mortgage, though they'd never admitted it to me. The bank had been ready to foreclose. I'd purchased it through a shell company, then leased it back to them at a rate they could afford. They'd thought the bank had restructured their loan. They had no idea their daughter owned their home. So, we're doing this, Andrew said, checking his phone. We're actually standing outside in November waiting for imaginary helicopters. It's not that cold, I observed. That's not the point. Evelyn was nearly shrieking now. The point is you're delusional. You're mentally ill. You need help, honey. Mom approached carefully, like I was a wild animal. It's okay to admit you made this all up. We'll get you help. Find you a good therapist. Maybe some medication. I don't need medication. Then where are these helicopters? Dad demanded. It's been 6 minutes. Where are they? I checked my watch. Still 13 minutes out. Captain Alvarez is very punctual. Delilah had her phone up filming. I'm recording this. When nothing happens, I'm posting it everywhere. You'll be a cautionary tale about delusion and mental health. That's cruel, Delilah, Aunt Lauren said, but she didn't tell her to stop filming. We stood in silence. The sun was getting lower, casting long shadows across the yard. It really was a nice property. 0.6 acres, mature trees, good sight lines, excellent for helicopter landings. This is absurd, Uncle Landon muttered, standing in the cold for a woman's fantasy. 9 minutes, I said quietly. Stop it, Evelyn snapped. Stop pretending. Just stop. My phone vibrated. I glanced at it. Captain Alvarez. 8 minutes out. Visual confirmed on landing zone. Beautiful property, by the way. I smiled. What? Mom demanded. What are you smiling at? Captain Alvarez says, you have a beautiful property. Who the hell is Captain Alvarez? Dad exploded. There is no Captain Alvarez. There are no helicopters. There is no aviation company. You're a failure, and you're making us all complicit in your delusion. Thomas, please. Mom clutched his arm. Don't be so harsh. Harsh? I'm being honest. Something this family apparently stopped doing years ago. We've been enabling this fantasy, and look where it's gotten us. Standing in the backyard waiting for. He stopped. We all heard it. The distant thrum of helicopter rotors. That's. Delilah lowered her phone. That's not. The sound grew louder. Evelyn's face drained of color. That's coincidence. Someone's flying over. 3 someones, I corrected in information. Andrew was turning in circles, scanning the sky. I don't see anything yet. 6 minutes out, I said, checking my phone. They're approaching from the northeast. The sound intensified, deep, rhythmic, unmistakable. This is impossible, Dad said weakly. Then we saw them. 3 helicopters crested the tree line, sleek and black, moving in perfect formation. The setting sun glinted off their polished surfaces. They were beautiful. Sorsky S-70 Saxes, the flagship of my executive fleet, each one worth $14 million. Oh my God, Aunt Lauren whispered. No, Evelyn breathed. No. The helicopters began their descent, rotors whipping the trees into a frenzy. The noise was deafening. My family stood frozen, mouths open, as $42 million worth of aircraft prepared to land in their backyard. The backyard I owned. The first helicopter touched down perfectly, right where I'd specified. The second and third followed, forming a precise triangle pattern on the grass. The rotors began to slow, the noise dropping to a manageable level. The doors opened. Captain Alvarez emerged first, his uniform crisp and professional. He was followed by 5 other crew members, pilots, co-pilots, flight engineers, all wearing trans-global aviation uniforms, all moving with military precision. Alvarez approached me directly, saluting. Ma'am, fleet delivered as requested. All systems operational. We're ready when you are. I returned the salute casually. Thank you, Captain. Excellent approach. No issues. None, ma'am. Weather cooperated beautifully. Though I admit this is the first time we've landed at a private residence for a Thanksgiving pickup. There's a first time for everything. He smiled. Indeed. Should we wait on board, or would you prefer we maintain standby here? Standby is fine. I'll need about 20 minutes. Understood. He saluted again, then gestured to his crew. They spread out, conducting post-landing checks with professional efficiency. I turned to my family. Nobody was moving. Nobody was speaking. They were statues, frozen in shock. So I said pleasantly, who wants a tour? Evelyn made a sound like a dying animal. This isn't. Dad couldn't finish the sentence. You don't own a $3.2 billion aviation company. I finished for him. I do. Founded it 9 years ago. We operate in 16 countries, and 358 aircraft total, 268 helicopters, 90 private jets. We employ over 2,300 people worldwide. Andrew's phone slipped from his hand. These 3 helicopters, I gestured at the aircraft, part of our executive fleet. We have 78 more just like them, plus 46 Gulfstream jets, 26 Bombardier Globals, and 21 Boeing business jets for our ultra-high net worth clients. But Mom's voice was tiny. But you take the bus. I take the bus because I choose to. Carbon footprint. Also, it's good to stay grounded, no pun intended. Captain Alvarez approached again. Ma'am, operations is on the line. They need guidance on the Singapore contract. I nodded. Tell them to proceed with the terms we discussed. $110 million over 3 years. With the option to extend. Understood. He stepped away, speaking into his radio. $110 million, Aunt Lauren repeated faintly. The Singapore government wants exclusive access to 15 helicopters for their emergency medical services. I explained it's good business. We already have similar contracts with Japan, Australia, and the UAE. Delilah was still filming, but her hands were shaking so badly the footage would be unwatchable. You really? Evelyn couldn't seem to form complete thoughts. You actually own this company? Yes. Founded it with my own capital from a small inheritance from Grandma Eleanor. She left me $250,000 when I was 24. Everyone told me to buy a house. I leased a helicopter instead. That's insane, Uncle Landon whispered. It was calculated risk. I saw the market gap. I had the knowledge. Remember all those hours at the airport you mocked me for? I was learning, studying, planning. By year 2, I had 3 helicopters in my first government contract. By year 5, I'd expanded internationally. Last quarter, we grossed $910 million in revenue. The silence was broken only by helicopter rotors winding down and the sound of Andrew throwing up in the bushes. Why? Mom's question came out as a sob. Why haven't you told us? I met her eyes. Because every time I tried, you dismissed me. Still building that business. When are you getting a real job? Stop living in fantasy land. So I stopped trying. I built my empire in silence while you counted Evelyn's cars. That's not fair, Evelyn said weakly. We didn't know. You didn't want to know. There's a difference. I turned to Captain Alvarez. I'll need manifest updates for all 3 aircraft. Thanksgiving dinner to go, I think. Ma'am, the turkey's ready. I'm taking it with me. Probably the sweet potato casserole, too. My crew deserves a proper Thanksgiving meal. You're leaving? Dad found his voice. You just got here. I've been here for 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours of being mocked for not owning a car while literally owning 358 aircraft. I think I'm done. Wait. Delilah lowered her phone. You said you own this property? I smiled. Bought it 4 years ago, when the bank was about to foreclose. I've been leasing it back to Mom and Dad at below market rates. You're welcome, by the way. Dad's face went from pale to crimson. We've been paying rent to you? Technically to Trans Global Properties, my real estate subsidiary. But yes, I own your house. Also own 3 resorts in Hawaii, a hotel chain in Thailand, and an apartment complex in Manhattan. Diversification is important. Mom sat down hard on the patio chair. This is too much. This is all too much. It is a lot, I agreed. Which is why I don't usually bring it up at family dinners. But you insisted on proof. So, proof. I gestured at the helicopters. Satisfied? Evelyn was crying now, mascara running down her cheeks. I don't understand. How is this possible? You're younger than me. You've always been the failure, the disappointment. I was never the failure. You just decided I was because I didn't perform success the way you expected. 3 cars, Evelyn. You own 3 cars and live in a studio condo. I own a transportation empire and choose to take the bus. We're not the same. Captain Alvarez returned. Ma'am. Singapore confirmed. Also, we have 3 requests for emergency medical transport. 1 in Colorado, 1 in British Columbia, 1 in Scotland. Should I reroute available units? Colorado and British Columbia. Yes. Scotland can wait 2 hours. Check with Edinburgh base first. They might have availability already on it. He paused. Also, your board wants to schedule a call for tomorrow. The Amazon acquisition. Tomorrow's Friday. Tell them Monday. I'm taking the weekend off. Understood. He walked away. I turned back to my family. Amazon acquisition? Uncle Landon asked weakly. Their aviation division. We're in talks to purchase their cargo air fleet. 46 aircraft. Solid infrastructure, good synergy with our existing operations. Should close by March if the numbers work out. Andrew had returned from the bushes, wiping his mouth. I'm going to wake up, right? This is a nightmare. It's Thanksgiving, I said cheerfully. A day for gratitude. I'm grateful for the family that taught me I'd never amount to anything. Really motivated me to prove you wrong. That's cruel, Mom said. Is it? Let's review. In the last 2.5 hours, you've called me pathetic, delusional, mentally ill, a failure, an embarrassment, and a waste of potential. You've laughed at my life choices, mocked my career, and suggested I needed medication for my fantasies. I've been nothing but honest, and you've been nothing but dismissive. I walked toward the first helicopter. Captain Alvarez opened the door for me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a $3.2 billion company to run. Captain, let's pack up that turkey. The crew's been flying for 6 hours. They deserve a proper meal. Wait. Dad lurched forward. You can't just leave. We need to talk about this. About everything. I paused in the helicopter doorway. What's to talk about? You wanted proof. You got it. You wanted me to show you one concrete thing. I showed you 3 helicopters and a transportation empire. We're done here. But the house. Mom stood up. You own our house. We've been paying rent to our own daughter. You've been paying below market rent on a house you could no longer afford. I saved you from foreclosure, protected your credit, and gave you stability. I did this 4 years ago, and not once, did any of you ask if I needed help, if I was okay, if my business was actually succeeding. You were so certain I was failing that you never considered I might be thriving. Evelyn's voice was small. We just wanted what was best for you. No, you wanted me to succeed on your terms, corporate job, nice car, suburban house, conventional life. When I chose a different path, you decided I'd failed without ever asking if I'd actually succeeded. That's not love. That's control. The helicopter's engine began to power up. The other 2 followed suit. What will happen now? Delilah asked, still filming. Now you go inside and eat your Thanksgiving dinner. You contemplate how badly you misjudged someone you claim to love. You think about how many times you could have supported me instead of mocking me. And maybe you learn that success doesn't look the same for everyone. Are you coming back? Mom's voice cracked. For Christmas? For anything? I considered the question. That depends. Can you have a conversation without counting my assets? Without comparing me to Evelyn's car collection? Without questioning every choice I make? Silence. I'll take that as a no. I climbed into the helicopter fully. Captain Alvarez, let's go. Where to, ma'am? Corporate headquarters. I have a real estate portfolio to review and an Amazon acquisition to prepare for. And the turkey? Pack it up. Everyone's getting Thanksgiving dinner tonight. It's the least I can do for a crew that flew 680 miles to make a point. He grinned. Best point I've ever helped make, ma'am. The helicopters lifted off in perfect formation, leaving my family standing in the yard, their yard that I owned, mouths open, minds blown, worldviews shattered. My phone buzzed with messages. Evelyn, please come back. We need to talk. Delilah, I'm so sorry. I deleted the video. Andrew, that was the most insane thing I've ever witnessed. And finally, Dad. You're right. We were wrong about everything. I didn't respond to any of them. Instead, I texted Captain Alvarez. Actually, change of plans, take us to the Hawaii resort. The 3-day weekend cruise invited. Full pay, full benefits, full turkey dinner on the beach. His response came immediately. You're the best boss we've ever had. I smiled, watching the neighborhood shrink below us. 358 aircraft. 16 countries. 2,300 employees. $2 billion in valuation. And not a single car in my name because I'd never needed to own a car when I owned the sky. The turkey, as it turned out, was excellent. We ate on the beach in Hawaii while my family sat in their backyard. My backyard, contemplating how thoroughly they'd misjudged the daughter who took the bus. Sometimes, the best revenge isn't proving people wrong. It's succeeding so spectacularly that their mockery becomes a punchline to a joke they'll never fully understand. I raised my glass to the sunset, to the helicopters parked on the beach, to the empire I'd built while everyone was busy counting someone else's cars. To family, I said. My crew raised their glasses. Captain Alvarez clarified to family members who see you. We drank to that instead. Much better toast. Parents left me in Rome, with $0 to claim. I was mentally ill. They lied. A billionaire found me. Marry me, he said. We returned in a private jet. After a disagreement at the airport, my parents and sister canceled my ticket, leaving me stuck in Europe. There is no boarding pass, no phone, and no way to call for aid. A wealthy man approached me and whispered, "Pretend you're my wife. My driver is on his way." He then added, with a chilly smile, "Trust me, they'll regret this." He was correct. I had no idea how accurate I had been. My name is Travis Bennett, and I am 41 years old. Everything fell apart in a matter of seconds at Paris's Charles Airport. We'd come in as a family, my parents, my sister, and me, for a trip I'd generously funded in the hopes that it would mend the wounds of my divorce. But at the check-in counter, the fight broke out quickly. I declined to send extra money home immediately away. I was finally prioritizing my personal savings. They suddenly turned on me. Selfish, unstable, and constantly a source of stress. My sister had taken my phone and charger earlier to snap group photographs. My mother had my passport and was handling all of the documentation together. When they got their boarding cards and went to security, I discovered my return ticket was missing. They had abruptly canceled it, stating I could figure things out on my own. They passed past the gate without looking back. I remained frozen, my heart beating, understanding I had been set up. There's no phone to call anyone, and no boarding pass to follow. I raced to the help desk, desperately explaining, but security intervened, ordering me to leave the restricted area. That's when he approached, the man in the sharp suit who had obviously been observing my struggle. He leaned in and spoke those precise words. In that moment of absolute desperation, I grabbed his hand and followed him outside. As the limousine drove away from the terminal, I looked back at the fading lights, a chilly resolve forming inside. They thought they had left me broken, but they were mistaken. If you've ever felt betrayed by relatives in a way that affected your life or wondered how far people will go for control, please share your thoughts in the comments section below. What would you do if trust turned into abandonment? Like that, I read every comment. Let us hear your stories. The limousine glided easily through the darkening streets of Paris, the city lights fading past the covered windows. I sat in the back seat next to the stranger who had just brought me back from the edge, my mind racing as I attempted to understand what had happened. The driver in front remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the road, while the man behind me looked ahead for a bit before turning to me. "I suppose introductions are in order," he remarked, his voice steady and measured, with a little American accent. "Samuel Donovan is 45. I run a real estate firm in New York." I nodded, clutching my small carry-on bag like a lifeline. "Travis Bennett," I responded, my words coming out more clearly than I felt. 41. "Thank you, whatever it is." He gave a small smile. Not particularly warm, but genuine enough. "I saw you at the help desk. You did not appear to be panicked. You tried to solve it yourself." That drew my attention. Most individuals would have broken down entirely. I looked at him, shocked by his observation. He'd been watching for longer than I thought. I didn't have many options. Security was preparing to escort me out. Samuel leaned against the leather seat. "Exactly. Resourceful. That is why I stepped in. I only need someone like that for a short time." He hesitated as the car went onto a quieter avenue before continuing. "In 3 weeks, I'll be hosting a large charity event in New York. It's more than just fundraising, it's where I finalize a major development agreement with conservative partners. They cherish stability and tradition. A widowed man in his mid-40s is still grieving. It makes people nervous. They are concerned about emotional judgments influencing business. I listened and pieced it together. That's where the pretend wife aspect comes in. Precisely, he explained. My wife died in a vehicle accident 3 years ago. It is public information. My younger brother, Atticus, has been exploiting it to create doubt within the organization, implying that I am no longer fit to lead. A stable marriage would temporarily shut that down. The mention of loss came near. I reflected on my own divorce and how it had left me to rebuild everything alone. I am sorry about your wife. He acknowledged it with a nod but did not elaborate. It is business. I need a partner for the occasion. Someone believable, rather than an actress who appears scripted. I shifted in my seat as the realization set in. And you chose me, a complete stranger stranded in an airport. You handled yourself well under pressure, he remarked. That's unusual. Our car halted as we approached a private facility off the main airport. Samuel explained the arrangement clearly. You play a role in the gala and accompanying festivities. In exchange, I will fly you back to the States tonight and provide you with secure housing in my Manhattan penthouse. $65,000 in cash plus a new phone. Plus, I'll assist you discover out what your family is really up to. Something about the abandonment sounded intentional. $65,000. The number landed hard. It was more than I'd saved in the preceding 18 months, but I wasn't ready to take the plunge blindly. What are the risks for me? If this is all business for you, why should you trust me not to talk? He met my gaze directly. That's a fair question. I do not. The arrangement, however, would require both parties to maintain anonymity, and, to be honest, I, too, am in a weak area. Atticus has discovered a recent underperforming investment in which mourning may have impaired my judgment. He's developing an internal case against me. I need to purchase time. His candor astonished me. He didn't present himself as invincible. I considered the immediate safety, the money, and the possibility of discovering whatever my parents and sister were plotting. After years of putting their needs first, it felt like regaining control. One more thing, I stated forcefully, my identity is protected. If possible, avoid using real names in public, and I have the last word on what stories we tell about ourselves. Samuel studied carefully before extending his hand. Deal. We shook it as the limousine arrived at the private hangar. A sleek airplane sat on the tarmac, its engines already heated. We boarded swiftly, and the interior was sumptuous yet simple, with comfortable chairs and dim lighting. I strapped in as the plane taxied, tiredness setting in. Samuel worked on his laptop across from me, making room. I closed my eyes, the buzz of the motors soothing me. For the first time that day, I realized I wasn't alone in the issue. Sleep was easier than imagined. When the plane landed in New York soon before dawn, the sky was getting light. A covert sedan met us on the runway and drove directly into the city. We drew up to a high-rise in Manhattan, and the doorman recognized Samuel. Inside the private elevator, he gently stated, "Maria Alvarez, my housekeeper, will show you to a guest suite. Get some rest." The doors opened into the penthouse, which was huge and modern, with floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the skyline. Maria, a kind woman in her 50s, greeted us gently and brought me down a hallway to a nicely appointed room. As she left me to settle in, I stood by the window, watching the city awaken below, tired to the core, but for the first time in hours, a glimmer of hope appeared. I made a decision on my own terms. The guest suite felt like a haven after the pandemonium, with gentle lighting, crisp linens, and a view over the city that made everything below seem far away. After a quick shower, I changed into comfy clothing put out by Maria. The new phone Samuel had provided was on the bedside, fully charged and ready. I grabbed it without hesitation and scrolled to the sole contact I'd added thus far, Rachel Whitman, my cousin who had always been more like a sister when things went bad with my own family. She responded on the second ring, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Travis, my God, where have you been? Your folks have called me several times already." I perched on the edge of the bed, grasping the phone more tightly. "I am truly safe in New York." "What were they saying?" Rachel hesitated before sighing. "They informed me you had a breakdown at the Paris airport. Said the stress of the divorce had finally caught up with you, and you were becoming paranoid, accusing them of things, and then walking away without stating where you were going. They make it appear as if you are not thinking straight, that you may harm yourself or make poor financial judgments." My stomach turned. That is not what happened. "They canceled my ticket and confiscated my phone." "I believe you," she said kindly, "but they aren't stopping there. Your mother mentioned seeking legal assistance to protect you from yourself. Something about applying for a limited conservatorship review. They focused on the Manhattan condo that Grandma and Grandpa left for you. He said, if you're unstable, someone needs to manage it before you do something reckless." The words hit like ice water. The condo was my sole true inheritance. A 3-bedroom condo in a prominent building, worth in the high 7 figures, was now explicitly deeded to me since my grandparents recognized my hard work. They're trying to seize over, according to what I overheard when your father momentarily put me on speaker. Yes, they are gathering statements. Old emails in which you complained of stress after the divorce, possibly clinic trips for anxiety. Conservatorship is not automatic in New York, but if they demonstrate incapacity, such as the inability to manage their affairs, a judge may appoint a guardian on a temporary basis. I rose up and paced the room. At first, skepticism set in. Had my post-divorce meltdowns been so bad? I'd canceled plans at the last minute and sometimes withdrew them. But then lucidity improved. This was deliberate, capitalizing on real vulnerabilities to distort the narrative. Rachel, could you please forward whatever they have sent you? Emails and documents. She stated she was already working on it, and my phone buzzed with incoming messages, draft screenshots, and a list of worries they had assembled. I examined them rapidly, rage supplanting any self-doubt. They were not concerned about me, they positioned themselves as saviors, attempting to grab valuables. I thanked Rachel, promised updates, and then hung up. As I made my way downstairs, the penthouse was quiet. Samuel was reviewing files in a sleek office off the living room. I need to talk, I stated directly, going forward. He looked up and set down his work. Is everything okay? No. I handed him the phone so he could see the screenshots. My family isn't simply upset. They're putting together a case for conservatorship, citing my divorce stress as proof that I'm incapable of managing my own finances, particularly the condo inheritance. Samuel scrolled through, his expression becoming serious. This is sophisticated. New York isn't like California. Conservatorships are less common for persons without significant cognitive impairments, but they are conceivable if they pose a serious risk to property or themselves. They're wise not to claim disappearance. Framing it as a mental health concern makes it more difficult to ignore altogether. I nodded and leaned on the desk. We need to respond quickly. Use your lawyer to file a preemptive document, such as an affidavit of competency, or to halt any petitions. He did not hesitate. James Price is the greatest at asset protection. I'll call him now. Within 90 minutes, James appeared, a bright man in his 50s with a briefcase in hand. He listened as I stated, then reviewed the sent evidence on a protected tablet. They're establishing groundwork, James explained. However, we can respond strongly. If necessary, a medical evaluation will be conducted. Financial records indicate competent administration. I'll prepare opposing materials tonight. Samuel added quietly. Atticus is using similar techniques on me, questioning my capacity due to sadness, so we're both vulnerable here. To be really honest, my position is not set in stone yet. That admission anchored things. I was not siding with someone untouchable. We were fighting simultaneous fights. After James left with instructions, I went upstairs and opened the laptop Maria had provided. I looked up New York guardianship statutes, learning about the prerequisites for petitions, hearings, and independent evaluators. For the first time, waiting was not an option. I needed to arm myself with knowledge. Sitting in the silent room, the screen shining in the faint light, a shift occurred deep within. Protecting what was mine required immediate action, rather than waiting for others to do it. Samuel collected his core crew in the penthouse conference room, and the gala planning began in earnest. Spreadsheets and vendor contracts blanketed the table, with coffee steaming in mugs as everyone dug in. I did not wait to be asked. Do you mind if I peek at the program's timeline? I responded, putting a chair up next to the lead coordinator. She slid it over without hesitation. Within minutes, I identified overlaps. 3 keynote speakers are scheduled too close together, threatening delays that could last throughout the evening. This needs to change. I noted out, making changes with brief notes. Move the auction segment earlier. It energizes the audience before dinner. The coordinator raised an eyebrow and nodded. Samuel looked from across the table, saying nothing but plainly noting the shift. By the end of that first session, I'd reorganized the guest seating to prevent uncomfortable placements, separating competitive developers and arranging possible partners together for natural networking. When a big sponsor expressed worries about completely committing, citing whispers of instability in Samuel's leadership, I requested to examine the thread. Reading the interactions, I created a personalized answer on the spot, thanking their long relationship with the company and emphasizing new initiatives with strong prospects. Send this, I instructed the team. It confronts doubt without being defensive. The sponsor responded enthusiastically within hours, raising their commitment. Samuel then pulled me aside. You are making yourself indispensable. I said, good, because I'm not here to stand pretty. He laughed briefly, the first genuine laugh I had heard from him in months. From then on, he included me in every decision. Next, I oversaw the layout of the reception area, strolling across the hotel to map flow, ensuring entry points avoided bottlenecks, and placing signature displays where they would attract visitors' attention right away. I coordinated with the lighting crew and insisted on warmer tones for the cocktail hour, moving to cooler spotlights during speeches to keep energy focused. Samuel became more candid in later sessions. Late one night, when analyzing budget overruns, he acknowledged to a recent disappointing investment, a property transaction completed too fast following his wife's death. Atticus, circling it as proof that I'm not thinking straight, he murmured, scratching his temple. He's right that grief clouded things, but wrong about my ability to recover. I was leaning forward. Then demonstrate recovery. Get projections for the following quarter. Highlight corrections that are already in the works. He thought about it and included my recommendation in the board update. We practiced public appearances tirelessly, entering into imitation rooms, arm in arm, and handling fictitious inquiries from reporters. Our cover story, which began at a real estate conference in Chicago over a decade ago, seemed scripted at first. After one run-through, I concluded that it was too stiff. Make it casual. I handled the venue's event logistics. You grumbled about the coffee. We bonded over terrible catering horror stories. Samuel tried it, with his own spin about pouring coffee on my notes. It landed naturally, eliciting a genuine smile from him. As deadlines approached, I managed vendor escalations, personally negotiating with the florist when supplies were late and reassuring the caterer about last-minute dietary concerns from VIP guests. Samuel deferred to my calls more often, trusting his instincts honed over years of handling high-stakes corporate events. The night before the gala, I did a final full walkthrough of the venue alone, checklist in hand, and every detail in order. Signage is perfectly positioned, tech rehearsals are complete, and contingency plans for whether or no shows have been locked in. As I tried on the navy silk gown Maria had chosen for me, I noticed my reflection. The woman peering back moved purposefully, eyes sharp. Work had shifted me from survival mode to something stronger. Control acquired via expertise. Tomorrow's event was more than just Samuel's test. It was mine, too. As Samuel and I entered the Manhattan Hotel's enormous ballroom, cameras blazing from the step and repeat backdrop, there was a sense of anticipation. We moved together smoothly, his hand lightly at my back, my grin prepared but real enough to pass inspection. Guests in tuxedos and gowns interact beneath crystal chandeliers, champagne flutes clinking, and a string quartet playing gently in the corner. Everything seemed to be in order until around halfway through the cocktail hour, when Samuel's phone vibrated with an alert from his public relations team. A tabloid had just repeated old accusations about his instability after widowhood, citing an unidentified source close to the company who claimed recent transactions demonstrated bad judgment. We were both aware that Atticus was feeding the story. The team's prepared statement, a robust denial highlighting good performance indicators and forward momentum, was promptly released. It helped to keep the spread under control, but whispers echoed throughout the room. When Samuel contacted about concluding the development deal, one crucial partner, a conservative businessman from Texas called Thomas Reed, visibly backed off, his conversation becoming courteous but distant. I observed from across the cluster, reading Thomas's body language, arms folded, gaze avoiding direct commitment. I excused myself from a group of donors and approached with a glass in hand. "Mr. Reed," I said calmly, extending my hand. "Travis Donovan. I've been handling some of the event coordination tonight, but I'm also working on the project details." He shook it carefully. "Pleasure. I heard a lot about the waterfront idea. Good things, I hope." I kept my tone light but direct. "I know the recent piece raised some questions. Off the record, these sources have agendas. However, the numbers do not lie." I opened up distinct slides on my phone. I insisted on having the projections ready. "Look here. The occupancy projections have been revised. Post-adjustment risk reduction on the last agreement is already generating positive cash flow this quarter." Thomas scrolled, his eyebrows raising as he took in the information. "These corrections were not made public." "Not yet," I said, "but they are real. Samuel does not hide from setbacks. He fixes them. That's why this collaboration makes sense." He hesitated, looked at Samuel, who was nearby. The hesitation lingered, but I persisted softly. "We've included stricter oversight clauses to alleviate worries. Long-term, this initiative is expected to outperform market forecasts by 18%. Thomas handed the phone back. "Fair points. Let's discuss specifics after the sale." The rest of the evening went well, with lively bidding and well-received speeches. Thomas signed the contract before dessert, with additional review milestones that tightened the terms slightly. Nonetheless, it closed out a win, albeit cautiously. As the crowd dispersed, Samuel and I slipped out to the waiting car. The city lights flashed past once more. "That article escalation," he murmured, loosening his tie. "Atticus timed it perfectly. It'll give him more ammunition for his lawsuit. Proof of external doubt affecting deals." I nodded and looked out the window. The contract was signed anyway. "Thanks to you," he admitted. "But damage lingers. I need something more powerful to counteract the narrative of isolation and poor judgment." He gave me his full attention. "Marry me on paper. An 8-month contract. It provides undeniable proof of stability, a committed relationship, and shared life. Courts and boards recognize this." The proposal was heavy, practical, and profound. I did not flinch. "Terms?" I asked evenly. Full financial compensation of $420,000, plus continued involvement in projects and legal protection for your assets. I considered the layers, which would protect both of us from family attacks. I established conditions, exit clause at any time, no questions asked. I have control over my public image and statements, and I can keep the Donovan name after the dissolution or not. Samuel studied me for a moment before agreeing. All of it. James can draft tomorrow. The car drove into the underground garage. We signed the register a few days later at City Hall, in a plain office with fluorescent lights and a board clerk. There is no ceremony, only witnesses and stamps. I carefully folded the certificate, as Travis Donovan had done. This wasn't a rescue anymore. It was armor I helped create, protecting my future on my terms. The move to the Hamptons house went smoothly. Staff unpacked boxes while I focused on settling into my new routine. The property was situated on a quiet stretch of beachfront, with modern glass walls opening to dunes and ocean, far enough from Manhattan to avoid daily scrutiny. Samuel proposed the change for privacy as media attention lingered following the gala. I agreed. The distance felt like breathing room. My role quickly transitioned from temporary to substantive. The company was building a luxury resort complex along the coast, and Samuel included me in strategy meetings from the start. I looked through market reports, comparing occupancy trends for similar properties in the area. One afternoon in my home office, overlooking the water, I marked gaps. Guest feedback from competitors indicates a desire for more wellness-focused amenities, I explained, sliding printed summaries across the desk. Spa expansion and yoga pavilions could increase off-season bookings by 18%. He reviewed my notes and incorporated them into the architect's revisions that week. Design meetings were followed by virtual calls with the team, during which I advocated for guest flow improvements based on previous event layouts. I'd managed wider event pathways and flexible indoor-outdoor spaces to accommodate weather changes. During one session, I explained how high-end clients prefer seamless transitions. There are no bottlenecks between the dining and entertainment areas. The lead designer adjusted plans accordingly. James Price called with updates on the guardianship front. Your family filed the preliminary petition. They're citing pre-divorce emails complaining about stress, several missed appointments as erratic behavior. It's thin, but enough for a preliminary hearing. Work. I pulled old records immediately, performance reviews from my event planning days, tax returns showing steady income management, even client testimonials praising reliability. Send these as counter evidence, I instructed James, affidavits from former colleagues to prove consistent competence. He filed them promptly, stalling any quick approval. Samuel faced escalation on his side. Atticus submitted formal papers claiming incapacity, referencing the same underperforming investment plus the gala rumors as pattern. Late nights became routine, documents spread across the dining table under warm lamps. I helped organize his defense, financial audits demonstrating recovery, board minutes showing sound ongoing decisions. One evening, exhaustion evident in his posture, Samuel set down a folder. Grief did hit hard, he confessed. That deal, I rushed it, ignoring red flags because staying busy felt better than facing empty evenings. I pushed a revised timeline toward him. Then highlight the fixes, divestment completed, new safeguards and contracts. Turn the narrative to resilience. He implemented every suggestion, strengthening the response. James prepared. Those sessions built quiet trust. We challenged each other's ideas without offense, refining arguments until they held firm. I handled outreach to independent evaluators James recommended, scheduling assessments that confirmed my mental fitness without issue. Samuel attended strategy calls for his case, incorporating my input on framing recovery narratives. The ocean view from the study became backdrop to focused work, waves crashing as we cross-checked legal briefs. James's final update arrived during a break, phone on speaker. Your parents learned about the marriage through public records. They're convinced it's proof of manipulation. Booked flights. They're coming to talk sense into you before things go further. The line went quiet after he hung up. I stared at the screen, resolve hardening. They weren't done trying to pull strings. The doorbell rang mid-morning, sharp and insistent. Maria answered, then hurried back to the study where I was reviewing resort blueprints with Samuel. Your family, she said quietly. They're here. I set down the plans. Samuel stood immediately. I'll stay out of sight unless you need me. This is your conversation. I nodded, walking to the foyer alone. James Price waited in the hallway, briefcase ready. Isaac Bennett stepped in first. Susan right behind, Freya trailing with eyes downcast. No hugs, no pleasantries, just tension thick enough to choke. You've gone too far, Isaac said, voice low but firm. Marrying a man you barely know, hiding here like you're above us. Susan chimed in. We came to bring you home. Your mental health is fragile. We're trying to help. I stood straight, arms crossed. Help by filing for conservatorship. That's what this is about. Isaac's jaw tightened. You disappeared in Paris. Refused contact. We had to act to protect your assets. The condo grandma left you. Freya shifted. eyes flicking up then away. I gestured toward James. My lawyer has the full file. You submitted preliminary papers claiming incapacity based on erratic behavior. Emails I sent during a stressful period after my divorce. That's not evidence. It's cherry picking. James opened his briefcase, laying out documents. The petition lacked substantial proof under New York law. No medical diagnosis, no recent incidents, just old complaints twisted to fit a narrative. Susan's face flushed. You're being manipulated by this man. He's using you for his own legal problems. I met her gaze evenly. Samuel isn't the one trying to control my inheritance. You are. Isaac stepped closer. We raised you. We deserve you. You deserve nothing more than respect. I cut in, which you lost when you orchestrated that abandonment at the airport, took my phone, my passport, canceled my ticket, all to push this conservatorship quietly. Freya finally spoke, voice small. We didn't mean for it to go this far. I turned to her. You borrowed my phone for photos. Mom kept my passport for convenience. You all walked away without a word. That was deliberate. Her eyes welled up. Dad said it was the only way to make you see reason. I thought maybe you'd come back and everything would fix itself. I shook my head slowly. You let them use you again. Isaac tried to interrupt. Enough. Come home. We'll drop the filing if you sign over management of the condo to us. I pulled out the ultimatum I'd prepared with James. Here's my offer. Withdraw the conservatorship petition immediately. Issue a public statement acknowledging it was unfounded. In return, I won't pursue counterclaims for fraud, forgery, or emotional distress. Susan scoffed. You wouldn't dare sue your own family. I looked at each of them. Try me. Freya wiped her eyes, glancing between us. For a second, something flickered. Regret, maybe understanding. She opened her mouth and closed it, stepping back beside her parents. Isaac shook his head. You're not the daughter we raised. I'm the daughter you never valued, I said quietly. They turned to leave, Freya hesitating at the door. She looked back once, eyes red, expression raw with something that might have been guilt. Then she followed them out. The door closed behind them. I exhaled, the silence heavy. James gathered his papers. I'll file the counter motion today. Samuel emerged from the hallway, arms crossed. You handled that perfectly. I nodded, resolve settling deep. No more waiting for them to do the right thing. We walked back to the study. I sat at the desk, opened my laptop, and began drafting the formal complaint for civil action, fraudulent attempt to gain control of property, emotional manipulation, breach of trust. The decision felt final, necessary. They had chosen their path. Now I chose mine. The court's decision came swiftly. James's counter evidence, medical records confirming no ongoing incapacity. Financial statements proving independent management, affidavits from colleagues attesting to my reliability, overwhelmed their petition. The judge ruled there was insufficient basis for guardianship under New York standards, dismissing the case outright and noting the filing appeared motivated more by property concerns than genuine welfare. No penalties were imposed, but the public record spoke volumes. Word spread through old neighborhood circles and mutual acquaintances. Invitations dried up. Former friends distanced themselves, uncomfortable with the optics of attempted control over an adult child's inheritance. My parents lost standing in their retirement community. Whispers followed them at events they once hosted. Freya's professional network caught wind of subtle shifts in how colleagues viewed her judgment. They no longer had leverage over me or the condo. The property remained mine alone, untouched. One evening, an email from Freya arrived. Subject line simply, I'm sorry. She wrote about realizing too late how her silence enabled the plan, how guilt kept her up nights, how she wished she'd spoken up that day in the Hamptons. I read it twice, feeling the pull of old bonds. Then I closed the message without replying. Some bridges, once burned, stay that way. The contract marriage ended precisely on schedule. We filed dissolution papers amicably. No contest, no drama. I retained full control over my public image and assets as agreed. The Donovan name faded from legal documents, but the protection it provided lingered in resolved threats. Samuel prevailed against Atticus as well. Board reviews accepted the period of stability during our arrangement as evidence against claims of ongoing incapacity. Atticus's challenge collapsed, leaving him sidelined in company decisions. We parted as partners turned friends, mutual respect intact, occasional check-ins about projects, but separate lives. I poured energy into launching my own event planning firm. Starting small with referrals from gala contacts, momentum built fast. Corporate launches, non-profit fundraisers, high-profile weddings bookings filled the calendar within months. The condo in Manhattan became dual-purpose, sleek office space for meetings downstairs. Private living quarters above. Renovations reflected my taste. Open layouts, neutral tones, large windows, flooding rooms with light. Success felt earned, not gifted. Samuel visited once for a consultation on a company retreat I organized. We walked the beach afterward. Conversation easy. You built something solid, he said. So did you, I replied. No romance lingered, just appreciation for shared survival. Years on, the firm's flagship event unfolded at a waterfront venue in the Hamptons. Hundreds of guests, flawless execution, rave reviews already pouring in. I stepped onto the terrace during a quiet moment, ocean breeze carrying salt and evening chill. Waves rolled in steadily, horizon painted in fading gold. Family trust can fracture beyond repair, I realized standing there. But self-worth doesn't depend on bloodlines. Cutting ties wasn't loss, it was liberation. The freedom to define my value, chase ambitions without apology, surround myself with people who choose respect over obligation. That's the real inheritance, knowing when to walk away and building stronger on the other side. If betrayal taught me anything, it's this: broken faith from those closest hurts deepest. Yet healing comes from within, you don't need permission to protect your peace. Sometimes ending a chapter forcefully opens the best ones ahead. Wish he was our only son, Dad said about my brother. 5 years later, I bought their house. They saw me on TV as a CEO. Mom cried, "We miss you." I hung up. I wasn't meant to be home so early. I had swapped shifts with one of the other guys at the warehouse, Miguel, I believe, since he needed to pick up his kid. So, instead of the normal 7, I clocked out at 2:15 and decided to surprise my parents by picking up groceries on the way home. Just the essentials: milk, eggs, and frozen pizza for dinner. I did not expect a celebration or even a thank you. That has never worked in our house, but I thought they may appreciate it. Perhaps that would be one of those minor details that got me a hey. Thank you, Dean. That's my name, Dean. I was 28 at the time, and I was still living at home. And believe me, I get how that sounds. I was not proud of it, but it was useful. I was paying off some college debt, saving for a used car that didn't sputter on hills, and attempting to save enough money to move out without plunging into a black hole of rent and ramen. The deal was that I pay $350 each month, clean up after myself, and stay out of the way. The last part was the unstated clause. My brother Lucas, on the other hand, was golden. He's 2 years younger than me, 26, charming, and always knew what to say at the appropriate time. He was the type of student that professors admired in high school, even though he turned in his essays late, the sort who can slam his automobile into a fence and get the neighbor to apologize for putting the fence up. You know the type. To be honest, I did not despise him for it. I used to admire it. I figured if I stayed near enough, some of that shine may rub off on me. But, with time, I began to notice the trend. Every time I got a B+, he earned an A-. When I received a warehouse promotion, he was unexpectedly offered a higher-paying internship through one of Dad's acquaintances. When I paid off my first student loan installment, Mom hardly glanced at the receipt I taped to the fridge. Meanwhile, Lucas remembered to put his clothing in the hamper, so they threw him a celebratory meal. Okay, not literally, but you get the idea. Still, I told myself I was overreacting, that it was just natural favoritism that occurs when one child is easier to brag about than another. I kept my head down, worked, cleaned, paid the rent, and bit my tongue. That afternoon, I entered through the rear door, arms full of grocery bags. The home was abnormally silent. There's no TV or Lucas, just the quiet hum of voices in the kitchen. I figured they hadn't heard me enter. Then I heard my father's voice. I sometimes wish Lucas was our only child. I came to a halt and halted in the hallway, like if a ghost was haunting the laminate flooring. My stomach fell, but part of me, a naive, hopeful shard, felt he was joking and that there would be a punchline. Something like, life would be dull, right? But then Mom spoke. I know what you mean, she answered casually. It is just easier. He's not as emotionally needy or dramatic. They then chuckled, not just a chuckle, but a genuine laugh, the kind that fills a room and bounces off its walls. I stood for 4 minutes. I counted. I stood there, grasping the grocery bags, till the plastic cut into my fingers and the eggs sweated through the carton. And then I turned silently, as if I had never entered at all. I opened the door, went back into the sunlight, and walked out silently. It took them 4 months to notice I was gone. I did not bang any doors. I did not compose a theatrical note. I did not post anything online or leave a paper trail. I just disappeared. I took out the remaining $275 from my checking account. I used it to purchase a one-way bus ticket to a city 2.5 hours away, where my college friend Caleb lived. He owes me a favor. We hadn't spoken in months, but when I called to ask if I might stay on his couch for a while, he didn't hesitate. Said, "Yeah, come through." I told him I needed to start over. I didn't tell him why. The first couple of nights were hard. I felt like a ghost. I kept checking my phone, as if I was waiting for a text that said, "Where are you?" Or, "Is everything all right?" There's nothing. Lucas sent a group chat message about a new whiskey he was testing, and Mom forwarded a meme about cats who dislike Mondays. Not a word about me. Caleb's flat was small and smelled faintly of old clothes, but it was warm, and he didn't ask questions. He worked nights for a security agency, so I had the home to myself throughout the day. I began taking up odd jobs. unloading warehouses, delivering groceries, and working as a temporary storage facility employee. It wasn't flashy, but it was enough to keep me fed and pay the rent. I opened a savings account at a different bank and signed up for a new phone plan. I rebuilt my life one brick at a time, in complete silence. And, strangely, I did not feel sorry. Not at first. I felt hollow, like if my emotional limbs had been cut and I hadn't realized it. I kept expecting grief to strike and panic to set in, but it didn't. Not until one night, about 1:40 a.m. When Caleb arrived home, he found me sitting on the kitchen floor with the fridge door open, eating peanut butter with a spoon, and crying so hard I couldn't breathe. I believe it was the peanut butter that caused it. My mother used to buy the exact same brand, Crunchy Gold. It was always stored on the third shelf. Seeing it again, shattered something within me. I told Caleb everything that night, from the hallway incident to the 4-minute wait and the sound of my parents laughing. He didn't say anything at first, only sat next to me and let me speak. He got up, prepared coffee, and said, "You're not going back there ever." I nodded. I already knew that. Still, I wondered how long it would take them to discover I was gone. 1 month? 1 month? It turns out it took 4 months. And when they did finally contact out, it wasn't even over the phone. It was a group email. Subject line, family check-in. I opened it, my pulse hammering, hoping to see some indication of worry or question about my well-being. But, no, it was Mom, inquiring whether anyone had plans for Thanksgiving. She listed who was bringing what, asked Lucas whether his new girlfriend was coming, and ended with a passive line. "Dean, please let us know if you're around." If I was present, it would be as if I had just gone for a walk and become sidetracked. That was when the void solidified into something else. Not quite angry. Not yet, but the cold clarity that comes with truly accepting someone for who they are. I did not respond, but I began planning. Not only how to keep away, but also how to ensure they never forgot that moment in the kitchen. That chuckle, that sentence, that option. And that's when things really started to change. I did not respond to the Thanksgiving email. I did not send a text. I didn't even check the follow-up email, which arrived 10 days later with the subject line urgent cranberry sauce or no, but I saw it. I read every communication they sent because I couldn't bring myself to block them. Not yet. I wanted to know how long they pretended I wasn't missing. Thanksgiving has come and gone. I spent it in a diner with Caleb and some of his pals. We all chipped in and ordered the pathetic little turkey dinner special they were giving. We laughed despite slices of desiccated turkey, canned mashed potatoes, and green beans as limp as straws. We talked about ridiculous stuff. I didn't feel like a ghost that night, and no one questioned why I wasn't with my family. 10 days later, Lucas texted me for the first time since my disappearance. "Hello, dude, you okay?" That was it. No context, no follow-up. I stared at it for an hour before deleting it. Not responding, not blocking, only deleting. Then came Christmas. The big exam. I anticipated to receive a call by then, perhaps even a guilt trip voicemail. But, nah. Another group email. Christmas meal plans, complete with a Google Sheets link to see who is bringing what. I was not even included in the spreadsheet. Lucas was ready for the ham. Aunt Lorraine had pie. Mom had mashed potatoes and a festive atmosphere. Dad had a drink. Dean was invisible. That's when it struck me. This was not an oversight. This was not an error. This was their kind of quiet agreement. They pretended I had relocated for work or that I was away doing something else. They could just vacuum seal and store me somewhere, similar to a sun-shaped vacuum. So I made my selection. If they were going to remove me, I'd make it impossible for them to ignore. I began working double shifts. I saved every penny I could. I stopped purchasing anything I didn't absolutely need. Caleb helped me print flyers for freelance handyman services, furniture assembly, TV mounting, and basic repairs. I distributed them throughout the community and taped one to each laundry bulletin board within a 12-mile radius. The situation gradually improved. My savings increased. I wasn't simply surviving anymore. I was stacking cash. For the first time in years, I felt in control, like my future belonged to me. Meanwhile, the texts from home were scarce. January, "I hope you are staying warm." February, "Dad says, hi, Lucas got a new car." March, "Grandma is approaching her 82nd birthday. Are you coming?" I ignored them until April. That's when I received the voicemail. My phone rang while I was working on a leaking faucet at the home of a retired couple. "I saw your missed call, Mom." I rolled my eyes and pushed the phone back into my pocket. But later that night, something prompted me to check the message. Her voice seemed unsteady, not sad, just off. "Hello, Dean. I hope you're doing well. We have not heard from you. I know things have been weird. Maybe we said something incorrect, but we still love you, okay? We actually do. Just let us know you're okay." There was a break at the conclusion, around 5 seconds, before the message ended. She seemed to be trying to come up with something additional to say but couldn't. I almost broke. Almost. But then I remembered that afternoon and how the plastic bags bit into my fingertips. Their laughing echoed down the hall. And suddenly, that voicemail felt theatrical, As if an actor had missed her cue. I did not respond, not even when Lucas texted me 3 days later. "You're being dramatic. Please come home already." That was impressive coming from him. Especially because, while all of this was going on, I began hearing from old neighbors and friends back home. Not directly, but via social media posts shared by Caleb's cousin, who still resided in our town. Things like Lucas finally getting that promotion, or Lucas and Dad going to the golf course together. Family tradition. Family tradition. I hadn't been invited on a family outing in years. Not since I was 22 and began questioning why I was constantly paying my own bills while Lucas had a seemingly endless financial account. And now, at 28, I was essentially a ghost in their timeline. Then came the true gut hit. It was Saturday and rainy. I remember because I had just returned from unclogging someone's gutter and my hoodie was wet through. I was scrolling through Instagram when I noticed it. This is a post from my cousin Sophie. She tagged both my parents and Lucas. The snapshot was a large group shot at a restaurant, everybody dressed up. The caption said, "So proud of Lucas's engagement. Beautiful meal with the family. Ring. Engagement. Dinner with the family." I zoomed in. Sure enough, there they were. Mom, Dad, Uncle Mark, Aunt Lorraine, Lucas's fiancée, a blonde girl I'd never met before, and a table full of happy people. All of them. Every single extended family member that ever attended our Christmas and picnics. And I am nowhere, not even mentioned. I put down my phone. I went outside. I did not even grab a jacket. I just walked until I lost feeling in my fingers, until the drizzle poured into my flesh, numbing my face. Until my lungs ached from the cold. That was the breaking moment. This is not the kitchen conversation, not the silence, not the 4 months spent pretending I didn't exist. It was that photo and that caption. They were creating a life, a family, and a future, and I was not a part of it. Not even a footnote. That night, I did not cry. I did not anger. I did not shout into the void. I wrote a letter to myself rather than to them. It was 6 pages long. I wrote it all in one session. By hand. I outlined everything they had ever said. Every time, they dismissed me. Every time Lucas was commended for breathing, I was chastised for attempting. I wrote everything, and then I destroyed everything. Not for symbolism, but to stay warm while the space heater sputtered in the corner. And then I devised a fresh idea, not only to move on, but to advance. To create something so impenetrable, so unmistakable, that when they recognized what they had done, it was too late. The door would be closed, secured, and buried in concrete. And just when I thought the universe was going to give me a break, it threw me another curveball. Lucas called, not texted or emailed. He did call. It was Tuesday. I remember because I was midway through cooking boxed mac and cheese when the screen turned on. I let it ring 4 times before answering. Dean replied, his voice light and nonchalant, as if nothing had happened. "Yes," I said flat. "Hey, man, it has been a long time since we spoke." "Yes," he laughed awkwardly. "So, I have some major news." I said nothing. "I am getting married," he continued, "in July. We have decided to go to the beach. Mom and Dad are assisting out. It's going to be massive. Like, everyone is coming." I looked at the saucepan of boiling noodles. "Do you want me to come?" I said, not a question. "Okay, yeah. You are my brother." I waited. He said nothing else, so I asked why now. He paused. "Look, Mom has been rather upset. You know how she is. Emotional. She wants the entire family present." Yeah. "And Dad is trying to be cool about it, but he misses you, man." I nearly laughed. Almost. "Anyway," he carried on. "We believed this would be a good opportunity to eliminate whatever craziness was going on." "Squash," I repeated. "Yeah. You know, bury the hatchet." There was a prolonged hush. "Dean," he mentioned. I inhaled slowly and then exhaled. I said, "I'll think about it," because I knew they hadn't changed. They were not sorry. They only wanted a lovely wedding shot. And that was the greatest betrayal yet. I didn't attend the wedding. I never said no. After that call, I let the days pass, one by one, until July arrived and the beach wedding was over. There was no RSVP, message, apology, or guilt, just nothing. And amid the silence, I expected to feel something. Regret, perhaps, or humiliation, a knot in my stomach for not being the bigger person. But I did not. I had a peculiar sense of tranquility. A numb, frigid tranquility, but peace nonetheless. I felt as if I had finally stopped picking at a wound and let it to heal. Then followed the crash. Not the dramatic type. No job loss, no betrayal by a friend, no medical emergency, just the gradual type, the kind that seeps into your bones in the silence, after you've left everything behind. The kind that develops when you're alone for too long and your mind begins to play tricks, whispering that maybe you were the problem, that maybe they were right, that if your own parents didn't miss you, maybe you weren't worth missing at all. I stopped going out as often. I began turning down handyman projects. I told Caleb I was exhausted, which wasn't a lie, but it wasn't entirely accurate either. I spent more and more time on the couch, eating takeout and watching people on YouTube improve their lives while my own stalled. Caleb was patient, but not clueless. "You've got to get up, man," he said one night, standing in the doorway with a plastic fork and a half-eaten container of lo mein. "You've been in that hoodie for 5 days. I didn't respond. I could not. I just stared at the carpet, as if it had secrets to reveal. "You're not them," he said. "Do you know that?" I nodded, but it did not stick. "Not really." He sighed, shook his head, and walked off. That night, I finally looked in the mirror. More than just a glance. I looked. I was pale. My hair was a mess. I had that sunken look around my eyes, which is caused by sleeping too much rather than not enough. My hoodie was stiff with grease stains and dried ketchup. I appeared to have come to a stop. That was the bottom. Not a moment, not an event, but the realization that I had vanished from my own life. The following morning, I showered. It sounded small, but it felt enormous. I washed the hoodie twice and hung it to dry on the balcony like a battle flag. I shaved, trimmed my nails, and had an actual breakfast of eggs rather than chips or cereal. Real eggs. And then I opened my notebook. That battered spiral notebook where I kept lists of every skill I possessed, every business idea I'd ever had, and every dream I'd put off because I was too busy trying to be the kind of son who might earn a "we're proud of you." And I turned to the page titled "Someday." At the top of that page were the words, "Own something real, something mine, something they can't take or ignore." It struck me like a punch. I didn't just want to avoid my parents. I wanted to create something that they couldn't deny. So I chose the idea that I had circled 3 times. Custom woodworking and repairs. It sounded simple, but I had a vision. Making things rather than just fixing them. Handmade furniture, home improvements, wood accents, personalized shelving, all the things I used to help my grandfather build in his garage before he died. Stuff that lasted. I didn't have the money to rent a shop, but I did have 2 hands, a few tools, and enough money saved to complete one solid project. So I made a bench, sanded it smooth, burned a pattern into the seat with an old wood burner I found on Facebook Marketplace, stained and sealed it, and posted it online with the caption "Handmade. Custom, 1 of 1. It sold in 2 days for just $180, but it felt like winning the lottery. So I created a second one. This time, it's a coffee table. 10 days later, someone messaged me, asking if I could do a complete set, including table, chairs, and shelves. I did not sleep that night. I kept thinking that they wanted more. They want something I made. That marked the beginning of Second Grain. The name came from a dumb conversation with Caleb about how wood has a first grain, which you can see right away, and then a second grain, which is deeper, more subtle, and only visible when the light hits it just right. "You're the second grain," he explained. They never saw it, but it was always present. I registered the company name, created a basic website, and began doing jobs on weekends while still taking on handyman work during the week. It was hard. I was always tired, but I was no longer depressed. And the best part? Every sale, client, and custom order was mine. It wasn't handed to me, nor did I get it because someone called or pulled a string. I deserved it. Dean, the kid who stood in a hallway listening to his parents laugh about how life would be better without him. That laugh echoed less and less each day, especially when I opened my email one night and found this. Subject, custom table as a wedding gift. Message, hello, I found your website through a friend. Your work is beautiful. I was wondering if you did custom engraving. My fiancé and I are getting married this fall, and we would love to have a custom gift table with our initials and date. Please let me know if you are available. Signed, Madeline Brooks. I stared at the screen. Madeline was Lucas's fiancée. She didn't know who I was. She must have found my website through a friend or a reshared post. However, the email footer contained their name and wedding date. I felt my heartbeat in my throat. I did not respond right away. Instead, I took a walk around the park, past the quiet tree-lined streets, allowing the wind to carry away the last of my hesitation. Because this was the first time I could reach back across the line they had drawn. Not with rage, not with shouting, but with evidence. Proof that I had value, had evolved into something, and had not vanished. I evolved. However, I knew that if I said yes, I would not do it for them. Not for Lucas, not for Mom, not even to make a point. I would do it for myself. To remind myself that I could be the type of man who shows up when it counts, even if no one else does. I got home, sat down, and said, "Hello, Madeline. Yes, I do custom engraving and would be honored to help you create something special for your wedding. Congratulations to you both. Let's talk design." No signature, no indication of my identity, just a name and a product. And when I clicked send, I didn't feel petty. I felt powerful. Because they may have forgotten me, but the world has not, and I am only getting started. I didn't tell Madeline who I am. Not in the email, invoice, or final delivery note. I kept it professional, warm, polite, and slightly detached. I let her be another client, another name on the spreadsheet I'd created to track orders and shipments. However, the irony was not lost on me. She was marrying my brother, The golden boy, the focal point of every dinner table and photo frame. The same guy who once asked if I could come by and fix the garbage disposal a week after I moved out, as if nothing had changed. And now she wanted me to make a centerpiece for their wedding gift table. That would have been sufficient for most people. Enough irony and closure. But the longer I worked on the piece, the smoother the engravings became. The more the walnut gleamed under the finish, the more a thought raced through my mind like a heartbeat. They still do not know who I am. It started small. I imagined delivering the piece in person and seeing Lucas' expression when he saw me. I imagined Mom and Dad hovering behind him, pretending not to look. I can imagine the silence, the discomfort, the stammered greetings, and the, "Oh, hey, wow, you look great." But imagination was not enough. I desired control. I desired precision. I did not want to cause a scene. I wanted to write the entire script and have them sit in the audience, eyes wide, hands shaking, with no idea what would happen next. So I got to work. First, I restructured Second Grain as an LLC. I had been operating as a sole proprietor, but now that orders were coming in steadily, it was time to go official. I filled out the paperwork, hired a part-time CPA, and established a business bank account. The logo evolved from a napkin sketch by Caleb to a clean, minimal brand that I used on everything, including boxes, invoices, and even a burn stamp for each completed piece. Next, I updated the website. I included testimonials and organized a digital portfolio. And this was important, I started a blog, not a diary. This was storytelling, with photos of my builds, stories behind them, and design insights buried between those entries. I also included the type of personal post that people scroll past without thinking. The table that began it all. That is what I called it. I discussed my first major commission, which was a custom wedding table engraved with initials and a fall date. I didn't mention any names. I didn't post faces, but I made sure the details were specific enough that anyone in the family who happened to come across that page would think, "Wait a second, is that?" But they wouldn't be certain. And that was the point. Meanwhile, I accepted Madeline's payment and forwarded her design mock-ups. She chose one. I began carving. Days passed, orders continued, and then, about 18 days before the wedding, I received an unexpected call. "Mom." My finger hovered above the screen. I could have let it go to voicemail. I should have, but something compelled me to respond. "Hello." She did not speak for a single second. "Dean," she finally said softly, as if she didn't know it was me. "Yeah, hello." She paused again. "I saw your blog. The table post. Bingo." I remained quiet. "I didn't realize you were doing so well," she continued. "Your father and I had no idea." I could almost hear her trying to find the right words. She was not calling to apologize. She was calling because the illusion had broken. For years, they told themselves that I was just learning and finding my way, feeling a little lost. They now knew I had a plan, and it didn't involve them. "I am proud of you," she said. I smiled. "Thanks." Another pause. "Will you be attending the wedding?" There it was, the trap. I could have answered yes. I could have agreed to play the good son, the long-lost relative, or the forgiving brother, but I wasn't interested in being involved anymore. I wanted to be seen. So I said, "I believe I will drop off the table in person. I'd like to ensure it arrives safely." "Oh," she replied, surprised. "Well, that'd be lovely." "Beautiful, God." We hung up shortly thereafter. The subsequent 18 days were a blur of preparation. I finished the table, routed the edges, sealed the engraving, and added a hidden drawer on the underside, which I did not tell Madeline about. A small design flourish lined with felt where they could store keepsakes or notes. In that drawer, I kept a sealed envelope. No return address or signature, just the words, "Read after the wedding." The envelope contained a single-page letter. It read, "You don't know me, not really, but you have heard of me. I am the one who disappeared. The one your fiancé's family will never bring up. And that is fine. You do not owe me anything. But this table was built by a version of me that they never saw. The person who did not vanish. The one who built himself out of silence. Congratulations on the wedding. I hope your marriage is based on truth, not performance. There's no rage or guilt trip, just facts." Caleb felt it was too subtle. He suggested dropping a grenade in their laps. "This is more like a quiet cough in the corner." But that was the beauty of it. It wasn't vengeance, not in the explosive sense. It was the emotional equivalent of walking past someone who used to dismiss you and seeing their eyes widen as they realize you've outgrown them. And just to make sure I got the point across, I made one last move. I contacted a friend of Caleb's who worked in local PR. She owed him a favor. I asked if she could get a small feature in one of those online lifestyle blogs that promote local makers and small businesses. She said yes. The article came out the day before the wedding. Second Grain, how one local artisan turned pain into purpose. My face wasn't in it, but my story was lightly edited, sanitized. The blog described how I started after walking away from a toxic family dynamic and how I'd quietly built something on my own terms. The kicker, They included a photo of the wedding table front and center. Anyone in the family reading that article would know exactly who the table was for, but no one could say anything without admitting the truth, that I was the missing son, the one they laughed about, the one who walked away and built something better. So when I pulled into the venue that afternoon, box trailer hitched behind my borrowed pickup, I didn't feel nervous. I felt calm. I wore jeans and a black button down. Nothing flashy, no big entrance, just another vendor arriving to make a delivery. The parking attendant waved me through. Madeline greeted me with a huge smile. She was stunning in a silver silk dress with embroidered cuffs. "You must be Dean. Oh my God, the table is beautiful." "Thanks," I said, smiling. "I'm glad you like it. I had no idea you were local," she added. "It's perfect, seriously." And then right behind her, Lucas. He froze when he saw me, like he'd seen a ghost with a hammer, but I didn't flinch. "Hey," I said, like it was nothing. He blinked. "You made this?" I nodded. "Second grain, that's me." Madeline looked between us. "Wait, you two know each other?" I shrugged. "We've met." Lucas still hadn't spoken. "Anyway," I said, "congrats to you both. I left a little surprise under the table for after the honeymoon." Madeline lit up. "You're the sweetest." And with that, I walked away. No drama, no scene, just the look on Lucas's face, somewhere between awe and fear. And that, more than any speech, was the moment I knew. They finally saw me, and they couldn't unsee me. The wedding itself passed without incident. At least not the kind people whisper about during the reception or replay later in group chats. I didn't stay. I didn't linger. I didn't hover near the bar hoping for eye contact or closure. I delivered the table, exchanged polite words, and left before the ceremony even started. That was deliberate. Revenge, real revenge, isn't loud. It doesn't need witnesses in the moment. It needs time. It needs space. It needs people to sit with what they've ignored until it starts to itch. I went home, took a long shower, and slept for 9 straight hours. The kind of sleep you get when you finally finish something heavy and set it down for good. The fallout didn't happen all at once. It came in waves. The first wave hit 3 days later. Lucas called me. Not text, not voicemail, a call. I let it ring once, twice. On the third ring, I answered. "What?" I said, not angry, just flat. "What the hell was that?" he snapped, skipping every possible greeting. "The table?" I asked. "You liked it, right?" "This isn't funny," he said. Madeline found the letter. I leaned back on the couch. "Okay." She was upset, he continued, confused. She asked why no one ever talks about you, why she didn't know I had a brother who built the centerpiece for our wedding. "That sounds uncomfortable," I said. "You embarrassed us." "No," I replied calmly. I told the truth quietly. "You embarrassed yourselves." He went silent. Then, "Mom's been crying." I nearly laughed. "Almost. About what?" I asked. "She keeps saying she didn't know you felt that way. That you were hurting. That if she'd known." "She didn't know," I interrupted. "She heard me. Or she didn't. Either way, she chose what was easier." Lucas exhaled sharply. "You didn't have to do this." "Yes," I said. "I did." He hung up on me. The second wave came from extended family. Aunt Lorraine sent me a long email. Not apologizing, just explaining. Explaining how hard parenting is, how no one is perfect, how sometimes things get said in private that aren't meant to be taken seriously. I replied with one sentence. Some things only matter because they're said in private. Uncle Mark tried humor. Sent me a message saying, "Guess we owe you a beer, kid." I didn't respond. My cousin Sophie, bless her, actually called. She didn't dance around it. "I didn't know," she said. "None of us did. They really messed this up." "I know." I said that was enough. The third wave was the one that mattered. Mom and Dad asked to meet. Not right away. It took them almost 5 weeks. 5 weeks of awkward conversations with relatives. 5 weeks of sideways glances. 5 weeks of people asking, "So where's Dean these days?" 5 weeks of reading comments under the article about second grain that said things like, "Love seeing people succeed after cutting out toxic family." That word toxic followed them everywhere. We met at a neutral place, a quiet cafe halfway between my apartment and their house. I got there early, ordered coffee, sat with my back straight, and my hands relaxed on the table. I didn't rehearse anything. I did not need to. They arrived together, sat down like they were attending a meeting they hoped would end quickly. Mom looked smaller than I remembered. Dad looked tired. We exchanged pleasantries, weather, traffic, the usual cowardly warm-up. Then Mom broke. "I didn't mean it," she said. "What you heard. It wasn't serious." I didn't argue. I just looked at her. Dad cleared his throat. "We didn't know you were struggling." I nodded. "That's the problem. They waited for years." I continued. "I tried to earn space in this family, not love, just space to be seen, to be acknowledged. When I stopped trying, you didn't notice. When I left, you didn't notice. You only noticed when other people did." Mom's eyes filled with tears. "That's not true." It is, I said gently. You didn't call because you missed me. You called because you saw the block. Dad opened his mouth. Closed it. I'm not here to punish you, I went on. I'm not here to yell, I'm here to tell you what's going to happen next. They leaned in, finally listening. I don't want a relationship, I said. Not right now. Maybe not ever. I don't hate you, I just don't trust you with my life anymore. Mom reached for my hand. I pulled it back. Not harshly, just firmly. I built something, I said. Not a business, a self. And I won't hand it back to people who only value it when it looks good in public. Silence. Dad nodded slowly. So that's it. Yes, I said. That's it. They didn't fight me on it. That was the most telling part. We stood. They left. I stayed long enough to finish my coffee. The final wave came months later. Second grain took off. Not overnight, not viral, just steady. Word of mouth, repeat clients, commercial commissions. I hired a second worker, then a third, moved into a real shop with a roll-up door and my logo painted on the side. One afternoon, while reviewing invoices, I got an email from Madeline Brooks. She thanked me again for the table, said it was the only part of the wedding that felt grounded, real. She said the letter made her think, ask questions, have conversations she'd been avoiding. She didn't ask me to intervene, didn't ask me to fix anything. She just said, I'm glad you exist. That was enough. I never reconciled with my parents. Not fully. We exchanged the occasional polite message on birthdays. Nothing more. Lucas and I don't speak at all. And that's okay, because the revenge wasn't ruining their lives. It was refusing to keep shrinking mine. They laughed once in a kitchen, thinking they were alone. They weren't, and they never will be again. The last time I walked past my workshop at night, lights glowing inside, I caught my reflection in the glass. I didn't see the kid in the hallway anymore. I saw the man who walked back out the door and never needed to. Sister cut my brakes to claim $10 million insurance. 3 days later, she went to bank for $8 million. Teller smiled. Olivia just withdrew it all. She left in handcuffs. The dazzling headlights in my rearview mirror were the last thing I saw as my world rapidly spun out of control. I'm Olivia, 31 years old, and I never dreamed my own sister would abandon me to die in a cold ditch. I was driving my silver sedan through Milwaukee's heavy snow when I slammed the brakes at a hairpin curve, but the car advanced rather than stopped. The vehicle slammed through the railing and plunged into the ravine below, and I screamed in terror until the airbag knocked me out. Through my fading vision, I noticed the black SUV pull over, and my sister Madison came out to stare at my wreckage for several minutes to confirm I was stuck before calling for aid. She did not even stay at the hospital to see if I had survived the surgery, but instead dropped my purse at the reception desk and went out without signing a single document. 6 days later, Madison returned to the front desk, dressed in a gorgeous coat and shouting in a theatrical panic to find out where I was. She put her fist on the counter and screamed, "Where is my sister Olivia?" The nurse stared at her with cold eyes and said a single syllable that made Madison freeze in horror. What exactly did the nurse say to make my sister's cocky smile disappear forever? Hit the subscribe button and ring the bell to avoid missing the satisfying payback in the following installment. The only sound I heard as I awoke from my coma after 36 hours was the continuous beeping of the cardiac monitor. I tried to open my eyes, but the harsh fluorescent lights above drove them shut again, sending a throbbing ache through my skull. A middle-aged doctor with a friendly expression observed my movement and approached me, using a small flashlight to check my pupil reaction. He informed me with a relieved smile that I had only had a minor concussion since the airbag had deployed at the ideal moment to cushion the hit. He emphasized that, while my body was heavily bruised and I needed to recover, there were no internal injuries or life-threatening issues that necessitated surgery. I attempted to sit up, but a rush of dizziness drove me back against the cushions as I searched the sterile room for a familiar face. A young nurse who was changing my IV drip gave me a look that blended pity and professional detachment. She hesitated for a bit before telling me that no one had come to the emergency room with me yesterday, nor had anyone called to inquire about my condition. She explained that the woman who dropped me off had left my purse at the front desk without providing any insurance information, or a phone number in case of an emergency before disappearing. I felt a cold knot form in my gut as I realized I had been abandoned in my most vulnerable state by the only family I had left. I asked the nurse if I could borrow her tablet because my phone was missing from my personal belongings and I needed to contact my office. My fingers trembled uncontrollably as I signed into my personal email account to check for any important messages regarding my absence. The email was filled with high-priority security notifications from the private bank that handled our family funds. I launched the banking app and gasped when I noticed a list of pending transactions awaiting administrator clearance. 3 different requests were made to sell a major chunk of the family trust fund, which my parents had placed under my management just hours after my injury. As I looked at the timestamps on those unlawful transfer requests, I had a disturbing thought. My thoughts returned to a difficult argument I had with Madison just last week in our shared kitchen. She had been exceptionally insistent that my automobile receive a complete brake service before the major winter snowstorms reached Milwaukee. I remembered how she insisted on taking my vehicle to a specific garage on the outskirts of town rather than our usual licensed mechanic because they were providing a special price. She had collected my keys with unusual enthusiasm and returned the automobile later that evening, declaring everything was in fine working order. As I looked up at the ceiling, the parts of this terrifying puzzle fell into place with clarity. The brake failure was not a technical coincidence, but rather a deliberate attempt to remove the only barrier between her and the money. Madison was drowning in gambling debts, and she realized that the only way to have access to the trust fund was to permanently remove me as trustee. She did not simply leave me here to teach me a lesson in control. She abandoned me here, thinking that I would be crippled long enough for her to steal everything we possessed. My sickness was caused by the treachery of my own flesh and blood rather than my injury. I knew I couldn't stay in this hospital bed for another hour since this place was no longer safe for me. I used the nurse's iPad to look up the private phone number for my lawyer, Mr. Harrison. I dialed his number and hoped he would answer, despite the fact that it was just dawn. When his gruff voice answered the phone, I immediately stated the matter, not giving him time to ask superfluous questions. I informed him that my life was in jeopardy and that I wanted him to come to the hospital right away to facilitate a discreet discharge before anyone realized I was awake. Mr. Harrison recognized the urgency in my voice, and offered to be within 25 minutes to complete the papers and transport me to a secure location. I returned the tablet to the nurse and reclined against the pillows to await my rescue while devising a strategy. Madison believed she had broken me by leaving me for dead in that freezing ditch. However, she had simply reawakened a resolve that would be her undoing. I would not call the cops right away because I needed her to feel her strategy was succeeding until I had enough evidence to bury her. The sister she knew died in the crash, and the woman who awoke was prepared to fight. 4 days later, I sat safely in the living room of my best friend, Chloe, staring at the tablet screen. The comforting scent of chamomile tea and old books permeated her cozy apartment, in stark contrast to the cold and sterile hospital room from which I had just escaped. The high-definition surveillance footage from my family's home showed the entrance hallway vacant and silent until the big oak door was violently forced open. Madison came into the foyer with a look of fear on her face, distorting her normally composed features into something unidentifiable and nasty. She was gasping heavily as she closed the door behind her and leaned against it for a while, as if her legs could no longer bear the weight of her deception. It was obvious that the dreadful news she had received from the nurse at the hospital had thrown her into a condition of complete paranoia. She was no longer the mourning sister putting on a show for the world, but rather a desperate criminal who realized the walls were closing in on her. She pushed herself out the door and marched straight to the home office, her sole objective confirming every dark assumption I'd had since waking up from my coma. The concealed camera I had set on the bookshelf between the encyclopedias caught her trembling hands as she dashed for the wall safe where we stored the property deeds and family bonds. She entered the code into the keypad with frenzied, jerky movements and waited for the green light, which would enable her access to my fortune. When the red light flashed repeatedly, denying her access to the documents she so desperately desired, I couldn't help but smile grimly. She had no idea I had manually reset the digital code the night before our vacation because my instincts told me something was amiss with her behavior. Madison screamed in rage and kicked the heavy metal door of the safe before grabbing her phone from her pocket and making a call. The high-definition audio picked up her heavy breathing as she waited for the person on the other end to answer the phone. Her voice was a combination of dread and aggression as she yelled into the receiver, "Give me 3 more days. My sister isn't dead yet, but I'll find a way to get her signature. Don't touch me." My heart froze in my chest as those words verified that my death was part of the deal she made with her creditors. I pressed the save button on the screen to transfer the footage to a cloud server that only Mr. Harrison and I could access. This was incontrovertible evidence of her financial motivation, linking the altered breakage to her desperate need for money to pay off her gambling debts. She continued to pace about the office while arguing with the person on the phone, eventually tossing a porcelain vase against the wall in a fit of wrath. As Chloe sat alongside me on the soft velvet sofa, she carefully placed a porcelain cup on the coffee table. She furrowed her brow as she moved her gaze from the angry woman wrecking my office on the TV to my impassive demeanor. She took a deep breath before voicing the question that had been bothering her since I arrived on her doorway. "How long will you let her run wild? Why not contact the cops and arrest her straight away?" I turned off the tablet screen to stop watching my sister's sad existence collapse, because I had seen enough to know she was surrounded. I stared my friend in the eyes and shook my head, displaying a hard resolve that I had never had before the accident. I said firmly, "Not yet. I want her to lose everything from her reputation to her freedom, not just an administrative fine. The police could arrest her for attempted fraud based on this video, but she could potentially bail herself out or claim emotional distress to reduce the sentence. I needed her to dig a hole so deep that not even Milwaukee's best lawyers could get her out. She had attempted to kill me for money, Therefore I would make sure she lost every dime she ever wanted to get before sending her to prison. The game had changed, and the predator who had cut my brakes was going to find she was now the prey. The next morning, the insistent ringing at the doorbell disrupted the peaceful atmosphere of Chloe's suburban apartment. I was sitting at the kitchen island, sipping a cup of herbal tea and trying to ignore the constant throbbing in my temples, when the noise made me startle. My best friend Chloe gave me a troubled look, before heading over to the foyer to examine the peephole in the hefty wooden door. Before she could even unlock the deadbolt, a fist banged against the wood again, rattling the picture frames on the neighboring wall. Chloe barely got the door open before my sister Madison forced her way inside with the arrogant arrogance of someone who thought she owned the world. I watched her dash into the living room with shock and dread, realizing my safe sanctuary had been jeopardized so swiftly. She was brandishing her smartphone in the air like a weapon, raving about how simple it was to follow my location using the shared delivery app we'd been using for years. It seems that I had made a significant error by forgetting to log out of the family account on my personal device before ordering dinner the previous night. Madison didn't inquire how I was feeling or why I had bandages on my head from the accident she caused. She marched right at me, her eyes flashing with rage, and aimed a manicured finger directly at my face. Her voice was sharp enough to make my headache worse as she vented her misplaced rage on me. "You ungrateful brat. I've been running around trying to take care of you, and you're hiding here, causing the entire family to worry." I glanced at the woman I had once looked up to, realizing that every word she said was a well-prepared falsehood aimed to deceive me. The old Olivia would have apologized quickly and sought to make things right in our divided family. But Olivia, who had been abandoned to perish in the snow, had vanished, replaced by someone cold and calculating. I dug into the manila folder next to my tea mug and pulled out a stack of printed transaction attempts that I had downloaded yesterday. I dropped the damning bank statements onto the glass coffee table, where they spread out to disclose the unlawful transfers she had made while I was unconscious. I stared her dead in the eye and kept my voice dangerously calm as I asked the question that would shatter her illusion. "Are you worried about me, or are you worried because you can't withdraw the money from our parents' trust fund?" Madison's face turned pale as she examined the documentation proving she had attempted to liquidate our assets before my corpse was even cold. She opened her lips to shout again, but the words died in her throat as she realized I understood exactly what she had been doing for the previous 6 days. The anger in her posture vanished suddenly, replaced by a deceitful display of emotional victimhood that I'd seen 1,000 times before. She clenched her hands together, claiming that she had simply attempted to relocate the monies in order to get a high-yield investment opportunity that would ensure our financial future indefinitely. She argued that she was merely attempting to relieve me of the responsibility of administering such a huge estate while I recovered from my injuries. I observed her performance with disdainful detachment because I knew the investment was merely a ruse to pay off the loan sharks who were breathing down her neck. When I remained silent and refused to take up the pen, she attempted to force me to sign the authorization documents. Her expression hardened back to deadly contempt. She leaned across the table, lowering her voice to a terrifying whisper, and threatening to destroy my life if I did not obey. She promised to go to family court and testify that the accident had caused severe frontal lobe damage, rendering me psychologically unable to manage my own affairs. With a nasty smile, she stated that once the state appointed her as my legal guardian, she would have complete power over every cent I had, no matter what I wished. The audacity of her warning marked the end of the relationship that had held us together since childhood. I carefully stood up from the bar stool and proceeded around the island, eventually coming face to face with the creature that shared my DNA. I pointed to the open door, where Chloe was already standing with her phone in hand, ready to contact the cops if things went further. I didn't yell or scream because I wanted her to hear every word of my rejection clearly. "Get out of here immediately, Madison. From now on, I don't have a sister like you anymore." Madison glanced at me in surprise since she had never heard me talk with such total power in her entire life. She grabbed her handbag from the sofa and raced out the door, mumbling curses under her breath about how I'd regret crossing her. As the door slammed shut behind her, I felt a tremendous weight lifted off my shoulders, knowing that the real war had only just begun. That evening, my phone vibrated continuously with a deluge of notifications from social media, brightening the dimly lit living room. I took up the gadget with a heavy heart, knowing instinctively that Madison had launched her next attack. I unlocked the screen to discover a live broadcast notification shared by hundreds of common acquaintances and local community groups. I clicked on the link and watched my sister's tear-stained face fill the screen as she sat in her beautiful living room. She was putting on a show of a lifetime, weeping wildly into a tissue as hundreds of people offered their condolences in the real-time comment section. Madison stared directly into the camera lens with puffy eyes, claiming that the collision had caused considerable psychological stress, leaving her paranoid and confused. She spun a plausible story about how I was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, leading me to fear my own family was attempting to harm me. She lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper, accusing evil friends of isolating me from my loving sister in order to persuade me into handing away my assets. She portrayed herself as a martyred guardian, passionately attempting to protect her mentally disturbed sibling from being victimized by others. People who believed her falsehoods and described me as an ungrateful burden who needed to be institutionalized for my own protection left nasty words in the comment area. The scenario rapidly progressed from personal humiliation to professional catastrophe. When my business phone started ringing, I answered the first call from a long-term partner who oversaw our commercial real estate holdings, only to be met with awkward silence. He cleaned his throat nervously before stating that he had seen the distressing video spreading online about my mental health. He informed me that the board of directors was concerned about moving forward with our upcoming contract renewal owing to the potential legal risks linked with my purported instability. I tried to explain that it was a personal family conflict, but he stopped me off, saying they needed to halt all operations until I could submit an official mental evaluation certifying my fitness for duty. I hung up the phone with quivering hands as I realized Madison was not only assaulting my character, but actively ruining the job I had established from scratch. She knew precisely where to strike to cause the greatest pain for me because she knew how much I cherished our parents' professional heritage. Chloe raced back and forth across the rug, her fists clenched in rage as she listened to the falsehoods coming from the tablet on the coffee table. She wanted to log in and scream the truth at everyone in the comment area who dared to criticize me without knowing all of the facts. I reached out to silence the video, because hearing her voice was draining my energy for the fight ahead. I shook my head slowly as I gazed up at my friend, who was willing to fight for me on the internet. Engaging with Madison on social media was precisely what she wanted because it would make me appear defensive and unstable. I looked to Chloe with a cool composure that shocked me given the turmoil all around us. She thinks public opinion can save her from debt. She chose the wrong opponent. I realized that winning a debate on the internet would not salvage my reputation, but proving she tried to kill me would quiet her for good. I needed indisputable physical proof to indicate that the accident was a deliberate attempt on my life rather than a mechanical failure. With a rush of adrenaline, I understood that the silver automobile at the bottom of the ravine was the most essential witness in this entire case. Madison had been rushing to leave the hospital, but I wanted to know if she had been as quick to dispose of the wreckage. My personal cell phone rang again, but this time the caller ID showed the name Mr. Harrison. I responded right away and listened closely as he gave the breakthrough news we'd been praying for all evening. He had spent the last few hours tracing down tow company data and learned that Madison had not sent the car to an insurance impound facility. She paid a private carrier in cash to carry the vehicle to an unauthorized scrapyard on Milwaukee's industrial side. Mr. Harrison informed me that the yard was set to operate their crusher at 1 a.m. to clear the week's inventory. We didn't spare a second as we grabbed our coats and dashed out into the cold winter night. Chloe drove her car with steely resolve while I guided us through the barren streets to the coordinates Mr. Harrison had provided. The scrapyard was a murky maze of twisted metal and rusting machinery that appeared like skeletons in the pale moonlight. We parked a block away to avoid disturbing the night watchman and met Mr. Harrison at a break in the chain-link fence. The three of us crept slowly along the rows of smashed automobiles, checking the piles for my sedan's unmistakable silver paint. The harsh wind pierced through my coat as we frantically searched against the clock. Finally, I noticed the mangled remains of my automobile sitting on the conveyor line that led to the big hydraulic crusher. It was only minutes away from being crushed to a cube of scrap metal that would forever conceal the truth. I scrambled across the frozen ground and dropped on my knees at the front wheel well, where the damage was most visible. I turned on my high-powered flashlight and shined it directly onto the underside to inspect the brake assembly. My breath froze in my throat as the glaring light confirmed all I'd suspected since waking up in that hospital bed. The brake line had not snapped due to wear and tear, nor had it burst under pressure while driving. The rubber hose had a clean, exact cut that went halfway through the material, leaving just enough integrity to hold until I applied considerable pressure to that abrupt curve. Mr. Harrison, look at this, I said quietly, my voice quivering not from the cold but from the terror of confirmation. The lawyer leaned in with his own camera to photograph the cut before gently removing the damaged part of the hose for evidence. We had just secured the smoking gun before the huge machinery roared to life, consuming the proof of my sister's crime. Madison thought she had covered her tracks, but she had just given me the weapon that would destroy her freedom. That weekend, the Milwaukee Business Association's annual fundraising banquet was held luxuriously at the Grand Hotel, converting the ballroom into a dazzling sea of silk gowns and fitted tuxedos. The crystal chandeliers projected a golden glow over the city's elite, who gathered to network and flaunt their wealth while sipping high-end champagne. I waited in the shadows of the heavy velvet drapes near the entryway, watching my sister move around the room with the ease of a seasoned predator. Madison looked stunning in a crimson evening gown, which I knew she had bought on credit just hours before the occasion. She strolled smoothly among groups of wealthy investors, whispering terrible tales into their ears and blotting her dry eyes with a lace handkerchief. From my vantage point, I could see her surrounding Mr. Whitaker, a well-known banker who had handled our family's accounts for decades before retiring. She rested a hand on his arm and leaned in close, spinning her story of being the sole guardian of her mentally ill sister. I knew she was utilizing my alleged incapacity to obtain emergency bridge loans under the guise of securing the greatest medical treatment for me. It was a smart approach since it allowed her to beg for money without appearing desperate, presenting her financial need as an act of selfless love for a sick relative. She was about to close a deal that would provide her with enough money to depart the nation, but she had no idea her time was up. I nodded to Mr. Harrison, who stood stoically by me in his charcoal suit, and we emerged from the shadows to make our entry. The big bandage wrapped around my head stood out against the grandeur of the room, grabbing quick notice from the visitors approaching the entryway. A hush swept across the ballroom like a wave as everybody turned to look at the woman who was allegedly being held in a psychiatric facility. Despite the aching ache in my temples, I walked with my head held high, unwilling to appear as the victim Madison had portrayed me as. Madison glanced around when she sensed the strange hush in the throng, and the champagne glass slid from her hand, shattering on the marble floor. Her face paled as she peered at me, her eyes darting frantically around the room, as if looking for an exit that didn't exist. For a moment, she resembled a trapped animal. However, her survival instinct kicked in, and she decided to double down on her lie. She raced at me, arms outstretched as if to stop me, her voice high enough to be heard in the rear of the room. She raised a shaking finger at me, and screamed at the uniformed guys stationed at the fence. "Security, get this crazy girl out of here. She's agitated." Two enormous security guards paused, their gaze divided between the frenzied woman in the red dress and the calm woman with the bandaged head. Madison proceeded to scream about how I was having a psychotic episode, and needed to be sedated immediately for the visitors' safety. The crowd mumbled nervously, unsure who to believe, as the soldiers moved tentatively in my direction to lead me out. My heart pounded against my ribs, but I stayed firm because I knew I wasn't waging this war alone tonight. Before the guards could reach for me, a deep and powerful voice blasted through the microphone system, freezing everyone in place. "Mr. Montgomery, my father's oldest business partner and the most recognized figure in Milwaukee's financial district, emerged from behind the podium on the main stage. He lifted his hand to stop the security team, his face thundering as he stared down at my sister. The audience became silent as the man who had created half the city demanded everyone's attention. Mr. Montgomery looked straight at my sister, his voice pouring with disappointment and authority as he delivered the verdict that would put an end to her deception. "The only person acting here is you, Madison. I confirm Olivia is completely sane in the soul air." A collective gasp went through the room as the weight of his remarks dropped over the throng, destroying Madison's frail credibility. The investors she had been pursuing took a synchronized step back, looking at her with hatred and betrayal. Mr. Montgomery continued to speak, reminding the audience that he had personally read the medical and legal documentation demonstrating my competency and her deception. He stated that any financial transactions with Madison would be ruled illegitimate because she lacked legal power over the family estate. Madison stood alone in the center of the ballroom, stripped of her lies and revealed as the phony she was. The woman who had strolled in like a queen was suddenly a pariah, shuddering under the harsh glare of the society she so desperately desired to impress. She looked at me one final time with venomous contempt, but I simply turned away to shake Mr. Montgomery's hand. Her reign of terror had ended, and as she exited the room amid whispers of scandal, I felt the heavy chains of her manipulation break free. Madison lost all reason and abandoned her sense of self-preservation 3 days after the party, driven by the desperation of being surrounded. The dangerous men she had borrowed money from were no longer buying her explanations after her public humiliation at the gala revealed she was broke. She realized that her last remaining option for avoiding physical violence was to grab the official company seal from my private office and counterfeit a check against the corporate account. I had anticipated this precise approach since I knew a drowning person would do anything to keep their head above water, no matter the consequences. I told Mr. Harrison to turn off the office's silent alarm system so she could enter easily. However, I made certain that every high-definition security camera was filming and that a group of policemen was waiting silently in the nearby conference room. I stood in the dark hallway, my heart thumping against my ribs, watching her shadow pass over the frosted glass of my office door. It was a weird horror to have my own sister sneak into the sanctuary where our father had taught us how to run a legitimate business. She moved with the feverish energy of a cornered animal, rummaging through my desk drawers for the heavy metal stamp that approved financial operations. I could hear her muttering insults under her breath as she flung critical paperwork and family photos on the floor in her frantic hunt. The image of her squandering our family legacy for easy cash destroyed the last glimmer of shame I had for setting this trap. Her fingers tightened around the wooden handle of the seal, sealing her fate legally and forever. I gave the lead investigator a modest nod, and he flipped the master switch, flooding the room with bright fluorescent light. Madison screamed in panic and dropped the seal to the wooden floor as uniformed officers rushed into the room, their rifles drawn, to surround her. She frantically looked around for an escape route that did not exist before her gaze fell on me. She stood calmly behind the police line, stopped near the desk, hands raised in surrender, her chest heaving with panic and anxiety. The bewilderment on her face rapidly transformed into a mask of intense fury as she realized she had stepped right into a well-planned trap designed to catch her in the act. The officers seized her arms to detain her, and she struggled furiously against their hands, shouting at the top of her lungs. Her voice reverberated off the walls of the empty office building as she attempted to play the victim card one final time in front of a room full of witnesses. "Olivia, you set me up. I'm your sister. You can't do this to me." I stepped forward until I was barely out of her reach, then gazed at the woman who had shared my childhood with a mix of sympathy and determination. I didn't raise my voice since the truth didn't need to be yelled to be devastatingly effective in countering her lies. I stared her dead in the eyes and delivered the phrase that ended our relationship forever. A sister would not cut her own siblings' break lines. You chose this ending for yourself. The color drained completely from her face as the meaning of my words dawned on her and she understood I was aware of the sabotage. The lead investigator walked forward to read the full list of allegations against her, clutching the warrant we had obtained earlier that day. He informed her in a monotone voice that she was being arrested for burglary and fraud. However, he did not stop there. He proceeded to read the additional accusations of attempted bodily harm and malicious destruction of property based on the forensic evidence from the broken hose. Madison ceased trying and collapsed in the officer's arms as the reality of spending decades behind bars hit her. I saw them pull her out into the night and felt a deep sense of relief that the monster was finally caged. 8 months later, the trial of Madison's case captured the interest of the entire state of Wisconsin, as the media arrived on the courthouse to watch the downfall of a socialite. The courtroom was packed with inquisitive observers and erstwhile business acquaintances whispering among themselves as they awaited the jury's final ruling. I sat in the front row with Mr. Harrison and Mr. Montgomery, my hands gripped tightly in my lap to keep them from quivering with excitement. Madison sat at the defense table, pale and haggard, revealing the fearful criminal beneath the elegant mask she had worn as armor her entire life. The judge's voice roared through the silent room as he announced the jury's decision to convict her on all counts, including attempted murder, grand larceny, and burglary. He sentenced her to 12 years in a maximum security state prison, with no chance of parole for the first 9 years, due to the premeditated nature of her offenses. Madison let out a choked sob as the bailiffs moved in to handcuff her, recognizing that her cries could no longer influence those around her. As they carried her away to begin her decade-long confinement, she gazed back at me one last time, but I felt nothing but a hollow sense of relief that the threat was now gone. Following the trial, I took the painful choice to sell the large Victorian mansion where we had grown up, as the walls contained too many memories of betrayal. I couldn't go down the halls without remembering Madison's attempt to steal the deed or the evenings she spent plotting my destruction in the kitchen. I sold the home to a young family who would fill it with new laughter, and I moved into a modern apartment overlooking Lake Michigan's calm waters. The minimalist environment was filled with natural light, and lacked the thick shadows of the past, signaling the start of a serene chapter in which I would no longer have to sleep with one eye open. I seized the remaining funds from the family trust, which Madison had attempted to steal, and set up a permanent scholarship fund in our parents' names. It was the best way to commemorate their generous legacy while also ensuring that the wealth they had fought so hard for was utilized to create rather than destroy futures. Mr. Montgomery assisted me in organizing the board of directors. And, for the first time in years, I felt like I was making my father proud by using his riches to help impoverished students achieve their goals. One rainy afternoon, a plain white envelope arrived in my mailbox, with the distinctive stamp of the state jail facility and my sister's handwriting. I stood in front of my living room's gas fireplace for quite some time, staring at her looping script and pondering whether or not to open it. Part of me wondered if she was finally apologetic, or if she was just writing to blame me for her situation once more. However, I recognized that reading her comments would just bring her toxic energy back into the sanctuary that I had fought so hard to create. I threw the sealed package into the dancing flames, watching the paper twist and blacken until it turned to ash, symbolizing the ultimate breakup of the bond that had nearly killed me. The next morning, I drove to the cemetery with a bouquet of white flowers to visit our parents' graves beneath the clear spring sky. The air was fresh and scented with melting snow, heralding the end of the long, gloomy winter that had engulfed my existence for so long. I laid the flowers against the cold granite gravestone, and stood there in peaceful stillness for a long time, feeling a great sensation of lightness in my chest. I had safeguarded their reputation, saved their legacy, and endured their other daughter's unfathomable betrayals. I muttered a final pledge to live a happy life for all of us, turned away from the shadows of the past, and went toward the sun. Madison's sad downfall and Olivia's perseverance serve as a stark reminder that money has the terrifying capacity to reveal a person's real character. We typically assume that family relationships are unbreakable. But when greed enters the picture, even close blood kin can become unrecognizable foes. Olivia's path tells us that remaining in a toxic relationship just because of shared DNA is a risky decision that can cost you your tranquility and perhaps your life. True strength is found not in forgiving when the other side is unrepentant, but in the determination to cut links and defend one's own future. There is no guilt in separating from family members who see you as a resource rather than a person. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do for yourself is to close the door on the past and refuse to allow anyone, no matter who they are, to steal your dignity or destiny. Thank you for following Olivia's tough journey to justice all the way to the conclusion. We hope this tale inspires you to speak up for yourself in harmful relationships. My drunk wife attacked me during a traffic stop, accusing me of infidelity. A colleague set a trap to sabotage me, but I cleared my name alone. During my evening patrol, I spotted a black Hyundai swerving on the interstate at 90 miles per hour. When I eventually convinced the driver to pull over and get out, my jaw fell. My wife, drunker than an Irishman, was staring directly at me. But instead of looking guilty or sorry, she pounced at me, screaming, "You cheater!" and scratching her nails at my face. I tried to restrain her, but she kept striking me and trying to gauge my eyes, so I had no alternative but to forcefully handcuff her. I put her in the back seat and drove to the police station. Throughout the voyage, she continued saying our marriage was finished and refused to explain why she thought I cheated. My heart actually broke as I brought her in. I assumed she was experiencing another psychotic break. But then she noticed a picture of my coworker Sarah's face on the wall and started yelling, "That's her. That's the one you're sleeping with." I was really bewildered. Sarah and I sometimes patrolled together, but that was it. I waited in that station for hours, pleading with my wife that I had never strayed, but she would not listen. I was eventually compelled to leave her in the cell and go home. When I returned in the morning, my wife was still present, and I noticed Sarah in the break room. She rushed to me right away. "Oh my God, are you okay? Your wife is insane for saying all of that about us. Is there anything I can do to help?" I replied her, "Yes, there was." I took her to my wife and asked Sarah to explain that we had never slept together. "You're both lying. I found your lipstick in his patrol car." My wife slurred at Sarah, who took a step back, terrified. And before anyone else could speak up, my wife's parents arrived at the station. Her father poked his finger into my chest. "You're a piece of crap. How could you arrest your own wife?" Her mother was right behind him, tears flowing down her cheeks. "How dare you sleep with a coworker?" The entire station was now watching. The chief even came out, and I had to persuade him that I was handling things. Sarah then moved forward. She was typically a hothead in confrontation, yet her hands were raised quietly for some reason. "Sir and ma'am, there has been a major misunderstanding. Your son-in-law and I are only co-workers." My father-in-law spun around to confront her. "We know everything about you. Late-night shifts and text messages. Harper showed us everything." I grasped my mother-in-law's arm. "Which text messages? I have never texted Sarah outside of business hours." My wife suddenly grabbed the bars. "January 18th, February 6th, and March 25th. You were messaging on all of these dates. Should I keep going?" I took out my phone and frantically scrolled through my texts, but found nothing. "I'm not sure what you're talking about." Sarah softly touched my shoulder. "This is quite confusing for you. Maybe someone spoofed your phone number." My father-in-law got in my face. "Get her out of that cell immediately. We are taking her home." I calmly reminded him that doing this in the police station was not the best idea. His face turned crimson. That's when the desk sergeant stepped in. "Sir, she blew an 8. Your daughter is facing DUI charges. The bail hearing isn't until noon. Then we will wait." Her mother spit. "And our lawyer will be hearing about the unjust detention." Sarah took me aside as they went to sit with my wife. "Listen, I believe you should go home. Check on your son. This is getting very unpleasant, and you appear fatigued." She was correct. I drove home in a trance, hands trembling on the steering wheel. Alex was still in his jammies on the couch when I stepped in, despite the fact that it was nearly 10 a.m. "Dad." His voice was little. "What happened?" Mom cried. "Is she okay?" I sat down next to him, attempting to find the appropriate words. "Mom made an error in driving when she shouldn't have. She is safe, but upset. She kept chatting about Sarah on the phone with Grandma," Alex explained. My blood ran cold. "Do you know Miss Sarah?" He nodded. "Yes, she did bring us cookies once when you were working overtime." After she departed, Mom became quite angry. I felt my stomach drop. "When was this?" "About a month ago." "Maybe." Mom put the cookies in the trash and cried. I stood up, pacing now. "Did Sarah mention anything to Mom?" "I do not know." They chatted at the door for a bit. Mom looked really disturbed thereafter. None of it made sense. I checked my patrol car while Alex was watching TV. Sure enough, there was a tube of lipstick under the passenger seat. but I had never seen Sarah wearing lipstick. Not once in 2 years. Back inside, my phone vibrated with a text from Sarah. Your wife posted bail. Her parents paid. I attempted to settle things down for you, but she refused to listen. They are currently en route to the house. I'm so sorry this is happening to you. I texted her back, asking why she never notified me she had come to my house. Suddenly, I received no response. 6 minutes have passed. Then 10. She finally texted back. I merely wanted to drop off the shift schedule. I had no idea it would make her upset. My stomach sank. We'd been receiving schedules digitally for 2 years. Before I could fully comprehend what this meant, my wife and her parents arrived at the door. When I heard the automobile door slam, my hands started shaking. As I approached the front door through the peephole, I noticed Harper standing there, with her parents flanking her like guardians. Her eyes were red and puffy from sobbing, and her hair was still a mess from the detention cell. I took a deep breath before opening the door. Harper pushed by me inside the home without saying anything. Her father jabbed his finger into my chest, which stung. You're about to explain everything right now, he hissed. I took a step back, attempting to keep things quiet for Alex, who was still on the couch. Harper noticed him and dashed over, dropping to her knees and pulling him into a tight hug. Alex placed his arms around her neck and began crying. Mommy, she said, holding him close and staring at me over his head with hatred in her eyes. I ordered Alex to go to his room and watch cartoons, but he held to Harper tighter. I'm scared. He sobbed into her shoulder. My mother-in-law walked forward and began counting with her fingers. She listed the text messages, the lipstick in my car, and Sarah's visit to our house with cookies. I tried to explain that I hadn't sent any texts and had no idea about the lipstick. They would not allow me to finish a single statement. Harper's father kept interrupting, and her mother shook her head as if she didn't believe what I said. Harper rose up, still holding Alex, and took out her phone with her free hand. She scrolled through it and then pushed the screen into my face. There were screenshots of text messages that appeared to have originated from my phone number and addressed Sarah. The messages were flirtatious and suggested meeting up after work. One stated he couldn't wait to see her again, and another thought she looked stunning. My stomach fell when I realized I had never written any of those messages. I took out my own phone and checked my text history with Sarah. There was nothing there save a work schedule from months ago. Harper spotted my screen and exclaimed that I had clearly removed them to cover my tracks. Her father stated that he would contact the phone provider directly in order to obtain the correct information. Alex cried harder the whole time, burying his face in Harper's shoulder. When I began working late nights, my mother-in-law often stated that she knew something was wrong. Harper quickly grabbed a glass from the coffee table and threw it against the wall. It shattered into bits, and Alex began screaming. I realized things were spiraling out of control, and our son was going to be scarred. I told them I'd stay somewhere else tonight to allow everyone time to relax. Harper claimed that if I stepped out that door, I would be confessing my guilt. Her parents agreed, saying that leaving would indicate I was a cheater. But I could see Alex shaking and crying, and I knew one of us had to think straight. I walked to my bedroom and grabbed a suitcase, packing some clothing and my phone charger. Harper pursued me, yelling that I was ruining our family for a lady at work. I informed her again that nothing had occurred to Sarah, but she would not listen. Her father stood in the doorway, trying to prevent me from leaving. I had to squeeze by him while he called me whatever term he could think of. As I approached my car, Harper screamed from the porch that our marriage was ended. I drove away, my hands shaking on the wheel, unsure where I was heading. I pulled into a parking lot and contacted James Carter, the department's union representative. He answered on the third ring, and I told him what had happened. He ordered me to document everything and not tell anyone at work about it. He stated the department would probably put me on desk duty after they learned about the arrest. He also suggested that I write down every recent interaction I had with Sarah. I thanked him and drove around for an additional 25 minutes, trying to think. Finally, I stopped into a cheap motel off the highway and booked a room for the night. The room smelled like old cigarettes, and the bed groaned when I sat down. I grabbed a notebook from my purse, and began writing what I remembered. I described how Sarah usually caressed my shoulder when she spoke to me. How she found out about Harper's arrest before anybody else did, and how she arrived at the station just as her parents did. She volunteered for every overtime shift while I was working. She always sat next to me during briefings, even when other seats were available. She once delivered coffee to my car without asking. She laughed at all of my ridiculous jokes, even when they weren't amusing. I wrote till my hand cramped, and I ended up with 3 pages of notes. Looking at everything written down made me sick to my stomach. How had I not seen this pattern before now? I kept writing about the cookie incident, which Alex had described. Sarah had never mentioned going to my house. She pretended as if she had no idea where I lived, Yet she had been talking to Harper for 14 minutes, according to my memory. And now she had lied about bringing paper timetables when we had always used digital ones. Harper was texting me, calling me names and expressing her desire for a divorce. I didn't say anything because I knew it would just make things worse right now. The next morning, my phone rang while I was lying in that horrible motel bed, and it was James phoning to inform me that the department wanted me on modified duty beginning immediately. He stated the chief was concerned about liability if I went out on patrol while distracted by all of this personal things. It made logical, but it still stung that I couldn't do my regular job. James told me to come to his office at 10 a.m., so we could discuss how to safeguard my work and reputation from whatever was going on here. When I arrived, he had a legal pad full of notes and was laying out his plan step by step. The first step was to obtain my phone records from the carrier to establish that I had not sent the texts Harper mentioned. He made the call right in front of me and placed an official request stating that we required them for a department inquiry. Then he took out his calendar and scheduled me for an internal affairs interview in 3 days, making my stomach drop. He spent the next hour teaching me what to expect, and emphasizing the need of sticking to facts rather than guessing why Sarah did anything. That evening, after leaving his office, I couldn't help but drive by my house to see whether things had settled down. Harper's parents' car was still in the driveway, and all of the lights inside were turned on, implying that they were all still there, discussing how bad I was. I took out my phone and texted Harper, asking if I could contact Alex to say goodnight because I hadn't. I had not seen him in more than a day. She didn't respond for 6 whole hours, and when she finally did, it was only 2 words: he was asleep. I looked at the clock, and it was only 7 p.m., so I knew she was lying. But calling her out on it would just make matters worse. Back at the motel, I took my notebook and began creating a thorough timeline of every occasion I'd worked with Sarah in the previous few months. I wrote down how she routinely volunteered for overtime shifts when she knew I was also working them. She always sat next to me during briefings, even when there were plenty of other unoccupied chairs in the room. She brought coffee to my patrol car at least once a week, without me asking. She knew my favorite sandwich from the deli down the street and would occasionally get one for me. Looking at all of these small details written down revealed a pattern so obvious that I felt dumb for not noticing it sooner. The following day, I had to go to the station to fill out papers for my changed duty status, and the entire environment felt altered. When I walked past people I had worked with for years in the corridor, they didn't look me in the eyes. The desk sergeant, who typically joked with me, simply nodded and handed me the forms without saying anything. Harper's arrest and charges against me and Sarah were widely publicized. 3 days later, I sat in the internal affairs interview room across from David Thomas, whom I had only met once at a department barbecue. He questioned me repeatedly about my working connection with Sarah and whether we had ever breached professional limits. I replied that we were just patrol partners who worked well together, but he kept asking why she was coming to my house with cookies. He took out a folder and gave me the identical screenshots Harper had given me of text messages with my name on them. I assured him again that I had never sent them and requested if they could look through Sarah's phone for any apps that may mimic phone numbers. David Thomas wrote everything down, but his face remained blank, so I couldn't tell if he believed me or thought I was lying. After 2 hours of inquiries, I was about to leave when I remembered what Alex had mentioned about Harper and Sarah conversing at the door for a long time. I took out my phone in the parking lot and called James Carter, explaining that we wanted to find out exactly what Sarah had said to my wife that day at our home. James contacted me back within 6 minutes and suggested that we investigate to see if any of our neighbors had doorbell cameras from when Sarah stopped by with the cookies. It was worth a shot, even if 1 month is a long time to keep footage. I drove directly back to my neighborhood and began knocking on doors. The first 2 neighbors either did not have cameras or had previously removed old recordings. Mr. Johnson owned the 3rd residence and worked in IT, so everything was backed up to the cloud. He welcomed me in, and we sat at his computer while he went over old footage from February. After about 25 minutes of searching, he discovered it. Sarah stood at my front door, clutching a container of cookies. The timestamp indicated she stood there for 14 minutes, which made little sense for simply dropping something off. Mr. Johnson continued to watch videos until he came across one that showed someone leaning into my police car, which was parked in the driveway. The person's face was not visible, but they were clearly tampering with something inside the car. I begged him to send me both clips right away and thanked him around 50 times. My hands were shaking as I forwarded everything to James, along with a message outlining what we'd discovered. He wrote back, saying this was exactly what we needed and that he was sending it directly to Internal Affairs with an official request to investigate Sarah. For the first time since this disaster began, I felt like someone might believe me. That night, around 9 p.m., my phone rang. It was Harper's father. He began ranting before I had even said hi. He threatened to call every news station in town if I didn't stop talking about Sarah and let Harper come home. He described me as a corrupt cop who arrested his own wife to cover up an affair. I put him on speaker and started recording, as James had instructed. Harper's father started making threats for 6 minutes straight. When he eventually hung up, I saved the recording and forwarded it to James. The next morning, I received a call from the station stating that Internal Affairs wanted to see me immediately. When I arrived, David Thomas informed me that they had summoned Sarah in for interrogation based on the film I had provided. They also required to conduct a comprehensive forensic sweep of my patrol car, which meant I had to turn it in immediately. Without a patrol car, I couldn't even perform desk duties. So, I was effectively suspended without being officially suspended. David stated that it would take at least a week to process everything. I left the station, feeling bewildered, and called James, who advised me to seek a family lawyer immediately. He recommended Charlotte Morgan, a specialist in custody issues involving law enforcement. I met her that afternoon at her downtown office. She reviewed all of my data and concluded that Harper's emotional state and false charges justified our request for supervised visitation. The thought of having supervision to see my own son made me nauseous, but Charlotte explained that it was the only way to ensure that I could see Alex on a regular basis. She began preparing the paperwork straight in her office. We filed everything with the court the next day, requesting supervised visits twice a week. Charlotte claimed Harper's drinking and unstable conduct made her unreliable around Alex. The court clerk claimed we'd have a hearing date within 3 weeks. 4 days later, James called to tell the forensics team had finished with my police car. They discovered that the lipstick tube contained no definite fingerprints, only blurred partials that could belong to anyone. However, they discovered traces of a scent on it that did not match anything Harper owned. When I asked how they knew what perfume Harper used, James explained that they had obtained a warrant to test objects from our residence. The whole thing was becoming more invasive by the day. The best news came about a week later, when the phone company records arrived. James called me almost roaring with enthusiasm. The data showed that no texts were ever received from my number to Sarah's on any of the dates Harper claimed. Someone had undoubtedly falsified those texts, implying that someone was purposefully attempting to damage my marriage. James thought this was significant because it demonstrated I was being set up. We now had actual proof that someone was lying, and it was not me. He quickly filed copies with Internal Affairs and forwarded them to Charlotte for the custody proceedings. Harper's lawyer attempted to prevent the evidence, claiming it was obtained fraudulently, but the judge permitted it. Things were finally turning in my favor. The doorbell footage, bogus texts, and placed lipstick all pointed to someone attempting to frame me. Sarah was still working, although she had been assigned to a different shift pending the investigation. According to other cops, she was telling everyone I was crazy and blaming her for my marital difficulties. But the evidence spoke louder than her words. Internal Affairs broadened their inquiry and began looking into Sarah's employment history and any more complaints. Charlotte stated all of this evidence would be useful in family court since it demonstrated I was the victim, not the cheater. She was putting together a compelling case for why I needed equal custody after everything was settled. But for now, all I wanted was to see my son. The supervised visitation hearing was scheduled for the following Monday, so I spent the whole weekend preparing what I wanted to say. Monday morning, I stepped into the courthouse in my nicest suit, attempting to keep my hands firm. The judge reviewed the documents as Harper sat with her parents on the opposite side of the room. The hearing lasted less than 25 minutes, and the court granted me supervised visits twice a week to the community center. Harper's lawyer got up and handed the court another bundle of papers. He was seeking an immediate protective order, saying that I was harassing Harper by investigating her claims about Sarah. Charlotte rushed up and handed the court all of our proof, including the phone records that proved the texts were phony. The court read everything and dismissed the protection order, stating that I had the right to defend myself against false claims. Harper's parents spoke angrily to their lawyer as we exited the courthouse. 3 days later, we all gathered for mediation in a small conference room at the courthouse. The mediator attempted to encourage Harper to talk, but her father repeatedly interrupted and answered for her. Harper's mother would grab her arm whenever she tried to say anything on her own. The mediator ended the discussion after 40 minutes, noting that Harper seems unable to speak freely with her parents there. She suggested Harper go to individual counseling without family members. Sarah texted me that afternoon, stating she was sorry for everything and hoped we could chat soon. I immediately presented it to James Carter, who advised me to ban her phone number straight away while saving the message as evidence. I screenshotted everything and gave it to him before blocking her. The next morning, David Thomas called to give me an update on the inquiry. Sarah was examined by Internal Affairs, and she denied having any romantic feelings for me, claiming she was simply being nice with a colleague. David claimed her explanation had severe flaws since she kept changing specifics about why she came to my residence. Friday finally arrived, and I traveled to the community center for my first supervised visit with Alex. The supervisor brought me into a bright room filled with toys and books, where I waited uncomfortably. When the door opened, Alex rushed into my arms, crying and wondering when I was coming home. My chest tightened as I told him I didn't know yet, but I loved him very much. We sat on the floor, playing with Legos, as the supervisor took notes in the corner. Alex added that Mom had been sobbing a lot lately, and Grandma had been saying negative things about me. He claimed that Grandma had labeled him a rotten man and informed him that I no longer loved them. I jotted this down in my notebook, but I didn't ask him any further questions because I didn't want to offend him. We spent the remainder of our 2 hours building a massive Lego castle and reading his favorite books. When time was over, Alex clung to me, pleading with me not to leave. The supervisor had to gently draw him away as he cried for me. I sat in my car in the parking lot for 25 minutes, trying to collect myself before going home. David called me that evening with big news concerning Sarah. He noticed she had accessed the evidence room and printed old paper schedules 4 days before she came to my house with cookies. The computer log revealed that she printed schedules from 7 months earlier, which completely undermined her claim of dropping off current schedules. This was definitive indication that she had planned something and lied about it. Monday morning, the chief summoned me to his office directly. He sat behind his desk, looking fatigued, and stated that the matter was becoming a significant issue for the department. He pledged to be fair, but warned that if Sarah did something wrong, there would be ramifications for everyone involved, including potential policy changes. He stated that the department's credibility was at danger, and the municipal council was asking questions. I exited his office feeling even more agitated than before. Harper was arraigned for DUI on Wednesday at the courthouse. She stood before the bench, while her lawyer attempted to blame the arrest on our marital issues, claiming she was emotionally distressed. However, the judge did not buy it, stating that a blood alcohol level of 19 was exceedingly risky, regardless of personal issues. Harper was required to complete an alcohol assessment and attend treatment as part of her plea deal. Her lawyer continued to argue, but the judge interrupted him, saying that intoxicated driving endangers innocent people regardless of what was going on at home. Harper appeared little and defeated as they let her go. That afternoon, I had my first meeting with the therapist Charlotte had recommended. I sat in her office, uncomfortable about talking to a stranger, yet after an hour, I felt lighter. She helped me realize that I wasn't insane and that someone had purposefully attempted to damage my marriage and career. She claimed the information plainly demonstrated manipulation and dishonesty that was not my fault. We discussed how Sarah's actions were intentional and deliberate, not simply misunderstandings. She taught me strategies for dealing with stress, and the ambiguity of not understanding why Sarah did this. I left feeling clearer-headed than I had in weeks. The investigation was progressing, and the truth was slowly being revealed, despite the fact that it was destroying everything I had constructed. 3 days later, my neighbor knocked on my door, holding his laptop and appearing concerned. He opened it to show me another doorbell video from the morning Harper was arrested, and there was a white Honda Civic parked outside our house at 6 a.m., 2 hours before Sarah's shift even began. I focused in on the license plate, and my hands began to shake because I knew the numerals from the parking lot at work. The timestamp indicated that woman sat there for 25 minutes just viewing our house before driving away. I thanked him and immediately called James, who instructed me to document everything and submit a formal complaint with the department straight away. I spent the next 3 hours writing down everything Sarah had done, from lying about her schedule to showing up at my house and sending Harper false text messages. James examined it and assisted me in adding specific policy infractions before we submitted it to Internal Affairs, along with all supporting documentation. The union president called me personally to say they were entirely behind me and would provide legal assistance if necessary. David from Internal Affairs called me the following morning with more awful news concerning Sarah. They dug through computer files and discovered she'd used the patrol car assignment system 15 times in the previous 7 months, always ensuring she'd be matched with me. She also accessed my personnel file in January, which she had no reason to do because she was not a supervisor. He claimed they were creating a case for stalking and harassment that went far beyond job wrongdoing. Harper's mother called me that afternoon and cried so hard that I couldn't understand her. "I'm so sorry." She repeated again and over. I asked her what happened, and she stated she had been reviewing all of the evidence I had given through my lawyer. Sarah's phone records indicate no texts, the doorbell tape shows her snooping around, and all of the lies she told. She said that she only wanted what was best for Alex and that they might have been mistaken about everything. I advised her to truly think about what was true in this situation since our boy needs both of his parents to think properly. She cried harder, claiming Harper was drinking again and refusing to listen to anyone. 2 nights later, my phone called at 1 a.m., and Harper was drunk and slurring her words. She alternated between yelling at me and crying, claiming she had lost her sense of reality. Then she said something that made me sit upright. Sarah gave me messages on her phone, but I was already drunk and may not have been able to see clearly. I asked her to repeat it, and she claimed Sarah had come to the house that day with a phone full of texts, but Harper had already started drinking at midday. She stated the phone looked like mine, but she wasn't sure anymore. I recorded the call on my laptop while she rambled about being confused and unsure who to trust. The next week, we had our first family court hearing, and the judge approved a temporary separation arrangement. I got Alex from Friday night until Sunday evening, which wasn't quite enough, but my lawyer said it was usual and better than nothing. At the very least, it provided Alex with some consistency and routine, which he urgently needed after all of the insanity. The judge instructed both of us to prioritize Alex's well-being above all else. 2 days later, Alex's school counselor summoned both of us to a conference to discuss his decreasing grades and anxiousness. He was having difficulty sleeping and weeping at irregular moments in class. Harper and I sat on opposing ends of the room, but we decided to collaborate solely for academic purposes. We devised a strategy for more help and counseling at school, and for once, we didn't argue over anything. The counselor stated that Alex needed to witness stability between us, even if we were separated. That Thursday, as I was leaving my therapy appointment, Sarah arrived in the parking lot, striding directly toward me. Before she could say anything, James appeared out of nowhere and stood between us. "You need to leave right now," he told her. She looked stunned and backed away swiftly, almost sprinting to her car. James had been following me for safety when the union learned that she might try to contact me. According to the security guard, she had been waiting for an hour. David called me that evening with important news about Sarah's phone. They discovered metadata indicating she used an app called Text Now, which allowed you to send messages from false phone numbers. She removed it the day after Harper was arrested, but they were working with the corporation to recover the information. He claimed this was the smoking gun they needed to prove she forged the communications Harper saw. It would take a few weeks, but he was confident that they would obtain the evidence. I spent the weekend putting together a package containing everything we had thus far. The phone records prove that I never texted Sarah. Both doorbell videos show her at our home. Evidence indicates she lied about her schedules. The computer logs show her viewing my files. She twisted the patrol car assignment and has now uninstalled the chatting app. I sorted everything chronologically, with timestamps and explanations. Charlotte reviewed it and stated it was clear evidence that I was being set up by someone who had been planning this for months. Charlotte organized the appointment for the following Tuesday at her office, instructing me to bring every piece of evidence we had gathered. I arrived early and assisted her in setting up the conference room, organizing all of the documents neatly on the table while she tested the laptop to ensure that the doorbell videos played smoothly. Harper arrived with her parents 25 minutes late, and I could see she had been weeping again from her big red eyes and the tissues she was clutching in her palm. Her father sat across from me, arms crossed, while her mother held Harper's hand and continued to rub her back. Charlotte began by exhibiting the phone records, pointing to each date Harper mentioned and establishing that no texts were exchanged between me and Sarah on those days, or any other days for that matter. Harper's father continued to shake his head, but I observed her mother bending forward to look more closely at the documents. Charlotte then played the doorbell camera of Sarah visiting our house for 14 minutes as she claimed to be dropping off schedules that we hadn't used in 2 years. Harper's mother gasped and grabbed the papers indicating when we moved to digital timetables, her hands trembling as she read the date. The second video showed someone reaching inside my patrol car on the same day Sarah visited. Even though the person's face was not visible, you could see them putting something under the passenger seat. Charlotte then revealed the forensics report, which said that the lipstick had no obvious fingerprints and contained a perfume Harper had never worn, as well as metadata evidence from Sarah's deleted messaging app. Harper's mother began to cry harder, but not because she was furious. And she continued gazing between me and Harper, as if she were seeing things differently. Her father sat there with his mouth gritted, but even he couldn't dispute with the patrol car assignment log, which revealed Sarah had repeatedly twisted the system to be my partner. After 2 hours of going over everything, Harper suddenly spoke up and said she'd go to therapy if I terminated the investigation. Charlotte swiftly stated that this was not the case, because Sarah's case was handled apart from our family problem by internal affairs. Harper's mother abruptly rose up and moved around the table to where I was sitting, and I stiffened up, expecting her to punch me or yell. But instead, she just caressed my shoulder and apologized for not believing me. Her father did not apologize, but he did tell Harper that they should focus on getting her help rather than battling me, which was more than I anticipated from him. Harper agreed to join an intense outpatient program that would meet 3 times a week and vowed to stop telling people I was cheating while the probe was ongoing. It wasn't an apology, and she still looked at me suspiciously, but at least Alex wouldn't have to listen to his grandparents calling me names any longer. 3 days later, I received a call from David informing me that Internal Affairs had completed their preliminary investigation and found no evidence of any illicit interaction between me and Sarah. However, they strongly advised that I be switched to day shift to avoid future contact with her. I accepted quickly because I simply wanted to get back to normal job and quit being the guy everyone talked about in the hallways. That same afternoon, the chief summoned Sarah to his office and issued her a formal reprimand, as well as an immediate reassignment to the North Precinct pending the completion of the full inquiry. And news traveled throughout the station within an hour that she was effectively done with our department. She cleared out her locker while I was on patrol to avoid crossing paths. But guys later informed me that she didn't say goodbye to anyone and just went out with a box of her belongings, looking straight ahead. Harper began her treatment program the following Monday, and appeared to be taking it seriously, attending every session and participating in group discussions, according to what her counselor informed me during our check-in call. About 3 weeks in, her therapist contacted me and asked if I'd be ready to participate in some joint sessions to improve our co-parenting communication. Even though I didn't want to sit in a room with Harper after everything, I consented because I knew Alex needed us to be functional parents. During our third combined session, with both therapists present, Harper finally acknowledged that Sarah had been to the house that day and shown her phone messages, claiming I was bothering her and wouldn't leave her alone at work. Harper claimed she was already inebriated by midday that day. And when she read those texts with my name at the top, she immediately trusted them without checking to see if the number matched mine. The therapist encouraged her to reflect on why she was so fast to believe it. Harper burst into tears, stating she had been separated from me for months due to all of my overtime shifts, and she was already concerned that I was drifting away from the family. I wanted to be outraged, but all I felt was sadness that she had been struggling, and instead of talking to me about it, she turned to drinking and believing the first negative thing she heard about me. James called me that evening with an update. Sarah would very certainly face official misconduct charges, which might ruin her law enforcement career, because the evidence of manipulation and false claims was too strong for the agency to ignore. He claimed that the union would not even defend her since she had violated so many policies and ethical standards that they couldn't justify taking her case. Harper's court hearing for the DUI accusation came the following week, and her lawyer negotiated a bargain in which she would plead to reckless driving rather than DUI in exchange for completing treatment and losing her license for 6 months. Veronica told me that this was quite usual for first crimes with skilled lawyers. And, while it felt unfair that she would not suffer the full repercussions, I decided not to fight it because it would reduce Alex's stress. We got into a schedule in which I had Alex every weekend and Wednesday night. And, while it hurt to not see him every day, at least his schedule was consistent and he knew what to anticipate. His teacher contacted to report he was doing better in class, paying more attention, and not sobbing as often as before. He still asked her when mommy and daddy will live together again. During one of our appointments, Harper's therapist advised that we check through Harper's phone together for evidence of the phony texts. And that's when we discovered it. There was a contact saved with my name, but when we clicked on it, the number was completely different from mine, only by 2 numbers, so you wouldn't notice unless you looked closely. Harper was shaking as she realized Sarah must have created this contact during those 14 minutes at our door and then used it to send the bogus messages Harper saw when she was too inebriated to notice the phone number did not match. Harper's shaking intensified, and she gripped my arm, pleading with me to call her parents immediately away. I called her father's number and handed her the phone, watching her recount everything we had just discovered while tears streamed down her cheeks. Her parents arrived at our door 25 minutes later, and her father examined the evidence on Harper's phone, his face becoming redder by the second. He turned to me and told me that they owed me an apology for the public incident at the station, but they were simply trying to protect their daughter. I assured him I understood and that all that mattered now was helping Harper recover and keeping Alex steady during this ordeal. Her mother hugged me for the first time in months, and she apologized for believing the worst of me. The next morning, James called with word from Internal Affairs regarding their final judgment on Sarah. They were charged with many policy infractions, including evidence tampering, making false statements, harassment, and conduct unbecoming an officer. She wasn't dismissed, but she was downgraded 2 ranks and assigned to the records division, where she'd be filling paperwork instead of patrolling. James stated that while it was not the termination we had hoped for, she would no longer work the streets or have access to police cars and equipment. 4 days later, Sarah sent a letter to the department, accepting responsibility for what she described as poor judgment and unprofessional behavior. Veronica read it first and told me that it was actually a good thing Sarah didn't apologize to me directly because it demonstrated an admission of wrongdoing, which may be useful if we were to pursue civil action later. The chief brought me into his office that afternoon to inform me that I would be returning to normal patrol on Monday with a new partner named Martinez, who had transferred from the next county over. Martinez understood the whole situation, but when we started working together, he treated me like any other cop, focusing on the task rather than the drama. When I walked by, some of the other cops continued to whisper, but the majority had seen the proof and were sympathetic, especially after Sarah's demotion became public. Harper and I met with both of our lawyers the next week to finalize our separation agreement. We agreed to a 7-month trial separation with the option of working toward reconciliation, or proceeding with divorce based on how her treatment went, and whether we could regain any trust. Harper remained devoted to her outpatient treatment and had not used alcohol in 3 weeks, according to her therapist, who contacted me with updates. Our custody arrangement allowed me to spend every other weekend and Wednesday nights with Alex, while Harper had him the rest of the time as long as she remained sober and finished treatment. That Saturday, I picked up Alex for our weekend and took him to the park by the lake where we used to go when he was little. We grabbed a bag of bread from the corner store and spent 3 hours feeding the ducks and geese, not talking about anything serious, just having fun together. Alex grinned as one brave fowl ate directly from his palm. And for the first time in months, I saw him act like a normal kid, rather than carrying the burden of our family's issues. He asked if we could return next weekend, and I promised, making a mental vow to keep our time together easy and enjoyable rather than attempting to repair everything at once. On the way home, Alex fell asleep in the back seat, and I found myself reflecting on all that had transpired with Sarah during the previous year. Looking back on all the tiny things, like how she always volunteered for my shifts, how she'd touch my shoulder or arm when we talked, and the excuses she made to be near me, it was evident she'd formed feelings that evolved into something deeper. I was too preoccupied with my job to recognize the warning flags, and I overlooked how her conduct was progressing from a crush to full manipulation and obsession. The entire incident taught me to pay closer attention to workplace limits and trust my instincts when something feels strange, rather than ignoring it to avoid unpleasantness. 2 months have gone since the night I arrested Harper, and our family no longer looks the same. We are not living together. Harper and I might never truly trust each other again, and Alex is still wondering when things will return to normal. However, Harper is receiving treatment for her drinking problem. I'm back at work, and no false allegations linger over me. Sarah can't harm anyone else because of her desk job. Most significantly, Alex is safe and begins to grin again. The truth regarding Sarah's manipulation was ultimately revealed. Even if it took shattering our marriage to reveal it. When someone decides to tear your life apart, that is perhaps the best outcome you can hope for. Not a pleasant reunion, but at least everyone survived the carnage and found their way forward. That's how things went for me. It is just gas. My parents ignored my pain to buy a phone charger. My appendix burst in the car. I called my bio dad. He saved me and won custody. My mom and stepdad have always disliked me because I look like her biggest enemy, my biological father. I didn't want to call them when I felt a sharp ache in my lower right abdomen in arithmetic class. After my forehead burned, I had to SMS the family group chat. It took 45 minutes to pick me up. "Were you trying to skip school?" my stepdad inquired as I got in the car. My sister turned up the aux before I could answer. I asked, "What are you even doing here?" "Happy, we were having a family bonding day." "That you interrupted?" Mom laughed. My gut hurt sharply and explosively, like it was being scorched. Mom turned from the front seat, her eyes narrowing as usual when she stared at me. "You better not be doing this for attention." My gray skin never stopped sweating. Every driving bump fired electricity through my stomach. That caused me to vomit. Greg returned a grocery bag without looking, as if expecting it. "My gosh," he said. "Your father used to pull this same dramatic BS." Sam's phone alerted him. Her phone was 10%. "My phone is dying," she wailed. This wasn't just regular upset. It was that calculated crying she'd perfected since she was 6. "Owen is going to FaceTime me in literally 20 minutes, and he'll think I'm ignoring him, and then he'll ask that girl from chemistry to homecoming instead of me." I could feel something inside me worsening every second. "Hospitals," I exclaimed. "Please." Mom and Greg looked. I got the same look when I asked to join the Disney family vacation. Same look as when I asked why Sam got a car for her 18th birthday but got a $25 card. "There's a Best Buy right there," Mom said, pointing to the right blue sign. Think I misheard her. "We can grab her a portable charger real quick." Despite pain and nausea, I lifted my head. "What?" she said. "It'll just take a second," telling Greg to go to bed. "Please." Number. Words barely came out. A closing sensation in my throat. Greg looked disgusted at me in the rearview mirror. "Stop being dramatic, just like your dad always was. 5 minutes won't kill you." They jumped right in. Mom opened her door. Sam ran out, Still crying about Owen, and Greg locked the car with me inside like a dog, not their son. Pressure building up with nowhere to go replaced the sharp pain. I felt it like a water balloon bursting inside me. No relief, just wrongness. Fire spread from my belly to my chest. I knew what happened. Your body tells you when something ruptures, even at 18, without medical training. I couldn't type ambulance numbers because my hand kept moving. I saw Mom comparing two chargers through the shop window. Sam examined phone cases. Greg checked his watch because the game started at 5, not because he worried about me. I blacked out after hearing the car door open. Greg, is he breathing? Mom asked. Yeah, but we have to go now, Sam. But I haven't charged my phone yet. I woke up in the ICU 2 days later. I heard my mom's fake concern at parent-teacher conferences in the hallway through the medications. We rushed here the second we realized something was wrong, she said. We only stopped for 3 minutes because Sam has severe anxiety and needed her medication from the pharmacy. The nurse devoured it. You poor things. It must have been so scary. Greg spoke. We've been here every day. Haven't left his side. I realized I had to make my own way to justice. I knew exactly how. In our family group chat, I typed, "Thank you for saving my life, Mom." Then I sent something else. My family wasn't informed. I found my bio dad's number in Mom's old phone 8 months earlier and saved it under a fake contact name in case. I typed with shaking fingers. I struggled with each word because the painkillers were pulling me down. I almost died because Mom wouldn't take me to the hospital. I'm in ICU. Please help. After sending, the message turned blue before my eyes got too heavy to open. I dropped the phone on the blanket, and it went dark again. Room was dim when I woke up. The sink has one yellow light. A man in dark blue scrubs worked the machines next to my bed. He had kind eyes and a tie. Name tag. He smiled when I stared. Hey, you're awake. How are you feeling? The majority asked that as a greeting without expecting a response. Tyler stood there waiting, looking at me like my answer mattered. Everything hurts, I answered, stuttering. And I'm scared to go home. His expression shifted immediately. Not shocked, but something clicked. He brought up the chair next to my bed and sat at eye level. Can I ask you some questions about that? I nodded. Despite my constricted throat, I needed someone to know. The hospital takes patient safety seriously, Tyler whispered. Would it be okay if I requested a social work consult for you? Someone who can help make sure you're safe and have what you need? Relief was so overwhelming I almost cried again. Someone cared enough to act. Yes, I said. Please. Tyler clasped my palm briefly before standing up and writing on his iPad. I'm putting that request in right now. Someone will come talk to you tomorrow morning. He examined my IV and adjusted something that eased my stomach pain. Try to get some rest. I'll be here all night if you need anything. I went asleep feeling safer than in years. The next morning, a woman with dark hair and a bun entered my room with a tablet and a nice smile. Her tag reads Samantha Burns, Social Services. She sat on the chair by my bed. Good morning, I'm Samantha. The nursing staff asked me to come check on you and see how you're doing. Her pleasant, professional voice made you feel like you could tell her anything. Can you walk me through what happened before you got to the hospital? Told her everything. About messaging the math class family group chat when the agony started. About waited 45 minutes for pickup. About Greg questioning if I was skipping school. About Sam's phone dying and Mom stopping at Best Buy for a charger as I vomited in the back car. About locking me in the car while shopping. Concerning my appendix burst and inability to call for aid. Samantha's expression was calm and friendly, but her fingers quickly scanned her tablet, taking notes on everything I said. She looked up with gentle eyes when I finished. The medical team documented your condition when you arrived. You had critical sepsis from a ruptured appendix, which means there was a significant delay in getting you treatment. She stopped before asking the crucial question. Do you feel safe going home? Wanting to say no hurt more than my incision. But I also understood what happened to youngsters who thought home was unsafe. Perhaps foster care or forced family therapy, where Mom would blame me for everything. Finally, I responded, I don't know, honestly. Samantha nodded like that explanation was enough. Her business card was placed on the table next to my bed when she rose up. If you need anything or remember something else you want to tell me, you can call that number anytime. I checked the time on my phone after she departed. I saw the alert then. My biological father, who I saved as Dave from school, texted me. I'm driving there now, 3 states away, but I'll be there by tomorrow morning. Are you okay? Please tell me you're okay. Before stopping, I cried. They dropped everything and drove through the night to get to me, even though they barely knew me. My mother probably watched cookery shows at home and complained about how I destroyed her week. I couldn't stop crying. Another nurse checked on me and inquired whether I was hurt. I shook my head because I couldn't explain that these were relief tears, the type that come when you realize you're not alone. That afternoon, I heard Mom's voice in the hallway before seeing her. She pretended to be pleasant with instructors and physicians. The one everyone thought was Mother of the Year. Greg's husky voice rumbled obscurely. Then they entered with Sam following, continuously looking at her phone. Mom wore her worried parent face, eyebrows furrowed and mouth down. But when she spotted Samantha's business card on my bedside table, her face transformed. Her jaw and eyes tightened. She read the card and looked at me with that face I knew too well. Who suggested I'd done something wrong by living? What's this about? She asked sharply, although trying to sound casual. Greg looked annoyed as he crossed his arms behind her. I maintained a neutral expression and speech. A social worker is helping coordinate my discharge care, making sure I have what I need when I leave the hospital. It wasn't a lie, just incomplete. Greg's jaw tensed and a cheek muscle leaped. A nurse passed by, looking into the room, so Mom couldn't react. Her grin seemed forced as she sat in Samantha's chair. Well, that's nice of them. We just want to make sure you're taken care of. Sam never looked away from her phone. She stood at the entrance, thumb scrolling, wishing she were anywhere else. I wondered if Owen contacted her for that FaceTime or if she was unconcerned while I died in a parking lot. I didn't invite Dr. Angelo Burns to visit during Mom's evening hours. My surgeon was tall with gray temples and worn eyes from too many emergency cases. He looked at my computer chart and read about my recuperation, primarily to himself. His next statement froze the room. The surgical notes indicate your appendix had been ruptured for at least 3 hours before you arrived at the hospital. He looked up from the screen, alternating between me and my parents. How long were you experiencing symptoms before you came in? The end. The moment I'd waited for since waking up and hearing Mom lie to the nurses in the corridor. I spoke clearly and calmly to ensure accuracy. I texted them from the school when the pain started. It took 45 minutes for them to pick me up. Then I asked to go to the hospital, but we stopped at Best Buy first so Sam could get a phone charger. They locked me in the car while they shopped. That's when my appendix ruptured. I observed Mom's face change color while I talked, then return red and angry. Greg held fists at his sides. Sam finally looked up from her phone, wide-eyed. Dr. Thompson's eyes changed despite his professional neutrality. He spent a long time typing notes in my chart. Still typing, he replied. I'll be coordinating with social services regarding your case. He went without telling my parents anything else. The deep, menacing stillness after he left seemed alive. Mom opened her lips to speak, but another nurse checked my vitals. Greg tugged Mom to the door, grumbling about coffee. Sam followed silently. She glanced at me before leaving. Her face changed briefly. Maybe guilty or afraid. Then she left, leaving me alone with the equipment beeping, my heart racing, and the realization that I'd started something irreversible. The machines beeped steadily as I counted the small holes in each ceiling tile square. My IV drugs made my body feel heavy, but my intellect didn't shut off. Tyler returned to my room at 9 p.m. to check my vitals. He softly adjusted things on the bed and wrote notes on his iPad. After finishing, he sat down in Samantha's chair like he had something important to say. He said he'd advise the other nurses and physicians to mark the delay in bringing me to the hospital in my file. He said the ER professionals recorded my condition, infection severity, and near-death experience. His speech was calm and professional, but his eyes were sorrowful when he claimed many people were worried about me. He said that in cases like mine where a child was injured, the hospital staff recorded everything. My throat tightened when he spoke something. He informed me I had people watching out for me and ensuring my safety. He said that mattered more than I estimated. He softly squeezed my shoulder before returning to the nurse's station. I barely slept that night. While my appendix ruptured, I saw Mom comparing phone chargers every time I closed my eyes. I continued checking my phone for Dad's response, but nothing. Part of me wondered if he'd come or decide I wasn't worth the hassle, like Mom usually said. Morning came slowly, the sky outside my window changing black to gray to pale blue. Around 7, a nurse brought me breakfast I couldn't eat because my stomach was still upset from surgery. While eating basic bread, I heard voices in the corridor and the door opened. Tall, maybe 6'2", the man who entered had dark hair with gray sides. After driving all night, his clothes were wrinkled, but his face was like looking in a mirror 20 years from now. Same nose, jawline, and dark eyes that Mom always said made her sick to look at. He stopped just inside the doorway and stared at me, his eyes getting wet. He crossed the room in 3 long steps and hugged me carefully, avoiding all the tubes and wires. His voice cracked when he asked if I was okay, and I couldn't answer because I was crying too hard. He smelled like coffee in the highway, and his hands were shaking when he looked at my face. We talked for almost 2 hours. He pulled the chair up next to my bed and held my hand while he explained everything. He told me how he and Mom met in college, how things fell apart after I was born, and how she blamed him for everything wrong in her life. He claimed she had applied for full custody and told the judge he was dangerous and had hurt her, but he couldn't prove it. The court granted her custody and supervised visitation once a month, but she relocated 3 states away without notifying him. When he found out where we went, she'd filed papers saying he'd abandoned me, and the new court terminated his rights. But here's what made my chest feel like it was caving in. He pulled out his phone and showed me 18 years of bank statements. Every month, he'd sent child support payments through the state system. He'd been sending money every month for my whole life, but Mom said he never paid. She'd bought Sam a car with my money, taken family vacations, and left me home with my money. I looked at those bank statements and realized my whole life had been a lie. He showed me dozens of letters he'd sent to Mom's address asking to see me, but she'd never responded. He'd hired lawyers twice to request visitation rights, but the courts wouldn't help without proof of the lies. He said finding me was like finding a part of himself he thought was gone forever. Samantha returned mid-morning and asked to speak with Bio Dad privately. They left, and I sat alone with my thoughts for 45 minutes that felt like hours. I could hear their serious, low voices in the hallway. When they returned, Bio Dad's posture had changed. He stood straighter, his jaw set in a determined way that reminded me of how I felt when I told Dr. Anderson the truth. Samantha sat down and said in her calm, professional voice that she and Bio Dad had reviewed my post-discharge living possibilities. Given my medical care delay and safety concerns at home, she advised me not to return to Mom's house right away. Bio Dad had agreed to stay in town, and she would arrange for him to be my temporary guardian during my recovery. She used words like home evaluation, child protective services, and family court. Each one felt like another brick in my wall between Mom and me. Samantha said a CPS investigator would need to visit Mom's house and interview everyone, which would take time. She promised to keep me safe, and I believed her. Bio Dad took my hand again and I held on tight. Mom arrived for afternoon visiting hours and found Bio Dad sitting next to my bed. I watched her face go through 5 different expressions in 3 seconds. Shock, anger, then this fake pleasant look she used when others were watching. She asked what he was doing here in a sweet voice that didn't match her eyes. Bio Dad stood up and said he was visiting his son, and Mom's fake pleasant expression cracked. She started yelling about how he had no rights, how he'd abandoned me, and how dare he show up now. Bio Dad's voice stayed level when he cited bank statements showing he'd been paying child support for 18 years. Mom went red and screamed that he was a liar, that the courts had terminated his rights, and that she'd call security. 2 security guards arrived, but not to remove Bio Dad. Instead, they asked them to meet in a private conference room away from patient areas. Mom looked like she wanted to argue, but the guards didn't ask. They took my parents out, leaving me with Greg and Sam. The silence was thick and uncomfortable. Greg stood by the window with his arms crossed, not looking at me. Sam stayed near the door, thumb scrolling on her phone, but she glanced up and we met for a moment. Her voice was faint and little when she said she was sorry. She didn't glance up from her phone, so I wasn't sure if she meant sorry for the Best Buy stop or 18 years of watching them treat me like crap. Greg didn't say anything. Bio Dad stayed at a nearby hotel and visited every day during loud hours for 3 days. Dr. Anderson came by on the 4th day after I woke up and said I was healing well enough to go home. He gave me a long list of wound care instructions, including keeping the incision clean and dry and watching for infection. He also wrote prescriptions for pain medication and antibiotics, and explained activity restrictions. He also discussed diet, starting with small, bland meals and slowly adding foods back in. Samantha arrived with discharge papers and a plan, arranged with Bio Dad and the hospital social work department. She said it was to ensure I got proper post-surgical care and supervision during recovery, but we all knew it was to keep me away from Mom. She wrote down official words like adequate support and medical supervision needs in her reports. Samantha stated that Mom would get copies of all the paperwork and have the right to object legally, but for now, this was occurring. Mom objected loudly and promptly, showing up as I was getting dressed to go and threatening legal action. She said Bio Dad had no custody rights, that she'd sue the hospital, and that she'd call the police. Bio Dad remained calm while she yelled, telling her that he'd been paying child support for 18 years without visitation, that he had legitimate concerns about my safety, and that the hospital social worker's report supported his position. He said the medical documentation showing the delay in treatment was clear and she should talk to her lawyer before making threats. Mom's face turned purple and she looked like she might hit him. A nurse intervened and suggested Mom leave before security got involved again. Greg pulled her toward the door while she yelled about how this wasn't over, how she'd fight it, and how I was tricked. I sat on the hospital bed in Bio Dad's clothes and watched my mother walk away screaming. Sam followed them, looking at the floor. Bio Dad had rented a clean, Quiet hotel room with 2 double beds with blue comforters, a small table by the window, and a wall-mounted TV. He'd stocked the mini fridge with ginger ale, crackers, and plain bread that Samantha had said would be easy on my stomach. He placed pillows behind me and made sure I was comfortable on the bed closest to the bathroom, then set up all my medications on the nightstand with his phone alarm system, programming reminders for each dose. He gave me the remote and told me to watch anything, but we ended up watching a cooking competition show we didn't care about. His checking on me every 20 minutes, asking if I needed anything, if I was in pain, or if I was hungry, getting up to get me more ginger ale without asking. And the way he adjusted my pillows when I was shifting around trying to get comfortable mattered. For the first time in 18 years, someone cared about me. I fell asleep that afternoon feeling safer than I'd ever felt at home. Kevin arrived that evening with a backpack full of homework and school gossip. Bio Dad let him in, and they shook hands. Kevin looked nervous meeting my real father. Kevin dumped his backpack on the other bed and started pulling out folders and papers, explaining what I'd missed in each class. He stopped mid-sentence and looked at Bio Dad, who was helping me adjust my pillows again. Kevin's eyes widened and he leaned closer to me, whispering, asking if this was my dad. When I nodded, his whole face broke into a huge grin. He said it was about damn time something good happened to me. Bio Dad laughed and gave Kevin pizza for dinner, asking what toppings he liked. We spent the next 2 hours eating bland food for me while they had pizza, Kevin catching me up on school drama and treating the situation like it was normal, like having my Bio Dad suddenly in my life wasn't weird. It made everything feel more real and less scary. Samantha suggested I keep a journal during my recovery in case there were questions about the level of care I was receiving. Over the next few days, I wrote down everything, including how Bio Dad checked my incision twice a day for redness, swelling, or infection, and made sure I took my medications on time. Never letting me miss a dose even when I felt okay. Making me small, bland meals even though they were boring because the doctor ordered them. Constantly asking how I was feeling, if I needed anything, if the pain was becoming worse. Every entry in that journal showed Bio Dad treating me like I was important, like my health, safety, and future mattered. He did my laundry at the hotel laundromat and bought me new clothes because I only had what Mom packed. He set up a tutoring schedule so I wouldn't fall behind in school and researched the best doctors for follow-up care. Reading back through those entries, I saw exactly what Samantha wanted me to see: the difference between neglect and actual parenting written out in my own words that no one could argue with. A week later, a thick envelope arrived at the hotel addressed to Bio Dad. While I did homework on my bed, Bio Dad opened it at the small desk and read. Mom's lawyer had delivered a formal demand letter demanding I return home immediately, saying Bio Dad had no legal right to retain me. Bio Dad made 3 phone calls that afternoon. An emergency custody modification petition was filed with the family court, and 3 days later, another court-sealed letter arrived. The judge had ordered a temporary hearing in 2 weeks to determine where I should live. Bio Dad showed me the letter and asked if I was okay with this, if I really wanted to sue my mother. I looked at my nightstand journal, the medication bottles he'd organized, and the mini fridge he kept stocked with safe foods for my recovering stomach. Then I looked at him and answered yes. 3 weeks after surgery, Bio Dad brought me back to my old school for the first time. My incision still pulled when I moved wrong, and I tired faster than before. By third period, I was struggling to stay awake in history class. The teacher noticed me nodding off and sent a note to the counselor's office. I'd never met Jasmine Ford, who had an office near the front entrance with plants everywhere and a comfortable couch instead of the usual hard plastic chairs. She asked me to sit down and offered me water, then waited until I was settled before asking how I was doing. I tried to give her the usual answer about being fine and catching up on schoolwork, but she just looked at me with a patient expression, and said she'd heard from my teacher about me falling asleep and knew I'd been hospitalized. Requested Reds is on Spotify now. She asked gently, which made me tell her about the appendix rupture and the Best Buy stop when I was dying in the back car and waking up in the ICU and hearing Mom lie to the nurses. I told Jasmine about Bio Dad showing up and how I'd never felt safer in my life than I did with him at that hotel. I also told her about the custody battle and how scared I was that the judge would send me back to Mom's house. When I stopped talking, she was quiet for a minute. She then explained that she was a mandatory reporter, meaning she had to report any child abuse or neglect to the authorities. I immediately gave her permission to write down everything I said and include it in the court case. Jasmine called Samantha that day. Samantha texted Bio Dad that evening, saying it was helpful to have school staff back up her concerns. Having a counselor from my actual school confirm that I'd been neglected strengthened the case. Jasmine also gave me extra time on all my assignments until I was fully recovered. For the first time, school felt like a place that cared about me. She printed everything out and gave me copies, then sent the same information to all my teachers. For the first time, I was allowed to leave class and go to the nurse's office if I was in pain. A week later, I was doing homework at the hotel when someone knocked on the door. Bio Dad was out getting groceries, and I saw Sam in the hallway with messy ponytail and no makeup, which never happened. I opened the door and she stood there for a second before asking if she could come in. We sat on opposite beds and she stared at her hands. She said she'd been thinking about the Best Buy stop every day since it happened, seeing me in the back seat turning gray while she cried about her phone charging. She realized I could have died while looking at phone cases. She looked at me with red eyes and asked if I hated her. Part of me wanted to say yes to make her feel as bad as I'd felt my whole life, but I knew she was 17 and had been raised by the same parents who taught her that her problems mattered more than mine. I told Sam I was angry at her for being selfish, at Mom for hating me, and at Greg for treating me like garbage, but I also understood she was just a kid raised in a really bad environment. Mom and Greg had spent our entire lives teaching her that she was more important than me, so of course she believed it. That wasn't her fault. Sam started weeping, but it wasn't her normal phony, dramatic crying. These were real tears that made her cheeks blotchy and her nose run. She said she wanted to tell the truth to help my case. She said she'd testify in court about the Best Buy stop and how Mom and Greg had always treated me differently. I nodded because I didn't trust myself to say anything else. A few days later, Bio Dad took me to a follow-up appointment with Dr. Anderson. Walking through those doors scared me, but Dr. Anderson was nice about checking my incision. Then he had me step on a scale and asked how much I weighed before the surgery. When I told him, he wrote something in my chart and said I was underweight for my height and age. He then checked my skin, nails, and sleep habits. Dr. Anderson then said I had chronic stress and malnutrition and added it to my medical file and said it would be in court reports. Bio Dad asked what we should do, and Dr. Anderson gave us a meal plan and vitamin supplements, and scheduled another follow-up in 6 weeks. Sam texted me when the CPS investigator arrived at Mom's house on a Tuesday afternoon. She interviewed Mom first, then Greg, then Sam in separate rooms. The investigator asked Sam how long we stopped at Best Buy, if they noticed I was seriously sick, and how Mom and Greg usually treated me compared to Sam. Sam told her everything, including how I was throwing up in the car and they still went shopping. She also described how I got a $25 birthday card while shopping. She said Mom and Greg always treated me like a burden, and she was the favorite. The investigator took notes and reported a week later that I had experienced medical neglect that could have killed me, emotional abuse, and differential treatment. It advised me not to return to Mom's house. Mom called me for the first time since I left the hospital while I was watching TV with Bio Dad. Her name popped up on the screen and my hand shook when I answered. Her voice was furious. She said I was destroying the family and turning Sam against her. Bio Dad asked if I was okay. I wasn't. But I nodded anyway. She called me selfish and manipulative like my father and ungrateful after everything she'd done for me. She said I'd regret this when the judge saw through my lies and sent me home. Next morning, Greg texted me. Bio Dad was reading over my shoulder as I stared at the long message, which apologized for not standing up for me. He said he didn't realize how bad things had gotten and should have taken me to the hospital instead of Best Buy. He hoped I could forgive him someday. He snorted and replied, "Adults don't get credit for ignoring child abuse." He added, Greg had 18 years to notice how they treated me and chose not to care until there were legal consequences. I erased the message and put my phone away. The custody hearing was 6 weeks later in a courthouse that smelled like old wood and floor cleaner. Dad and I sat at a table on the left, while Mom, Greg, and their lawyer sat on the right. Sam was waiting to testify in the hallway. The judge was a woman with gray hair pulled back and chained reading glasses. She looked at me when Bio Dad's lawyer called my name and I walked up to the witness stand on shaky legs. My incision still pulled when I moved too fast. The lawyer asked me to describe what happened the day I went to the hospital, and I detailed the shooting pain in math class, texting the family group chat, waiting 45 minutes for pickup, throwing up in the car, and asking to go too. Mom and Greg stopping at Best Buy instead, locking me in the car while they shopped for a phone charger, feeling my appendix rupture while I watched them compare products through the store window, blacking out, and waking up 2 days later in the ICU. The lawyer asked how my family treated me compared to Sam, and I explained the Disney vacation I wasn't invited to, Sam's 18th birthday car, and my $25 card. Mom's lawyer tried to make me sound exaggerated, but the medical records showed how sick I was. The judge took notes and asked me if I felt safe with Bio Dad. I said yes without hesitation. She asked if I wanted to go back to Mom's house and I said no. Sam was next, and she was crying before the lawyer asked the first question. She described the Best Buy stop, including how I'd been throwing up, how my skin looked gray, how I'd begged them to go straight to the hospital, how Mom said it would just take a second to grab a charger, and how long they spent in the store. She complained about getting a car while I didn't, holiday trips I wasn't invited to, and how Mom and Greg always treated me like a burden while she was the favorite because I looked like Bio Dad and Mom loathed him. Sam said she was sorry for not speaking up sooner and that she should have called an ambulance herself that day. Mom's lawyer tried to make it seem like Sam was just a dramatic teenager, but the judge looked skeptical. After lunch, Dr. Anderson testified about my emergency room visit, critical sepsis from a perforated appendix, severe dehydration, dangerously high temperature, blood pressure plummeting. He indicated another 45 minutes may have been fatal. The lawyer asked how long my appendix had ruptured before I got to the hospital and said at least 3 hours based on the infection. He described the emergency surgery and the 2 days I spent in a coma. He then discussed the consequences of the treatment delay, saying stopping for a phone charger when a child is in a medical emergency was reckless. Dr. Anderson told Mom's lawyer that I was vomiting, sweating, gray, and in obvious severe pain. Any reasonable adult would have gone straight to the hospital. The judge asked if there was any medical justification for the delay, and Dr. Anderson said, "Absolutely not." Samantha testified next with a hefty folder of documents. She explained that hospital staff had raised concerns about my family's behavior during my ICU stay, including how Mom and Greg lied about being there constantly when they only visited twice, about the pharmacy stop, and about my fear of going home. She also contrasted Mom's household and Bio Dad's care during my recovery. Bio Dad followed all medical instructions, checked my incision twice a day, made sure I took my medications on time, kept detailed records of my symptoms and healing progress, and brought me to every follow-up appointment. She said I'd gained weight and my stress markers had improved since leaving Mom's. After the lawyer asked about her professional opinion, Samantha stated that I had suffered medical neglect that risked my life and continuous emotional abuse through differential treatment and should not return to Mom's house. Mom's lawyer stood up and tried to argue this was just one mistake, an isolated incident of poor judgment under stress, not a pattern of abuse, but Bio Dad's lawyer presented the evidence. Medical records showing I was underweight and malnourished. School counselor reports about my deteriorating condition, social work documentation of differential treatment, and Sam's testimony about years of favoritism. After what seemed like forever, the judge spoke. She said the evidence showed ongoing neglect, and the Best Buy incident was just the most dramatic example. She granted Bio Dad temporary custody for 6 months with supervised visitation for Mom, and ordered family therapy for Mom, Greg, and Sam. My individual therapy, another hearing in 6 months to review the problem. Mom rose up so fast her chair scraped loudly against the floor and left without looking at me. Greg followed. Sam sat for a minute, looking bewildered, before rising up slowly. That weekend, Bio Dad and I loaded my stuff into his car and drove 3 states to his house in 7 hours, stopping twice for food and bathroom breaks. When we pulled into the driveway, I saw a small 3-bedroom ranch with white siding and a big yard. Bio Dad led me inside and down the hallway to the 3rd bedroom. He opened the door and I stood there staring at the new bed with a blue comforter, the desk with a lamp and a cup of pens, the bookshelf against one wall, the curtains on the window, and the rug on the floor. Everything was clean and set up for me. I cried again and Bio Dad comforted me, saying I could arrange my room whatever I wanted. I couldn't speak. I simply nodded against his shoulder. Starting a new school 8 weeks into the semester seemed strange. I was just the random new kid who showed up in October, but I wasn't worried about the awkwardness. Kevin and I texted every day, and he sent me pictures of our old school. He promised to visit during spring break. My teachers were all understanding. I started family trauma therapy the 2nd week at my new school after Bio Dad found a counselor. The principal took into account my recovery from major surgery and family issues, so they gave me extensions on assignments and let me leave class if needed. Nobody asked too many questions. Her downtown office had comfortable chairs and tissues on every table. She asked me to tell her my story, and I did. The years of being ignored, the appendix rupture, the Best Buy stop, everything. She listened without interrupting and then said something that shocked me. She said my mother's issues with Bio Dad were never my fault, that I didn't deserve to be punished for looking like him, and that the neglect I experienced was abuse, even if it wasn't physical. We met weekly, and she gave me tools to process the anger and hurt. It was hard work, and some sessions left me feeling worse. But slowly, I started feeling less angry and more at peace. Like maybe I could move forward instead of staying stuck in all the bad years. Bio Dad signed us up for family therapy because he wanted to build a real relationship after missing my childhood. We went every other week to a parent-child counselor. We discussed why Dad and Mom split up, how she refused to allow him see me, and how he paid child support for 18 years but never saw me. Dad showed me court paperwork from when I was tiny where Mom denied his visitation requests. We both cried during that session. The counselor said we needed to grieve the relationship we should have had while building the one we could have now. It wasn't going to be perfect. Bio dad missed my childhood and we were strangers, but he was trying, and that mattered more than words. 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, Bio dad asked if I wanted to meet his parents, my grandparents, whom I'd never known existed because mom told me Bio dad's whole family didn't want anything to do with me. I said yes before I could overthink it. They drove down from 4 hours away on Thanksgiving morning. I watched an older couple get out of a blue sedan in the driveway from the window. My grandmother, who had gray hair and glasses, cried before she reached the front door. My grandfather, who was tall like Bio dad and me, had dark hair that went silver at the edges. Bio dad opened the door and my grandmother hugged me so tight I could barely breathe. She kept saying my name and touching my face like she needed to make sure I was real. My grandfather hugged me next, shaking his hands. They came inside, and my grandmother started pulling photo albums from a canvas bag she brought. She spread them across the coffee table and pointed to pictures of Bio dad as a kid. The resemblance was crazy, same eyes, smile, position with hands and pockets. She showed me Bio dad at my age, and we could have been twins. My grandfather kept pointing out details like how we both had cowlicks in our hair and crooked pinky fingers. They listened to my responses to school and personal inquiries during supper. My grandma cried again and apologized for not knowing I existed, saying mom had blocked all their attempts to reach me after the breakup. My grandfather's face turned red when he described what happened with my appendix. He wanted to know why no one had called the police or filed charges. Bio dad explained the legal process was complicated and that getting me safe was the priority. Before they left that evening, my grandfather slipped $250 into my hand and told me to buy something I wanted. My grandmother hugged me again and said they'd be back for Christmas. Sam called me in early December. We talked for over an hour after her name appeared on my phone. She asked if we could talk and sounded less bratty and more tired. She said she'd started therapy after everything that happened and was working through a lot of stuff about mom and Greg. She brought up things from our childhood I'd tried to forget, like how mom would make her favorite meals but tell me we were out of groceries, how she got new school clothes but I wore last year's, and how they took her to the movies but left me home alone. She assumed it was normal because it always was. However, her therapist helped her realize that she'd been taught to view me as less important and had accepted it without question. She cried on the phone and apologized for the Best Buy stop for not speaking up in the car when I was dying for caring more about her phone than my life. I didn't know what to say. I told her I wasn't ready to forgive mom and Greg but didn't hate her. She was raised in the same messed up house as me, just from the other side. She got favoritism and I got neglect, and both of us suffered. She said she understood and didn't expect me to forgive her right away. She told me she was applying to colleges in other states and hoping for scholarships. Now that she saw it, she couldn't stay in that house. Bio dad let me read my therapist's progress report for the 6-month custody review in late March. She wrote that I was more open in sessions, less guarded, sleeping better, eating regularly, and had gained 18 pounds since moving in with Bio dad. My stress levels had also decreased. Dr. Anderson sent updated medical records showing my surgical site had healed perfectly, and my overall health markers had improved. My blood pressure was normal now. My room and house photos, Bio dad's 18-year bank statements, showing his steady income and child support payments, and a timeline of every doctor's appointment and therapy session since I moved in. Mom's lawyer had less to work with. She'd had therapy, but her therapist's report was basic. It said she was processing the custody situation but didn't say much about her behavior. She didn't acknowledge the neglect or take responsibility for the Best Buy stop. Bio dad drove us to the courthouse and my grandparents met us in the parking lot. I sat at a table with Bio dad and his lawyer, mom across the aisle with her lawyer. Greg was there, but Sam wasn't. The judge, a 50-year-old woman with short gray hair and reading glasses, reviewed all the submitted documents first, taking her time with each report. Then she asked for testimony. Bio dad's lawyer called me first. I swore to tell the truth and felt more confident than at the temporary hearing. The lawyer asked me to describe my living situation with biological father. I said I had my own room that I decorated. Bio dad made sure I ate 3 meals a day, had clean clothes, and got to school on time. He took me to all my doctor appointments and therapy sessions. He helped with homework and asked about my day. I felt safe there. The lawyer asked about my health, and I said I'd gained weight and no longer had headaches. I also slept through the night without nightmares. I glanced at the judge and said no to returning to my mother's house. She then asked if I'd be willing to see her, and I answered, I didn't know. Mom's lawyer asked me about missing my family and old school, but I said I was happier, healthier, and safer now. The judge took a 15-minute recess to evaluate everything. She returned and granted Bio dad full legal and physical custody, saying that at 16, My preferences mattered and that I was thriving in his care. She noted that Mom had failed to acknowledge the seriousness of her neglect, which made her think it could happen again. She was worried about the medical evidence of delayed treatment. She said I could have contact with Mom if I wanted, but no forced visitation. Mom could petition for supervised visits in the future if she completed more therapy and showed progress. For now, I get to stay with Bio-Dad permanently. Mom turned red and left before the judge finished speaking. Greg stayed in his seat, looking at the floor. Bio-Dad squeezed my shoulder and my grandparents were crying happy tears behind us. The lawyer shook Bio-Dad's hand and congratulated him. We signed some papers and left. Sam texted me after we left the courthouse to say Mom was at home devastated and crying, blaming Bio-Dad, the lawyers, the judge, and everyone except herself. Greg was in the back row, but he didn't talk to me or look at me. She kept saying I'd been turned against her and poisoned by Bio-Dad's family. Sam tried to tell Mom that none of this would have happened if she'd taken me to the hospital that day, but Mom wouldn't listen. I texted back that I was sorry Sam had to deal with that it wasn't her job to make Mom see reality. Sam said she was counting down the days until she could go to college. I felt sad reading her messages, but I didn't feel guilty. This was Mom's choice. The years of treating me like I didn't matter. The Best Buy stop. The hospital misinformation. The refusal to take responsibility. She could have fixed this at any time. Kevin visited for 4 days during spring break in April. Bio-Dad picked him up from the bus station and gave me a huge hug in the parking lot. He kept looking around like he was taking notes. The first day, we went on every roller coaster twice at a theme park. Kevin kept saying how different I looked. He said at our old school, I always looked tense and tired, like I was waiting for something bad to happen. Now I looked like a normal teenager having fun. The second day, we played video games and ate pizza at home. Kevin met my grandparents for dinner. After that, he told me I was lucky to have them and that it was cool that adults cared about me. On the third day, we went to the movies and walked around downtown. Kevin talked about our old school, which felt like hearing about a different life. On the last day before Kevin left, we sat in my room and he said he was glad things worked out, that he'd been worried about me for years but didn't know how to help. I told him that texting me every day after the surgery and visiting the hospital meant more than he knew and that having one person who cared made a huge difference. Bio-Dad drove Kevin back to the bus station and we promised to stay in touch. Watching him leave made me sad, but mostly I was grateful that I had a real friend, Bio-Dad, and my grandparents, and then I got out of that house before it destroyed me. After the custody case, I looked at my report card differently. My grades went from mostly C's and D's to straight B's with a few A's. The school counselor called me one afternoon and pulled up a college search website on her computer. She asked what I wanted to study, and I realized I'd never considered it before because college seemed like something else. On Tuesday morning before school, Jasmine Ford wrote that she was glad the court case ended with me safe. We spent an hour looking at schools within an hour of Bio-Dad's house comparing programs and scholarship deadlines. She printed out a list of 10 possibilities, and said we'd work on applications together starting in fall. She told me she'd presented my situation at a district-wide training on family neglect and student reports, which made me feel better. My worst experience could help another kid. I wrote back to thank her for believing me when it mattered most. In late May, Bio-Dad helped me write a resume even though I'd never worked before. The bookstore downtown had a help wanted sign in the window, and the manager hired me on the spot to work the register and restock shelves 4 days a week. My coworkers were mostly college students home for summer. Sam's graduation was in early June, and she texted me a photo of herself in her cap and gown standing between Mom and Greg. I was making real friends with people who didn't know my background unless I told them. She sent another message saying she got accepted to a state university 8 hours away from their house. When she called that night, her voice was lighter, and she asked if she could visit me and Bio-Dad before college started in August. I said yes without checking with him first because I knew he wouldn't mind. Bio-Dad delivered it to me without criticism and stated the option was mine. I sat with it for 3 days before bringing it up in therapy. My therapist asked what I wanted from seeing Mom, and I couldn't answer. I wrote back through Bio-Dad's lawyer that I wasn't ready and might never be. Sam arrived on a Saturday in late July with 2 suitcases and a nervous smile. Bio-Dad shook her hand at the door and invited her in like a normal guest. They sat in the living room while I made sandwiches. Sam's voice cracked when she apologized for all the years she put up with how Mom treated me. Bio-Dad told her she was just a kid and shouldn't feel guilty for her parents' choices. When I brought the food out, Sam's eyes were red, but she looked calmer than I had seen her in months. The second week of August, Bio-Dad drove us 3 hours north to meet my grandparents at a state park with tents and sleeping bags. We camped near a lake and spent 2 days swimming and hiking. My grandfather told stories about Bio-Dad's childhood around the campfire. He said, I got my stubborn streak from both sides of the family. He looked at me seriously and said that stubbornness saved my life because I refused to let mom's neglect go unnoticed. My grandmother squeezed my hand and said she wished she'd known about me sooner but was grateful for every day. Senior year began the Tuesday after Labor Day, and I walked into school with confidence for the first time. I chose my own classes instead of those that fit around Sam's activities. I made the honor roll first quarter and my teacher started writing college recommendation letters. In October, my therapist noticed my progress over the past year and asked if I wanted to reduce our meetings from weekly to every other week. I agreed because I was happy most days instead of just surviving. Sam called from her dorm room in late September. She said college was harder than high school but better because nobody knew her as mom's perfect daughter. She started seeing a campus therapist twice a week. She asked if we could be real siblings without our parents' dysfunction. I replied that we could try. In March, I received college acceptance letters from 3 nearby schools with good financial aid packages. One offered enough scholarship money to cover small loans. I brought the letters home and spread them on the kitchen table. Bio Dad read each one carefully and got wet. I chose the school with the best financial aid package and drove there the next weekend to tour the campus and submit my enrollment deposit. I felt right about my choice when I clicked submit on the enrollment form. The acceptance letter was printed and hung on the fridge next to my last report card. My grandparents called that evening to offer college assistance and transferred money into Bio Dad's books and supplies account. We spent the next weekend driving to furniture stores and looking at mini fridges and desk lamps. Bio Dad made a list on his phone of everything I'd need and checked it off as we loaded it into his truck. I chose dark blue and gray bedding because it felt more grown-up than the cartoon sheets Mom had. The shopping trip took 7 hours and we stopped for burgers on the way home. Bio Dad asked if I was nervous about starting college, and I said I was excited. Graduation day was a Saturday in late May. I woke up early and put on the cap and gown that had been hanging in my closet for 3 weeks. Bio Dad drove me to school and met my grandparents in the parking lot. Sam arrived 20 minutes later, exhausted from her drive. The ceremony started at 10, and I sat with my class in folding chairs on the football field. When they called my name, I walked across the stage and shook the principal's hand. I could hear Kevin yelling from the bleachers, and saw Bio Dad standing up to take pictures. I didn't feel bad about not inviting Mom and Greg, but this day belonged to the people who showed up for me. After the ceremony, we took photos by the school sign and went to a steakhouse for lunch. My grandmother kept touching my arm to make sure I was real. I started working at a bookstore near Bio Dad's house on the Monday after graduation, shelving books and running the register for 40 hours a week. My paychecks went into my college account, and I watched the balance grow every 2 weeks. On weekends, Bio Dad and I fell into natural routines. Sunday mornings, he made pancakes with chocolate chips, and we ate them while reading the newspaper. Most evenings, we took his dog for neighborhood walks. These simple things meant more than any big gesture because they were consistent and real. Moving day was a humid August morning. Bio Dad drove 45 minutes to campus and parked outside my dorm building. It took 3 trips to carry everything upstairs to my second-floor room, where he helped me set up the bed and my desk by the window. After unpacking, he stood in the doorway looking around. I told him he saved my life by showing up at that hospital, and we both knew it was true. I finally had a real family and a future worth living for. Now, I want to hear your story because everyone sees things differently. My girlfriend said she was embarrassed I'm an electrician. I revealed I earned 3x more than her friends. So, I paid my meal only and blocked her forever. I, a 28-year-old male, have been dating my 27-year-old girlfriend, Hazel, for almost 10 months. We've been living together in my place for the past 6 months. I should mention that I own the entire house. No mortgage means no rent. I purchased it 4 years ago, when my electrical contracting business was really taking off. I've been an electrician for 8 years. I started as an apprentice straight out of high school and worked my way up. 5 years ago, I founded my own electrical contracting company. We undertake both residential and commercial work, ranging from basic house rewiring to installing electrical systems and large office buildings. Business has been really good, especially with all of the new building going on in our region. Hazel is an assistant manager at a high-end jewelry store downtown. She's smart and skilled in her profession. When we first started dating, she seemed impressed that I owned my own business and had my own home. She'd tell her pals about how I was an entrepreneur with my own place. Things were going well between us for the first 6 or 7 months, but something changed about 3 months ago. Hazel started making remarks about my job that bothered me. She'd ask when I'd obtain a proper office job. She began discussing how we might relocate to a luxury apartment downtown instead of staying at my house. When I pointed out that paying rent made no financial sense when I owned my home outright, she became irritated and accused me of being cheap. The actual difficulty occurred when she started hanging out with two co-workers, Stella and Chloe. Both work as assistant managers at other stores in the same retail area. Stella's boyfriend, Bennett, works in marketing for a technology company, while Chloe's boyfriend, Jude, works in banking. Hazel began spending more time with them, going out for drinks after work and enjoying weekend breakfasts. Hazel's attitude about my employment deteriorated when she began to associate with this group. She stopped emphasizing that I owned my own business and simply referred to me as an electrician. When people asked what I did for work, Mom would say I did maintenance work or simply shift the issue entirely. A few weeks ago, she told me that I needed to change careers because being an electrician was not professional enough. I attempted to explain that my business was doing well and that I made a nice living, but she merely said that money wasn't everything and that she wanted a boyfriend she could be happy with. She kept mentioning Bennett and Jude, and how they held significant positions that people respected. Last month, Hazel recommended that we eat supper with Stella, Chloe, and their boyfriends. She mentioned that it would be wonderful for me to meet her work colleagues and for them to meet me. I could see this was a test, but I consented because I wanted to make her happy, and hoped that if I met these individuals, she would stop always comparing myself to them. Last Saturday night, we ate at an upscale Italian restaurant downtown. The location was fancy. Cloth napkins, numerous forks, waiters, and bow ties, the entire deal. Hazel had made reservations for 6 guests. When we arrived, Stella and Chloe were already seated at the table alongside Bennett and Jude. Hazel was clearly concerned about introducing me. Instead of claiming to operate an electrical contracting company, she stated that I ran a maintenance business. When Bennett inquired about the type of maintenance, Hazel promptly suggested that we order beverages first. Bennett and Jude quickly started discussing their jobs. Bennett went on about a marketing strategy he was working on for a client, using a lot of business jargon that sounded sophisticated but didn't mean much. Jude discussed the bank where he works and some loan transactions he was doing. They inquired what my business was about, and before I could respond, Hazel jumped in and stated I conducted electrical repairs and installs. The conversation continued like way throughout supper. Bennett and Jude would discuss their work as if they were saving the world. And Hazel would downplay what I did whenever it came up. When Jude remarked that he was considering pursuing his master's degree in business, Hazel immediately said that was a fantastic idea and looked at me as if I should be taking notes. Stella then began discussing a vacation she and Bennett were arranging to Hawaii. They were planning to stay at a resort that cost $350 a night. Chloe explained that she and Jude were planning a wine tasting trip to California. Hazel became excited and stated that we had never done something romantic like that. I reminded her that we had spoken about coming to Colorado in the fall to watch the leaves change and go hiking. Hazel made a frown and stated that this was not the same as a true vacation. Stella and Chloe agreed that their partners planned such considerate getaways. That's when Hazel truly crossed the line. She looked at me across the table and said, "I never planned anything special for us." She said Bennett and Jude knew how to treat their ladies properly. And then she said something that made me understand our relationship was finished. She claimed I was holding her back and couldn't offer her the life she deserved. Then she glanced around the table and told me I couldn't meet her requirements or provide for her enough. I started laughing, not because it was funny, but because the entire situation seemed absurd. She was sitting in an expensive restaurant that I was paying for, living in a home that I owned, and complaining about how I couldn't provide for her. I asked Bennett how much money he made each year. He appeared uncomfortable and said it was personal. I asked Jude the same question. He estimated $62,000. Bennett finally admitted he made around $57,000. Then I told the entire table that my electrical contracting business made $220,000 last year. The table became utterly quiet. I mentioned that Hazel seemed very concerned about money and providing. So I thought everyone should be aware of the exact numbers. I summoned the waiter, requested the bill for my lunch and drinks, paid $35 for my portion, and departed. I told Hazel she could figure out how to get home and pay the remainder of the cost. When I came home, my phone was full of texts from Hazel. First, she attempted to apologize. Then she became angry. Then she insisted that I send her money to pay her portion of the meal tab. I did not respond to any of the communications. She arrived home at midnight. I'd locked the bedroom door. She knocked and tried to persuade me to talk to her, but I did not respond. She slept on the sofa. The next morning, she announced that she would stay with Stella for a few days, to allow me time to cool down. She packed her stuff and left. That was 3 days ago. She's been contacting me, asking when she can come home, and claiming I'm being dramatic. I don't think I'm overly dramatic. She openly humiliated me in front of people she wanted to impress, all because she was embarrassed by my employment. Then she had the audacity to ask me to pay for her dinner after spending the evening telling everyone I couldn't provide for her. The fact that she knew how much money I made concerns me the most. We've discussed our finances previously. She knew I owned my home and had a thriving business, but she was still embarrassed by the fact that I work with my hands rather than sitting in an office. I'm starting to believe that this relationship has run its course. Hazel is more concerned with how things appear to others than with what is genuinely best for ourselves. I'm not sure if this is something that can be solved. Update 1. I need to update everyone on what has happened since my last post. A lot has changed, and you might not believe what happened next. Hazel stayed at Stella's place for a week following our supper fiasco. She texted me every day, asking when she could come home. Her texts ranged from apologetic to demanding to angry, back to apologetic. I did not respond to the majority of them. Last Tuesday, I had to go to the electrical supply store to get materials for a large commercial project we were starting. Someone called my name as I loaded cable and conduit into my truck. I turned around and spotted Rachel Harris, a 26-year-old friend from high school. We were pals back then but lost touch after graduation. Rachel came there to get supplies for the veterinary clinic where she works as a technician. She mentioned that they required new lighting installed in their operating rooms, and asked if I knew any competent electricians. I informed her I could provide a quote, and we swapped phone numbers. We spent around 30 minutes conversing in the parking lot. Rachel had attended community college for veterinary technology and had been working at the clinic for 3 years. She enjoyed her job and was saving money to ultimately become a professional veterinarian. She inquired about my business, and when I told her about my electrical contracting company, she expressed genuine interest in how I had grown it. The talk flowed easily and naturally. Rachel asked thoughtful questions about the technical aspects of electrical work and was intrigued that I had started my own business so early. It was wonderful to chat to someone who did not make me feel ashamed of my career. I quoted her for the clinic job later that week. The job was only approximately $3,500, but Rachel was competent and easy to work with. While I was installing the new lights, we talked about high school, our careers, and what we had been up to for the past 8 years. Rachel revealed that she had been dating someone for 3 years, but they split up 6 months ago because he wanted her to quit her work and go to another state with him. She stated that she was unwilling to give up her career for someone who did not respect what she did. Rachel texted me on Friday, wondering if I wanted to go have coffee over the weekend. She stated she enjoyed speaking with me and wanted to catch up more. I replied yes, but I also told her I was still in a relationship even if Hazel and I weren't talking. We met for coffee on Saturday morning. Rachel wore pants and a sweatshirt, no makeup, and appeared perfectly relaxed. We talked for 3 hours. She told me more about her employment at the clinic and her intentions to attend veterinary school. I informed her about some of the larger projects my company had completed, and how I hoped to grow into industrial electrical work. When I recounted Hazel and what had transpired at the dinner, Rachel shook her head, saying she couldn't understand why anyone would be embarrassed about skilled labor. She stated that her father had been a mechanic his entire life and provided for the entire family through his labor. She admired those who established careers with their hands and intellect. That afternoon, I texted Hazel, saying we needed to talk. She quickly called me and said she was ready to return home. I asked her to meet me at the house on Sunday evening. Hazel arrived Sunday with all of her belongings from Stella's residence. She was clearly prepared for this chat. She began by apologizing for what happened at dinner and explaining that she had been thinking about everything while staying with Stella. But then she said something that made me realize she still didn't understand the real problem. She said Stella and Chloe had told her she was silly to be concerned about money because I clearly made enough to support us both. She stated her friends suggested she give me another chance because I was financially secure. I asked her if she would have apologized if I had made $50,000 per year instead of $220,000. She didn't immediately respond, which told me everything I needed to know. Then I told her I had been thinking about it, and I understood we wanted different things. I explained that she wanted a man that pleased her friends, and I wanted someone who was proud of me for who I was, not how much money I made. Hazel began crying and stated that she loved me for who I was. She stated that she will attempt to be more supportive of my work. However, when I asked her to explain exactly what my company did, not just that I was an electrician, but what types of jobs we handled and why my work was important, she couldn't. Even after 10 months together, she had never bothered to learn about what I spent the most of my time doing. That's when Hazel noticed Rachel's coffee cup on the kitchen counter. She inquired who it was, so I told her about meeting Rachel and having coffee. Hazel became enraged and accused me of cheating on her when she was staying at Stella's home. I stated that Rachel and I were simply friends and that I had told her I was in a relationship, but that chatting to Rachel had taught me what it was like to have someone truly interested in my work rather than embarrassed by it. Hazel claimed I was being unjust and that she had apologized. She stated I was ruining our relationship over one terrible supper. I informed her it wasn't just one dinner. For months, She treated my career as something embarrassing that she had to hide from her friends. The conversation continued in circles for another hour. Hazel kept claiming she would change, but she couldn't specify how or what she would do differently. Finally, I suggested that we take a break and that she stay with Stella for a little longer. Hazel packed her stuff again and left. She was crying but also angry. Before she left, she told me that I would regret selecting some random female over someone who had been with me for nearly a year. Rachel texted me the next morning, asking how the conversation with Hazel went. I told her that we had chosen to take a break. Rachel expressed regret that things had not worked out, but also stated that I deserved to be acknowledged. Rachel approached me that afternoon and asked if I wanted to assist her choose a new car. Her ancient Honda had finally died, and she needed a reliable way to commute to work. We spent the day visiting various dealerships, where I assisted her in negotiating with salespeople and mechanically inspecting the vehicles. At the conclusion of the day, Rachel purchased a used Toyota and insisted on taking me out to dinner to express her gratitude. We headed to a casual spot near her flat. Nothing spectacular, just delicious meals and conversation. Rachel inquired further about my company and my intentions for expansion. She understood the technical aspects better than most individuals and asked insightful questions regarding electrical codes and commercial vs. residential work. When I told her about a difficult installation I had completed at a hospital, she expressed genuine interest in the problem-solving aspects. It was the type of chat I'd never had with Hazel. Rachel regarded my job as skillful and vital, not something to be embarrassed about. I'm not sure what will happen to Hazel. She is still texting me sometimes, asking when we can talk again. However, spending time with Rachel has showed me how different things can be when someone genuinely respects what I do for a job. Update 2. Things have gotten more convoluted since my last update, and I discovered some new information that has changed my perspective on the entire situation with Hazel. Hazel texted me for almost 3 weeks following our conversation at my residence. Her messages ranged from begging to get back together to becoming enraged that I wasn't replying. Finally, I told her we needed to have one more conversation to officially end things. We met at a coffee cafe near her workplace. Hazel seemed exhausted and anxious. She began by explaining that she had been thinking a lot and had recognized she had treated me poorly. She stated that she wanted to work things out and was open to making changes. I asked her what specific changes she was referring to. Hazel stated that she would stop caring what Stella and Chloe thought and would become more supportive of my business. But when I asked her what my company did beyond simple electrical work, she couldn't explain it effectively. Then Hazel said something that astonished me. She told me Stella and Chloe had been pressuring her to break up with me for months. She claimed they often told her she could do better and that dating a tradesman was beneath someone with her education and profession. I questioned why she had listened to them rather than making her own decisions regarding our relationship. Hazel stated that she valued their opinions because they had been her friends longer than we had been together. That's when I realized Hazel had never actually formed her own opinions about me or my work. She had simply been swayed by what her pals were telling her. I told Hazel that we were done and she should stop texting me. She began to cry and thought I was giving up too easily. She claimed that partnerships required work and that I was unwilling to fight for us. I explained that I would not give up. I was recognizing that we were not compatible. I stated that I needed to be with someone who valued my work from the start, rather than someone who needed to be convinced that it was worthwhile. Hazel left the coffee shop upset, but I assumed that was the end of it. I was mistaken. The following week, I received a call from my business partner, David, 31M. David and I founded an electrical contracting company together 4 years ago. He manages the majority of the business, while I focus on technical work and client interactions. David informed me that someone had called our business phone and left a message claiming that we were untrustworthy contractors who overcharged consumers. The caller did not provide a name, but the voice sounded like a young woman. 3 days later, David received another call. This time, the person claimed that we had done poor work at their home and threatened to denounce us to the state licensing board. Again, no name was provided, but David claimed the caller sounded like the same woman. I had suspicions about who was making these calls, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Then I found out for certain. Rachel and I had been spending more time together in the previous few weeks. We hadn't officially started dating yet, but we had gone out to dinner numerous times, and I had helped her carry some furniture into her new apartment. I grew to like her the more we spent time together. Rachel and I were at Home Depot last Saturday, buying supplies for a project at her apartment, when Stella approached us. I knew her from the dinner fiasco, despite the fact that we had barely spoken that evening. Stella walked up to us and began ranting at me in the middle of the store. She called me a bad person for breaking up with Hazel and initiating a new relationship right away. She claimed Hazel had been crying for weeks and that I had ruined her life. Rachel was perplexed, so I introduced her to Stella and explained who she was. Stella immediately turned on Rachel, calling her sad for dating someone's ex-boyfriend so soon. Rachel remained calm and told Stella that she had no idea what was going on, but she needed to quit ranting in public. Stella stated Rachel was welcome to me because I was a blue-collar worker who would never amount to much. That's when I asked Stella if she had been calling my company and making false complaints. Stella's face turned scarlet, and she stated she had no idea what I was talking about, but her reaction revealed everything I needed to know. I informed Stella that making false reports on a licensed business was prohibited, and that if the calls continued, I would notify the police. Stella told me I couldn't prove anything and went away. Rachel asked me to describe what had just transpired. I told her about the weird phone calls and how I suspected Hazel or her friends were behind them. Rachel was astounded that someone would attempt to harm my business over a personal relationship. She warned it went beyond petty vengeance and may harm my livelihood. The next day, I called Hazel to inform her about my incident with Stella. I stated if she or her buddies approached my company again, I would file a police report and possibly a lawsuit. Hazel denied knowing anything about phone calls, but she seemed nervous. She said that Stella was furious because of how I treated her friend, and that I had no control over what other people did. I told Hazel she needed to let Stella understand there would be serious consequences if the harassment continued. Hazel said she'd talk to her, but that I was overreacting about a few phone calls. I stated that my business reputation was everything, and that false complaints could result in thousands of dollars in lost contracts. Hazel said she hadn't considered it that way. The phone call ended after that chat, confirming my suspicions about who was behind them. However, the entire event made me realize how toxic Hazel's friend group actually was. These were hardly the only folks who despised blue-collar jobs. They were willing to aggressively ruin someone's business due to a personal disagreement. Rachel and I discussed everything that had transpired. She said she couldn't believe people would act that way, but it proved I'd made the right decision by terminating things with Hazel. Rachel also expressed anxiety that continuing to spend time with me would result in more drama. She did not want to deal with the harassment from Hazel's friends. I informed Rachel that I understood her fears, but I was not going to let Hazel and her pals decide who I could spend time with. I replied, the harassment will likely stop now that I had faced them personally. Rachel said she needed to consider whether she wanted to get engaged in the matter. She liked me, but she didn't want to complicate her life with my ex-girlfriend's friends. I haven't heard from Rachel in 3 days, and I'm concerned that Hazel's pals have succeeded in driving away someone who genuinely values me and my job. Update 3. I wanted to give everyone a final update on how things turned out because the scenario changed unexpectedly. Rachel didn't respond to my last post for over a week. I was upset, but I could understand why she would want to avoid the drama with Hazel and her friends. Then Rachel texted me to see if I wanted to meet for coffee. When we met, she stated she had been reflecting on everything that had transpired at Home Depot and recognized she was being unfair to me. Rachel said that she had let other people's negative behavior affect her decision on whether to continue our connection. She explained that it was the same thing Hazel had done, allowing her friends to make decisions for her instead of thinking for herself. Rachel told me she had decided to continue spending time with me, regardless of what Hazel's friends would do. She suggested anyone who would try to damage someone's business for personal reasons wasn't worth thinking about. Following that conversation, we formally began dating. Rachel is the polar opposite of Hazel. She actually cares about my work, supports my business, and makes her own judgments rather than following what others think she should do. 3 weeks ago, Rachel and I were eating supper at a restaurant near her apartment when Hazel entered with a man I didn't recognize. Hazel quickly noticed us and approached our table. She introduced the man as Andrew, 28, and said he worked in real estate sales. Hazel mentioned that Andrew sold luxury residences and made a lot of money. Hazel requested if she could speak to me quietly. Rachel said she'd wait at the table. Hazel and I stepped outside the restaurant. Hazel informed me that she was currently seeing Andrew and was much happier. She claimed he understood her need for a specific lifestyle and social standing. She said that we had never been compatible since we desired different things. I agreed with her that we were not compatible, but not for the reasons she mentioned. Then Hazel said something that highlighted how little she had learnt from our relationship. She expressed regret for how things ended between us, but that she had been correct in seeing the need for someone more ambitious than me. I asked her what she meant by ambitious. Andrew, according to Hazel, was training to be a real estate broker and eventually create his own business. She stated that he had higher objectives than simply having a modest contracting business. I mentioned that I had also started my own business and was attempting to grow it. Hazel claimed it wasn't the same because Andrew worked in a professional setting. At that point, I knew Hazel was still unaware that skilled trades were professional jobs. She still believed my business was less genuine than an office job. Even after all had happened, Hazel inquired as to whether Rachel was aware of how much money I actually earned. She expressed her hope that I was being honest with my new partner about my financial circumstances. I informed Hazel that Rachel had never inquired about my income since she was more concerned with me as a person than with my bank situation. Hazel stated that this will change once Rachel decided to get serious about the future. The chat was futile, so I returned inside. Hazel and Andrew departed shortly thereafter. Rachel inquired as to what Hazel wanted to discuss. I told her the essentials of the chat. Rachel shook her head, saying she didn't comprehend Hazel's perspective. Rachel explained that she grew up around folks who worked in trades. Her father was a mechanic, her uncle was a carpenter, and her neighbor worked as a plumber. She stated those positions needed talents and knowledge that most people lacked, and she had always admired that type of employment. 2 weeks later, I learned more about Andrew from a construction worker. Andrew had been attempting to get into real estate for more than a year but was having trouble making transactions. He was actually working part-time at a call center to cover his costs, while pursuing his real estate profession. I didn't tell anyone about this because what Hazel and Andrew do is their business, but it confirmed that Hazel was still selecting partners based on appearances rather than reality. David and I recently signed our largest contract to date, installing electrical systems in a new medical office building. The job costs $90,000 and will take 3 months to finish. This is the type of project that will allow us to develop into more commercial work. Rachel was thrilled when I told her about the contract. She asked technical questions regarding the project and appeared to be quite proud of the work my organization was doing. That's when I noticed the difference between Rachel and Hazel. Rachel sees my business as meaningful and valuable. Hazel regarded it as something she had to tolerate, or be embarrassed about. I haven't heard from Hazel since we spoke at the restaurant. Stella and Chloe haven't attempted to contact my company or cause any other concerns. My bond with Rachel has continued to grow. We've been dating for 2 months, and she's met several of my family and friends. Everyone likes her, especially because of how she discusses my work. She is proud of what I do, and it makes all the difference. I learned something significant from this entire process. It is not enough to be with someone who tolerates your profession. You need to be with someone who respects and values what you do. Hazel wanted to transform me into someone she could flaunt to her friends. Rachel values who I already am. That is the difference between a failing relationship and one with a chance of success. My business is growing. I'm seeing someone who truly respects me, and I don't deal with folks who believe specialized trades are beneath them. Things turned out better than expected. Now, let us go to the following narrative. Story 2. My father-in-law ruined my husband's legal career through deception, and now wants that we pay his medical expenditures. I, 32, and my spouse, Chris, 35, have been married for 8 years. Our lives together began wonderfully. We purchased our ideal house. Both had great occupations and intended to start a family shortly. Chris was at the pinnacle of his career at a famous legal firm, where he had worked for 10 years and was on track to become a partner. The company was founded by his father's college acquaintance, and everyone expected Chris to follow in the founder's footsteps. Everything was fine until last year, when my father-in-law, Jack, 62M, ruined everything we'd worked for. To understand how we got here, I need to provide some background on Jack. He came to our nation with only a high school education and began working in construction. Through hard effort and persistence, he established his own modestly successful construction company, which he ran for 30 years. He was extremely proud of being self-made and never missed a chance to tell everyone of it. He always lectured at family gatherings about hard work, integrity, and how the younger generation had it too easy. Jack was also the type of father who kept track of what he did for his children. When Chris decided to attend law school, Jack helped pay for it, but made sure Chris never forgot about it. He also utilized his relationship with a college acquaintance to assist Chris land his first position at the legal company. While Chris was appreciative for the assistance, Jack frequently held it over his head, especially when he needed something from Chris. Looking back, there were early indications that Jack's firm was in peril. 3 years ago, several new construction businesses entered the market, bringing more sophisticated equipment and cheaper operating expenses. Instead of adapting or scaling down, Jack's pride prevented him from admitting he needed to alter. He continued to take on larger and riskier contracts, attempting to demonstrate that he could still compete with younger enterprises. The matter escalated last year when Jack approached Chris about assisting with some legal paperwork for a large government contract. Chris was delighted to help. He had always wanted to be a good son and assist his father. Chris was studying the bid materials one evening after work when he discovered many significant anomalies in the financial numbers. The statistics did not match up, and there were some questionable assertions about the company's historical performance and ability. When Chris challenged Jack about these difficulties, Jack rejected his worries, claiming that everyone in the sector used creative accounting to remain competitive. Chris spent hours trying to explain why this may be considered fraud and lead to criminal penalties. David became defensive and upset, accusing Chris of being ungrateful and not helping his family when they needed him. He mentioned paying for law school and securing Chris a job at the firm, claiming Chris owed him this much. The disputes lasted for weeks. Chris tried everything to persuade his father, offering to help him amend the bid legally, proposing they look for smaller contracts, and even offering to loan him money to modernize his equipment. But David's pride prevented him from accepting help from his son. He interpreted it as a criticism of his business skills and insisted Chris simply sign off on the documents as they were. Chris had no idea that while they were arguing, David had already filed multiple bids using counterfeit versions of his signature and law firm credentials. Chris only learned this after another lawyer at the firm questioned him about a bid paper he allegedly signed. Chris was horrified and promptly reported everything to the firm's ethics committee to protect himself. The ensuing inquiry revealed that David had been doing this for nearly a year, using Chris's credentials to make numerous bogus bids. The controversy had a significant impact on the firm. Chris' reputation was severely tarnished despite the fact that he reported it himself and completely cooperated with the investigation. Partners who had mentored him for years avoided making eye contact in the hallways. The ultimate blow occurred when David's friend, the firm's founder, summoned Chris to his office. He stated that while he believed Chris was innocent, retaining him at the firm was too problematic. The founder offered Chris the option of resigning rather than being fired, suggesting it would look better on his resume. Chris was devastated. He had worked 80-hour weeks for a decade, given up numerous evenings and weekends, missed family occasions and vacations, all in the hopes of finding a spouse. Now 35, he was beginning afresh at a much smaller company with substantially lower pay and prestige. All because his father refused to recognize that his business was failing and preferred to pull his son down with him. Regardless, David's building firm failed. He lost many significant contracts within months after his bogus bids were exposed, and clients began to avoid his company. To pay off his debts, he declared bankruptcy and sold the majority of his possessions. My mother-in-law, Harper, 58F, stood by him through it all, even when she discovered he had gambled away the majority of their retirement assets on hazardous business ventures in order to keep the company surviving. A year later, David was diagnosed with a significant cardiac ailment that necessitated costly surgery. Their health insurance will only cover some of it. Harper is continually calling us, weeping about how they can't afford their medical bills. She keeps stressing that, despite everything that has happened with the firm, David is still Chris's father, and we must assist families in times of trouble. Chris's younger brother, Leo, 28, resides in another state and says he can't help because he's still paying off college loans. So, Harper expects us to bear the majority of the fees, which total approximately $90,000. She claims, "We're the only ones who can help because we're more financially stable," completely ignoring the fact that we're still recuperating from the career setback David inflicted and had to considerably downgrade our lifestyle. The emotional manipulation has been relentless. Harper arrives unannounced with a photo album of Chris's childhood memories with David. She brings up how David paid for Chris's college and helped him get his first job, conveniently forgetting that David later used that same job to commit fraud. David himself now calls Chris, crying about how sorry he is and how he does not want to die with this schism between them. Despite knowing that his parents are manipulating him, Chris still feels obligated to help his father despite the betrayal. He claims that he only did what he did because he was desperate to save the business and provide for his family. I'm furious at how they're attempting to emotionally blackmail him after everything David has done. We've already depleted a lot of our savings adjusting to the lower income, and taking on massive medical debt would destroy the financial stability we're trying to rebuild. I told Harper firmly that we wouldn't be paying anything, given how David purposefully sabotaged Chris's career. She called me heartless and accused me of turning her son against his family. David's siblings have also been calling to berate us for abandoning family in their time of need. The whole situation is causing huge stress in our marriage as Chris feels torn between his parents and me. Update 1. The situation has spiraled into an even bigger mess than we imagined. Last week, we received a notice from the bank that we were listed as references on a recent mortgage application. We were perplexed because we hadn't applied for any loans. After doing some research, we discovered that David and Harper had remortgaged their house for $275,000 6 months ago. When Chris confronted his mother about this, she initially tried to claim it was for David's medical expenses, but the timing didn't add up because David wasn't even diagnosed with his heart condition until 3 months ago. After hours of questioning and Harper changing her story several times, she finally broke down and admitted the truth. David had persuaded her to remortgage the house so he could invest in a cryptocurrency venture he discovered online. Someone he met at a local bar had told him about this fantastic investment opportunity that could multiply their money in just a few months. Despite everything that had happened with his construction business, David's pride and desperation led him to believe he could outsmart the system again. He invested nearly all of the mortgage money in what turned out to be an obvious scam. The guy claimed to be a tech genius who had made millions in cryptocurrency and was offering to help others do the same. The website vanished overnight, along with everyone's investments. And now they're in danger of losing their home because they can't afford to make the increased mortgage payments on Harper's part-time retail job income. What makes this even more aggravating is that Harper was aware of the situation for months, but she kept coming to us crying about needing help with medical bills. She kept guilt-tripping Chris about letting his father die while hiding the fact that they had already blown $4 million on a get-rich-quick scheme. When confronted about her deception, she tried to justify it by saying they were desperate, and David truly believed he could fix everything if the investment had worked out. But the revelations didn't stop there. During a family call, Chris's cousin accidentally mentioned something about Leo's new lake house, which piqued our interest, because Leo, Chris's brother, had been claiming he couldn't help with their father's medical bills due to a student loan debt. A quick search on social media revealed that Leo had recently purchased a $650,000 vacation home at a well-known lake resort. Chris called Leo and demanded answers. Leo's attitude was completely dismissive. He admitted to lying about his financial situation because he didn't want to get involved in our parents' mess any longer. He had worked hard to build his tech startup, and was not going to waste his money cleaning up after our father's poor decisions. The hypocrisy of the situation is staggering. While Leo jets off to his lake house every weekend, posting photos of parties on his boat, he's perfectly fine letting his brother shoulder all of the responsibility for their parents. Leo claims he's already given them enough money over the years, and isn't going to throw good money after bad. He even had the gall to tell Chris that he should just pay the medical costs because he makes decent money at his new job, completely ignoring the fact that Chris had to take a significant salary reduction as a result of their father's conduct. The stress of it all has begun to take a serious toll on Chris. His boss pulled him aside last week to express concern about his recent work quality and focus. He's developed severe anxiety and has trouble sleeping most nights, worrying about his parents losing their house, his father's health, and our own financial security, which is affecting his performance at the new job. We can't afford for him to lose this job as well. It was difficult enough to find this position after the scandal at his previous firm. Meanwhile, Jack's health has deteriorated, and Harper has escalated her emotional manipulation tactics, calling all the relatives and telling them that Chris is willing to let his father die to punish him for a work disagreement. She conveniently ignores the fact that they lost the house remortgage money in a crypto scam, and she dismisses Jack's fraudulent actions that destroyed Chris's career as a simple mistake that any father would make in order to save his business. The most aggravating aspect is how she has managed to turn the majority of the family against us. Jack's siblings and their spouses have been constantly harassing us on social media, posting lengthy rants about how cruel and heartless we are for abandoning family in their time of need. They keep commenting on old family photos, saying things like how sad it is that money has become more important to us than family. We've had to block most of the family on social media, but they continue to find ways to attack us. They've even started contacting our friends and colleagues, sharing their twisted version of events, and the situation has become a nightmare that's affecting every aspect of our lives. Chris was in an important meeting with a potential new client when Harper burst into his office unannounced, convincing the receptionist that she was there for an urgent family emergency. Before anyone could stop her, she began creating a hysterical scene in the middle of the office. The entire office, including Chris's colleagues and the potential client he was meeting with, could hear her sobbing loudly about how her husband would die because his own son was too selfish to help save his life. She kept screaming about how Chris was killing his father and would have to live with that guilt for the rest of his life. Chris's managing partner called him in for a serious discussion about keeping personal drama out of the workplace. Despite the fact that security had to physically escort her out of the building while she cried and screamed about her dying husband, Chris's new firm was understandably furious. The potential client walked out during the chaos and later emailed to say they would not be requiring the firm's services. After Harper's meltdown, Chris reached a breaking point and decided to investigate his parents' finances. He spent hours going through old records and documents, and what he discovered was shocking. He warned Chris that any further incidents like this could jeopardize his job at the firm. Chris discovered the original settlement documents, which revealed that Jack had received a $450,000 insurance payout 3 years ago when their old house was severely damaged in a storm. Jack had never told anyone about this money, including his children, and had always claimed that the insurance barely covered the repairs. When Chris confronted Harper about the discovery, she initially acted surprised and claimed she had no idea about the insurance money. Instead of using the money to save his failing business or secure their retirement, Jack had secretly gambled away the majority of it at local casinos. Bank records showed regular large cash withdrawals followed by visits to casinos in neighboring states. Harper had gone on several expensive shopping sprees in the months following the insurance payout, purchasing designer bags, jewelry, and even a luxury cruise for herself and her sisters. However, her story quickly unraveled when Chris discovered old credit card statements and shopping receipts. Despite the fact that they had blown through hundreds of thousands of dollars in insurance money, they continued to ask Chris for financial assistance on a regular basis, claiming they were struggling to make ends meet. They had been lying to everyone about being responsible with money while making reckless decisions for years. Even now, they were attempting to dupe Chris into paying massive medical bills while concealing their history of financial irresponsibility. What made matters worse was the discovery of emails between Harper and Leo from that time period. While Leo now claims he had no knowledge of any family financial issues, the emails revealed that he was fully aware of the insurance payout and their parents' spending habits. He had actually advised them on how to hide the money from Chris because he knew his brother would try to make them use it responsibly. We had thought Harper was just enabling Jack's poor decisions, but now we realize she was an active participant in the deception, not just covering for Jack's mistakes. She was making her own selfish choices while letting her son shoulder the burden of supporting them. Now they expect Chris to sacrifice his own family's financial security to bail them out once more, as if all of their previous lies and manipulation never happened. The constant emotional manipulation was destroying his mental health and putting severe strain on our marriage. We could see our relationship beginning to crack under the pressure of his family's toxic behavior, and the final straw came when we discovered Harper had been spreading vicious rumors about me at my workplace. My supervisor was understanding, but it was deeply humiliating to have my private family drama exposed to my colleagues. She managed to get my work email address and sent a lengthy message to my entire department, accusing me of being a controlling wife who had turned her son against his dying father for money. We took decisive action in response. We changed our phone numbers, blocked their email addresses, and moved to a different neighborhood on the other side of the city. We also had our lawyer send them a formal cease and desist letter warning them about potential legal consequences if they continued harassing us at our workplaces. A month later, we heard from Leo that Jack had had surgery. As it turned out, Harper's brother had sold some valuable property in Florida and agreed to pay for the entire procedure. They never needed our money that urgently. It was just another manipulation tactic to force us to resume contact and regain control of Chris. The irony of the situation struck hard. Chris's new firm has been surprisingly supportive after learning the full story of his father's fraud and his mother's harassment. Despite having other options for funding the surgery, they chose to torture Chris psychologically instead, possibly as a form of punishment for not enabling their previous financial schemes. We've been slowly rebuilding our lives and savings without the constant drama and guilt trips from his family. His managing partner even approached him last week to talk about a possible partnership, which would require another 3 to 4 years of hard work. Chris started sleeping better, his anxiety has significantly improved, and we're finally able to focus on our own goals again. We're even starting to revisit our plans for having children, which we had put on hold during all this chaos. Leo still updates us on their parents on occasion, but we've made it clear that we don't want to hear anything unless it's truly urgent. Jack appears to have fully recovered from the surgery, but he has not changed his behavior at all. He spends his time badmouthing Chris to anyone who will listen, painting himself as the victim of an ungrateful son who abandoned him in his time of need, conveniently ignoring the fact that he destroyed Chris's career and gambled away their insurance money. Harper has been telling family members that I must have some dirt on Chris and that I'm blackmailing him to stay away from his family. Some relatives who initially sided with them have begun to reach out to apologize after seeing their continued pattern of lies and manipulation. However, we're maintaining firm boundaries with everyone who allowed their behavior. Looking back, going no contact was the finest decision we could have taken. The peace and stability we've earned in our lives since severing ties has been worth all of the family drama. We're finally free to focus on our own future without being pulled down by their poisonous conduct and unending demands. I refuse to gift my $375,000 home built over 2.5 years to my sister. Dad hit me with a cake stand. He's arrested. And her $40,000 debt is exposed. My parents insisted that I give my sister the $375,000 home I constructed myself at her wedding. When I refused, my father lost his temper and threw me to the ground with a metal cake stand. There was silence in the room until my sister's fiancé broke the news to my parents. Before I realized my father was swinging, I was struck by the metal cake stand. In an instant, I was seeing my sister Lucy spin around in her $6,500 Vera Wang dress while seated in the third row at my table, close to the dance floor. Then the world swung sideways as wrought iron made contact with my temple. My chair skittered backward as I fell hard. My head bounced once, twice, after my shoulders struck the parquet floor first. Mid-song, the band broke up. 175 attendees fell silent. A high-pitched, constant buzzing that sounded like a smoke alarm going off inside my brain was all I could hear. My hand went to my head and left behind warm, scarlet, and sticky blood that soaked into the neck of my dress shirt, the navy one I had purchased especially for the wedding, and trickled past my ear. At Nordstrom rack, $100. Above me, my mother's twisted, blurry visage emerged. I had finished the trim work in my guest bathroom 6 hours prior. Get up, Ethan. You're embarrassing us. At last, the house I had spent 2.5 years building myself was finished. Everything was just the way I wanted it. The living room's crown molding, the kitchen's subway tile, and the hardwood flooring I had to sand and refinish twice due to streaks on the first effort. It was situated on 2 acres of land that my grandmother had bequeathed to me. At the age of 87, Elizabeth May Cordero passed away in February 2019. She gave me the land when it was probably worth $35,000. The entire property, including the house, was valued at $375,000. It wasn't figurative. I had created it myself. Genuinely constructed it. Began working as a building and frame crew member for a Henderson developer at the age of 19, 70-hour weeks in 110 degrees heat, including overtime and minimum salary. Victor Hernandez, my crew chief, had 30 years of experience in the field and could build a whole house while he slept. On the third day, he had asked me, "You want to learn? Really? Learn? Yes. Then shut up and watch." I spent 7 years observing. I gained knowledge about carpentry, how walls were put together, how load-bearing beams operated, and how to read plans like a novel. Charlie Brooks, my 73-year-old neighbor who is retired and still quite clever, taught me plumbing. He explained to me the importance of vent stacks, P-traps, and why compression fittings should never be used on gas lines. Attended night school at the community college to learn electrical. Carmen Garcia, a certified electrician with 29 years of experience, served as the instructor. Before I got it right, she had failed me twice on my practice panel. She'd said, "Electricity doesn't care if you're tired. It doesn't care if you're having a bad day. You do it right, or someone dies." I did it correctly. Every dime was saved. Resided in a $680 month studio apartment, consumed ramen. Drove a 200,000-mile 2004 Honda Civic. Didn't go on trips, date, or do anything but work, save money, and make plans. Once, my parents assisted. Let me borrow $8,000 for the framing materials and foundation. In 8 months, I reimbursed them. Interest is applied to every penny. I own the house. Every nail, every sweat drop, every square foot. I washed, changed into the Navy suit, and drove to the reception at my sister's wedding at the Riverside Grand Hotel at 2:30 p.m. Lucy had a stunning appearance. I'll grant her that. My baby sister is 26 years old. A blonde with one of those ornate makeovers at a downtown investing firm. Operates a BMW 5 Series. Actually, a good guy. Nathaniel appealed to me. He was direct and truthful. Did you not? The ceremony went well, customary. Lucy sobbed. Nathaniel sobbed. My mother sobbed. Typical wedding fare. At 6 p.m., reception began. The ballroom at Riverside Grand, which was decked out like a Pinterest board, blew up. There are white roses everywhere, lights with strings. Those $300 towering centerpieces. 16 tables. Each table can accommodate 12 people. Live band. Let the bar open. I had given this wedding $4,000. When my parents inquired, they stated Lucy needed assistance. I didn't hesitate to write the check since that's what family does. I took a seat at number 9. Family friends, whom I barely remembered from graduation celebrations and Christmas dinners. Ate the rubber chicken, drank the subpar Cabernet, and engaged in light chat. My folks came over at 7:45 p.m. Margaret and John Reed. Dad, a 5-6-year-old real estate agent, drove a Lexus that was above his means. Mom was 54 years old, had opinions about everyone's choices in life, and worked part-time at an interior design firm. The tone of my mother's speech was, "Ethan, we need to talk." The one she used to pretend it was reasonable when she was going to make a request. My dad grabbed a chair and took a heavy seat. I put down my wine glass and said, "Your sister needs a house. Okay, there are plenty for sale in this market. Interest rates are decent right now. We want you to give her yours." The conversation quieted down. Suddenly, my mom's friend Karen, who was standing next to me, showed a keen interest in her dessert plate. I chuckled. I actually chuckled. "What? Your house? The one you built? Lucy needs it more than you do." I felt sick to my stomach. When you discover someone is serious about something really crazy, you get a chilly, horrible feeling. I built that house for 2.5 years. You're serious completely. You're single. Lucy's starting a family. She needs space, a yard, stability. My dad interrupted, saying, and we helped you. No. I said in a calm, level voice. You lent me $8,000, which I paid back with interest. 8 months later, you gave me the land. My grandma had been precise. Grandma left me that land in her will. I have the paperwork notarized, filed with the county recorder's office. Gave my parents the house, left her $35,000 in savings, which Lucy and I split equally. Left the empty land to me alone. That land should have been divided equally. My mother continued, then you should have told Grandma that before she died. I'd worked construction since 70-hour weeks for 7 years. Saved $110,000. Learned every trade. Built that house board by board, pipe by pipe, wire by wire. It was mine. My mother's expression hardened. Ice made of stone. We're asking you to do the right thing. The right thing is for Lucy to buy her own house like I did. She can't afford it. Then she waits, saves, works like I did. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. You want me to hand over 2.5 years of my life because Lucy didn't plan ahead. Lucy showed up. Then, one step behind her, Nathaniel. She appeared radiant, content, and unaware. She inquired, what's going on? My mother said, your brother is being selfish, loud enough to cause the next table to topple over in order to observe. Lucy's expression changed as she said, we asked him to give you his house. He refused. The grin vanished. You won't give me your house? Lucy, I'm your brother. You won't help me? For this wedding, I gave you $4,000. A house is far superior to that. Now, the tables around us were observing. Heads turning, conversations dying. My voice carried because the band was in between songs. To build that house, I put in 70-hour work weeks for 2.5 years. Yes. My dad cut me off. Because that's what family does. We sacrifice for each other. His face flushed as he said, no, that's what doormats do. He stood quickly and asked, what did you just say? You heard me. The back of his chair scraped. The room was now silent. This is your last chance. Sign the house over to your sister or you're out of this family. Everyone is observing. Since I was 19, I have been employed in construction. My mother also got up and said, we don't care. This is about loyalty, about putting family first. I am putting family first. I'm putting myself first because apparently no one else will. Behind him, my father picked up something from the table. A cake stand made of metal, one of those ornamental tiers. Iron that has been wrought. Most likely weighs 7 pounds. Part of the decor for the wedding. He gave it a swing. I anticipated it but was unable to act quickly enough. Metal made contact with my temple. The world burst into pain, white light, and the cracking sound of my own skull. I dropped to the ground. Everything was distant and muffled. I could see people standing, moving, screaming, and a lot of shoes. My head felt strange, detached, as if it were no longer fully connected to my body. I feel hands on my shoulder. My mom is stooping. Blood was dripping. Get up. You're embarrassing us. It was warm and sticky, trickling down my neck and seeping into my collar. My hand withdrew. Red. A man forced his way through the throng. A black suit. His belt was clipped with a security badge. The badge said Officer M. He was a big guy, perhaps 6'2" and 200 pounds. Turner, Grand Security at Riverside. I saw that. My father pointed at him and said, sir, don't move. His voice was loud, clear, and authoritative. This is a family-run company. It's assault with a lethal weapon, Turner said, taking his radio away. Police are needed for an armed assault at the Riverside Grand Ballroom level, according to dispatch. The victim's head wound is bleeding. The female voice on the radio crackled, copy. The suspect is still on the scene. Units are in motion. The room whirled as I attempted to sit up. Nathaniel knelt next to me and said, Ethan, are you okay? ETA 4 minutes. I'm fine. I wasn't. My vision was blurry and doubled, and the ringing in my ears was getting worse. Nathaniel got up and turned to face my father. What the hell is wrong with you people? This doesn't concern you. I just married into this family. Nathaniel took out his phone and opened his email app, saying, it absolutely concerns me. And there's something everyone here needs to know. Marcus, don't. He pulled away when Lucy grabbed his arm and said, no. He raised his phone and turned it so that the nearby tables could see it. This is from my accountant, he said. He scrolled and read aloud. Yesterday afternoon at 4:47 p.m., Richard Morrison, CPA, 23 years in practice, was sent. Dear Mr. Reed, I have finished the account merger's financial review per your request. I must alert you to a serious inconsistency. Miss Lucy Reed has 4 credit card accounts totaling $40,000 in debt. The room fell silent as Nathaniel reiterated. $40,000. From shopping. Lucy's face turned white. This was not disclosed during our preliminary discussions. Is this true? My father asked, glancing at Lucy. Quietness. Is this accurate, Lucy? I can explain. Nathaniel looked at Lucy and scrolled through his phone, finding Gucci, Prada, Louis Vuitton, Hermes, and €40,000. 5,000 handbag used twice. As guests took out their phones to record and take pictures, the woman at table 9 had her iPhone up with the red recording light blinking. I checked your closet. The suspect is a man in his late 50s wearing a gray suit. Turner said into his radio as the sirens outside grew louder. The weapon was a wrought iron metal cake stand. The victim has a visible head wound that is bleeding. I used to work as a Riverside County Sheriff's deputy. I saw the whole thing happen. Red and blue lights flashed through the ballroom windows as my father sat down hard, his face pale, his hands shaking. 3 Riverside Police Department officers entered, 2 men and 1 woman. The lead officer had sergeant stripes, and Turner waved them over, saying, "Victim here. Here's a suspect." He gestured to the cake stand. Unprovoked assault with a weapon in front of 175 witnesses. The sergeant turned to face my father and said, "Sir, stand up." My father stood slowly and said, "This is a misunderstanding. There was blood on the corner, my blood." "Go back. With your hands behind your back." "Officer, you don't understand." "Turn around." Nathaniel was still holding his phone and reading when my father turned, the cuffs clicking shut, metal on wrist, final, absolute. "So, let me get this straight." His words were heard throughout the ballroom. "You assaulted your son because he wouldn't give his house, the house he built with his own hands over 2.5 years, to someone who spent $40,000 on handbags." One of the officers knelt next to me as my mother looked at Lucy and said, "You lied to us." Officer M. Rodriguez, a young man in his late 20s, says, "Paramedics are on their way. It's a serious head injury. Don't move." Officer S. Foster, a female officer, was taking pictures of the scene, which included my father in handcuffs, the cake stand, and the blood on the floor. "You have the right to remain silent," the sergeant read to my father. "In a court of law, anything you say could and will be used against you." Lucy sobbed and said, "Ethan, please." My baby sister, who had just witnessed our father attack me and whose first reaction was to defend herself, was the object of my intense gaze. "What, please?" My voice sounded thick and raspy. "Tell them it was an accident." "Ethan, it wasn't an accident. I refused to give you my house so you could fill it with $40,000 worth of designer trash." So he grabbed a weapon and struck me in front of 175 people. 2 paramedics, a woman in her 40s and a man in his 30s, arrived with medical bags and a stretcher. The woman knelt next to me and said, "My name is Rachel Torres, and I'm an EMT. What's your name?" "Ethan Reed." "What day is it, please?" "Saturday. The wedding of my sister." "Unfortunately," she said with a smile. "Well, that's excellent. Are you aware of your location?" "Riverside Grand Hotel. Wishing I was anywhere else." Using a pen light, she examined my pupils and said, "Concussion possible. We must transport." As they wheeled me toward the exit, my stomach lurched. I passed my father in handcuffs, but he refused to look at me. The sergeant was speaking to Turner, taking a statement, and other guests were being interviewed. "Get that wound assessed properly." They helped me onto the stretcher. The paramedics wheeled me out through the lobby, past the check-in desk, past the horrified concierge, past a family checking in who stared as I rolled past, blood-soaked and strapped to a gurney, while my mother stood motionless by table 9, her face pale, her hands shaking. Lucy was crying into Nathaniel's chest, and he appeared shell-shocked. After loading me, Rachel climbed in next to me and began an IV. "We're heading to Riverside Memorial," she said. The ambulance pulled away from my sister's wedding reception at Riverside Memorial Hospital. The emergency room was in disarray. On Saturday night, there were drunk drivers, bar fights, and overdoses. They have a good neuro. The doors slammed shut. Sirens and lights. They triaged me right away. Head wounds bleed a lot, look worse than they are, but are unpredictable. Brain bleeds, skull fractures, and concussions that kill you 3 days later. Dr. James Park, a Korean-American man in his early 40s, examined me. He appeared worn out. According to his badge, he was an attending physician with 12 years of emergency medicine experience. "Mister, I need you to follow my finger, Reed." I did so, moving left, right, up, and down. "Are you feeling queasy? Feeling a little lightheaded?" "Yes." "All right, let's do a CT scan." They wheeled me to radiology and slid me into the machine, saying, "Rule out fractures and bleeding." The machine hummed as the tech, a young woman with a name tag that said Jennifer, said, "Hold still." I was back in the emergency room bay 20 minutes after wards took pictures of my skull. Dr. Park returned with a tablet and said, "Good news, no fracture, no bleeding. You require staples for a 2-inch cut and a moderate concussion." Staples? 6? Probably. With 6 metallic clicks and 6 sharp tugs, he stapled my head back together after numbing my scalp with lidocaine, which burned. "You need to follow up with your primary care physician in 5 days, he said. "The wound is too deep for glue, too jagged for stitches. Return right away if you have a worsening headache, nausea, disorientation, or unconsciousness." "All right. Are you being driven home by someone?" "I'll call my neighbor." A different police officer showed up. She was a detective in her mid-40s, with her hair pulled back in salt and pepper, a badge and gun on her belt, and the name tag read Detective Maria Sullivan, Riverside PD. "Mr. I'm Detective Sullivan, read. I need to hear what you have to say." Dr. Park nodded. "Short as possible." Sullivan took out a recorder and said, "He needs to rest. Do you want this to be recorded?" "Yes." "Saturday, September 23, 11:47 p.m., she said, pressing record. Ethan Reed was interviewed about case number 202488847. "Could you tell me what transpired tonight, Mr. Reed?" I told her everything, including the assault, the demand for my house, the conversation with my parents, and my refusal. "Did your father threaten you before striking you?" she asked, taking notes. "I had one last chance," he said. "He grabbed the cake stand and struck me after saying, 'Sign over the house, or I'm out of the family.' Did you think your life was in jeopardy?" She wrote, "I felt my skull crack open." We have the statement from Officer Turner. He saw the whole thing happen. Additionally, we have about 40 guest cell phone videos. 40. The year is 2024. Everybody keeps track of everything. "Your father has been booked on assault with a deadly weapon," she said, looking up. "Monday morning we'll see the setting of bail. Would you like a restraining order?" "I will file the paperwork, yes." She gave me a card and said, "You'll get a temporary order within 48 hours. Maria Sullivan, Detective, Violent Crimes Unit. Phone number and email. Give me a call if you recall anything more. Call me right away if your father gets in touch with you." After she left, Dr. Park returned and said, "You're released. This is your documentation, concussion protocol, instructions for follow-up, and a prescription for painkillers." On the second ring, my neighbor Walter, the retired plumber who had taught me everything, answered and said, "Ethan." "Hi, Walter. From Riverside Memorial. I need a ride." "What took place?" "A lengthy tale. Could you come get me? I'll be there in 20 minutes. Going home, Walter arrived in his truck, a 2008 Ford F-150, faded blue, 180,000 miles. Same truck he'd driven when I first met him 7 years ago. He took one look at me, blood-stained shirt, staples in my head, hospital bracelet on my wrist, and said nothing, just helped me into the passenger seat. We drove in silence for 10 minutes. Finally, "Your parents?" "My father." "Why?" "Because I wouldn't give Lucy my house." He was quiet for another minute. "The house you built?" "Yes." "The house you spent 2.5 years building with your own hands?" "Yes." He pulled into my driveway, looked at me. "Your father is a fool." "Yeah. Your grandmother would be proud of you." My throat closed up. Couldn't speak. Walter helped me inside, made sure I had water, pain medication, his phone number on the counter. "Call me if you need anything." "Anything at all." He left. I stood in my living room. The house I'd built, crown molding I'd installed over 4 weekends. Floors I'd refinished twice. Every detail exactly right. My phone buzzed. Text messages. Dozens of them. "Lucy. Ethan. Please. I'm so sorry. Lucy. Dad didn't mean it. Lucy, please don't press charges. Mom, you're destroying this family. Mom, your father could go to prison. Mom, is that what you want?" I deleted them all, blocked both numbers. Another text. Nathaniel. I apologize. I didn't know about the debt until last week. I didn't know they'd asked for your house. Are you okay? I texted back. Concussion. 6 staples. I'll live. Nathaniel. Lucy wants to talk to you. Me. Tell Lucy I have nothing to say to her. Nathaniel, I understand. Nathaniel. For what it's worth, you were right about everything. I didn't respond. Took the pain medication Dr. Park prescribed. Hydrocodone 5 milligrams. Laid down on my couch, the sectional I'd saved for 6 months to buy. Gray microfiber, stupidly comfortable. Closed my eyes, tried not to think about my father's face when he swung that cake stand. Failed. Sunday morning. I woke up at 11:30 a.m. My head felt like it was splitting open. 47 missed calls. 15 voicemails. I listened to none of them. Made coffee, black, strong. Sat at my kitchen table. The one I'd built from reclaimed barnwood, a project that took 3 months because I wanted the finish perfect. My phone rang. Unknown number. I answered, "Hello, Mr. Reed. This is Detective Sullivan. How are you feeling?" Like I got hit with a metal object. "I have an update. Your father was arraigned this morning. Bail set at $45,000. He posted bond. He's out." My stomach dropped already. The judge issued a no-contact order. He can't call you, text you, come within 500 feet of you or your property. Violation means immediate arrest. Okay. I also wanted to inform you that we've collected statements from 37 witnesses. The case is solid. The DA will likely file formal charges Monday. What charges? Assault with a deadly weapon. That's a felony. 4 years if found guilty. 2 to 4 years. My dad is incarcerated. Mr. I'm here, Reed. Are you all right? No. That makes sense. Is there someone you can talk to? My neighbor. All right. After she hung up, I sat at my kitchen table for an hour, not moving or drinking my coffee, just thinking about my father in handcuffs, Lucy crying, my mother's face when Nathaniel revealed the debt, and my phone buzzing. Use your support system and call me if you need anything. Ethan, it's Nathaniel using my work phone, said the text from an unidentified number. Lucy is unaware. We must speak. Could I come over? At that moment, I hesitated. Yes. 847 Oakmont Drive is the address. Nathaniel's visit, I'll be there in half an hour. He arrived at noon, still wearing his black tuxedo from the wedding, his tie undone, and he appeared worn out. I opened the door for him. You truly built this yourself, he said, surveying the kitchen, living room, and craftsmanship. Each wall. It's stunning. Thanks. Lucy cried all night long, and Nathaniel said, your mom, too, as we sat in the living room, me in the armchair and him on the couch. Your father refuses to speak to anyone. Good. Ethan. He hit me with a metal object because I wouldn't give Lucy a house. There's no defense for that. I know. Quiet. Nathaniel stated, I didn't know about the debt until Richard sent that email. According to Nathaniel, Lucy had concealed the debt by using separate accounts and making the bare minimum payments, but the total amount was precisely 40,000 euros. Handbags, shoes, dresses she'd worn once, some still with tags. He rubbed his face. Why didn't you speak up prior to the wedding? Because I desired to wed her. I cherished her. I believed we could resolve it. But then last night, watching your parents demand your house, watching your father hit you, and watching Lucy defend them, he said softly as he turned to face me. She's not the person I thought she was, he said. No, I'm getting the marriage annulled. I raised my head. What? Cancellation? In less than a day, we were married. In California, fraud is grounds for annulment. She hid significant debt. Nathaniel's voice was flat and empty. That's fraud, he said. I can't be married to someone who watched her father assault her brother, and her first instinct was to defend herself. I gave my lawyer a call this morning. Jennifer Chen has 15 years of experience practicing family law. On Monday, she will file. I'm sorry. I'm not. He raised his voice. I came here to apologize for them, for Lucy, for all of it. You don't have to. Yes, I do. Because you deserved better, and what they did was unacceptable. Your grandmother was wise to leave you this land, he said, pausing as he approached the door and turning around. She was aware. Knew what? That you were the only one who'd appreciate it, who'd build something real. He went out. 3 days later, on Monday afternoon, the DA filed formal charges for assault with a deadly weapon, a felony. My father's lawyer, William Harris, a public defender with 28 years of experience, called. Mr. I speak for your father, Reed. I want to talk about a plea deal. No, I know you're upset. I refused to give away my house, so he attacked me in front of 175 people. No plea is made. He's willing to apologize, pay medical bills, attend anger management. No, Mr. Reed. He made a decision. He reached for a weapon. He struck my head with it. They were decisions. He now has to deal with the fallout. I ended the call. An hour later, Detective Sullivan called and said, October 15th is the date of the preliminary hearing. You'll have to give testimony. I'll be there. The defense will attempt to portray this as a family conflict. They'll say your dad was angry, acted hastily. Didn't mean to cause significant harm. He grabbed a weapon and hit me hard enough to require 6 staples. I understand. Just be ready for them to downplay it. The shortest marriage in Riverside County history took place 36 hours after Lucy called from my mother's phone, and I unintentionally answered. 2 weeks later, Nathaniel's annulment was finalized. Ethan, I hung up. Blocked that number as well. Another call from my father's lawyer with a different offer: probation, community service, and restitution. Your father is 56 years old, Mr. Reed. His career is terminated and his real estate license is ruined by a felony conviction. Do you want it that way? What I wanted was to sit at my sister's wedding without getting assaulted. But we don't always get what we want. The preliminary hearing was held on October 15th in a cold courthouse with marble floors, wood paneling, and excessive air conditioning. Judge Olivia Mitchell, a 62-year-old former prosecutor with a reputation for being fair but tough, presided over the proceedings. My father was seated at the defense table, with William Harris, who was smaller than I remembered, sitting next to him in a gray suit tie. Harris cross-examined me after I gave a 32-minute testimony in which I told the court everything, including the assault, my refusal to comply, and the demand for my house. You had a tense relationship with your father, Reed. No, we had a normal relationship, until he demanded I give away 2.5 years of my life. You refused to help your sister. For her wedding, I gave her $4,000. I've given her a lot of help. However, you declined to give her your home? Yes, because you're selfish. Because I'm not a doormat. Judge Mitchell raised his gaze. Mister, is there a question? Harris? Your Honor, I'm establishing motive. You're writing editorials. Sit down or ask questions. Harris took a seat. Officer Turner was called by the prosecution, and during his 32-minute testimony, he described what he witnessed, including the assault, the weapon, and the blood. Was this self-defense, in your professional opinion as a former sheriff's deputy? No. The victim was seated. The defendant hit him after grabbing a weapon. That is assault. 3 additional witnesses, who had attended the wedding, were called, and they all made the same statement. Judge Mitchell looked over the photos, videos, medical records, and other evidence. This will be bound over for trial. With the no-contact order in effect, the defendant will continue to be released on bond. The gavel was completed, and the trial date was set for January 12, November, 3 months after the assault. The staples were removed after 2 weeks, leaving a 2-inch scar that was concealed in my hairline. The concussion symptoms, which included headaches, light sensitivity, and dizziness, persisted for 6 weeks. After hearing about what had happened, I returned to work and accepted a position with a custom home builder, Marcus Delgado, who had 47 years of construction experience and was the best builder in the county. He said, I need someone who actually gives a damn about quality, and asked if I was interested. The client wanted shaker-style cabinets, soft close hinges, and under-cabinet lighting, so I built them myself. Every joint and measurement was precise, and the client shed happy tears when she saw them. I was intrigued. I started on November 1st. Lead carpenter, $65,000 salary plus benefits. Her words, they're perfect. Yeah, they were. The prosecution showed 40 videos from wedding guests during the 3-day trial on January 12, all of which showed my father grabbing the cake stand, swinging it, and hitting me. They also showed medical records, pictures of my head wound, the staples, and the scar. The defense contended that there was no intention to cause serious harm, a family dispute, and a brief loss of control. John Reed was a frustrated father who, in a fit of rage, acted carelessly. This was a family issue that got out of hand. The defense responded that John Reed grabbed a weapon and struck his son in the head because his son refused to give away property. That is not a family issue. That is an attack. That is illegal. After 4 hours of deliberation, the jury found the defendant guilty. Sentencing is set for February 3rd for assault with a deadly weapon. Judge Olivia Mitchell glanced at my father during the sentencing hearing on February 3rd. Mister, you've never been a criminal, Reed. You have a job. Your family is behind you. But you used a weapon to attack your son in front of 175 witnesses because he wouldn't part with his belongings. She hesitated. Violence as a reaction to disappointment is not acceptable in this court. Your son used his own hands to construct that house. He owns it. When he refused, you had no right to attack him, and you had no right to demand it either. My dad gazed at the table. I'm sentencing you to 2 years in county jail, suspended, 5 years probation, 500 hours community service, anger management classes, restitution for medical bills. She gave me a look. Mister, would you like to speak to the court, Reed? I stood. As a child, I learned a lot from my father. But he also taught me that family can betray you, I said, pausing. How to fix a car, how to change a tire, how to handle disappointment. There are conditions to that love. That giving away everything I've created is the only way I'm worth anything. I don't forgive him, my father said, his shoulders shaking with tears. Perhaps in the future, but not right now. All I want to do today is return home to the house I built and lock the door. Judge Mitchell nodded and said, "This court is adjourned." I took a seat. August, 6 months later, I'm sitting on my back deck, which I constructed last month, with matching rails, cedar planks, and string lights overhead. It's evening. Walter sits across from me, drinking a beer, the same Ford phone 150 inches the driveway, fireflies in the distance, and warm crickets chirping. He remarks, "You did good work here," while glancing at the deck. "Thank you. Your grandma would be pleased." Yeah, my phone beeps. I got an email 36 hours ago from my ex-brother-in-law, Nathaniel. I assumed you would want to know. Last month, Lucy filed for bankruptcy. She's getting support from your parents. They haven't inquired about you. Walter notices that I've deleted the email. Family. Former relatives. Good riddance. The house behind me is illuminated, with every window glowing, crown molding, hardwood floors, subway tile, and every detail flawless. I actually laugh. Mine. Mine alone. Created with my time, sweat, and hands. It meant everything, but they wanted me to give it away and turn it over after 2.5 years as if it didn't matter. "You all right?" Walter inquires. I look at him, at my neighbor who picked me up from the hospital, taught me plumbing, and never asked me to be anything other than who I am. "Yeah," I respond. "I'm okay, and I mean it." Behind me, the house is solid, real, and mine. They tried to take it, but they were unsuccessful. And I'm still here. My sister got pregnant by my fiancé before our wedding. My parents supported her. I cut them off. We met at Mom's funeral civil. But never sisters. Hazel here, to tell you about my worst experience. Okay, scratch that. I was hurt the most by my family. 4 weeks before my wedding, I was happier than ever. 32 years old, engaged to my 4-year-old love, preparing my ideal wedding. Everything was wonderful. The venue was reserved. Garden estate beyond the city. I have the altered garment in my closet. 150 guests received invitations. My younger sister consented to be my maid of honor, surprising me as we'd never been close. But I hoped this would unite us. Should have known better. Thursday night. It was typical for my parents to invite me to supper. The room's tension when I entered was odd. Dad couldn't examine me. My mother wrung her hands. My 5-year-old sister, normally lively and carefree, sat there with an odd, defiant look. She dropped the bomb. She stood up in the midst of supper, put her hand on her flat tummy, and revealed she was pregnant with my fiancé's baby and had been sleeping together for 5 months. 5 months. I remember the exact sound of my fork hitting the plate. My mother gasped but didn't defend me. Dad told me to calm down when I screamed. I recall my sister's blank face most. No regrets, shame, nothing. She stood like she'd said what she wanted for dessert. My fiancé called me 70 times that night. I never replied. My parents insisted we discuss this as a family and that these things happen. Such things occur. My sister cheated on my fiancé and got pregnant. This just happens. The worst aspect was that my parents switched sides in 3 weeks. I suddenly focused on supporting my sister during her pregnancy. Someone victimized her. Young, afraid, weak. I was betrayed, but no matter. Never mind that she'd shattered my life without hesitation. This bit still makes me sick. They used my wedding plans. All of them. The same florist, caterer, and location I'd reserved and paid deposits for. My mother called me to ask whether my sister could use them since everything was booked and canceling would be a waste. I cared. I was too worried to breathe. They did it anyway. After 3 months, my sister came down the aisle in a white dress, pregnant with my ex-fiancé's child, at the venue I'd chosen, with my flowers and menu. Only 3 of my extended family members declined. My aunt, cousin, and grandmother. Everyone else went, smiled, praised the happy couple, and posted images on social media like this was normal, beautiful, and not the worst betrayal. In my apartment alone, I drank wine and looked at my wedding dress in my closet. Life and clothes were meant to be mine. My parents continued calling to persuade me to move on and be happy for them. Get past it. They grabbed everything from me and asked me to grin and swallow. And I'll never forget it, my mother said I was selfish for making my sister's pregnancy about me. I recognized the truth then. Not only did my family allow it, they approved. They chose her. They picked the traitor over the victim. I choose to cut them off. They stopped taking calls, blocked them on social media, and relocated across the city. I was alone for the first time. I preferred it to being part of a family that could hurt me. I'm not talking about how I stayed broken. This describes what followed. I promise, it gets worse before it gets better. The following 4 years were hell. I won't sugarcoat. I spent the first 6 months in twice-weekly therapy attempting to understand how my family betrayed me. The therapist kept asking if I wanted to forgive. I continued telling her I wanted to stop thinking about them daily. I worked hard, got promoted twice, started traveling for business, gained new acquaintances who didn't know my background, and didn't get asked why I wasn't close to my family. I built a new life brick by brick, which was exhausting but necessary. Around 2.5 years, something changed. One morning, I realized I hadn't thought about my sister or ex-fiancé in a week. It was like breathing again after being underwater. I met him then. We met Henry at a Seattle conference. He represented his firm. His consultancy firm had grown impressively in 7 years. I laughed when we sat next to each other at a networking dinner. Actually laugh. Genuine laughter, not polite social laughter. That night, we talked about business, travel, and everything except family for 4 hours. I almost declined his phone request. I wasn't ready, but his glances changed my mind. He invited me to move in after 10 months of long-distance dating. I was scared. Last time I trusted someone entirely, it ruined me. Henry was patient. He never pushed. He let me pace everything. We were on his balcony at 2 a.m. when I informed him about my family. I'd avoided it for months, but he needed to know why I cringed when he mentioned his sister and shifted the subject when family came up. I anticipated his surprise or discomfort. He grasped my hand and said, "That explains so much about your strength. You rebuilt yourself from nothing. That's extraordinary." He proposed 10 months after we met. On a random Tuesday night while making supper, I asked a simple question without pressure or expectations. Of course I agreed. We planned everything. No family input, drama, or unchosen traditions. Only ourselves and 10 close friends attended our Italian wedding. It was tiny, exquisite, and ours. I chose my clothing alone. Our vows were written. I shed happy tears at the ceremony. I invited my parents to see that I'd moved on and established something great without them. No one came. My mother contacted 3 days before the wedding to say they couldn't leave my sister in such a hard time. Her marriage was failing, therefore, she needed their help. I hung up before she finished. Henry inquired if I was okay. Telling him I was better than okay. I was free, but life tests you when you think you have it everything. About 6 months after the wedding, we started trying for kids. Henry was 38, I 34, and we were ready. Month after month, nothing happened. We saw a specialist after a year of trying. I discovered I had fertility troubles then. Nothing terrible that prevented us from having kids, but it was difficult. Doctors advised treatments, monitoring, and interventions. It would be costly, taxing, and stressful. At that appointment, Henry squeezed my hand and told the doctor we'd do anything. We started treatment. Injections, appointments, testing, hope, disappointment, hope. It was awful, unlike anything I'd experienced before. This wasn't betrayal. It was about wanting something so badly and having no control over getting it. After another negative test, I broke down during a tough month. Maybe this was karma for breaking off my family, I told Henry. Maybe I didn't deserve motherhood. Maybe I was too damaged. He gazed at me with more passion than I'd ever seen and said, "Don't you dare let them take this from you, too. Don't give them that power. This isn't about them. This is about us." True. We would battle for our life and journey together. I didn't realize my old life was about to fall in the worst way. 4 years after I broke up, they called on Sunday afternoon. "Dad," I almost didn't answer, but something made me. He sounded exhausted and aged. He requested a serious discussion on family healing. He said it had been long enough, life was too short for this divide, and my mother missed me. I wanted to hang up, but Henry was watching me and showed me in his face that he wanted to hear them out. For me, not them. So I wouldn't always wonder if. So I agreed to dinner. Neutral, both families present. My parents, sister, and her husband were married. Henry and I. In the pricey, quiet restaurant, customers don't make a scene. I was stupid to assume that would protect us. My sister and her 2 children, a 5-year-old boy and a 3-year-old girl, arrived. Both looked like my ex-fiancé, which felt like getting stabbed every time I saw them. Boy had eyes. The girl smiled. I felt sick. Tired, she looked different. Gained weight and black bags under her eyes. Her husband, who I can't call my ex-fiancé without breaking something, looked uncomfortable when they sat down. He avoided my gaze. Watched his plate like it may save him. My parents initially joked about Henry's business and complimented my hair. Small chat like walking on broken glass. My sister managed her well-behaved kids quietly. Everything went wrong when dessert arrived. My mother asked if Henry and I were having children soon in that delicate tone folks use to hide something. Before I could respond, my sister chuckled. Actually laughed. Good luck with that, she cut her son's cake. I heard you were having trouble. That must be so hard. Wanting something you can't have? The table mute. Henry touched me under the table, squeezing hard hurt. Excuse me? I escaped. Trying to look innocent, she looked up. What? I'm just saying it must be difficult, especially at your age. I mean, I got pregnant the first time just thinking about it. All 3 times, actually. 3 times. You're pregnant again? My mother happily said. My sister grinned, touching her flat stomach. We were going to announce it later, but yeah, another son. We're so blessed. I felt nauseous. Henry's jaw was so tense I believed his teeth would break. That's wonderful news, my father responded, looking in my direction for support. My sister wasn't finished. She faced Henry. She stared at him as she added, you must be so patient. I mean, if my husband couldn't give me children, I don't know what I'd do. But I guess, when you really love someone, you stick it out, right? The inference, the tiny smile. Henry sprang up so fast his chair scraped the floor. We're leaving. My mother grabbed my arm. Oh. Come on. My sister added. I was just making conversation. Don't be so sensitive. Please, let's not ruin the evening. Your sister didn't mean anything by it. You know how she is. She just speaks without thinking sometimes. They'd always made that explanation for her. Something snapped inside me. I didn't rest. Standing there, I watched my sister. First time in years, I saw her for what she was. Not my family. Not someone who erred. A person who purposefully destroyed my life without remorse. I said, you want to talk about sensitivity? Too quiet. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about how you seduced my fiancé 5 months before my wedding. Let's talk about how you got pregnant and announced it like you'd won some prize. Let's talk about how you stole my wedding, my venue, my plans, everything. No family member spoke out to stop you. Hazel, Dad warned. No, I'm done being quiet. I'm done being the reasonable one. I'm done pretending any of this is okay. I looked at them. You chose her. The moment she announced that pregnancy, you chose her. You didn't ask if I was okay. You didn't defend me. You just decided I should get over it and move on because it was easier than holding her accountable. My mother cried. We were trying to keep the family together by sacrificing me, by using my wedding plans for her, by expecting me to just swallow it and smile. I chuckled, but it was painful. You didn't keep the family together. You cut me out and pretended it was the same. My sister rolled her eyes. God, are you still on about that? It's been years. Get over it. Get over it. I said. You destroyed my life. You betrayed me in the worst way possible. And you've never once apologized. Not once. Because I'm not sorry, her spouse tried to seize her arm, but she resisted. You want the truth? You never owned him. He wouldn't have approached me if he was. Men cheat only when they're not receiving enough at home. Henry stood next to me, ensuring stability. We're done here. But my sister continued. I cringed as she looked Henry up and down. You know, if you tire of waiting for defective items, you can find me. My fertility is obvious. The table exploded. My dad stood up. My mom gasped. Henry's fury darkened his features. I laughed before anyone else spoke. Really laughed. Originating from the bottom. You think that was flirting? I asked her. You think that makes you desirable? You're pathetic. You stole my fiancé because you couldn't stand that I had something you didn't. And now you're sitting here pregnant with your 3rd child in a marriage that's clearly falling apart. Trying to seduce my husband because you still can't stand that I'm happy. Her horrified spouse looked at her. Good. Show him his true spouse. You want to discuss damaged goods? Look in the mirror. You're 27 years old, married to a man who hardly looks at you, raising kids in a betrayed home. Your son will grow up knowing his father cheated on his aunt for his mother. His Genesis story, good luck explaining it. That's enough, Dad said. But his voice was weak. I faced him. You're right. It is enough. I'm done. I came here tonight because you asked me to. Because some small part of me hoped you'd finally take responsibility for what you enabled. But nothing's changed. She's still the same manipulative person she was 4 years ago. And you're still making excuses for her. I stared at her husband, the man I thought I'd marry. Red-faced and mute, he stared at his plate. And you? You wouldn't talk. You've been sitting there all night like a scolded child, without defending your wife, yourself, or anything. You are the coward I suspected. He spoke, possibly to apologize or defend himself. I raised my hand. Save it. Whatever you were going to say, I don't care. You're irrelevant. You were irrelevant the moment I left that apartment 4 years ago. You're just a bad memory, and you don't get to be anything more than that. Grabbed my purse. Henry was up, preparing to depart with me. This family is dead to me, I muttered, gazing at each one. Not because of the betrayal. I could have eventually forgiven that. But because none of you thought I deserved better, none of you stood up for me. And even now, even tonight, you're still choosing her. My mother wept. Please don't do this. I'm not doing anything. You did this years ago. I'm just finally accepting it. I didn't glance back when we left the eatery. Henry drove us home quietly. After arriving at our flat, I broke down. I was free, not unhappy. Free at last. I learned that freedom has a complicated cost. I was still processing that dinner disaster 3 weeks later. Henry insisted I did the right thing, that standing up for myself was healthy, and that cutting them off was justified. However, late at night when I couldn't sleep, I replayed the evening and felt corrosive vindication and wrath. I needed to discuss it. But Henry was tired of the topic, and my therapist couldn't see me for another week. I did what countless do when they need to vent. Went online. I found this family estrangement support group. Anonymous usernames and stories. All had experienced family trauma. I read dozens of posts about narcissistic parents, abusive siblings, and toxic relatives who did awful things. It was strangely comforting to be not alone. I uploaded and wrote the entire story: betrayal, wedding, 4 years of silence, supper, etc. I was cautious. I avoided names and cities, keeping the story vague enough to be anyone's. I wanted to vent and get it out of my system. The support was swift and tremendous. I received hundreds of comments saying I did the right thing, my family was poisonous, and I deserved more. It felt great, like affirmation I didn't realize I needed. I obsessively monitored the post for days. Each comment triggered something I didn't want to address. My aunt, who declined my sister's wedding, called me 4 weeks later. Hazel, she asked gently, did you post about your sister online? I froze. What? There's a story going around town about a woman who got pregnant with her sister's fiancé and stole her wedding. Everyone's talking about it. The details are too specific. It has to be about your family. I was afraid to vomit. Posted in anonymous support group. Using no names. How would someone have identified enough details to connect dots? You understand people. They patch things together and spread it on social media. Group conversations everywhere. It reached your sister. Good. I answered without thinking. My aunt was quiet for a while. Hazel, I understand you're angry. God knows you have every right to be, but this is going to have consequences. She was right. Consequences came quickly. My sister was laid off first. She worked at a neighborhood medical office where the tale circulated quickly. Her supervisor summoned her in and stated she wasn't a suitable fit for their family-oriented practice and needed to protect her professional reputation. Within a week, she was fired. Social ramifications followed. She became known in the grocery store, her kids' school, and around town. She went from unknown to famed. They stopped hearing from her husband's family. Some of their couple mates became very busy when making plans. I listened to my aunt's family grapevine account. I listened to every detail with a spooky satisfaction. My aunt said, they're talking about moving, during a call. Your sister can't show her face anywhere without people whispering. Someone actually approached her at the pharmacy and told her she should be ashamed of herself. Should have felt horrible. Despite my anonymous post's public humiliation, I didn't feel sorry. Not really. She is ashamed of herself, I remarked. She should be. No, don't. She destroyed my life and felt nothing. Now people know what kind of person she is. That's not my fault. That's just truth catching up. Despite saying that, something seemed wrong. I wanted consequences for her. Yes. I wasn't happy watching her lose everything and see her life fall apart like mine. Henry discovered me one night browsing social media for mentions of the tale and my sister's name to see what people were saying about her. What are you doing? He inquired quietly. Just looking. You've been looking for hours. He sat beside me. This isn't healthy. She's losing everything, I remarked, glancing at the television. Her job, her friends, her reputation, everything. And how does that make you feel? I didn't respond since the reality was complicated. I was content. Felt justified. But I also felt something darker, making me uneasy with myself. I felt powerful but uneasy. I didn't name her, I concluded. I didn't do this to her. This is just consequences of her own actions. Henry grabbed my phone. Maybe. But you're spending every free moment watching those consequences unfold. That's not moving on. That's obsession. He was right. I knew he was right. I couldn't stop. My sister sued me. That was her dire situation. She hired a lawyer and sued me for defamation, alleging I'd written lies about her online that had ruined her reputation and cost her job. Official letter from lawyer to my address. She found my house, which was creepy. I consulted an attorney with Henry. After reading everything, he laughed at my anonymous message. She has no case, he said. First, you never named her. Second, truth is an absolute defense against defamation. Third, she'd have to prove that your post directly caused her specific damages, which is nearly impossible when it was anonymous and the spread was organic. The lawsuit never progressed beyond preliminary filing. Judge tossed it out. Insufficient proof. No link. Case dropped. My aunt's words gave me a thrill of triumph. She failed to sue me legally. Another loss for her, another gain for me. But that week, something else happened. It should have been joyful. I got pregnant. 2 test lines after 2.5 years of therapy, hormones, mistakes, and disappointments. I sobbed in the bathroom for 10 minutes, unable to believe it. Henry grabbed me and swung me around, and we cried. This was all we fought for and wanted. Our baby was coming. No one should have been happier than me. Instead, I continuously checked social media for sister updates. Compulsion ensued. Morning, night, sometimes numerous times a day. I'd look up her name, profiles, remarks, and rumors. If her situation was worsening or she was suffering enough, I needed to know. Henry noticed. Of course he noticed. 3 weeks after we discovered the pregnancy, hubby returned home from work and found me on my laptop, discussing my sister again. His laptop closed firmly, not angrily. We need to talk. I knew that tone. About what? About the fact that you're pregnant with our child and you're spending more time obsessing over your sister than celebrating this miracle we've been given. I'm not obsessing. Yes, you are. You check her social media every day, multiple times a day. You're in these gossip groups, reading every comment, tracking every consequence. You're consumed by watching her life fall apart. She deserves it. I defended. Maybe, probably, but that's not the point, he said to me. The point is that she's still controlling your life. You cut her off 4 years ago, but she's more present now than ever because you can't stop watching her destruction. That's not fair, is it? My hand was taken. Hazel, you're pregnant. We're having a baby. This is supposed to be the happiest time of our lives. But every time I look at you, you're on your phone or your laptop monitoring her. She's stealing this joy from you, and you're letting her. I wanted to protest, but I was crying because I knew he was right. I just need to know she's facing consequences. I muttered. After everything she did, I need to know she's suffering the way I suffered. And then what? What happens after she suffered enough? Will that fix what she took from you? Will that give you back those 4 years? Will that make you happy? I couldn't reply. He embraced me. You're pregnant with our son, Hazel, and I'm terrified that when he's born, you're going to be so busy watching her that you'll miss being present for him. It hit me like ice. I imagined cradling my kid while covertly checking my phone for my sister's agony. It made me nauseous. I don't know how to stop, I said. I know, but you have to try because this obsession, it's not justice. It's not healing. It's just another form of letting her control you. He mentioned something that kept me up that night. I imagined my sister losing her work, being gossiped about, and struggling. I recalled my joy at hearing about it. This terrible, dark satisfaction was eating away at who I wanted to be. My life was rebuilt over 4 years. Love, marriage, and pregnancy were mine. I had everything I wanted, but I was too busy making her miserable to enjoy it. Correct, Henry. She still controlled me, but differently. However, knowing and changing are different. After 4 years of restless nights, first words, tiny shoes, and motherhood, healthy, 8 pounds, dark hair, Henry's eyes, my boy was perfect. Absolute perfection. My condition improved. Not entirely. I periodically wondered about my sister. I occasionally wanted to track her downfall. The words of Henry stuck with me. The kid, my marriage, and this new era were my priorities. I thought I'd moved on. Really did. I saw him. My son was in my grocery cart. I turned down an aisle and froze as he chatted about everything he saw at 3. I saw my 5-year-old nephew at that awful dinner years ago. He was older, probably 7. He was with my mother, who looked 10 years older. Should have left. Should have changed course. I watched them from behind a display. My mother bought generic everything. Cheapest alternatives. Her trolley had only essentials. My nephew was thin, but not alarmingly so. His clothing were worn yet clean. I wasn't seen. I insured it, but my mother counted change at the register. My nephew asked for chocolates, and she refused. We saw them leave with their little goods. What I did next was wrong, but I couldn't help myself. After my son fell asleep, I called my aunt. How bad is it? I inquired directly. My meaning was clear to her. She sighed. Bad. Your sister's husband left her about 7 months ago. Finally had enough, I guess. He has the kids on weekends, but pays minimal support. She's living with your parents with all 3 children. She can't find work anywhere. Her reputation is too damaged in this town. What's she doing for money? My aunt was quiet for a while. You don't want to know. Tell me. She's been trying to sell content online. Pictures. That kind of content. It's not going well. Felt nauseous. Not happy. Sick. That kind of content. I'm not going to spell it out, Hazel. But yes, she's desperate. Your parents are supporting 4 people on their retirement income. It's not enough. She's doing what she thinks she has to do. The call left me hollow. Not satisfied. This was seeing someone descend into darkness and desperation. I knew I'd helped her get there. My aunt called again 2 weeks later. She spoke shakily. It leaked, she remarked. Someone from town found her content and recognized her. It's spreading everywhere. The photos are on gossip sites being shared in local groups. Everyone's seen them. I believed I'd win. The worst humiliation. What part of me wanted? I felt empty instead. Her kids, my aunt said, voice cracking. It became concrete when they're being bullied. Kids at school found the photos somehow. They're showing them to other kids, mocking them. We met again a few days later. Same grocery store, time, day. This time, my nephew cried, really crying. Hurtful, desperate sobs. My mother tried to soothe him in the parking lot, but he was inconsolable. His peers were pointing and giggling across the lot. That's him. His mom is the one in those pictures. My son, unaware in his seat, I watched my nephew fall apart by my car. Saw him yell at youngsters. I saw my mother shielding him. Watched other parents take their kids while staring at my mother with hatred. My son murmured something from his car seat that I couldn't understand. I was captivated by a 7-year-old boy whose life was being devastated by his mother's decisions, desperation, and a series of events that led back to me. The kids left. My mother loaded my nephew into the car. His crying was audible across the parking lot. I drove home automatically. I told Henry what I saw when he got home that night. That child did nothing wrong, I shakily answered. He's 7 years old, and his classmates have seen explicit photos of his mother. He's going to carry that for the rest of his life. That's not your fault, Henry remarked gently. My story was, isn't it? I started this. She chose. All of them. But her son didn't. None of this was his choice. I watched our sleeping child. Would I want to die if it happened to our son? I'd burn the globe to defend him. Henry drew me. You're not responsible for her choices, or their consequences. Maybe not legally, maybe not directly. But that night, I dreamed of the small child wailing in a parking lot because of something I caused. I started having nightmares a week after seeing my nephew crying in the parking lot. In them, I was evil. Not my sister. Me. I'd watch myself kill someone while smiling from outside my body. It was sometimes my sister. It was her kids sometimes. Faces of strangers become individuals I loved. I'd wake up breathless, sweating, convinced that my dream self was more honest. Henry held me when I woke up like that, but he stopped asking about the dreams. I assume he knew. Perhaps we both understood I was processing something I didn't want to address. One afternoon, my son asked me a question that broke me. We colored at the kitchen table. At 3.5, they pick up everything and inquire about it. His focus on sketching within the lines had kept him quiet. He said, Mommy, without looking, what's an ant? My hand froze mid-stroke. What? An ant? Grandma said something about an ant when we were at her house last week. She was talking to Grandpa. What is it? My mother-in-law. She must have been discussing something with Henry's father. My son had overheard. Your parent's sister? I asked carefully. Do I have one? Should have told him truth. I should have responded yes, that he had a never-met aunt, that it was complicated, and that I might explain later, but I didn't. No, I answered. You don't have an aunt. He nodded, accepted, and resumed coloring. However, I felt like the worst person alive. I lied to my child. Lied about something essential about our family. The worst part was how effortlessly it came out. I cried that night after my son fell asleep. Henry discovered me crying in the bathroom. I have no sister, I said. He asked about aunts, and I lied to him. I fronted my son and lied. Henry did not speak for long. I'll never forget his words. You're becoming what you hate. Staring at him, I was stunned. I've watched you for 4 years, he said softly but firmly. I've watched you monitor her destruction, feel satisfaction at her suffering, convince yourself it's all justified because of what she did to you. And now you're lying to our son to maintain this narrative where she doesn't exist. You're not healing, Hazel. You're becoming bitter. You're becoming just as toxic as she was. That's not fair, is it? She hurt you. Yes, terribly. But you've spent years hurting her back, even if it was indirect. And now that pain is starting to affect our son. When does it stop? When does the revenge end, and the healing begin? We knew everything he stated was accurate, yet I wanted to dispute. I don't know how to let go, I muttered. I know, but you have to try, because if you don't, you're going to pass this hatred down to our son. He's going to grow up, learning that family betrayal is unforgivable, that revenge is justified, that lying is acceptable if it protects the narrative you want to maintain. My phone rang before I could respond. Late for routine calls. Something compelled me to answer. Hazel, it was my father, he continued, his voice broken. It's your mother. She's been diagnosed with cancer, pancreatic, stage 4. Tilted world. What? They give her less than a year, maybe 6 months. She wanted me to call you. She wants to see you. I was speechless. Unable to think. Terminal cancer. 6 months. I know you're mad, my dad said. I know we don't have a relationship anymore, but she's your mother. She's dying. Please. Without answering, I hung up. I held the phone, trying to digest what I heard. Henry watched me. What happened? My mother has cancer. Terminal. Less than a year. He embraced me. I didn't weep. I stood there paralyzed, thinking about all the years of quiet, rage, and bridges I'd burned and convinced myself I was fine with. What do I do? I asked. I don't know, Henry confessed. But whatever you decide, you have to live with it. If you don't see her and she dies, you can't take that back. And if you do see her, you have to be prepared for what that might mean. I contemplated my son's query, my lie, and my nephew wailing in a parking lot. About years of obsession and justice-masked revenge. I've become someone I don't recognize, I whispered. Then change, Henry responded. It's not too late. But it has to start now. I stayed awake that night thinking about my mother dying, my sister battling, consequences and choices, justice and cruelty, and whether you can heal from betrayal without becoming what you despise. I had no answers. For the first time in years, I asked the correct questions. My father called 4 days later. I'd been putting off the first call, saying I had more time to decide. We need to talk, he said. Your mother wants to make a request. Coffee shop where I met him. Neutral ground. I remembered him as younger. Thinner. Grayer. Exhausted by our family's trauma. He said, she has about 5 months, without explanation. Docs were clear. Aggressive. At this point, no treatment will help. Stirring my coffee gave me something to do with my hands without drinking it. She doesn't want you to forgive your sister, he said. She knows she can't ask. She has one request. When she dies, she wants you both at the funeral. She prefers not to be buried with her wartime daughters. That's not fair, I remarked immediately. I know. She asks me to pretend we're family by standing next to the person who destroyed my life. To grieve as my betrayer does the same. She's not demanding a show. She's not requesting reconciliation. She needs 2 hours of your time in the same room. All done. Bitter laughter. All done. Father, you have no notion what you want. I do, he whispered. I know her deed. We handled it wrong. We chose her when we should have supported you both differently. I know everything. It's not about rewriting history. Give your mother comfort before she dies. What about my peace? When do I get it? That stumped him. That night, Henry and I had our longest chat in months. I informed him about my father's desire, the funeral, and my impossible situation. If you don't go, you'll regret it, Henry added. Not their fault. You'll spend your life wondering if you chose right because of you. If I go and stand next to her and watch her cry and pretend to be the sad daughter, you'll know you done everything you could to give your mother what she wanted in her final days. I hate this, I said. I hate that she's forcing me to choose between my pain and her peace. I know, but only you can choose. The next day, I did what I should have done years before. This therapist was different from the one I saw following the betrayal. Someone new to help me process this new misery. Her office had neutral hues, soothing lighting, and a strategically placed tissue box. Told her everything. The betrayal, wedding, years of silence, dinner, leaked post, sister's demise, nephew crying, nightmares, lie to my kid, and now this impossible request. She took notes while listening without judgment. What you want? She asked when I finished. No idea. That's false. You may not confess it, but you know what you want. I was quiet for ages. Please quit hurting. I want to think about my family without rage. I want my son to grow up without this gloom. I want to be rid of her and them. You think seeing your mother before she dies will do that? No idea. Maybe. Perhaps it will hurt more. There's no right answer, the therapist stated gently. However, consider this. Which will haunt you more? Risking pain or not going and suffering with that question forever? In the evening, I wrote my sister a letter. Not sure why. I wasn't going to send it, but I needed to say it. I wrote about the betrayal, how it ruined me, the years of hatred and obsession, seeing her life fall apart and feeling satisfied, then terrible about that satisfaction. Seeing her son cry and realizing retribution doesn't heal. It hurts more. I wrote that I was exhausted but hadn't forgiven her and might never. Tired of hating her, watching her suffer, and letting her dictate my life. I sealed and stored the letter in my desk drawer. I wasn't sure if I'd mail it, but writing it felt good. 4 days later, I called Dad. I'll see her, I said. Mom, I'll see her in the hospital for me, not you, her, or some family reunion fantasy. I'm doing it to know I did everything I could before it's too late. Voice breaking, he added, thank you. I'm not promising anything after that visit. I'm not promising to attend the funeral. After this, I may not speak to you or my sister again. All I promise is one visit. That's all we want. Both of us knew that wasn't true. After one visit, additional requests, pressure, and confusing feelings followed. However, I would handle that later. Right now, I was taking one step, for me, not them. The hospital smelt like antiseptic and desperation. I had usual hospital appointments before my son's birth. However, it felt heavier. Like the structure understood why people came and wept with them. My father and I were to meet in the lobby at 2. He took me to my mother's room. Visit controlled, brief, no drama. Such was the plan. But plans never go as planned. I arrived early, anxious and unable to wait at home. Henry offered to join me, but I had to go alone. I scrolled through my phone in the waiting room, trying not to think about what to say to my mother. A child's voice reached me. Grandpa. I'm scared. I looked up. I saw my 7-year-old nephew crying in the parking lot. He sat across the waiting room from my father in 2 large clothes and a drawn, pale face. Next to him was my sister. We saw each other simultaneously. Her eyes expanded. Mine probably did. Neither of us anticipated this. My father stared between us, frightened about the accident. Nobody moved for a while. No one spoke. I glanced at you across a hospital waiting room. Years of hurt, hatred, and betrayal between us. My sister looked awful. Not petty or satisfying, but seriously disturbing. She slimmed down. Disorganized hair was pulled back. She had bruise-like dark circles beneath her eyes. She looked broken and defeated. She probably left her other 2 kids with their father for the weekend. Just her oldest kid, born from my betrayal, sitting there horrified about his dying grandmother. He then looked at me. Stared at me. His eyes showed recognition. Children process new information by looking at faces. Dad, he said, pulling on my father's arm. That lady who? My father paled. You're my aunt. The youngster gasped. Aren't you? You look like Mom and Grandpa talks about 2 daughters sometimes. The waiting room fell silent. My sister was crying. My father appeared to want to disappear. I stood motionless, staring at this boy who'd discovered he had an aunt he'd never known about. Yes, I whispered, finishing. I'm your aunt. Why haven't I met you before? Was a simple, innocent question. There was no good reply. It's complicated, I said. Did you and Mom have a fight? I heard my sister sob or gasp. She abruptly stood. I need some air. She hurried down the hallway, shivering. My father pursued her but stopped, torn between his daughter and grandson. Boy seemed perplexed and afraid. Did I say something wrong? No. I answered hastily. No. You didn't say anything wrong. Should have left. I ended up sitting close to him. Your grandma is very sick, I whispered. That's scary for everyone. Your mom is upset about that, not about you. Is she going to die? Child bluntness. Yes, I replied honestly. Probably soon. He pondered quietly. Are you upset, too? Yes, very upset. Even though you and Mom had a fight. Even though? He nodded as if his youngster understood. Sometimes I fight with my brother, but I still love him. Simple, innocent. The extent of what happened between his mother and me was unknown to him. The dispute between sisters had gone on too long for him. That's very wise, I remarked. My sister returned. Even though she wiped, her eyes were red and puffy. She halted when she saw me with her son, unsure if she should intervene. Mom, he said, this is my aunt. Her name is. He stared at me, realizing he didn't know. Hazel, I said. Hazel, he repeated. That's a nice name. My sister and I looked. Our eyes met for the first time in 7 years. Not with wrath or hatred, but with the weight of everything we'd done to each other, lost, and ruined. She seemed to want to speak. I probably did. We both remained silent. My father swallowed. Your mother is asking for you. Both of you. Both. Of course. Wasn't this the plan originally? Get us both here. Insist we share. My sis took her purse. Come on, she told her son. Then, you go first, I'll wait. No. I said. We'll go together. That wasn't forgiveness. Not reconciliation. Just fatigue. Exhaustion from battling, resentment, and carrying this weight. We strolled down that hospital corridor silently, without looking at each other. Behind us, my nephew grasped my father's hand and asked Grandma whether she wanted to know he saw his aunt today. I had no reply. I had no answers anymore. My mother died 3 months later. I'm not sure what tranquil means when you're dying of cancer. In those 3 months, I visited her 3 more times. We talked about my son, the weather, and childhood recollections. We avoided discussing the treachery. We never discussed my sister. Basically, we shared space. Maybe it was enough. The funeral was typical. My father's eulogy at church made everyone cry. I received hymns, flowers, and condolences from folks I hadn't seen in years, avoiding the family conflict they knew about. My sister and her 3 children sat across the church. We'd established eye contact when I arrived. She nodded. I nodded. The end. Henry kept one hand on my back or mine throughout the service. Although too small to understand, my son was quiet and well-behaved, understanding the significance of the occasion. We watched the casket be lowered to the cemetery from different sides. My father stood between us, literally and metaphorically, trying to bridge an unfathomable divide. People passed, dropping flowers and saying goodbye. Finally, everyone left. My father returned my nephew and the kids to the automobile. They needed refreshments, restroom breaks, and grief relief. Henry let my son see other headstones, giving me space. Now just my sister and I stood opposite our mother's tomb. Silence extended. I considered leaving. This wasn't necessary. We might keep our distance after death. And then she spoke. I destroyed everything. Her voice sounded faint. I know that. I've known it for years. I don't expect your forgiveness. I don't deserve it. I stared over that fresh grave at her. Really regarded her. She was 30 but looked 40. Her life had been terrible. It showed. I became you. I surprised myself. Trying to destroy you. I became exactly what I hated. She looked up perplexed. That post, I said. The one that leaked. I did that. I knew what would happen. Maybe not the specific details, but I knew it would hurt you. I wanted it to hurt you. I deserved it. Maybe. But here's the thing. I knew about the photos when they leaked. I found out before most people. I could have warned you, could have tried to help you take them down before they spread too far, but I didn't. I made a choice to let it happen, to let you suffer. Her quiet tears were falling. I watched you lose everything, I add. Your job, reputation, marriage. I was content. Though I thought it was justice, it wasn't. Revenge. The worst part is my voice broke. The hardest part was I didn't care who harmed. Your kids, son. I saw him crying in that parking lot because other kids had seen those photos of you. And even then, part of me thought you deserved it. I deserved it, she muttered. But you're right. My son didn't. None of my kids deserve to suffer because of my mistakes. We cried on opposite sides of our mother's grave. I can't forgive you, I said. Not yet. Maybe not ever. What you did, it changed me. It broke something in me that I don't know if I can fix. I know, she said. But I can't keep doing this. This hatred, this obsession with your destruction. It's poisoning me. It's affecting my marriage, my son, my entire life. I've become someone I don't recognize. Someone cruel. Wipe her face. I'm sorry. I've been sorry for years, but I didn't know how to say it. Didn't think I had the right to say it. I destroyed your life because I was jealous and selfish and stupid. And I've spent every day since then paying for it. Your kids shouldn't have to pay for it. Too. No, they shouldn't. But they are. My oldest knows the story now. Kids at school made sure of that. He knows his father was engaged to you. He knows I'm the reason you don't talk to us. He's 7 years old and he carries that shame. I thought of my son, the lie I told him, and the agony we were passing down. I took the letter I wrote months before from my purse. I carried it since then. Unsure what to do. This is for you, I murmured, walking around the grave to give her it. I don't know if it'll help. It's not forgiveness. It's not reconciliation. It's just acknowledgement of what happened, of what we both did to each other, of where we are now. With shaky hands, she took it. Can I read it? Not now. Later. When you're alone. She nodded, delicately handling the letter. Thank you for being here today, for talking to me. I know how hard this must be. It is hard. It's the hardest thing I've done in years, but it's necessary. Will I see you again after today? No idea how to respond. I don't know. I need time. I need to figure out who I am when I'm not consumed by anger at you. That's fair. She paused. Your son is beautiful. I saw him at the service. He looks like you. Thank you. Your kids, they seem good, resilient. They're surviving. That's about all I can manage right now. We stood awkwardly. Confused about ending this chat. Unsure what happened next. I should go, I said. Henry's waiting. My son will be getting restless. Of course, Hazel. She swallowed. Thank you for the letter, for today. For not hating me quite as much as you should. Honestly, I hate you. But I'm trying not to let it define me anymore. I returned to Henry and my son. Back to life. While walking, I heard her crying again. Standing alone at our mother's grave with a letter containing years of anguish in a few pages. It wasn't healing. It wasn't closure. But that was a start. Toward not being enemies, even if we're never sisters again. My mother's funeral was 3 years ago. 3 years of carefully managed distance, healing so slow you scarcely notice it until you look back and realize how far you've come. Never told my sister about the money. I transfer money to my father's account monthly for the kids' school supplies, clothes, and activities. He knows I sent it. She doesn't. Simpler that way. No, not for her. I'm doing it for those 3 youngsters who didn't expect this catastrophe. About 7 months after the funeral, my sister acquired a job. Nothing flashy. Inventory is her job in a warehouse. Honest job. Now she lives alone in a little apartment. She houses the kids throughout the week and their father on weekends. My father says she's in therapy. Weekly sessions, working through everything to improve. Even I'm in treatment. Therapy once a month, down from twice weekly. We talk about forgiveness, healing, letting go of control, and being a better mother to my son by not passing on my past darkness. My father lives alone in my childhood home. Memory-filled and ghost-filled, it's too huge for him. My sister visits Tuesdays. I visit Thursdays. Never overlap. We respect this unsaid border till his birthday. Dad turned 70 this year. Henry convinced me to attend his party. No drama, little family. My son asked whether we were going to see Grandpa, and I couldn't think of a reason to say no. We arrived at 1. Sister's kids were there. The room went quiet when I entered with Henry and my son. Not uncomfortable, just cautious. Everyone knows the moment is fragile. My sister helped prepare dinner in the kitchen. I caught a glimpse of anxiety in her eyes as we entered. Worry I'd depart. Concern that I would cause trouble. Worry about ruining our father's birthday. Nodded at her. She nods back. All done. Like children, our kids gravitated toward each other immediately. Building blocks were played with by my 6-year-old son and her 10-year-old. Her kids joined. Not knowing the past that divided their mothers, they laughed and erected and knocked down towers. Sister and I stayed on separate sides of the room. Though we didn't speak, our father kept us civil. Could you pass this to your sister? Tell her thank you for bringing the cake. Minimal interactions mediated safety. My oldest nephew, whom I'd met in the hospital, approached me and said, "Hi, Aunt Hazel," clenching my heart. "Hi, your son is really nice. Can we be friends?" I regarded my sister. She watched us expressionless. "Yes," I answered. "You can be friends." After cake, presents, an awkward small conversation, I watched the kids play in the garden. My sister emerged a few minutes later, stood 3 meters away, and watched them. We didn't talk for ages. She whispered, "Thank you." "For what?" "For the money. I know it's from you. Dad's terrible at keeping secrets." Not confirmed or denied. My therapist advises me to accept help without questioning its motivations. Adds, "That's hard for me, but I'm trying." So, thank you. It's helped. It's for the kids. I know, but still. We watched my son teach her daughter cartwheels. Her performance was poor. But he patiently demonstrated again. They don't know, my sister stated of us. About everything that happened. I haven't told them. Neither has my son. He knows he has an aunt and cousins, but not the whole story. Maybe they never need to know. Maybe we can let them just be cousins. Let them have what we destroyed. I contemplated family history, cycles of sorrow and revenge, and whether they might be broken. "We'll never be sisters again," said I. It was honest, not cruel. "I know, but we don't have to be enemies either." Then she stared at me. "Really?" Watched me. "No, we don't. I don't forgive you. I don't know if I ever will. I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I don't hate you anymore. Not the way I used to. I'm just tired. Tired of carrying it. Me too. My son shouted for me to watch him. Waved and said I was watching. I noticed my sister had drawn closer. Not much. Just enough to stand together. Maybe this is enough, she whispered. Maybe we don't need to be family in the traditional sense. Maybe we can just coexist for them. Our kids were giggling and building something new, unrelated to what we'd demolished. Maybe, I said. Maybe that's enough. We stood in the backyard. Two ladies who destroyed each other and were destroyed, watching our children play in the family's rubble. We didn't recover. Not reconciled. We weren't sisters. We weren't enemies anymore. For those innocent kids who deserve more than our conflict. Might have been enough. It might have been enough. Because the alternative was perpetuating hatred, teaching our children that betrayal was unforgivable and revenge was justice. Neither of us wanted to leave that legacy. We stood there, broken, but striving, not sisters, not enemies. Maybe there was calm in that complex middle ground. At 12, I had 18 months to master 5 languages or face a boarding school prison. I exposed the abuse when Dad attacked my 10-year-old brother. After I used a French word instead of Spanish at 7, my mom smacked me across the face so hard I fell off my chair. My parents exclusively spoke English. They thought multilingual people were better and had ruined their lives by speaking only one. Mom cried over films of people switching languages, saying she felt lovely and dumb. Dad got drunk and declared he could have been important if he'd learned languages as a kid instead of working in a warehouse. When my older sister Claire was born, they decided their kids would be different. We spoke a new language every day of the week. Friday was Russian, Monday French, Tuesday German, Wednesday Mandarin, Thursday Arabic. Sunday was review and practice for all, Saturday was Japanese. You were immediately fined for misspeaking English or combining languages. Mom may have you write lines in the language you messed up, lock you up for hours, or not eat. Daily tutors visited the residence after school. My parents didn't understand the tutors' lessons, but they observed us closely to make sure we were learning. My brother, Leo, 10, had panic attacks before lessons because tutors would inform our parents if we weren't progressing fast enough. Mom and Dad recorded us, sent the movies to distant relatives, and posted them online with the description, "Look at our genius children." Even if they couldn't understand us, people were impressed by our linguistic skills. At 12, my parents gave me 18 months to acquire all 5 languages or attend a European boarding school for intensive language study. They gave me a prison brochure. Uniformed kids spend the first 2 years in silent classrooms without phoning or visiting home. Dad said, "We've already contacted them and they're expecting you unless you prove you can do this." I was exhausted from studying 3 hours after school. I was too tired to study anything but languages, so my grades sank. Leo began to break down and had terrible nightmares. One day, I snapped. I told my Mandarin tutor I was practicing advanced subject by speaking Mandarin gibberish. The tutor looked confused and asked me to repeat. I kept making unnecessary sounds in my pretend language. The teacher told my parents I was saying something unusual when they asked how class went. Web videos taught me a regional accent, and the tutor was illiterate, I informed my parents. I got away with it for 3 weeks. I'd talk trash in class and tell my parents the tutors couldn't test me. Leo joined in. Release was imminent. Parents recruited university linguists who spoke all 5 languages. After hours of testing, they quickly discovered our hoax. My dad went crazy when experts declared we spoke nonsense. He threw our language books one by one. Mom yelled about being ashamed and making them look ridiculous. They grounded us for 6 weeks and quadrupled study time. Before, after, and on weekends, our tutors were available. Maybe 4 hours of sleep and I fell asleep in class. My patience wore gone. Dad threw books at me, and my school counselor observed my arm wounds. Child Protective Services removed me and Leo the day she phoned. A foster family gave me my first chance to speak English whenever I wanted for 6 weeks. Tone and verb conjugation weren't issues. I enjoyed school again after Leo started sleeping through the night. Mom and Dad brought their lawyer and 5 tutors to family court. Our tutors said we were progressing, that multilingual education was healthy for kids. Our linguistics instructors said that while our parents were difficult, we were learning and that removing us from that environment would erase years of work. Claire stated she appreciated her upbringing and that Leo and I were lazy. The judge sent us home. Dad said at the kitchen table that night, "From now on, there is no more English in this house. You speak the 5 languages or you don't speak at all." I was terrified. I kept my hands flat on the kitchen table to avoid shaking. Dad glances between me and Leo, expecting for a mistake or an English remark to prove his case. Leo looks at his lap and pumps his chest too fast. like he's trying not to cry. The deep silence rings my ears. Dad leaves the table and Mom follows without looking at us. Even that feels risky, so I briefly grasp Leo's palm under the table before releasing it. After 15 minutes of inaction, I get up and go to my room. The language timetable is on my door. Friday Russian, Monday French, Tuesday German, Wednesday Mandarin, Thursday Arabic. My childhood routine. Now there's no way out. Since nothing else is going on, I put on pajamas and go to bed at 8:30. I place my palm on the wall to comfort Leo. We'll sort it out as I hear him moving around his room. I don't believe it. The next morning, Mom wakes us at 5:30 instead of 6:30. In the kitchen, new timetables cover every wall. Rooms, kitchen, living, hallway, bathroom, pantry. Those 5 languages gaze at me everywhere. Mom says we're starting in French after looking at the Monday French schedule. She nods and brings me breakfast after I fool my head into speaking French. Mom shouts in French to wake up half-sleeping Leo. He flinches but replies in French. French breakfast and school prep. This feels heavier after years of doing it. I bear boulders of speech. I can finally speak English in school. Relief nearly made me cry in homeroom. Tuesday night leaves me weary and unable to think. German verb conjugations confuse me after 2 hours of homework. The German teacher leaves at 7. My head drops forward, waking me. Again, it happens. I don't wake up until Mom violently shakes my shoulder the 3rd time. I try to focus to her German rants but am brain sluggish. She makes me sit at the table and solve every problem while watching me to keep me awake. I have 4.5 hours to get up after completing at approximately 1 a.m. I faint after dragging myself to bed. When the alarm goes off, I feel like I didn't sleep. Math lesson the next day is so hard to focus on that my teacher asks whether I'm okay. I nod and sit up straighter. After everyone is asleep on Wednesday nights, I slip into the kitchen to get our backpacks by the door. I write in English on a scrap of paper from my notepad, shaking my hands. Together, we'll survive. Seeing English words I chose to write makes my throat clench. I fold the paper as little as possible, place it in Leo's backpack's front pocket, and return to my room before anyone catches me. Thursday is Arabic day, and I'm tired before breakfast. As Mom watches us conjugate Arabic verbs at the table, Leo reaches for his bag pocket. His eyes widen as he removes the tiny folded paper. Mom is looking at her phone, so she doesn't see him reading. Looking at me, Leo nods. So little I almost miss it. His Arabic verb forms return to normal. Only our brief communication in our own tongue feels real in this nightmare. I want to cry and grin yet keep conjugating Arabic verbs and appearing normal. Fatigue makes me dizzy, getting to my locker Friday afternoon at school. Leaning on the wall. Mrs. Gable, my school counselor, catches me around the corner. I want to tell her everything about home when she visits. I want to tell her about the language-only rule, the timetables on every wall, how I only get 4 hours of sleep a night, and how Mom made me stay up until 1 a.m. finishing homework. But I'm worried she'll call CPS again, we'll go to court again, and the judge will send us back, making she stares at me like she knows I'm lying when I say I can't sleep. I nod and say I'm fine when she asks. She says she welcomes conversation at any time. Even if I want to tell her, I thank her and go. That Sunday's review entails practicing all 5 languages in rotation. Fatigue makes me forget languages. Dad asks me a French question, and I start to answer but whisper to Leo in English that I don't recall the term. Dad hears a whisper. He stands up so fast his chair falls over, and I did something wrong. He throws the thick Russian textbook from the table at me before I can move. The corner hits my shoulder hard, hurting my arm. I fall from my chair. I bite my lip to avoid crying since I know he'll be mad. The agony is terrible. Dad is above me yelling in English about breaching the rule. Ironically, him yelling at me in English for speaking English would be funny if I weren't terrified. Mom rants too. Leo cowers in fear. Dad tells me to stay in my room until dinner as I slowly stand up with a sore shoulder. Sitting on my bed upstairs, I inspect my shoulder with my shirt down. A dark bruise is forming where the book hit me. Looking at it changes something. Living this way is impossible. No idea what to do. I must act or break completely. Monday morning finds me in French mode, shoulder hurting under shirt. My science textbook is in my locker when I go to the library for lunch instead of eating. I open and examine the front cover's paper pocket. Writing in English in a notebook feels like breathing after being underwater. I write, Dad threw a book at me yesterday and it left a bruise on my shoulder. I explain the language-only restriction, falling asleep on homework, and Mom staying up until 1 a.m. I write about being too tired to think. Finally, I fold the paper and put it in the textbook cover pocket where no one would find it. I record every time they slap us, don't let us eat, or stay up late. How I'll use it is unknown, but I'll have proof. They'll reject my native language. Writing that eases my powerlessness, like I'm holding on to part of me while they rule. As I start my Mandarin homework in my room the next Wednesday, I hear Leo's door open. His Mandarin tutor Elena is due in 10 minutes. After Leo uses the potty, I hear this stomach-dropping sound. Rapid gasps cause him to cry. I rush into the hallway and find him crying and hyperventilating on the bathroom floor with his back to the wall. I bend alongside him and take his shaking hands. I mutter quietly in English because our parents will hear and kill us. Should breathe with me. In and out for 4 counts, like the foster mom taught us during our 6 weeks in foster care. Despite his efforts, Leo can't stop breathing. He says he can't breathe in English. His ability has expired. In a whisper, I count his breathing exercises. His breathing slows. Clean his red, moist face with tears and snot with toilet paper. I know Elena is coming for his lesson, when Leo panics at the doorbell. I help him stand because of his weak knees and tell him to finish class. Mom lets Elena in as we descend, and Leo trembles. Elena usually organizes at the dining table. Her expression changes when she sees Leo. He has red, swollen eyes and shaky hands. Mom and Dad observe the class in the doorway again. Elena alters her expression at them. She starts Mandarin class by asking Leo simple questions, but she looks anxious. Every few minutes, she sees something she doesn't like at our parents' doorway. Leo answers her questions shakily, trying to concentrate. Elena writes non-Mandarin grammar in her notepad. The class is shortened from an hour to 30. She worries again as she packs and looks at Leo. After she leaves, I wonder if she'll help us instead of shrugging like other adults. I don't hope much because inaction hurts worse. Mom and Dad announce something in the living room that weekend with Leo and me. Dad shows us the router records, all the pages each flatmate accessed, on his laptop. He says, from now on, they're going to check these logs every single night to make sure we're only looking at language learning websites. Mom says they'll also check our phones and tablets before bed to avoid wasting time on non-language learning content. I feel house walls closing. All outside communication stops. No secret emails or help seeking. No connection to anyone relevant. In bed that night, my chest feels restricted from lack of breath. When I breathe faster, I'm having a panic episode like Leo. Slowing my breathing and brain counting decreases panic but not terror. The walls are diminishing constantly, making the house feel jail-like. I notice Elena is odd when she arrives for Mandarin class on Monday morning. Her hands shake as she spreads out her books and papers, so she stares at me instead of lecturing. I'm wearing a short-sleeved shirt in summer, and Dad's book-throwing bruise on my arm is faded to yellow-green but still visible. Elena contemplates it and swallows hard. Again, Mom and Dad watch from the doorway as Elena starts Mandarin classes. After saying they need to check on dinner, Mom and Dad depart the doorway. Elena leans forward and whispers in English whether I'm okay after they depart. Her calm, kind comments make me cry behind my eyes. I want to tell her everything but I'm terrified. Shaking my head, I gaze down at the table. She briefly touches my hand. Her Mandarin returns after Mom and Dad return. However, having someone inquire if I'm okay in English and recognizing me as a genuine person rather than a language study project makes me cry with relief and anguish. I miss lunch Tuesday to go to the library. Although my stomach hurts, I'm not hungry. I log into the school system at an unoccupied computer in the back corner. I create a fake email account my family won't recognize. Type Mrs. Gable's school email address into the recipient field and shake. I make it brief and unclear out of fear someone will read it. I want a private talk because the home language difficulty has gotten worse. I read it 3 times to be sure I didn't say anything too specific that could get me in trouble. Sending deletes the message from the outbox. Delete all browser history from the past hour. I delete cache and cookies for safety. To erase my actions, I wipe the keyboard with my sleeve after signing out. Returning to the cafeteria, I grab an apple from the lunch line with 15 minutes left. Mrs. Gable answers my new email in study hall the next day. She suggests meeting at my study hall on Thursday for a private talk. Reading those phrases loosens my chest after days. But I worry about what to say and how much to tell her. I think about it Wednesday and Thursday morning. I practice expressing the daily language timetable and parental discipline. I try not to exaggerate how awful it is. My statements may get us sent home again like the judge did last time. Dad wants to see my phone at Saturday brunch. Since I failed to remove Mrs. Gable's email, I freeze. Read my school email and his expression sharpens. I quickly grab the phone across the table and pretend to email my science teacher about homework. Dad stares at me, and my heart thumps. He grunts and hands me the phone, instructing me to study languages. I erase my Mrs. Gable emails after he leaves the kitchen. The phone almost fell out of my shaky hands. I confess everything to Mrs. Gable Wednesday night. After my parents check that I'm asleep, I whisper about the timetable, punishments, and fatigue. I misdescribe being hit by a book or going to bed hungry. I want to say anything to convince an adult this isn't normal and we need help. I attend Mrs. Gable's study hall office Thursday afternoons. She closes the door and lets me in. I show her my arm bruises from Dad's grip last week by rolling up my sleeves. I move and pull my shirt to show her the textbook-caused shoulder blade bruise. She wants photos after getting pale. She takes phone shots of each bruise as I nod. I tell her about the language-only rule and how we can't speak English. Dad threw books at us when we made mistakes and Mom made us skip dinner. Mrs. Gable shakily writes everything in a notepad. After I talk, she looks at me and offers support. She promises change this time. I squint to avoid crying, as my chest opens. Mrs. Gable takes a small MP3 player from a drawer before I leave. She says no one has claimed it from the lost and found in over a year. She advises me to turn it on and hide it in my pocket to keep the microphone operating. She believes I can prove my assertions by capturing home life. I practice walking with a recorder in my jeans pocket to hide it. Though afraid, I feel like I'm finally doing something real instead of just surviving. I flunk my science quiz next week because I'm too tired to remember. The words blur when I focus on the page. Teacher emails parents about my declining grades that day. Dad explodes that night. He yells in English that I'm squandering their tutoring money and my future. His English screaming at me defies his language rule, but I don't say anything because it would anger him. He feels I'm worthless if I can't improve in education and languages. Wednesday brings a new mom rule. She provides me and Leo earbuds to wear everywhere except tutoring and sleep. Her loaded language lesson tapes play looped. They sound like a woman reciting French vocabulary terms when I put them in. The voice continues. Words and grammar repeat. French chatter makes it hard to focus on my homework. I hide in the bathroom for 2 minutes to remove the earbuds and hear nothing. On Thursday afternoons, Leo practices Mandarin with Elena in the dining room while I finish schooling in the kitchen. Through the door, I hear them. Leo stops after reciting Chinese. He stares at the wall with half-open mouth, not blinking or moving. Elena approaches and calls him, but he doesn't answer. She looks nervously toward the corridor where Mom and Dad are watching. She writes in her notebook on something other than Chinese grammar. Describes what she saw. When Dad rants at us about our progress reports on Friday, I remember my pocket MP3 recorder. I reach down and hit record through fabric. Dad gets furious as he threatens to send us to some European boarding school if we don't improve. We'll stay 2 years without phoning or visiting home, he says. As his voice fills the kitchen, I check the recorder in my pocket. While alone, I stop filming after he stops shouting. In the school library the next day, I log into cloud storage. I shake hands when uploading audio. The progress bar moves slowly, so I peek over my shoulder to avoid being noticed. I feel accomplished after uploading the file. My stomach turns the next Wednesday after supper when Mom and Dad call us into the living room, and Dad has this weird excited look. He claims a teacher will stay at the house all night during a special immersion weekend to make sure we exclusively speak our assigned languages. Mom says we'll sleep in shifts to maximize study time, and my throat tightens, since I can't escape even when everyone else is asleep. As Leo shakes his hands on the couch armrest, his face turns almost colorless. Dad insists this will elevate us. Mom thinks this is best, but I worry about losing my bed as a safe place. Saturday morning, the tutor arrives with an overnight bag and sets up camp in our dining room to monitor both study places. Russian vocabulary and grammatical lessons tire me after hours. My brother must have messed up because Dad's voice gets louder from Leo's at 3 p.m. Dad yells at Leo for saying an Arabic word on Russian Day until a crash. Then a front door knock quiets everything. I peek around the corner and see Mr. Henderson from next door anxious on our doorway. Dad's face changes instantaneously when he opens the door. Smiles and neighborliness spread. Dad pretends to laugh when Mr. Henderson asks if everything is okay because he heard shouting and claims we're studying hard. Youth are like that. To succeed, they need strong guidance. Mr. Henderson looks nervously at me along the corridor, past Dad. After nodding gently, he says quieten down. Dad thanks him and closes the door, ending my fleeting hope of help. The tutor monitors our every move all weekend, and I rarely sleep between breaks. Walking around school on Monday mornings makes me feel like a zombie. I slip into the computer lab after lunch and create an anonymous account on a teen support site I found last week. My hands shake as I type a language schedule without names or information. Pressure, repercussions, and inability to relax are my topics. A week-long chest pressure is relieved by speaking anything to people who understand. 3 responses say the same when I return to study hall. Quite unique. That parents shouldn't mistreat kids. No crazy about thinking something's wrong. Like turning on a light in a dark room. Reading those words from strangers who have no reason to lie. On Wednesday, Mrs. Gable calls me to her office during my free time. Her smile when I come suggests amazing things are about to happen. Her calls led her to a child advocate attorney who helps troubled children. Mrs. Gable forwarded the attorney photographs and my files for an informal case discussion. She believes we can report again because the original CPS file was closed, especially now that we have further evidence of ongoing issues. After reviewing my evidence, the attorney believes we have a stronger case. Now I have a strategy, not simply proof and hope. Mrs. Gable gives me a sticky note with the attorney's number, which I fold and hide in my phone case. My head is heavy and I have a minor fever by Thursday morning. I tell Mom I'm unwell and ask to avoid Arabic lessons, but she just touches my forehead and says I'm fine, probably just exhausted from the immersion weekend. The instructor arrives about 4, and I sit at the kitchen table trying to focus on conjugations with a pounding head and sore throat. Every Arabic word feels like sandpaper, so I hesitate to swallow. The instructor looks nervous but doesn't say anything to my parents in the living room. I recognize that most adults will ignore a problem rather than get involved. That weekend, I'm better, but Dad's work stress tenses the house. I hear Dad yelling at Leo in the next room over his Russian pronunciation from yesterday during my Saturday afternoon Japanese class. As something hits the wall, I grab my phone from my pocket and press record. Dad grows louder and threatens to send Leo to some European boarding school if he doesn't listen. I hear another smash and know he's throwing. After it quiets down, I listen to the recording in my room with earbuds at night. Dad's angry, out of control voice rattles me, but I save the file carefully since this could help us. On Tuesday of week 10, the intercom rings and asks Leo to go to the nurse's office in math class. We worry the rest of the session. I learned from a classmate at lunch that Leo panicked during science. He was hyperventilating and couldn't calm down, so the teacher took him to the nurse. After the nurse called our parents to pick him up, I saw Mom arriving irritated through the front office windows. After Mrs. Gable told me that the school nurse documented everything in Leo's file and submitted mental health issues to CPS, the system appears to be finally paying attention, albeit slowly. On Thursday afternoon, a door knock interrupts my kitchen table homework. Mom says something pleasant and raises her voice. A businesswoman with a CPS insignia on her belt thrills me. The unexpected visit indicates their seriousness. Mom and Dad become concerned, logical parents who want the best for their kids before my eyes. The caseworker is invited in and given our study schedules on the walls to discuss bilingual education in today's global culture. Dad shows the tutor's contact information and credentials to show their dedication to our future. High academic standards and structure and discipline help kids achieve, says Mom. Nodding and taking notes, the caseworker asks us questions, but our parents are there, so I can't respond. They're so good at playing typical parents who push but care that I feel helpless watching them. When I'm alone, I text Mrs. Gable using the code we agreed on after the caseworker leaves, and says she'll call. Sharing my science project is our indication that something happened, and she should request another surprise welfare check. It feels fantastic to have some control, even if it's simply little motions in an adult-ruled game. Elena arrives at my Mandarin lesson the next Monday, nervous and fidgeting. Elena does something brave midway through class when Mom enters the kitchen to take a call. She writes quickly on a small piece of paper from her notebook and pushes it across the table, whispering in Mandarin that I should call her for aid. A little, neat phone number is below. I put the paper in my shoe and nod to show understanding. Elena leaves after class, and I'm happy that at least one adult will defend us, albeit subtly so my parents won't notice. Thursday morning, while doing Arabic homework in the kitchen, my MP3 recorder slides out of my sweatshirt pocket and on the floor. Dad looks up from his coffee at the black device between us. Watching his countenance change as he understands it chills me. He grabs it before I can respond and turns it over, pressing buttons until he hears his own voice from 2 nights ago. The recorder bursts on the kitchen counter, scattering plastic shards. Dad accuses me of treason and spying for filming my family. He reddens as he throws broken equipment at me. The chunk hurts my cheek, but I don't move or speak. I watch my proof strategy fail. Hours of meticulous paperwork gone in seconds. Dad shows Mom broken bits and tells her what I've been doing as she runs in. She sobs about trust and giving everything in return. Cloud backups and the school Chromebook would steal everything, so I don't talk about them. Destroying my only proof made them think they won. Dad grounds me for 6 weeks and takes my phone to delete suspicious items, but he can't find my cloud account because I used a different login. I think about safe internet recordings in bed that night. All the unknown evidence. I started recording study hall discussions with the school Chromebook microphone by Friday. Our technology teacher taught us project recording software last month. Applying that knowledge. A folder called Historical Research holds all my timestamp tagged audio files. I upload everything to the cloud before leaving school. They can't access the evidence even with the Chromebook. Whole system feels vital. Only way to prove what happens behind closed doors. I methodize. A spreadsheet of everything I've recorded and when, collecting different types of incidents to show a trend. I organize my files during lunch in the library to establish an official believable abuse timeline. I tell the librarian my project is a family history, which is true. I evaluate microphone quality and reduce noise to hear voices. Making a case against my parents makes me feel guilty and strong. That weekend, Mom and Dad live-streamed our language improvement for distant relatives. They set a camera in the living room and make us sit on the couch in beautiful clothes while cousins, aunts, and uncles from different time zones log in. Our 2-hour performance includes on-demand French, German, and Mandarin with grammar and pronunciation corrections. I see viewers growing, and parents beaming like they've accomplished something. Mom pulls me aside and explains in English that I used a French term in Spanish while they think the camera is off. Her hand touches my face rapidly before I react. A startling sound in the quiet room. As she adjusts the camera and calls everyone back for further demonstrations, my cheek boils and I blink back tears. A forum friend watches the live broadcast and records everything, but I don't know till later. She shows my pained face and Mom's hand. Another pic of my cheek's red mark. She sends me the photos in a private message, apologizing and asking if I'm okay. Unexpected proof arrives by email. Proof that someone outside our house witnessed it. Monday morning before school, Leo stops me in the corridor and says he's considering running away. He says he can't take it anymore, and would rather live on the streets than in this house, his eyes red like tears. Locking him in the bathroom, I reason with him softly. I remind him we're 10 and 12 with nowhere to go and no money, and things will get worse. His worry and eagerness to end the misery are evident in his claim that anything is better. Though I doubt it, I convince him to trust my method to gather enough evidence for CPS to permanently take us. He sees screenshots and learns about the cloud-stored audio files, and the child advocate attorney reviewing everything. Leo shakes his hands as he looks at my phone's photos, and I realize how much pressure I'm putting on him to hold on. I'll find a solution if the technique fails in 3 weeks. He nods slowly and wipes his eyes, and we leave the bathroom separately to avoid suspicion. I watch him in the hallways between classes all day to prevent him from running away. In the restroom after dinner on Wednesday, I carefully photograph my rib bruises from Dad slamming me into the table edge the night before. Each image has a date and time stamp in the corner, and I illustrate damage from multiple angles. Like a table corner, dark purple and yellow bruises cover my side. Mrs. Gable gave me a secure email address to use on my phone to contact the child advocate attorney. Write down how I got each injury. It feels clinical and impersonal, like reporting on someone else's life. I describe the argument that led to the shove, my body hitting the wood, and the hour-long respiratory discomfort. Before doubting myself, I submit all photographs. I sat on the bathroom floor wondering if anyone will use this information or put it away with all the other reports that didn't help us once the email disappears into the internet. I flush the toilet, wash my hands, and leave when Mom knocks on the door to see what's taking so long. I don't take painkillers to remember how my bruises throb when I move that night. By Thursday afternoon, the attorney emails me that she's filed an emergency move for a judge-only in-camera interview without our parents. She believes we should tell the placement decision maker our tale. We must be honest since the court will question about what transpired. I'm hopeful and scared because this might save us or wreck everything. If the court doesn't believe us or thinks we're exaggerating, we'll tell our parents we tried to flee again. Seeing their response if we fail makes me uneasy. I forward the email to Leo and advise him to be honest when needed. He gives a thumbs up, but I know he's scared. I can't sleep that night trying to find out how to tell the judge how desperate our position is. Our lives change on Friday when Mom and Dad invite us into the living room before breakfast to announce homeschooling. Dad thinks full-time tutors will help them study at home because public school interferes with language studies. Mom claims this helps them track our growth and avoid wasting time on unnecessary issues. I get it instantly. That they know something is wrong and are blocking our access to vital reporters like Mrs. Gable. We can't converse outside the house without school. No chance to record or send attorney evidence. We spend the weekend indoors without phones or computers save for supervised language practice. I see Leo withdraw, barely speaking during meals. As the walls shut in, he ignores me when I try to explain a solution. Sunday night, I lay awake thinking about how well they separated us and how smart they were to detect the threat and shut it down before we could leave. No idea if Mrs. Gable files a new CPS report on Monday morning alleging our weird school withdrawal. After the emergency move was filed, our parents kept taking us out, which she says is retaliation and an attempt to prevent us from getting care. She requests a fast welfare check with my documents. This is unknown to me as I'm at home alone. She won't drop our case just because we left campus. I'll learn. She calls the attorney, who builds a case without us. Mrs. Gable tells the caseworker about the bruises she photographs, the audio recordings, the increasingly violent pattern, and that our school removal is unsafe. The homeschool schedule is severe, with tutors arriving at 8 a.m. until 8 p.m. Parents watch lessons and breaks in the room. If I take more than 2 minutes to use the restroom, one will be outside wondering why. To demonstrate solidarity, Leo and I exchange desperate glances across the table. French instructors arrive at 8, German at 10, Mandarin at lunch, Arabic at 2, Russian at 4, and Japanese at 6. Meal and bathroom breaks are 15 minutes. My brain mushes after each day, unable to comprehend words or language. I fall asleep too tired to flee or gather proof. Tracking every hour and second limits individuality. Late Tuesday night, I wake up at 2 a.m. to find everyone asleep. I sneak downstairs quietly, avoiding the creaky stairs I've learned for years. Open the back door and step into our backyard, where the grass is cool and damp. I test my pillowcase hidden phone for Wi-Fi. Shivering, I connect to our neighbor's unprotected network and check email. I soon inform Mrs. Gable and the attorney that we've been expelled and are being homeschooled under careful supervision. I can't get more proof or communicate regularly. My forum friends' live stream screenshots are provided. Typing fast in dark grass before someone notices I'm gone. I sneak outside connections like a spy. I disconnect, clear my browser history, and enter when the upstairs light turns on. As I climb the stairs and slip back into bed, my heart rushes, praying no one heard me. I sleep in the dark knowing that message may be my last contact with possible helpers as the phone returns to its hiding location. I slip into the hallway bathroom with my phone during Wednesday lunch. My hands shake as I go to video mode in the camera app. I saw the dining room wall dent from Dad tossing that book at Leo last week. Dent and kitchen drawer ruler are in frame when I hold them up. My phone records my distinct yet faint voice. I provide date, time, and damage. I suppose proof requires a formal speech like a report. Ruler shows 2 depression and chipped paint. I verify clarity after 30 seconds of recording. This is real. According to the video, I immediately upload it to the cloud and delete it from my phone in case Dad finds it. My heart racing when I acquire proof like this because I don't know what they'll do. A car pulls into the driveway while I study Russian on Thursday night. Mom and Dad stand and look out the window as the tutor continues. Their looks change, unsettling me. Mom's voice is polite as she approaches the front door. I hear officers through the doorway as Dad joins her. We freeze when the tutor pauses mid-sentence. A woman wants entrance to talk to youngsters. The previous CPS caseworker. I recognize her voice. Mom adds, of course, they're always happy to cooperate. But she's holding fists. 2 police officers behind the caseworker modify the house's atmosphere. Dad's anger is unmistakable even when smiling. He has a strong voice and tight jaw. Our parents promptly dispute when the caseworker wants to talk to Leo and me separately. They allege this disrupts crucial lessons, and they weren't told. One advances forward when the caseworker glances at the police. Dad stops talking. Mom's fake smile grows. The caseworker promises a quick turnaround and invites us to the kitchen. I feel power. Maybe performance won't save them this time. The caseworker sits across from us at the kitchen table while one cop stands by the door during the interview. When she asks how he is, Leo stares at his hands. He cries. His crying rattles him. He describes his awful nightmares that wake him up every night. He felt deathly and unable to breathe during his pre-class panic attacks. Always frightened of mistakes, parents, and languages, he says. Caseworker writes folder notes uninterrupted. He shakes his head when she asks about panic attacks and physician visits. He claims our parents just motivate him to work harder when she tells how bad it is. I'm heartbroken but proud of my little brother for admitting his hardship. A caseworker closes her folder and recommends quick medical attention. She demands that our parents take him to a mental health doctor within 48 hours. Leo looks at me in shock and relief. Next Monday, our parents must take us to the pediatrician. Mom whispers in French what to say if the doctor asks waiting room questions. Dad's leg jumps while reading a magazine. When we get called back, the doctor examines Leo first while I wait outside with our parents. The meeting lasts nearly an hour. Leo looks calm, yet has fiery eyes. My turn, and the doctor asks about sleep, appetite, and stress. Polite and professional, she takes computer notes. She scrupulously records everything without blaming our parents. She concludes by explaining parents Leo has chronic stress-related anxiety. She recommends medication if problems persist. She records everything in his daily chart. Though insufficient to prompt action, It adds to harm documentation. New evidence supports our case. Dad fiercely grips the steering wheel, turning his knuckles white on the trip home. By Wednesday, the attorney secures Child Advocacy Center forensic interviews for the following week. Our caseworker calls to clarify plans. An experienced professional will discuss our household condition in a comfortable setting with recording equipment. She says to be honest, and the interview will assist the court understand our position. I plan to tell a stranger everything for days after she hangs up. I practice my linguistic timetable, penalties, and eternal horror statements, selecting recordings and photos to play. Each second seems heavy, knowing this may be our last chance to escape. I tell Leo to talk about his panic attacks and nightmares when he asks. I examine every detail, data point, and event that proves this isn't typical in bed at night. My mind won't shut off for fear of forgetting anything important. First thing Monday morning, I sneak out of the house and walk to school to collect my locker flash drive with all my proof. Morning streets are quiet. Breathing creates cold air clouds. I look over my shoulder for Dad's car the whole 20 minutes. Although the school is locked, I know which side door sometimes doesn't latch. After entering, the dark passageways reverberate with footsteps. The locker combination takes 3 tries when shaking hands. I tape the flash drive to my textbook's back panel. I put it in my pocket. Making it is a small victory. Like I outwitted them in little ways. Dad stole my bags and electronics, but he doesn't know about this backup. For safety, I walk home another way. Cutting across yards and alleys. I go upstairs before anyone wakes up. My closet-hung winter coat's lining conceals my flash drive. Maybe Claire will see the truth when she visits Sunday. She helps by delivering groceries noon. Mom and Dad are glad and sensible with a successful daughter. Claire queries our living room study. I want to tell her everything, but Leo looks wary. She seems pleased when I say it's fine. She discusses her upbringing and appreciation. She excelled in employment interviews due to her linguistic skills. She says, Mom and Dad pushed her hard, but it made her stronger and more disciplined. She feels I and Leo are unappreciative for not acknowledging their support. My chest breaks. Growing up, she felt pressure and wanted to stop, but she persevered and is glad she did. I know she denies her trauma, and can't admit ours. She believes the dread, tiredness, and punishment were worth it, and admitting our pain suggests she did too. I cry in my room as she leaves. The Wednesday forensic interview is terrifying and reassuring. The Child Advocate Center has a small waiting area and appears normal. Women identify themselves as interviewers and lead Leo and me to separate rooms. Despite being too old for toys, my house has cozy chairs, soft lighting, and shelves of toys. The interrogator across from me claims the court records everything, not my parents. Language routine is my first answer when she asks about my home life. I cover Monday, Sunday, languages, and mistakes. She nods and answers gentle questions without interrupting or acting surprised. She wants penalty info. I recall the slaps, books thrown, and injuries. I show her flash drive pics. She asks to hear my recordings when I inform her. My pic is Dad scaring us about boarding school. When his loud, vicious voice ends, she nods like she takes it seriously. We talk for over 2 hours. She questions school, friends, sleep, food, and everything. After, I feel fatigued but lighter, like I finally told someone who listened. Elena writes a formal affidavit to CPS 2 days later outlining our parents' order and her concerns for us. Caseworker calls to inform me. She says the tutor described our home. After reading her statement through the attorney, I learned she documented Leo's panic attacks during lessons, our bruises, and high pressure. She wrote about our parents observing every session but not learning. She saw us quiver and looked terrified as our parents approached. She said language schooling was above age appropriate and the schedule inhibited natural kid activities. I feel less invisible knowing she was paying attention and that at least one adult took action. The emergency hearing on Tuesday requires proper attire, according to the attorney. The judge, lawyers, and a court reporter sit in a smaller courtroom than intended. Judges review recordings, photos, medical records, and witness testimony. Her expression is neutral when listening to music on headphones, but her eyebrows raise. She examines Elena's affidavit and pediatric notes. She questions the caseworker about home visits and school withdrawal. Parents seem stressed and upset with their lawyer. Court orders safety plan after speaking. Our parents must immediately re-enroll us in school, attend twice-weekly parenting sessions, and enable CPS home visits. Any plan violation will result in immediate removal, she said. She also orders us to continue therapy and limit language tutoring to 1 hour daily. Dissatisfied, but greater protection than before. Parents must sign the plan before the judge. I leave court expecting for improvement. Mom and Dad barely spoke to us that night at home, except to remind us to follow the schedule tomorrow. Dad clenches his jaw at me and Mom slams dishes in the kitchen, showing their anger. As the caseworker advised, I check for safety warning applications on my phone after kids leave their room. One connects to local police dispatch and activates an emergency response with 2 taps. Despite just 10 minutes to set up, it feels so enormous, my hands quake. This app is on my home screen. My newfound strength comes from this red button. Dad throwing something, or Mom locking us in? I can call for help now. My chest feels looser, like I can breathe properly for the first time since we left foster care. I show Leo how the app works because he's curious. He nods gently and widens his eyes, displaying relief. Our electricity has returned. The judge's safety plan requires our parents to be careful, and this app proves that. Court papers recommend me to a trauma therapist on Wednesday. Probably 40, the therapist wears glasses and speaks calmly. Doctors don't have good lighting and chairs like her office. When she asks, I briefly explain the languages, consequences, removal, and return. She patiently tells me my symptoms are typical due to stress and worry. To center myself, she asks me to mention 5 things I can see, 4 touch, 3 hear, 2 smell, and 1 taste. My body feels more anchored after our practice. She doesn't think my heart palpitations, insomnia, and anxiety indicate weakness. They protect my body from real danger. I feel less crazy after hearing it. Leave the danger, my body may relax down. I receive a worksheet with further home exercises, and we schedule another session next week. In Leo's morning lesson the next Saturday, everything goes wrong. Dad's voice grows louder downstairs while I do homework in my room. That tone suggests he's losing control. I grab my phone, open the safety alert app, and tiptoe up the stairs to listen in case. Dad shouts at Leo over mistakes in Mandarin grammar, saying he's not working hard enough and wasting time. Dad ignores tutor's soothing remarks. Leo cries and something hits the wall. As the program suggested, I tapped my phone's emergency button twice without thinking. My location was given to police. Run downstairs to discover Leo on the floor with his arm and Dad holding a textbook. Tutor looks shocked and scared. Mom rushes from the kitchen to inquire. I warn Dad the police are coming between him and Leo. Dad's crimson face pales in 2 seconds. He claims it was an accident, Leo is okay, and I need to cancel. I stay. Leo is still crying, and the book hit his shoulder, turning it crimson. With her materials packed, the tutor leaves silently. Mom asks her to stay and explain it was a misunderstanding, but the tutor leaves without looking back. After over 20 minutes of dreadful silence, 2 police officers knock. I demonstrate the safety alarm I triggered when they ask what happened. Leo said Dad threw the book at him during his lesson when they wanted to converse alone. Police picture his shoulder mark and floor book. The tutor's name and contact info are noted. One officer warns Dad that throwing objects at a child violates the safety plan and documents the incident for court. Dad says Leo was agitated but hardly touched, but the officer interrupts and says the judge will decide. Dad's reaction to the new regulations is unexpectedly pleasing. His wishes are no longer granted. There are repercussions. Monday morning is my first school day in weeks. This feels strange and fantastic. Before first period, Mrs. Gable gives me my IEP paperwork at the office. She adds Leo and I now have extra time on exams and tasks, breaks, and freedom to see her anytime. She'll let me eat lunch in her office if the cafeteria is full. No one is checking my language or response time as I walk to my first lesson and hear kids speaking English. Without translating or worrying about the day's language, I answer a friend's homework question in simple English. Relief is so great I almost cry at the lockers. I normally freak out when my English instructor gives me a B- on an essay I wrote before all this, but today it's doable. Science students ask where I've been at lunch. I say family. Nobody requests info. I've never felt happier than in my boring school routine. I see Leo rise up and breathe too fast Wednesday lunchtime in the cafeteria with his classmates. I drop my lunch and approach and see him holding the table edge, pale and scared. 2 classmates ask whether he's okay, and a couple make awkward exits. I mention visible and tactile items as I lead him through my therapist's grounding practice. The school nurse delivers a paper bag for him to breathe after one girl calls. Half the cafeteria stares when Leo calms down after 10 minutes to talk. The nurse leads him to her office, and I follow embarrassed and protective. I pass several kids in the hallway after school and know they're talking about us. That night, 3 students text me to wish Leo luck and offer assistance. One child helps her family with her cousin's panic attacks. It's unusual to share our business, yet it's nice. Witnesses may protect us. CPS caseworker pulls Leo and me out of class Friday afternoon for Mrs. Gable's office meeting. She shows documentation of the weekend incident with Dad and claims we should be placed in foster care again for previous infractions. She says, Our parents have shown they can't follow the safety plan and our welfare is at risk if we stay in their home. The judge will decide next week. I feel oddly guilty and relieved. One part of me wants to be safe and away from the continual dread of what Dad might do next, but another part feels like I'm leaving my parents, even though they caused everything. Leo seems terrified, so I hold his hand as the caseworker discusses foster care. Because she understands our case, the caseworker thinks we'll return to the same foster parent. Fear decreases. She was kind to us and known. Mrs. Gable promises to make moving our belongings easy. I return to class feeling like I'm dreaming and seeing someone else. The next Monday, a social worker delivers us to the foster home with garbage bags for our clothes from school. The foster mother greets us with a short embrace, saying she's glad we're back but wishes it were better. As remembered, the house is serene and usual. She shows us our rooms with identical beds and wardrobes. She serves pasta and requests English. Not a grammar or vocabulary test. Missing speech monitoring. We talk about schoolwork, school, and TV while eating. Pressure-free feels great. Don't know what to do with my stress-free head. The foster mom thanks me for loading the dishes after supper but doesn't instruct me. A common home task. That night, in bed, I hear the quiet house and realize I'm not terrified of tomorrow. None will argue over languages, toss objects, or lock me in this chamber. Get up, go to school, come home, do homework, and sleep. Simple beauty looks too good to be true. 2 weeks later, the judge hears the weekend event, tutor's statement, and police report in family court. Our parents must complete parenting classes and anger management before supervised visitation with us throughout our 18-month foster placement. The court believes the safety plan was their chance to prove they could parent well and they failed. Mom cries in court as Dad sits angry and defeated. Claire glares at me like I did it. Still looking. It felt like authority confirming what happened to us was true and bad. Although we were difficult kids, our parents' efforts weren't neglected. Leaving the courthouse is like releasing a years-long burden. The caseworker promises therapy and monthly checkups. We're safe for now. As nobody forces me to learn Spanish, I choose it as an elective at my new school. My young, active teacher makes language learning fun, not a test I can fail. Songs, games, and culture from Spanish-speaking countries are shared. She calmly corrects my verb conjugation errors and moves on. No anger, disappointment, or punishment. Others in class learn at different speeds, but nobody judges them. Language learning can be fun when you choose and mistakes are accepted. One class sees a Spanish event DVD and the teacher asks what we think. She's fine with my automatic English response. Expressing myself in any language seems revolutionary. If I learn Spanish, I'll choose to, not because someone forces me. Leo sleeps through most nights without nightmares after 3 weeks in foster care. Despite setbacks, his therapist tells the caseworker he's progressing. My younger brother relaxes and acts like a 10-year-old, laughing at silly jokes, playing video games, and complaining about homework. Despite not having panic attacks, he still becomes uneasy and jumpy at loud noises. Seeing him get well makes me feel like we made the right choice, even though it was terrifying to trigger the app, notify the police, and blow up our family. The foster mom expects us to struggle as we heal. However, being protected and discovering ourselves without fear is what matters. Sometimes I feel bad about Mom and Dad, but then I remember the bruises, hurled books, and Leo crying before school. We couldn't continue. We survived, maybe that's enough. 6 weeks later, the judge approved Downtown Family Center monitored visits after Mom and Dad completed parenting classes. Mrs. Avery, a social worker, monitors from a corner desk during my first Saturday afternoon visit. I sat across from them at a plastic-chaired table. Dad asks about education in a professional voice like we're strangers at a job interview as Mom folds her hands. I say school is fine. Leo says his math teacher is wonderful, and there's a terrible silence. Dad takes her hand but doesn't look at us as Mom cries. It takes 1 hour but feels like 4. I get a 3-screen text from Claire as I head to the foster mom's car. Her apology for our hurt but love of languages was my first read. Maybe Mom and Dad loved us wrongly. Even if the methods were cruel, she's glad she lived and learned. I don't know what to say, so I file the mail and ponder about it later. Maybe in a few months, maybe never. On my foster room bed with my laptop after dinner. I ask in the support thread where I commented months ago, if my situation was abuse. I write the 5-language schedule, removal, court, and return in a new anonymous account. I type quickly without editing or sounding good. Just write the whole story in one long post that takes me almost an hour. Before I may change my mind, I check for identification and submit. Within 20 minutes, individuals respond, "This is absolutely abuse, and I'm so glad you're safe now. And your parents need serious help." Someone recounts their mother pushing them to practice violin 3 hours a day. Another child reported parental educational abuse. I feel warm and tight reading the answers because these people believe me and understand, and nobody is calling me theatrical or ungrateful. I don't know whether our family will ever be normal because mom and dad still have monitored visits and Leo has nightmares. Typing the truth and having people see it matters in ways I can't explain. Next Wednesday, I practice saying "Me gusta aprender español" to myself on my way home from Spanish class. I then shifted to English, and said I like learning Spanish for its. Nobody is listening to my speech, timing my time in each, or condemning me for mixing languages. Choice felt stolen from my parents. Reclaiming a part of me they wanted. After being safe, I think healing is about deciding who I want to be, not forgetting or pretending it didn't mess me up. I love Spanish, so I may keep learning. I might quit for art or music. It's vital that I can choose now. That concludes. My words were spontaneous and unpolished. Thanks for staying. These are casually shared. Catch your swing. Bye. Returning for Xmas to find Grandpa dying while parents enjoyed a cruise. I found the proof they stole his $200,000, and now I'm stripping them of it all. I was kneeling on the frigid hardwood floor, clutching my grandfather's frozen hand, when his eyelids flickered open just long enough to breathe the words that would change everything they didn't know. Help me get revenge. For a little moment, I wasn't a Marine. I was simply a granddaughter staring at a man who had been discarded like an unwanted piece of furniture. His breath was a faint white in the cold air. The place felt like the inside of a refrigerator. And, God, that stupid note was still sitting on the counter like some cruel joke. That is when the truth began for me. But the story began several hours before. I arrived home for Christmas shortly after dusk, boots crunching on the driveway, duffel bag draped over my shoulder. I was still dressed in my Marine winter outfit, with tight collar ribbons and shoes polished enough to catch reflections. That suit had been through deployment storms, and there were times when I feared I wouldn't make it to another Christmas. But nothing prepared me for what lay within my childhood home. The first thing I noticed was how cold it was. Not just chilling, but the kind of cold that pierces through every layer you wear. I opened the door, anticipating the usual warmth, cinnamon candles, the hum of the heater, and perhaps Mom calling for me to remove my boots. My breath fogged as soon as I stepped inside. I frowned. Mom, Dad, nothing. Not even an echo. I placed my duffel on the carpet and moved deeper inside the home. The living room was dark, but for the dim glow of the streetlight outside. There was no Christmas tree, decorations, music, or anything else to imply the holiday. It felt abandoned. Then I saw it. The message was a single page of lined paper cut from a legal pad and neatly put on the counter, as if it were a caring holiday greeting. We traveled on a cruise. You take care of Grandpa. I read it again, then again, because my head couldn't take in the absurdity of what I was seeing. A cruise over Christmas, leaving Grandpa here alone. I heard the tiniest sound, a muffled groan. My training kicked in instantly. That is what the Marines teach. You do not freeze or consider. Instead, you simply move. Grandpa, I cried out as I walked down the corridor. The air became cooler as I went closer to the guest room. When I pushed the door open, the darkness felt strange, like entering a basement during a storm. I reached for the switch. The light fluctuated and then stabilized. What I witnessed made my stomach plummet. Grandpa lay in the guest bed, still wearing his cardigan and flannel pants. There were no blankets pulled up, nor was the heating turned on. His tiny hands trembled furiously, his complexion pallid and waxy, and his lips were bluish-purple. Grandpa. I hurried to his side and cupped his face. His skin felt icy. For a brief moment, memories flooded back. He taught me to fish at the old pond. He sat proudly at my boot camp graduation. He sent me handwritten letters on my first deployment. This man, who had never forgotten a birthday, had been put here to freeze as if he didn't exist. I covered him in my thick Marine winter coat, made for horrible nights in the field. His body shuddered, then relaxed into the warmth. Stay with me, I asked, my voice quivering. I'm getting help. I grabbed my phone and dialed 999. As I waited for the dispatcher, I grasped his hand and continued talking, everything instinctual and steady, the way we were taught to speak to wounded Marines. When the ambulance arrived in the driveway, red lights flashing over the snow, 2 EMTs rushed inside. One of them looked at Grandpa and whispered, Jesus, how long was he in this room? They gently lifted him onto the stretcher and covered him with heavy thermal blankets. I hopped into the back of the ambulance before anyone warned me not to. I wasn't going to leave him again. They operated on him in the hospital, surrounded by fluorescent lights and the calm beeping of machinery, warm IV fluids, oxygen-heated blankets, and cautious monitoring. The nurse explained softly. He's lucky someone found him. Another few hours. She didn't continue her sentence. I sat alongside him, grasping the chair arm so tightly that my knuckles whitened. Anger simmered beneath my skin. Not marine discipline, not patience, but pure human wrath. My parents left him. They walked out of the house, packed their belongings, turned off the heat, and boarded a Christmas cruise like teens fleeing chores. And for what? Convenience, money, and freedom. A social worker approached me cautiously, as if sensing a storm behind my eyes. Do you know how long he was alone? I shook my head. I just got in from base. I wasn't told anything. She squeezed her lips together. This is close to elder abandonment. It's serious. I nodded, but my thoughts were 1,000 miles ahead. We are fundamentally trained to deal with threats and protect those who are unable to defend themselves. This was not a battlefield, but it certainly felt like one. Hours later, Grandpa's respiration became stable. The doctor stated he was fortunate, a touch stronger than expected for a man his age. I moved my chair closer, softly placing my arm on his, and he stirred for the first time. His eyes opened just slightly. He exhaled shakily, as if each breath were an effort. I leaned closer, scared of missing a single syllable. What he whispered was not fear. It wasn't confusion. It was not even painful. It was resolved. They don't know about. Help me get revenge. My breath hitched. My granddad, the kindest guy I knew, was seeking vengeance. I stared at him and murmured, "Grandpa, I am here. I'm not going anywhere." But my pulse was racing because I knew something he didn't. Revenge was not going to be loud or violent. It was going to be lawful, patient, deliberate, and carried out by a Marine who had just discovered that the family she trusted had crossed a line that no one ever returns from. I did not sleep that night. The hospital lights never dimmed, and the persistent beeping of Grandpa's monitor kept me in a bizarre state of rage and resolve. Marines like myself are adept at remaining awake. We learn to stay awake in deserts, storms, and barracks packed with snoring Marines. However, nothing prepares you for the fluorescent loneliness of a hospital room where someone you care about is on the verge of dying. I sat down, elbows on my knees, peering at Grandpa's face. His cheekbones were sunken. His hands twitched occasionally. But he was still alive, more so than he should have been given what my parents had done. Around 5:30 a.m., a nurse arrived to check vital signs. She smiled sweetly at me, as elderly nurses often do with service members. "You're his granddaughter?" she inquired softly. "Yes, ma'am. He's lucky you found him. Hypothermia and older adults sets in fast. Another couple hours and..." She stopped, but the unfinished phrase drifted there anyhow. I nodded and swallowed the knot in my throat. "Thank you for everything." When she went, I reached for Grandpa's hand. "I'm here. I'm not leaving you alone again." His eyes twitched. He wasn't totally conscious, but something within him knew my voice. That was sufficient. A hospital social worker in her 50s entered about mid-morning, wearing reading glasses on a crimson lanyard and exuding a calm, steady demeanor. "Good morning," she murmured, drawing up a chair. "I'm here to talk about your grandfather's condition and how he was found." I exhaled. I expected this. She folded her hands. "You claim to have found him alone in an unheated room during the winter." "Yes." "And your parents?" "They left him in your care without informing you." I hesitated and then nodded. "They traveled on a Christmas cruise." Her eyebrows rose in silent surprise as she made no arrangements for heat or food. "They left a note." I leaned back in my chair, irritation rising again. "A note, as if it were a casual errand. Take care of Grandpa." She exhaled deeply and slowly. "This is senior neglect, and perhaps elder abandonment. In several states, this is a felony." Hearing the word felony made something inside me freeze. I wasn't thinking about retribution at the time. I was thinking about justice. Slow, meticulous, and thorough. The way Marines approach situations, not emotionally, but tactically. You identify the threat, gather intelligence, and carry out the plan. "What will happen next?" I asked. "For the time being, we are focusing on stabilizing him, but if he is awake and able to communicate, we will need to understand his living arrangements, and you may need to consider reporting the issue." I nodded. "I will." But even as I spoke, I remembered what he murmured. "They are unaware of the phrase 'help me get revenge.'" I had no idea what he meant, but I was determined to find out. That afternoon, Grandpa awoke fully for the first time. His speech was delicate, like paper rustling, but his eyes were sharper than I had seen them in years. "Keto," he muttered. I moved closer. "I'm here, Grandpa." He scanned the room slowly, uncertainty giving way to remembrance. Then, to my amazement, he giggled softly. "I bet your parents are enjoying their cruise." I clenched my mouth. "Grandpa, why didn't you call me or anyone?" He shrugged, if you can call that a shrug. The phone line was shut off months ago. Your father claimed it was too pricey. I bit back a burst of rage, and they left you without heat. His eyes softened, not with sadness, but with a sense of acceptance. They don't want an older man around. I slowed them down. Make them feel uncomfortable. This does not excuse what they did. He squeezed my hand with unexpected power. No, it does not. A prolonged pause. Then he said, they think they know everything. They think they've controlled everything, but they don't know about. He peered around, as if looking for eavesdroppers, then lowered his voice even further. They don't know about the documents. I blinked. Do? He gave a weak nod. Your grandmother. She left. Letters. Wills. And deeds. I hid them. Your parents never discovered them. They believe I signed everything over. They believe I'm helpless. He let out a weak breath. That could have been a laugh. I may be older, but I am not stupid. I leaned in. What kinds of documents? The kind that alters who owns what. The kind that reveals what they took. They've been siphoning money from my pension. But they are unaware that I have kept proof. This time, my heart thumped with understanding rather than fury. This wasn't simply neglect. This was financial exploitation. What amount did they take? I asked. He closes his eyes. More than I'd like to confess. However, they would prefer that I not inform anyone. A icy shiver ran down my spine. He reopened his eyes, this time sharper. You're a Marine, strong and intelligent. You understand how to fight wars in the appropriate way. I need your help to finish this one. I gripped his hand. Where are the documents? His lips formed a determined, almost wicked smile. In the house, hidden where your father would never bother to look. I'll tell you when I'm stronger. Okay, I muttered quietly. We'll get them, and we'll make this right, he said me, his eyes filled with triumph and exhaustion. Revenge, he muttered. It doesn't have to be cruel. Sometimes it's just the truth finally catching up. I fought back tears. I understand. And I accomplished more than he realized. Before midnight, after he had fallen asleep again, I entered the hallway. The hospital was quiet, the kind of stillness that comes from equipment and distant talks at nursing stations. I leaned against the wall to let everything settle. My parents had left him to die. He had proof of what had been taken. And now he trusted me, the daughter they mocked, the Marine they hardly mentioned, to put things right. I had no idea what I would find in that house, but I knew this much. When my parents returned from their happy, sun-filled cruise, they were met with an unexpected storm. And, for once, they would not be in complete control. The next morning, I traveled back home alone. Leaving Grandpa at the hospital made my stomach turn, but the nurse looked me in the eye and said, he's stable. He needs rest. Go handle what you need to handle. And the social worker was even more direct. If there exists documentation, securing them as soon as possible will make him safer. So I traded the blaring monitors for the peace and quiet of my parents' street, driving my ancient sedan down the same cul-de-sac I used to bike through as a child. Their house looked precisely the same: white siding, a crooked mailbox, and Grandma's small wind chime still hanging on the porch. From the outside, it didn't look like a place where you'd leave an elderly man to freeze. It just appeared natural. This was the bit that made my skin crawl. Inside, the air was still frigid, but not as bitter and homicidal as the night before. I turned up the thermostat and listened to the furnace rattle awake before standing in the living room for a moment, listening to the house settle. Start where your grandmother prayed, Grandpa murmured. I understood what he meant. The den. Growing up, that small room off the hallway served as Grandma's shelter. My father never went in there except to seek for a pen. To him, it was simply the old room with the books. To her, it was where she read her Bible and spoke with God before the sun rose. The den smelled faintly of paper and lemon polish. Her recliner was still sitting near the window, with the cushion firmly molded to her figure. A bookshelf stretched along one wall, drooping from the weight of aged Bibles, devotionals, and family photo albums. I walked right to her favorite Bible, a brown leather one with soft edges. I took it down and flipped over the pages. Halfway through Psalms, my thumb landed on something that didn't belong. An envelope. My name, Emma, was handwritten on the front in Grandma's exquisite script. You can pull the girl out of her childhood, put her in a uniform, and transport her throughout the world. But the penmanship brought me right back to sitting at her kitchen table, licking icing off beers while Mom penned birthday cards. I swallowed and then opened it. Dear Emma. It has begun. If you're reading this, it implies I didn't get to clarify things in person as I had hoped. She wrote about my parents in the kind yet tragically honest tone she possessed. She loved them, she added, but she was concerned for them. They were careless with money. They prefer to discuss what we will receive one day rather than our responsibilities. She and Grandpa had gone to see a lawyer to ensure that their wishes were followed rather than assumed. She explained that there were 2 sets of papers. The official ones are with the attorney, and there are copies in the house. If things ever feel wrong to you, call the attorney on the card enclosed. He knows our instructions. We trust you to do what's right. Tucked underneath the letter was a small index card with a legal firm name and a local phone number. I put the letter and card into the inside pocket of my uniform, directly above my heart. I've got them, Grandma, I said quietly. Then I started searching. Grandpa used to joke that his safe places were simply places my father was too lazy to look. It turned that he was not mistaken. A metal cigar tin he hadn't touched in years sat in the desk drawer beside the recliner, beneath an old deck of cards and a dried-out pen. Under a handful of foreign coins and a rusted keychain was a folded packet of documents kept together by a fragile rubber band. I opened it and began reading. The first document was a copy of the deed to the house I was standing in. The owner listed was my grandfather, not my father or mother, just him. In the margin, a crisp stamped notation indicated a life estate interest for granddaughter Emma M. Harris. My name on paper is linked to this house. The following pages had bank statements, thin paper, neat columns, and hideous patterns. Month after month of transfers from Grandpa's little account to an account in my father's name, no reimbursements with explicit notes, just cryptic online transfers that always went one way. I recalled all the times my father had sighed and told me, "You have no idea what it costs to care for your grandfather. And we're the ones carrying him." I'd felt awful on more than one deployment for not sending more money home. Looking at those statements, the remorse faded and something colder took its place. This was not sacrifice. This was siphoning. The packet contained a photocopy of a will signed by my grandparents as well as letterhead that matched the name on the index card in my pocket. It provided explicit instructions. Grandpa's care needed to be paid for first. After Dad died, I was to get the house and a portion of his savings. My parents were listed, but not as proprietors or sole beneficiaries. There were layers of protection outlined in clear terms. Tucked behind the will was one last message in my grandmother's handwriting addressed to Grandpa. If they put pressure on you, remember Emma will do what's right. I closed my eyes and placed my hand flat on the paper. I hear you, I replied softly. I'll handle it. I grabbed the deed, statements, a copy of the will, and any other relevant documents I could find and carefully piled them on the desk. Then I put them in a large manila envelope, carried it out to my car, and locked them in the trunk. Years of Marine experience had taught me the need of obtaining intelligence as quickly as possible. I sat in the driver's seat, took out the index card, and gazed at the number. Then I took a breath and dialed. Grant Law Offices. A woman responded, "This is Sophia." "Hi," I said. "My name is Staff Sergeant Emma Harris. My grandparents were Richard and Elizabeth Harris. I found some documents and a letter from my grandmother asking me to call you if things seemed wrong." There was a pause in the line. Then her tone softened. "Yes, Mr. Grant mentioned that one day we might hear from you. Can you come in this morning?" The law office was in a converted old house a few miles away, with a slightly crooked wreath on the door and creaky wood floors. It did not feel like a cold corporate skyscraper. It felt like somewhere my grandparents would have trusted. "Miss Harris," a male voice called. I turned to see a gray-haired man wearing a sweater vest standing in the doorway of a little office. "I'm Ethan Grant, and I represented your grandparents. It's nice to finally meet you." We shook hands, and I followed him inside. Diplomas covered the walls. A few family portraits sat on a shelf. Children enjoying the beach, a golden retriever in the garden. Normal life resumed. I placed the envelope on his desk and explained everything as quietly as possible. The trip, the frigid house, the letter on the counter, the ambulance, the hospital, and my grandfather's mumble concerning documents he was unaware of. He listened without interrupting, his face becoming more serious with each detail. Then he opened the envelope and began going through the documents. "Your grandmother was extremely thorough," he remarked finally. "She and your grandfather were very clear about what they wanted." He went on to say that the will on file in his office matched the document I'd presented. Grandpa was to keep control of his assets while alive, with precautions in place in case he need additional assistance. After his death, the house and a chunk of his savings were meant for me. My parents were to receive something, but with limits. They were never meant to have free access to his accounts. He was tapping the bank statements with a single finger. "These transfers into your father's account, did your grandfather authorize them, as far as you know?" I didn't answer. "He barely knows how to use a smartphone. He thought they were handling things." Mr. Grant groaned, as one does when something confirms their fears. "Then this may be more than just a family misunderstanding. Between the financial irregularities and the neglect you described, There could be serious consequences if we decide to pursue them. I was sitting more upright. I don't want a screaming match in the front yard, I told them. I'm not out for drama. I just don't want them to walk away untouched after nearly killing him. I want him safe. I want the truth out. He gave me a momentary pause. You're in the Marines, correct? Yes, sir. Then you understand that the strongest position is the one built on facts, not emotion. His hands were folded. For now, you've done exactly what you should. You've secured the documents. When your grandfather is strong enough, we'll have him come in, confirm his wishes, and we'll proceed from there. Your parents will have the chance to explain themselves, but they won't control the narrative. I let out a sigh. Good. They've been writing the story for a long time. When I stepped back outside, the cold winter air hit my face hard and clean. I stood on the curb for a time, watching a couple across the street wrestle a Christmas tree from the back of their SUV, laughing as needles flew everywhere. My folks were aboard a cruise somewhere, certain they'd finally be free of duties. They expected the elderly guy they'd left behind to either die peacefully or remain too feeble and bewildered to accomplish anything. They had no idea their Marine daughter was standing between them and the man they'd left behind, armed with the law, the truth, and trust. My grandparents invested in me long before they scheduled that cruise. When I pulled into my parents' driveway the next afternoon, their car was not yet there. The home appeared cleaner than before, not physically, but energetically, as if the warmth returning to the vents had driven out whatever quiet evil had been lurking in the cold. I walked inside, dusted the snow off my boots, and stood in the entrance, where the treachery first struck me. The message was still on the countertop. I left it there on purpose. Allow them to see it again. Allow them to recall exactly what they wrote. I did not switch on the Christmas lights, tree, or other festive decorations. I wanted the place to resemble what they had created, a house hollowed out by selfishness. But I did turn on the heater. Not for them, never for them, but because I refused to allow Grandpa's misery to continue in the same chilly hallway where I now stood. I made myself some tea and waited. Marines are prepared for extended periods of quiet. Stakeouts, watch rotations, cold weather bivouacs, but waiting for my own parents to walk into the proof of their actions. That was a new type of endurance. Around dusk, headlights illuminated the living room wall. Car doors slammed. Voices that were too happy and raucous drifted in. And that buffet last night, I swear I'm still full. You're the one who wanted dessert. Laughter and rolling luggage. The front door opened, and warm cruise ship air flowed in beside them. Salt, sunblock, and overindulgence. Also, there is the joyful ignorance of people who feel life has rewarded them for nothing and will continue to do so. My mother was the first to arrive, dressed in a bright floral cruise ship shirt that seemed inappropriate for December. My father followed, tanned and grinning, and turned on the doorway light. Oh, he murmured, squinting at me. You're already here. I carefully rose from the dining chair where I'd been sitting. I've been here since yesterday. My mother's smile faded. Yesterday? Why, we said you could take care of your grandfather when you got in? When I got in, I said gently. He was freezing to death. They froze out of inconvenience rather than remorse. My father rolled his luggage past me, annoyed. Oh, for heaven's sake, Emma, don't be dramatic. He was fine when we left. No, I replied, stepping forward. He wasn't. My mother waved her hand. Your father checked on him before we left, didn't you? My father shrugged. He was in bed. Looked comfortable enough. Comfortable? My voice broke, not with emotion, but with astonishment. The thermostat was set to 50. He had no heat, no food nearby. You didn't call me. You didn't call anyone. My father sighed with exaggerated patience, as if I were a toddler interrupting adult talk. Emma, this is exactly why we didn't call you. You blow everything out of proportion. Always have. My jaw constricted. He was nearly dead. My mother shuddered but remained silent. I kept going. You left a note on the counter. We went on a cruise. You take care of Grandpa like he's a plant, someone waters occasionally. My father entered the kitchen, grabbed a bottle of sparkling water, and twisted it open. Well, you're the Marine. You know, survival. You could handle it. Besides, he's an old man. These things happen. I stepped forward. No, accidents happen. Abandonment is a choice. He rolled his eyes. Are we doing this right now? We just got home. Yes, I answered. Right now. My mom shifted uncomfortably. Where is he? In the hospital? She blinked. Hospital? Really? I didn't let her finish. He had hypothermia, dehydration, malnutrition. The social workers said it was elder neglect. My father gave a tiny laugh. Social workers throw that phrase around every time someone forgets a heating bill. Forgets. I said. You turned it off. Silence. Just a second. But the silence was filled with reality. My mother took out a chair and slipped into it. Emma, honey, we didn't want to bother you. You're always busy with those deployments, always acting like everything is your responsibility. Because it is, I retorted. Because someone has to care about him. My father bristled. Don't take that tone with me. I'm the one who's been burdened with him for years. Burdened? I repeated. You mean supported by him? His eyes narrowed. What does that mean? I approached the counter, took up the manila folder I had prepared, and carefully set it in front of them. My mother muttered, "What's this?" "Proof," I said. My father opened the folder. The deed, the bank statements, the will, and each page. His tanned face got pallid. Where did you get these? Where did you hide them? I responded, where Grandma told me to look if things ever felt wrong. My mother's hand rose to her mouth. Oh, God. My father snapped the folder closed. These don't prove anything. They prove everything, I said. You've been pulling money out of his account for years. You've been using his social security checks. You've been telling people you're paying for his care when he's the one funding your lifestyle. He stood hastily, scraping his chair across the floor. You listen to me? No, I responded in a tone I'd used with Marines twice his size. You listen. He froze. You didn't just neglect him. You exploited him. You left him in a freezing house because you wanted a vacation. My mother started to cry. Not the guilty type, but the fearful sort. What are you going to do? She murmured. Before I could respond, headlights flashed across the window again. An automobile door closed. Slow steps approached. The front door opened. Grandpa was alive, wrapped in blankets and assisted by a nurse from the hospital's home care program. He appeared smaller than usual, yet he remained upright. My father gave a gasp. Dad, what are you doing here? Grandpa's voice was soft, but his words were as keen as a blade. Coming home before you sell it out from under me. My father recoiled, as if struck. We would never. You would, Grandpa replied. You did. My mother wailed quietly. It wasn't like that. Grandpa lifted his chin. It was exactly like that. I walked beside him and supported him with my elbow. For the first time in my life, my parents looked at me, not with annoyance or rejection, but with terror. Do not be afraid of me because I am a Marine. I harbored a fear of the truth. Fear of what might happen next. My father did not sit down again. He hovered at the kitchen counter like a cornered animal, one hand holding the edge so hard that his knuckles flared. My mother remained at the table, her hands quivering as she folded and unfolded a tissue, hoping that the right wrinkle would save her. Grandpa proceeded slowly to his favorite armchair in the living room, where he had sat for the previous decade of Sunday football games. With the nurse's assistance, he carefully slid himself into it, exhaling once as if reclaiming the spot my parents had attempted to force him from. He looked at me and said, "Bring it all here." I carried the manila folder across the room and placed it on his lap. His fingers trembled as he opened it, not from weakness, but from determination. He took out the deed first, smoothing it flat on his knee like a flag before a ceremony. My father looked at it from across the room. Dad, that's ancient paperwork. You didn't mean for that to remain current. We talked about transferring ownership. You remember? No, Grandpa stated firmly, without looking up. You talked. I didn't agree. My dad's face reddened. Well, you practically agreed. In what world? Grandpa said, raising his eyes. Does nodding politely count as signing over a house? My mother took a nervous breath. We thought you wanted us to have it someday. Someday is not today, Grandpa explained. And wanting and taking aren't the same thing. My dad took a step ahead. We've taken care of you. Grandpa's voice tightened. You left me in a freezing house to die. My father closed his eyes, his jaw straining. The nurse waited quietly near the doorway, unnoticeable as a shadow, but her presence lent weight to every word spoken. She was a trained witness who had seen far too many families break apart in hospital rooms. Grandpa moved the deed aside and lifted the bank statements. Explain these. My father sighed loudly. Dad, we've been over this. We had to move money around sometimes to cover bills. And you responded. I said you could help manage the account. Grandpa interrupted. Don't empty it. My mother had tears in her eyes as she stared at me. Emma, you don't understand how hard it's been. Your father has been stretched thin. I did not let my face soften. Then why were you on a cruise? She flinched. It was a gift. For yourselves. I said. Not for him. My father scoffed. Oh, come on. Everyone needs a break. We've been carrying the weight of his care for years. Do you have any idea what it's like dealing with a stubborn old man every day? Grandpa's eyebrows rose. A stubborn old man who paid every one of your mortgage payments for 3 years. My father's mouth slammed shut. Yes, Grandpa said, his voice shaking with age and rage. I know exactly how much you've depended on me. I have receipts, bank records, letters. You didn't just neglect me, you used me. My mother's tears streamed harder. We were overwhelmed. I moved closer. Then you asked for help. You don't abandon someone. My dad slapped his palm against the counter. We didn't abandon him. Without raising his voice, Grandpa delivered things that cut deeper than any shout. You left me in the cold. And hoped the problem would solve itself. Silence, dense, heavy, and stifling. My father appeared to deflate. He eventually pulled out a chair and sat, scratching his temples as if the light had suddenly gotten too bright. Grandpa took a long breath and then turned to face me. Show them the rest. I understood what he meant. I took out a photocopy of the will and placed it on the kitchen table between my parents. My father snatched it up with shaking hands and read it, the color drained from his face till he appeared to have caught the cold. This is not what we discussed, he murmured. It's what your mother and I decided, Grandpa explained years ago. My mother looked over his shoulder, studying the lines. The words were absolutely clear. The house was never planned for them. I received a share of Grandpa's savings through his bequest. The safeguards in place meant Grandpa couldn't be pressured. Everything was documented, notarized, and legal. My mother gulped hard. So, we get nothing? Grandpa's expression softened with grief rather than forgiveness. You were never supposed to get nothing. You were supposed to get something shared, equitable, but you wanted everything. My father's breathing became shallow. Dad, if you go through with this, if you talk to lawyers or social workers, we could be charged. We could lose everything. Grandpa looked him dead in the eyes. You should have thought of that before you left me. My father hid his face with both hands. For the first time in my life, I saw Dad as afraid, rather than furious or annoyed. Grandpa lifted his chin. I'm not out to ruin your lives, but I won't protect you from the consequences either. He was staring at me. Tell them. I nodded and then spoke clearly. The social worker documented everything. Legally, Grandpa has the right to press charges, but we're not making decisions today. There will be a mediation session, a lawyer, possibly law enforcement involvement. My mom cried into her hands. Please, can we talk about this as a family? Grandpa shakes his head. We will, but not on your terms. My father looked up, his eyes crimson. What do you want from us? Finally, the solution came. Grandpa, not me. I want honesty, he declared. Responsibility and acknowledgement of what you did, not excuses, not tears, truth. He placed his palm flat against the will. And I want my wishes to be respected. There should be no lies or manipulation. My father stared at the table, silently. My mother said, we did not mean to hurt you. Grandpa's voice softened, but only little. Intentions don't warm a house. Another hush descended, this time different. The kind where words dangle in the air, begging to be challenged. Then Grandpa glanced at me again. Honey, help me stand. I stepped to his side and gently lifted him. He confronted my parents with a resolve that I hadn't seen in years. This house, he told me, stays under my name until I die. And after that, Emma will decide what to do with it. She's the only one who has acted like family. My parents' faces wrinkled. And as for the money, he said, we will untangle every penny together with a lawyer present. My father let out a quiet grunt, as if the weight of his decisions had finally settled. Grandpa placed his hand on my arm. And none of this is revenge, he added gently. This is accountability. He took one last look at my parents. When you abandoned me, you counted on silence. Well, the silence is over. He turned to face the corridor, and I led him back to his chamber, each step of victory gained. Behind us, my parents sat in the gloomy kitchen, staring at the paperwork sprawled across the table like fragments of a life they had gambled and lost. The next morning, I drove Grandpa to the social worker's office for our first formal meeting. He insisted on sitting in the front seat, not because he had to, but because he preferred it. I'm not cargo, he mumbled. I'm a witness. His voice was calm, but I could sense the strain beneath it. The cold air still pained him. His hands shook as he buckled the seatbelt. Nonetheless, he was determined. That was enough to keep me steady. Miss Davis, the social worker, greeted us with a pleasant smile, which older professionals have learned after years of navigating dysfunctional family systems. She had gray-streaked hair, beautiful eyes, and a soothing demeanor that could certainly quiet a hurricane. Mr. Paris, she greeted, gingerly shaking his hand. I'm glad to see you up and about. Grandpa nodded. I'm stubborn. I can see that, she remarked, smiling slightly. Let's talk about next steps. She led us into a small conference room with beige walls and a fake plant in the corner. It didn't appear to be a location where serious issues were resolved, but most justice isn't served in spectacular settings. It happens in quiet, unadorned settings when people have run out of ways to lie to themselves. Your parents will join us shortly, Miss Davis replied, sinking into her chair. Before they arrive, I want to clarify your goals. Grandpa breathed deeply. I don't want revenge. Not in the way people picture it. I don't want them in jail unless they choose that path themselves. Miss Davis nodded. And what do you want? To be safe, he replied simply. To know my money is mine. To know I won't be left to freeze again. My chest tightened. The simplicity of it is what broke me. Miss Davis looked at me. And you? What do you want, Emma? My response came without hesitation. Accountability and the chance for him to heal without fear. She made a note with her pen, scratching lightly. A knock at the door. My parents entered. My mother appeared little, dressed in an oversized coat and a scarf she'd tied 3 times around her neck, as if fabric could shield her from the repercussions that lay ahead inside the room. My father, on the other hand, maintained his old confident attitude, a half smile and a raised chin, but his eyes betrayed him. They darted between me and Grandpa, not sure where to settle. Good morning, Miss Davis said professionally. Please sit. My father ignored her tone and concentrated on Grandpa. Dad, are you sure you want to do this? We could have talked at home. No, Grandpa replied firmly. We couldn't. That silenced my father. Miss Davis began cautiously. This is not a criminal proceeding. This is a mediation. The goal is to establish safety, clarify responsibilities, and determine whether further action is needed. My father sighed. Well, that's a relief. However, she stated, if at any point we determine that elder abuse may have occurred, mandatory reporting laws apply. My dad's shoulders slumped. My mother's breath caught. Let's begin, Miss Davis remarked. The first topic was the heat. My mother attempted to explain it away. The furnace? It's old. Sometimes it clicks off. No, I replied softly. It was turned off manually. My dad stroked his forehead. We thought he was fine. He said he was warm. Grandpa blinked at him slowly. It was 40 degrees in my room. My father mumbled something incoherent. Then came the financials. Miss Davis slid the bank statements across the table. These show recurring transfers from Mr. Harris's account to yours. My dad shifted in his seat. Those were reimbursements. We bought groceries, paid bills. Then where are the receipts? She inquired. He opened and closed his mouth, then stared at my mother. She muttered, we didn't keep them. Grandpa's voice penetrated the air. You kept the money. My mom broke into tears. We didn't mean to steal. We were drowning in bills, debts. Miss Davis nodded kindly. Being overwhelmed is understandable. But using someone else's funds without transparency is exploitation. My dad banged his hands on the table. We're not criminals. No. Miss Davis said quietly. You are caregivers who made harmful choices. That doesn't make you monsters, but it does require accountability. My father looked at her, startled. He had expected an enemy. Instead, he discovered someone who would not let him off the hook while also not destroying him. It disarmed him far more than fury could. Miss Davis described the plan. A restitution plan for the stolen monies, required elder care classes, supervised budgeting oversight for home finances, frequent welfare checks by a case manager, and, most crucially, Grandpa's legal ability to choose where he lived and who handled his money. At that point, my mother said quietly, so, we lose everything. No, Grandpa replied kindly. You lose control. There's a difference. The words arrived with quiet finality. My father sunk back into his chair, defeated. Dad, we didn't want to hurt you. Grandpa leaned forward and took this as a learning opportunity. There it was. Nor vengeance, nor triumph. A lesson delivered like a rope thrown to someone who has fallen. After an hour of conversation, paperwork, agreements, and signatures, my parents stepped into the hallway to collect themselves. This left me and Grandpa alone with Miss Davis. You handled that well, she informed him. He shrugged. I'm old. I don't have time to yell. We chuckled softly. She then turned to me. He's safer now. With the protections in place, your parents can't repeat what happened. Grandpa reached for my hand. You did this. He muttered. Your grandmother was right. Emotion rose in my throat like warm water on icy hands. I just did what anyone should. No, he replied firmly. Not anyone. You. We left the building gently, with Grandpa resting on my arm. The winter air was sharp but not terribly cold, which was a tiny relief. As we reached my car, he came to a halt, looked up into the sky, and said, this isn't the end of us as a family, it's just the beginning of us learning how to be together. I gripped his hand. You still believe that? He nodded. Revenge ends things. Accountability rebuilds them. I helped him get into the car, carefully belted him in, and closed the door. As I moved around to the driver's side, I realized something had changed within me. Not fury or relief, but something steadier. Justice is the type that heals rather than burns. When I sat in the driver's seat, Grandpa smiled faintly. When they returned, he added, echoing his earlier sentiments, they expected to find their house waiting. Instead, they discovered the truth. And, as I mentioned, turning the key in the ignition does not freeze. 3 months later, winter had dissolved into early spring. The snowbanks shrank into gray slush. The naked branches began blooming anew, and the environment became a little softer around the edges. Grandpa had recovered better than any doctor could have predicted. He was still slender, slow on the stairs, and sharper than ever. He liked to tell people that he was running on borrowed time and succeeding. In those months, everything changed. My parents attended every eldercare lesson. They met with the budgetary supervisor weekly. They refunded the first piece of the money, which was more than I expected. And for the first time in my life, they were humbled, not broken or defeated, but simply human in a manner they had never been. They didn't suddenly become saints. They still clashed about little matters. My father still moaned excessively whenever paperwork was presented to him. My mother still cried too readily. But the entitlement, the chilly assurance that they deserved everything and owed nothing, had crumbled. Sometimes that's all a family needs to let light in. One Saturday afternoon, I drove Grandpa to a little diner outside town with cracked vinyl booths, staff who call you sweetheart, and pies displayed in glass domes like crown jewels. We visited there frequently. Familiar cuisine, familiar faces, and no judgment. A good place to heal. As we ate our pancakes, Grandpa sipped his coffee and remarked, "Your parents have asked me something." I glanced up. "What's that?" "They asked if we could have a Sunday dinner. All of us, like the old days." I set down my fork. "Are you comfortable with that?" He gave a small shrug. "Comfortable enough. I won't forget what they did, but I don't want my last years spent holding on to anger. Anger takes time. I'd rather spend that time eating mashed potatoes." I smiled. "That sounds like you." He tapped the table with 2 fingers. "And maybe it's time they see you not as their daughter to dismiss, but as the woman who saved their father's life." I gazed outside the window. Snowmelt dropped from the roof in slow, steady droplets. "I'm not looking for recognition." "I know," he replied. "That's why you deserve it." Sunday came. I brought rolls and a handmade casserole, an attempt by a Marine who cooked as frequently as she wore lace. My parents were already in the kitchen when we arrived. My mother is cooking gravy while my father carves a roast. It felt almost unsettlingly normal. My father looked at Grandpa. "Dad, you look good." Grandpa grinned. "Better than the furnace you tried to freeze me with." My father winced and nodded. "I deserved that." My mother moved forward, wringing her hands. "Emma, honey, thank you for being patient with us." "I wasn't patient," I admitted gently. "I was honest." She offered a shaky smile. "Then, thank you for being honest." We ate together in the dining room. There was no spectacular reconciliation, no sobbing movie ending scene, simply a calm, thoughtful supper in which no one pretended the past did not exist. That level of honesty was unprecedented to us. Halfway through dinner, my father cleared his throat. "Emma, I want to say something." I braced myself. "You were right," he remarked, looking at his plate. "About the money, about the house, about Dad. We got selfish and lazy, and when your mother suggested the cruise, I shouldn't have agreed." My mother touched his arm. "We weren't thinking clearly." "No," Grandpa said, setting down his fork. "But now you are, and that's what matters." My father gazed at him with tired eyes. "Dad, I'm sorry." It was not ideal. It was not eloquent, but it was authentic. Grandpa reached across the table to stroke his hand. "Thank you." I observed them. I felt a steady warmth rising in my chest. Nor pride, nor vindication, but relief. Because justice is more than simply punishment, it is about movement. A shift. A chance at better days. After dinner, I helped Grandpa get into his coat so we could go home. My parents were at the doorway, observing us. "Emma," my mother murmured softly, "if you ever need anything or think we're slipping again, please let us know. Don't allow us be that type of people again." I nodded. "I'll speak up." My father gave a short awkward salute, which he used to do as a joke when I first joined the Marines, when life seemed simpler. "You're the strong one in the family now," he told me. I didn't correct him because sometimes strength isn't about rank or uniform or faraway fights, but rather about understanding when to hold and when to let go of a grudge. Later that night, after Grandpa had gone to bed, I sat on the couch with a blanket and a cup of tea. The house was warm, quiet, and safe. It wasn't perfect, as nothing in life is, but it was safe. Grandpa called from the bedroom. "Emma?" "Yes, Grandpa," he mumbled. "When they returned, I thought the only thing left for me was revenge. But you showed me something better." "What is that?" "Hope." I sat there for a moment, allowing that word to settle into the room the way heat slowly fills a house after a long freeze. Hope. Because even the coldest homes can warm again, even the hardest hearts can soften, and even families that have hurt each other can learn to mend what they broke if someone is brave enough to speak up, steady enough to stand firm, and kind enough to offer a second chance. "You did all of this," Grandpa remarked softly. "No," I said. "We did." As the house settled for the night, I considered the people who could hear this story. Those who have carried wounds from their own families, those who have been mistreated or disregarded, and those who have questioned if speaking up is worth the suffering. To them, I would say, don't stay silent, don't let injustice linger, and don't ever believe you're powerless. Sometimes the greatest act of love is holding someone accountable, and sometimes the greatest act of strength is choosing to forgive them later. If this story touched you, reminded you of someone you care about, or simply made you believe that more people should hear stories about justice, healing, and the bravery to do the right thing. Mom told everyone I was a Vegas stripper. 6 years in shelters later, the dad returns as a Swiss hotel heir. He confronted Mom with proof of her lies. After finding I was pregnant, my mother shamed me and kicked me out. After learning of her father, my daughter wants in. At 19, I told my mother I was pregnant. She gave me 3 hours to pack and leave. Said I could handle the penalties of becoming. Sat on the front step with 2 garbage bags of clothes and nowhere to go, changed locks. The father of my daughter was a college freshman orientation one-night stand. I only knew Skylar was Swiss and visiting. Never saw him again after that night. His number and school were unknown. My mother told everyone I stripped in Vegas when I quit, moved into a shelter, and left Quinn in a county hospital. 6 years of pain ensued. While waiting tables at a diner, customers grabbed my ass for $3 tips. Black mold and insects in a studio. Since I couldn't afford a cot, Quinn slept in a dresser drawer. Food stamps, WIC appointments, 5-mile walk to work as the bus didn't leave early. My mother lived 25 minutes away in a 4-bedroom house. Without phoning or visiting, she told my family I died. Natalie would secretly meet me at parks and bring Quinn consignment clothes, but she was too scared to continue. Mom threatened to cut her off if she helped me. However, I succeeded. I got my GED online while Quinn slept. She started community college at 4. Got better waitressing jobs, saved money, and moved to a safer apartment. Quinn was brilliant, funny, read at 4, and could do basic math before kindergarten. Everything I did was for her. A man entered my eatery last month. An exquisite Swiss-accented suit glared at me. Finally, asked if I attended State University 6 years before. My heart stopped. Skylar became Reed. His family owned European luxury hotels. He spent 3 years looking for me after his cousin sent him my university orientation archive photo. He hired investigators, searched social media, and spent thousands to find a woman he had one night with because he couldn't forget me. Telling him about Quinn, exhibiting her photo. He wept at restaurant. His father sometimes pushed him to marry. Sebastian rejected, recalling the American girl who drunkenly recited Shakespeare and laughed at his poor jokes. Immediately meeting Quinn was his goal. In 10 days, he created a trust fund for daughter, purchased us a house, and demanded $12,000 monthly child support for 6 years. After arriving from Switzerland, his family overwhelmed Quinn with presents and attention. My mother returned. She sent flowers and tears to my new home to apologize. She really missed us. Family should forgive. Heard from neighbors about my Mercedes in the driveway, Swiss license plates, and high-end store delivery vehicles. Her investigation revealed Sebastian Reed and his family's value. Quinn wanted to participate because of her trust wealth and Swiss finishing school prospects. I let her in and talk. She discussed second chances, youth, and her best intentions. Her eyes lit up as she saw Quinn's portrait with Sebastian's family at their Swiss estate. We should plan her 7th birthday together, said. Maybe in Switzerland. I've always wanted to see Geneva. Sebastian crossed the kitchen. He heard everything. My mother smiled, extended her hand, and praised her granddaughter. Sebastian assumed she had filth on her hand. He asked, "You're the woman who threw out your pregnant daughter?" My mother grumbled responsibility. Sebastian showed her his phone. Her face blanched. "The shelter where your daughter spent her first 6 weeks homeless sent this police report. Childhood abandonment. Social services records reveal she required emergency housing while 7 months pregnant. The hospital report states she gave birth alone as poor." Want me to continue? Sebastian cut off my mother's explanation. Moving to another screen, He faced her. He talked softly but strongly. My name and a red abandoned minor checkbox were at the top of the shelter intake form. Sebastian interrupted my mother to ask if he may check his investigator's 6-year data longer. I held the frame outside the kitchen doorway, watching her apologize. She was angry and terrified, didn't understand how bad things were, and hoped I'd figure it out. Sebastian saw many displays without glancing away, presenting medical and social services data in court. Tears mixed with my mother's makeup, meticulously applied before coming here. She swung around and trembled, saying she'd been terrified, made a big mistake, and thought about me daily. Before she could touch me, I moved back and politely requested her to go. Sebastian helped me unlock the front door silently. My mother seemed surprised in my new living room. She requested a conversation to explain. My hand didn't shake the knob as I held the door open with my heart thumping so loudly everyone could hear it. She passed me with her purse and flowers, head down and crying. I watched her get into her car and drive away before locking the door and resting against it as my legs sagged. Sebastian and I sat at the kitchen table after making sure Quinn was still sleeping upstairs with her nightlight flickering through the door crack. He apologized for ambushing me with documents, stating he employed investigators to find me and gather everything. His files had my entire survival story in case I needed proof. As we deliberated, I held a cold mug of tea. Rather than pushing for immediate family visits and plans with Quinn, he suggested legal paternity confirmation. Dad wanted everything legitimate and safeguarded for Quinn and me after so long in debt. 3 days later, we visited Rachel Collins' downtown office with thick carpet and framed legal degrees. She looked younger than expected, maybe mid-30s, with a practical suit and no-nonsense demeanor. Rachel Collins said Sebastian Reed hired her to serve me, not him, and that she worked for me alone even if he paid her. She described how to get court-admissible DNA. My lawyer responding to me was odd but safer than expected. Rachel took notes on a yellow legal pad while asking detailed questions about my fears and what I wanted protected. A bundle of documents explained financial limits before test results arrived. Sebastian Reed promptly redeposited child support into an escrow account for paternity confirmation. The house he bought was in my name with legal safeguards, so he couldn't take it back. Page after page of vocabulary and sentences sounded intimidating, but Rachel explained each section clearly. She detailed her safety precautions for Quinn and me in case something went wrong. I signed where she instructed, cramping my palm, but I appreciated every word that clarified. When we finished, Natalie texted me that Mom called all relatives. She said I hid Quinn out of anger and was cruel for not allowing her be a grandmother. The old fear of family isolation hit hard. 6 years of loneliness. I reminded myself that most of their family assumed I was a Vegas dancer. When I needed help, they never called. Quinn stared at me suspiciously as we sat on her bed that night with her teddy bunny. I said a European friend I knew before she was born wanted to meet her. I assured her we'd take our time to assess his friendliness. I didn't call him father because nothing was established and I wouldn't breach my promises. Quinn nodded carefully and asked if her friend liked cartoons. She could ask him questions and decide how she felt. After the first week, we gathered at a wonderful Saturday morning public park with newer equipment and wood chips instead of concrete. Sebastian Reed brought an inexpensive soccer ball and asked Quinn about her favorite color and playgrounds. She was shy at first, but admitted to liking purple and swings while partially behind my leg. Close up, I saw them kick the ball on the grass. Sebastian Reed walked slowly and spoke softly. Quinn stopped the ball with her foot and asked why he spoke odd, tilting her head like a riddle. Sebastian laughed warmly and said he was from Switzerland, where people speak differently. McDonald's is there, but the menu is French and German, he told her. He was straightforward and age-appropriate. Instead of promising trips or things, treat her like a real person with valuable thoughts. Benchside. I saw them kick the ball. Close enough to help, far enough to get involved. Although Quinn's vigilance lessened as they played, she still checked on me every few minutes. On day 9, my mother left a voicemail I listened to twice before deleting. They said she forgives me for keeping Quinn from her for years. She was ready to move on with Quinn as a family when I was. I felt exhausted and irritated after listening. Dealing with an unintelligible person is exhausting. Instead of calling back, I needed time to think and was done rushing into terrible things. The phone sat mute on my kitchen counter while I spread peanut butter on Quinn's lunch. I realized not answering was better than rehashing. I drove straight to work for the early shift after dropping Quinn off at kindergarten the next morning. My lunch break was spent walking 3 blocks to the public library, where I studied for my GED when Quinn was a newborn. I accessed state legal information about grandparents' rights on an empty computer terminal in the back. Strong restrictions required confirmation of a relationship, or that halting contact would harm the child. My mother had neither, But websites warn that determined grandparents may file petitions and spend thousands on legal battles. I wrote statutes, case names, and filing requirements in a notebook. Gathering facts made dread appear smaller, more manageable, and preparable. I took phone photos of the relevant pages and sent Rachel a brief message wondering if we should be frightened. I took restaurant dinner orders in my apron. Half my thoughts are lawful. My phone displayed Rachel's name the next afternoon during break. For Quinn and me to avoid legal harassment, she wanted a consultation, claiming we needed a paper trail and boundaries before my mother could sue. To meet the Tuesday 10 a.m. appointment, I switched shifts with another server. 2 regular customers sat in my section on Friday night, chatting about the Mercedes with Swiss plates outside and whether I was dating a royal. My face flushed, but I kept my pen on the order pad and scribbled their food choices precisely. A few minutes later, my manager saw me frozen at the kitchen door and kindly asked if I was okay, offering to move me to different tables if people were bothering me. Though my hands shook as I returned plates to the dining room, I thanked him and said I could manage it. Natalie requested me to meet for coffee on Saturday afternoon, so I suggested a restaurant across town near the freeway where no one would know us. She was in a corner booth when I arrived. She had her college textbook on the table, but her eyes were sorrowful. Over coffee, she stated she wanted to help me but was terrified Mom would cut her off financially because she was halfway through her degree and couldn't lose her tuition. I squeezed her hand across the table and told her I understood and that she'd helped us most by sneaking supplies throughout those horrible years. Our tears were quiet and brushed away to hide from other customers. The downtown medical facility's DNA test on Monday morning with official documents and chain of custody seemed more severe than imagined. A technician in blue scrubs explained each step on labeled forms and swabbed Quinn's cheek and Sebastian Reed with long cotton sticks. Quinn chuckled and asked if they were looking for cavities like the dentist. Sebastian Reed smiled and replied, without telling her what the test was for until we had results. We kept our explanations simple, honest, and non-threatening. Quinn hurried to the car, complaining about the tickling stick, while Sebastian Reed and I looked relieved. Rachel Collins spread possibilities around her conference table like cards in a hard game during Week 4's legal consultation. If my mother persisted, we could file for court-ordered custody, implement privacy measures to prevent this from going public, and send her a cease and desist letter. Clarity helped even when paperwork seemed endless and stacks of forms needed signatures and notarization. I spent 2 hours with Sebastian Reed that afternoon building a co-parenting structure that started with monitored visits and increased with Quinn's comfort. Rachel Collins suggested sensible timetables with holiday and sick day backups, making it less frightening. We signed the draft in good faith with official signatures at the bottom while awaiting test results. I saw Quinn's school number on my phone during Thursday's supper shift. The administrator calmly but firmly informed that my mother had been to the office as the grandma and asked about pickup procedures. I told my manager I had an emergency and left work immediately, shivering with protective rage as I drove 6 blocks to school. The administrator claimed they hadn't released any information, and asked if I wanted to file a formal restriction to prevent repeats. I instantly agreed and filled out the forms at the office as Quinn played on the playground, unaware. My mother received a no-contact letter from Rachel Collins the next day threatening legal action if she tried to contact Quinn or spread family rumors. Signing it made me sick with sorrow but strangely powerful, like I was choosing safety over peace for the first time. I started a journal of every mother-related occurrence, voicemail, and encounter after Quinn went to bed. Rachel Collins claimed it could matter in court, but it helped me document the chaos. It was hard to disbelieve myself after recording what happened because it couldn't be changed. The next afternoon, Sebastian Reed brought a European furniture brochure with sticky notes displaying $3,500 dollhouses to my apartment. He spread the catalog on my kitchen table and pointed to a Victorian mansion with working lights and hand-carved ornaments, saying, Quinn deserved beautiful things after the years we'd struggled. The price tag made me sick because it was more than 2 months of my old rent, and more than I'd spent on apartment furniture. I said it was too much too fast and that Quinn, 6, would be happy with a $35 plastic toy shop one. He seemed confused and agitated, as if he didn't understand why throwing money at everything wasn't working. After 20 minutes, I said experiences were more important than expensive things. A children's museum or zoo might provide better memories than an outgrown playhouse. Sebastian Reed offered a weekend science center vacation with Quinn's favorite interactive displays instead of opposing. The willingness to listen and change course was more precious than any gift. 4 days later, a courier delivered the DNA results in a lab-sealed envelope with legal stamps. Sebastian Reed arrived that night and we read genetic markers and probability percentages on my couch, confirming our assumptions. Quinn was called in from her room where she was coloring and seated on the couch with us, speaking softly. Sebastian Reed told her he was her father and had been seeking for us. He discovered her and wanted to be involved. Quinn contemplated this thoughtfully, her expression serious like youngsters learning something profound. She pondered if she had Swiss grandparents like her California friend Gemma. Yes, her family wanted to meet her when she was ready, but only when she felt comfortable. Perhaps needing time to think, she nodded and colored again. When we met the next morning, Rachel Collins recommended Emily Reynolds, a child therapist who guided kids through large family changes. To let Quinn process without intervention, we scheduled an intake appointment for next week. Professional support didn't admit failure, said Rachel Collins. It kept Quinn from grown-up overwhelm. I didn't weaken by seeking help. It meant I knew our guiding requirements. While working at the restaurant that afternoon, my phone showed a weird local area code. I was instructed to call about an internet covert air story comment. My palms started shaking when the reporter stated she'd heard about Sebastian Reed's daughter and wanted to confirm before writing. I panicked and called Rachel Collins from the restaurant restroom. She advised me to follow our privacy plan, which included avoiding media contact and letting the story die from lack of information. We resolved to remain silent and defend ourselves. My mother's handwriting emerged on a large envelope in my mailbox 3 days later. In a 6-page letter, she apologized for her mistakes, detailed all the places she wished to take Quinn, and suggested a family trip to Switzerland. She talked about missing us and forgiving families, but every piece contained chains and expectations that made me forget 6 years of abandonment. I realized after rereading that she was trying to get back in, by claiming everything was forgiven, and we were a happy family again. Unchanged, she sought Quinn and Sebastian Reed's world. Letter joined other documents in my folder. I visited Emily Reynolds at her office the following Tuesday while Sebastian Reed waited in the lobby. Her questions included Quinn's schedule, attitude, how she handled changes before, and what scared me most about this transfer. Sebastian Reed joined us and we explored the issue while Emily Reynolds took notes. She brought Quinn in for a relaxing, age-appropriate session with toys and art supplies after an hour. Emily Reynolds answered casual questions about her family and sentiments while Quinn drew and played with miniature figures. Emily Reynolds suggested keeping Quinn's routine consistent and introducing adjustments gradually to enable her regulate relationship growth. She suggested ways to approach difficult topics and check in with Quinn without grilling her. Natalie texted me that night asking for monitored restricted contact with our mother to prevent her from filing for grandparents' rights out of spite. I stared at my phone, torn between protecting Natalie and knowing my mother hadn't accessed Quinn. After years of silently helping us, I wanted to lessen my sister's burden. However, another part saw that my mother had governed everyone for decades, by manipulating to prevent conflict. I told Natalie I needed to visit my lawyer. The next morning, Rachel Collins detailed our state's grandparents' petition laws, including that my mother had little right to pursue visitation without a relationship. She originally offered mediation as a good faith attempt to establish legal documents if my mother was unreasonable. A judge could see we tried to address issues, but my mother was the obstacle. If contact and boundary restrictions were clear, I would consider mediation. That afternoon, the reporter put another note on my apartment door. He promised to meet off the record to hear my side before others distorted the tale. Holding the page, I wanted to amend the record and control the story. I remembered Rachel Collins's suggestion that interacting fuels and attention and that quiet kills stories quickly. I shredded and discarded the note. Emily Reynolds had Quinn draw her family and feelings at her second therapy session the following week. Quinn drew a question mark-filled thought bubble centered above her head. After Emily Reynolds gently asked what she was frightened about, Quinn said she was afraid her daddy would leave again like he did, even though she knew he didn't know about her. We explicitly addressed her worry rather than pretending nothing was wrong. That weekend, Sebastian Reed brought a large craft store bag, and Quinn and I sat at the kitchen table. He brought out a blank monthly calendar with large daily squares, and 2 sheets of airplane, video camera, heart, and star stickers. Quinn became excited and grabbed the stickers as Sebastian Reed explained that we were making a chart to show when he would visit and when they would talk online. Her carefully chosen stickers included purple hearts for video calls and gold stars for in-person visits. Sebastian Reed, pointing at each square and letting her put stickers, told her the days between visits. She meant it, even though she glued them improperly and overlapping. After we finished, she wanted to hang it in her room immediately. We attached it to her bedside wall for morning viewing. She loved it and requested more birthday and holiday stickers. Sebastian Reed gave her the whole sheet, and plotting calmed me. Sebastian Reed called 4 days later while I was folding laundry to get Quinn photos for his parents' family album. I lowered my shirt as I stiffened. I said I needed to think and we could talk later. Thinking about strangers across the sea seeing my daughter's photos made me feel defensive after we hung up. Rachel Collins helped me understand that some photo sharing was reasonable, but I could establish limits that night. The next day, I offered Sebastian Reed 3 images I would choose with a signed agreement that nothing went on social media and the photos stayed with his family. He agreed immediately and thanked me for trusting him to share so much. I picked 3 photos from last month of Quinn reading, playing at the park, and smiling. Sending them seemed like forfeiting parts of her I couldn't guard. Sebastian Reed earned my trust, so I did it. Natalie missed 5 calls the next morning. I replied, and she said to check Mom's Facebook immediately. My stomach turned when I opened the app and saw My Precious Girls, a new album with 24 childhood photos of myself and Natalie. Her captions emphasized wonderful memories, strong families, and beautiful girls. I barely recalled holiday and birthday pics. All before I got pregnant. No images from the last 6 years because she was gone. Many relatives praised her recollections and motherhood. She made me sick by rewriting history for the ignorant. Natalie screenshotted and sent me every photo and caption as proof. She requested I record Mom's activities in case it mattered. I stored everything to a phone evidence folder and used the hurt to overcome past doubts. I was notified that afternoon by Rachel Collins that she had scheduled family conflict mediation with Jordan Blake. The agreement set 2-week session regulations. My mother had to apologize for each behavior, pledge to therapy within 10 days, and write that Quinn contact was my choice without a deadline. Rachel Collins said my mother's lawyer reviewed the agreements and said she would attend. Rachel Collins reminded me that my mother probably thought she could charm her way through mediation and achieve what she wanted. I was surprised she agreed to such hard restrictions. We'd see if she followed through or manipulated. It was normal until table 12 2 nights later when I worked supper at the restaurant. I took his order as usual when a Thursday regular sat down. He smiled at me as I carried his food and announced that I discovered a rich Swiss guy to adjacent tables. Is it possible I caught him on purpose? Burning face, as I froze with plate in hand. I carefully laid the plate down and asked him to stop because it was wrong. He laughed jokingly, but my manager heard from across the room. She respectfully demanded he pay his bill and go. She said the restaurant didn't allow customer harassment and wouldn't let him argue. He bolted after dumping money on the table in front of customers. The supervisor rubbed my shoulder and suggested a 5-minute back break. Shivering with wrath and relief that someone supported me, I stood in the kitchen. Next Monday, Sebastian Reed and I met with our lawyers at Rachel Collins's office. She carefully prepared a temporary parenting plan. Sebastian Reed video conferenced every other weekend for 9 hours on Saturday and Thursday nights. Structured, verified funding would be supplied. Our agreement covered Quinn's education, health, and activities. With signatures and witness lines, typing was formal. Sebastian Reed and I signed many copies across the conference table. Writing things in legal terms was safer than trusting each other. Quinn was most protected by the framework, prohibiting quick adjustments. Rachel Collins officially filed the proposal with the court that afternoon. Jordan Blake's downtown office hosted the mediation on a dismal Thursday morning. My mother arrived on time, dressed well, and carried Kleenex in her handbag. Jordan Blake sat between us and reviewed the rules before we started. My mother cried immediately, saying she'd made a big mistake because she was young and scared when I got pregnant. Still, she justified teaching me responsibility, and said rough love was best. Though my heart raced and I interrupted her, I stayed calm. She should admit acts without excuses. I asked her to confirm she remembered kicking me out with 3 hours' notice, changing the locks, refusing contact for 6 years, and telling family I was dead. She cried more but explained why. Jordan Blake stopped her and claimed the activity required undeserved recognition. Despite wanting to defend herself, my mother wrote everything down as homework. Jordan Blake reviewed her writing 2 weeks later. Next day, Emily Reynolds and I discussed mediation. Jordan Blake's notes were carefully read and the session was discussed. I told her hearing my mother cry was harder than expected, but I was glad I demanded accountability. Emily Reynolds helped me assess Quinn's safety with supervised contact. If my mother wanted access, she had to show sustained change, not just apologize. Criteria are set together. 9 months of weekly therapy with attendance proof, written accountability for her actions without excuses, and strict compliance with my boundaries. Once she met all 3 requirements, we would consider a supervised meeting with Quinn. The timeline let my mother work and protect Quinn from a stranger. A local online news site published the reporter's story Saturday morning. I forced myself to read it with coffee, expecting horror. Complex families' privacy was prioritized. I declined to comment, so the reporter fact-checked everything, which was mostly legal boundaries speculation that died down within 3 days. I was relieved it wasn't gossip. A few coworkers saw it, but nobody asked. Natalie texted me afternoon. Mother texted her all morning complaining that I was keeping her grandchild from her and asking Natalie to discuss it with me. Natalie didn't relay Mom's complaints or mediate. Instead, she texted me that she'd told Mom to work with the mediator and stopped facilitating. She said she was tired of being in the middle and that Mom needed to earn our trust. I texted her to thank her for setting the boundary. Natalie was discovering her voice instead of pleasing others. Sebastian Reed called while I made Quinn breakfast the next morning to discuss his park schedule near my apartment. Quinn played on the swings 25 feet away, so I sat on a bench to watch. Using his phone calendar, he suggested staying a week instead of 4 because his family wanted more time with Quinn and he could work remotely from the hotel. I tensed up and told him the therapist advised gradual increases for Quinn because 4 to 8 days was too fast. He looked frustrated, stroked his hair, and said she was fine. I interrupted him to say we shouldn't push harder because she seemed fine. Kid stress often appeared unexpectedly. After watching Quinn pump her legs on the swing, he nodded and said he understood, even though it was hard to leave when things were good. He listened instead of arguing and slowed down against his will, which I liked. We decided to stay 4 days and add 1 next month if Quinn adjusted successfully. We seemed to be learning to cooperate instead of just sacrificing for peace. I received an attachment from Jordan Blake 4 days later, showing my mother's first therapy intake appointment. A licensed therapist signed a form confirming weekly appointment dates, times, and treatment plans. I pondered the document, hopeful, but skeptical. One appointment didn't erase 6 years of abandonment and decades of conditionality. Jordan Blake's impartial email noted progress without exaggeration. She said this was just the first step and that lasting change takes months, not weeks. The email went into my mediation documentation folder, adding to the evidence that tracked everything. First time since moving, I drove to my old neighborhood that afternoon. I parked outside after 3 years in Quinn's dingy studio. The parking lot had oily water puddles, and the front door paint was peeling. The memories weighed me down as I sat with the engine running and windows up. The bleach-resistant mildew smell. Quinn crying from hunger while I waited for my paycheck to buy formula. Because the bus didn't arrive early, I walked 5 miles to work at night. Counting coins to decide if I could afford laundry or another week of dirty clothes. I worry about which bill to skip to eat every day. I clutched the steering wheel and remembered my caution. Why I questioned everything, built safety nets, and delayed trust. It wasn't paranoia or trouble. I learned by surviving alone. When we were broke, that instinct saved Quinn and me. After 10 minutes, I drove home to our roach-free apartment, feeling grateful and frustrated by the difficulty. Quinn cried into her pillow that night, confused. What was confusing her? I asked from her bed. She wondered why she had to go to Sebastian Reed's hotel instead of him coming to us. Being in 2 places and not knowing which was home was strange. Watching her struggle to understand at her age broke my heart. I took her favorite plush rabbit from the shelf and promised a routine between houses. We practiced in her room. The rabbit entered her small backpack first. She put on her shoes while we sang the ABCs. Our 4 kisses and hugs preceded her departure. We'd undo everything when she returned. She stopped crying and made me repeat it 5 times before remembering. After she laughed when I pretended to forget the letter. I cuddled her and promised to repeat the process to make her feel safe wherever we were. Jordan Blake's office hosted the mediation follow-up Tuesday morning. Mother arrived 15 minutes early and sat with folder on lap in waiting area. Jordan Blake called us again and we sat in the same chairs, same distance apart. My mother took 3 handwritten papers from her folder. Blake requested an audible reading. My mother shook as she recounted her actions, including pushing me out with 3 hours notice when I was 19 and pregnant and changing the locks so I couldn't return. Disregarding Natalie's pleas for shelter and telling my family I'd become a dancer instead of admitting I was homeless. Not visiting Quinn's birth hospital, even if Natalie told her. Living 25 minutes away without checking on us for 6 years. The list was 2 pages. Reading made her cry, but she didn't apologize or explain. After finishing, she looked at me and apologized for each mistake. Though more honest than her previous apologies, she still wanted to justify herself. I let the words sink in without comforting her or assuring her. This was a first step, not absolution, and she needed to prove herself through actions after a long silence. Jordan Blake scheduled our next check-in for a month. My restaurant manager and I had lunch the next day. My schedule had to change so I could watch Quinn at night when Sebastian Reed wasn't there. We checked his tablet staff calendar. My weekly shifts were hectic noon shifts instead of 3 evening shifts. Table turnover and consistent business lunch tips made lunch shifts pay better. After 6 years of reliability, he gave me first dibs on the calendar and preferred to work with me over losing me to another restaurant. I thanked him and felt relieved it was coming together. Slowly adding logistical breezes made the situation feel more stable and less likely to collapse. In a coffee shop, Sebastian Reed and I wrote Quinn's school statement for 2 hours. Our approach was simple. Quinn's father was found after much searching. We shared parenting. Parents preferred to discuss issues privately rather than with other parents or staff. We wanted Quinn to be supported without criticism or gossip. The principal called me that afternoon after Sebastian Reed emailed it. She thanked us for being proactive and agreed to brief Quinn's teacher and front office staff privately. They recorded pickup authorization in the system and asked us. She promised to monitor Quinn's issues and notify us. I hung up feeling we'd spared her drama. Friday afternoon, Emily Reynolds called. She said she'd reviewed the mediation papers and my mother's therapy documentation and approved a brief supervised meeting before contacting Quinn. For safety and neutrality, Jordan Blake would attend the mediation office meeting. Quinn wouldn't care if things went wrong because she wouldn't know. Next steps may be considered if successful. We scheduled the meeting for Thursday after I agreed. The next week, I was nervous and wrote and crossed out things to prepare for a conversation I didn't know how to have. The monitored meeting was harder than expected. A tissue box was on Jordan Blake's office table between my mother and me. Jordan Blake explained rules and had my mother read her written apologies. Much longer than what she read during mediation, it covered 6 years. She detailed times she'd refused help, lied to family, and put pride before my survival. She said Natalie called to say I'd delivered alone, and not go to the hospital. 3 years later, she saw Quinn's image for the first time, and felt nothing because I deserved it. Her voice broke several times, but she read. She finished, put the papers down, and cried defenseless. Sitting and letting the words sink in. Stopped denying my anger and pain to comfort her. Following several minutes, I told her I heard her. Not yet ready to forgive her. Though it wasn't right, I realized she wrote and read it honestly without justification. Jordan Blake asked what I wanted from my mother. Continuous therapy, respect for my boundaries, and time to prove she changed. Rest of the session was spent negotiating restricted contact. No overnight Quinn visits until further notice. She has no alone time for 9 months. Health checkups for Quinn every 4 months. Whether my mother continued therapy or not, she could be called grandma with strict restrictions that could be revoked if she crossed lines. My mother accepted everything without question. She admitted she broke my trust and it would take years to repair. Jordan Blake recorded our agreement and promised a 3-day explanation. I left the office exhausted but with clear and fair boundaries. Once she'd proven herself trustworthy through consistent activity, my mother would influence Quinn. Quinn's birthday was 4 weeks away, so I made a park party list Tuesday night. Paper plates, balloons, a grocery store sheet cake, and possibly tag or duck duck goose. Sebastian Reed dropped off Rachel Collins' papers that night and saw my notebook on the kitchen table. I told him about the park, Quinn's kindergarten friends, and how we'd make it simple and fun. After pausing, he suggested a princess party company or an activity site. I appreciated the offer, but I told him 7-year-olds didn't need fancy entertainment and Quinn would have more fun running around with her friends eating cake. Though disappointed, he asked how he could help. I gave him $60 for decorations and games and a dollar store list. The next day, he texted me photos of streamers and balloons he'd chosen, asking if the colors matched. It felt more normal than any expensive party. 3 days later, my mother called while I folded laundry. She advised Quinn to visit Switzerland for her birthday to see the Alps and stay at a family hotel. I paused mid-fold and told her we were focusing on small local visits, not international travel. She gently objected that Quinn would learn, and the family wanted to meet her. To restore trust, I said, respect limits without arguing. After calming down, she said she understood. No shame, no manipulation, just acceptance. After hanging up, I was surprised and hopeful the therapy was working. Rachel Collins resolved legal issues at a Friday afternoon office meeting. Sebastian Reed and I found her conference table covered in papers. Child support trust, parenting plan with timeline, and court filing paperwork. 2 hours were spent reviewing each piece to ensure we understood what we signed. A financial advisor would help me manage the trust's monthly payments, according to Rachel Collins. She scheduled an appointment for me with a person who taught newly wealthy people how to budget and invest instead of spend. Her business card was given to me by the advisor. Next Tuesday's meeting. Sebastian Reed signed everything without hesitation, and I signed with a shake because it felt official and permanent. Rachel Collins said she'd file the parenting plan with the court on Monday and get co-parenting status in weeks. After leaving that office, I felt grounded. Sebastian Reed invited me to a quiet restaurant a few blocks away for coffee and conversation. He looked uneasy, adding sugar to his espresso, and revealed that his father, Grant, had been calling him every other day about settling down. Quinn's father always implied I'd be a good fit to legitimize everything and clean up the family. I was afraid this would happen, so my stomach dropped. Sebastian Reed quickly informed his father that relationship was impossible now or ever. We wanted to be stable co-parents, not lovers, To please his family, no spectacular gesture or relationship could replace our respectful distance. Proving we could collaborate for Quinn was crucial. I liked his honesty and agreed. Glad we agreed. Quinn was more stable than fairy tales. The following week, Jordan Blake emailed me that my mother had 4 therapy sessions and was taking it seriously. The email said real change took months or years, not weeks, but early signs were promising. Reading it twice partially softened my cynicism into conditional trust. Not ready to believe she'd changed, I could observe her activities to see if they remained constant. Words were easy, but weekly treatment and boundaries were harder. Wednesday afternoon saw the first supervised visit at a downtown family center. An employee welcomed us in the foyer after I drove Quinn there and walked her in. My mother sat at a tiny table with crayons and coloring books in the visit room. Sitting with a book in the waiting area, I visited the building but not the room. The staff member told my mother the rules. No gifts, no promises of future visits, no pleading with Quinn to keep secrets, just conversation and activities. Quinn presented a colored butterfly picture an hour later. My mom followed without hugging Quinn goodbye. As planned, she thanked the staff member and exited sideways. Quinn was quiet, so I didn't make her talk in the car. We returned home and I made her a snack and sat with her at the kitchen table, gently asking how she felt about meeting her grandmother. Quinn called Grandma kind but sad, and they colored and talked about favorite animals. She wasn't sure if she wanted to see her again, maybe later, not next week. I told her it was fine to set the speed and nobody would force her. Her conflicted thoughts made sense, and I appreciated her honesty. We scheduled another appointment after discussing it with the therapist at our next appointment. In the park near our apartment, Quinn celebrated his birthday on a bright Saturday morning. Kids arrived around 10. Parents dropped down wrapped gifts and vowed to pick them up by noon. Sebastian Reed arrived early to help me set up folding tables and hang streamers from pavilion poles. Quinn ran with her friends playing tag and laughing so hard she hiccuped. We played musical chairs and red light green light before bringing out the cake with its sloppy grocery store frosting and 7 candles. Everyone sung, and Quinn exhaled them all, beaming. My mother arrived at 11 for her 30-minute monitored window, calmly watching from the pavilion edge. She grinned as Quinn waved between games after bringing herself instead of gifts as requested. She said goodbye to Quinn without drama and returned to her car on time. As she left, I felt something unexpected. Maybe not forgiveness, but faith that this could work if she followed the guidelines. Natalie met me for lunch the following Tuesday at a sandwich shop between our apartments. She appeared more calm than in years. Over Turkey Club, she informed me she wouldn't listen to our mother's concerns about me longer and that she could talk to her therapist. Mom initially resisted, but Natalie persisted, and their conversations are now shorter and less unpleasant. We discussed what it meant to be sisters instead of just 2 people who survived the same horrible mother and made plans to hang out more and create our own connections away from family conflict. It was nice to have an ally who knew my past and didn't pressure me to forgive. Thursday brought my community college spring semester acceptance letter. I applied weeks ago but didn't think it would happen. Business basics, English composition, and accounting are the first 4 classes. The schedule fit Quinn's kindergarten hours and Sebastian Reed's visit days, and I no longer felt financial stress. I could buy textbooks without sacrificing groceries. Could study instead of working multiple shifts. Sitting at my kitchen table with that acceptance letter, I thought about the future I'd always planned for Quinn and me, the one I'd built through 6 years of pain and survival. Realization was imminent. Not because someone rescued me, but because I battled for it and had the support. Finally, I felt solid ground under my feet after 6 years, and I was ready to move forward. Quinn watched Sebastian Reed's car drive away on Tuesday morning as he went for Switzerland. Her hand touched the glass. We scheduled the video calls before he went. Her calendar included stickers she chose for specific times. The first call was at bedtime, and she showed Dad her room on the tablet, pointing at her toys and chatting about kindergarten. He listened and asked questions, and after we hung up, she used the wall calendar stickers to mark the days until his next visit. The method worked better than intended, providing her something to track instead of waiting and wondering. She knew when to anticipate him, making the distance easier. Made his absence manageable, not threatening. Our counselor confirmed my mother's weekly therapy attendance as required. To evaluate Quinn's progress, we organized monthly monitored visits with 4-month benchmarks. I deliberately slowed down to protect Quinn over my mother. She was punctual for visits, followed the regulations, and didn't try to get extra access. I was most shocked by her lack of drama, as I anticipated her to push limits. Instead, she seemed to realize this was her only way back and needed to be careful. Natalie met me for coffee every other week and we chatted about things other than our mother, creating a relationship without family issues. I sat in our living room with the lights off pondering late one night after Quinn fell asleep. It was calm and safe in the flat. There was nothing like Quinn's first shelter nights in a dresser drawer because I couldn't afford a crib. The difference between then and now was stark. We had come a long way from that county hospital where I gave birth alone. The bugs at our old studio sprang to mind. Customers who grabbed my ass for $3 tips, going 5 miles to work at night. I didn't want those memories to fade when things improved. We needed to recall our location. Therefore, I never took this steadiness for granted. My heart had gratitude and caution. Both needed and real. Our new normal was messy but organized in ours. Quinn had 2 respectable parents who coordinated schedules and placed her needs first, even when it was hard. Her granny earned her entry with tight rules and checkpoints. Aunt who was becoming a friend instead of a scared sister. Her mother had endured hell and built something strong, so she realized how much it cost to get here. We all ended up more stable, better, but not ideal. It was enough. My son gave up my surname to choose his wealthy stepfather. My $2,900 support ended instantly. Stepdad has mountains of debt. Not my problem anymore. I no longer want your last name, my son said. My new dad calls you a loser, so I should take a man's name. My wife grinned. I answered, fine. 10 days later, the family lawyer called. Ma'am, do you realize what you just let him sign away? I paid $425 a month in child support for 4 years, while my ex and her new husband posted Cancun vacation photographs and purchased my kid the latest gaming console. I ate ramen in my studio apartment while worked extra to pay rent and bills. The disrespect began tiny. My son stopped calling me dad and started calling me. Then he told how his stepdad taught him to be a man, fix automobiles, toss a football, and stand up for himself. My lessons before the divorce, before his mother poisoned him against me. I knew things had changed when he wore his stepdad's jersey to our weekend visit. He texted throughout dinner, ignoring me. He shrugged as I asked about education. When I offered hiking as we used to, he replied, his real dad took him last weekend. He stated it then. Refusing to enter my doorstep. Want a new name? Drop yours. Take his. He continues. You're a loser who can't even afford a real house. My ex stood behind him, arms crossed, smiling. Her face when the judge gave her primary custody and set my support payments. She planned her next vacation. I saw her luxury purse, which I had paid for, on her shoulder like a trophy. She said, he's old enough to make his own choices. Fighting it will make him hate you more. We both know you can't afford another court battle. I saw my 14-year-old son, taller than his mother, wearing shoes that cost more than my monthly shopping budget. I purchased for shoes with my monthly check. Fine, I said. If you want, I called my lawyer the next morning. You sure? He inquired. No turning back after signing. This ends everything. For sure. Prepare the name change, adoption, and other documentation. I signed everything without reading the tiny print. My ex was excited, texting me about how mature I was, how this was best for everyone, and how her husband was planned to take my son fishing that weekend to celebrate our new family. 9 days later, my phone rang. When my ex's lawyer called, I was stocking shelves at my third warehouse job. I learned about it later, but I'll never forget her panicked call. You did what? I gave you exactly what you wanted. I answered quietly. All paperwork is filed. Adoption complete. Legal adoption by the step-parent ends child support. Standard law. Your lawyer should have caught that before pushing this through. Silence. Your husband wanted to be his real dad, I said. Now he is. Congratulations. The monthly cost is $3,750. His responsibility begins now. College fund I contributed to. Insurance, medical bills, etc. Every obligation goes to the adoptive parent. Can't? Already did. Judge gave up this morning. All done. Behind me, her husband was shouting, getting angrier. We can't afford should have considered that before telling my son I'm useless. Alternatively, your husband's son. Legally, the call stopped. I resumed shelf stocking, but not out of necessity. That night, my phone burst with messages. Then my son remembered my name and begged me to undo it. Threats and pleas from my ex. Her lawyer looking for bogus loopholes. The law is great because biological parents have no legal responsibility after an adoption. None. I blocked my ex's number. Also my son. He could respectfully communicate in person. A non-lawyer sent me a letter 4 months later. Cream-colored, thick envelopes were pricey. Corner imprinted with my son's school logo. A handwritten headmaster letter was inside. Hi Mr. Callahan, writing about your son's tuition. You may know that custodial guardians split the $48,000 annual charge. We had a unique circumstance. The account listed you as the main financial contact. We contacted Mr. and Mrs. Langford, your ex-wife, to update our records after the adoption proceedings. We seems to confuse people about the semester payment. Despite legal changes, Mrs. Langford insists you stay financially responsible. Mr. Langford became upset throughout our phone call and suggested we negotiate fees. Our lawyers examined the situation. Since Mr. Langford is the legal parent, he takes on all financial obligations. We must pay by August 22nd or withdraw from the school. You should know about the circumstance. Regards, Headmaster Caldwell. I laughed after setting down the letter. Really laughing. The stomach-aching sort. My ex cherished that private school. She boasted about getting our son enrolled, posting images of him in his uniform on social media, the networking opportunities, the prestigious alumni network, and how it would secure his future. I took my calculator. $48,000 for tuition, and $3,750 monthly support had been promised. Her new spouse inherited $9,600 annually. The phone buzzed. Unknown number. I almost didn't reply. Hello. We must talk. My ex's voice changed. Small, terrified. We probably don't. Please listen. I stayed on the line against my better judgment. The school claims you're done paying. His expulsion is imminent. Not my problem. Still your son. I interrupted. He's not. Legally. I have no son. Exactly what you desired. Remember? That was his wish. A child. He was confused. He's 14. Old enough to call me a loser. Old enough to reject my name. Old enough to accept his decisions. I heard her sobbing. Previously, the sound would have broken me. It would have driven me to correct it. Brandon can't afford this, she whispered. Hearing her pronounce her husband's name felt alien. Desperate. I suppose your son will attend public school. Good ones abound. Don't understand. Business of Brandon. Not doing as well as expected. All automobiles, trips, and houses are leveraged. We're barely surviving. The truth emerged. Vacation images, luxury outfits, costly meals, smoke, and mirrors. Credit card and loan financed Instagram perfection. Sounds like you married a loser, I whispered. The line ended. Sitting on my apartment balcony, I poured myself an excellent whiskey I'd saved. Though small, it was mine, my own money. No debt, no pretense. My phone rang again. Different number. Leave it on voicemail. Dad. Son's voice faltered. I am. Can we talk? Mom says, I have to call you Dad again. She says, we need to fix this. Please call back. I deleted it. My ex's lawyer sent another letter 3 days later. Changed lawyer. Maybe couldn't afford the costly one. The letter demanded I resume child support payments, stating the adoption was signed under duress. I deceived them, and any rational person would have disclosed the financial repercussions. I sent it to my lawyer in one sentence. Please handle this how you wish. Calling me that afternoon, he laughed hard. You're accused of deception. It appears you signed the requested and initiated paperwork. Their lawyer examined everything. This is textbook buyer's remorse. Can they win? No chance. A judge will laugh them out of court. Now for the fascinating part. If they proceed, they must pay court fees. You can sue for harassment and legal fees if they lose. Are we talking much? Expect another $18,000, $25,000. It took about 4 seconds to think. Command them to proceed. He chuckled. Hoped you'd say that. The court date was 7 weeks away. During that time, my ex, her husband, and kids sent letters. Each desperate than the last. Reading my son's letters was difficult. First, he apologized. Claimed he didn't intend it. That his stepfather abused him over money. Missing our camping excursions and wanting his old name back. The second letter was angrier, calling me selfish for punishing him for his mother's sins and said a good father wouldn't desert his child. The third letter offered to hike again without mentioning money. Said he had crucial school news. I kept all letters in a drawer. Ignored them. Unknown caller 5 weeks before court. Now I said, Mr. Professional woman's voice Callahan, Roosevelt Middle School Principal Monroe, calling about your son. My heart stopped. What happened? Though physically okay, he had an incident today. He fought a classmate. Sat down. My son had never fought in 14 years. Kind of incident? Another boy teased him about his new surname. Something about his real dad rejecting him. Your son struck first. Between us, silence stretched. I eventually declared I'm not his legal guardian. You must call his mother and hubby. We did 3 times. No reply. Our system still lists you as an emergency contact. Because updating it would have taken work, should have accepted reality. Can you get him? Principal Monroe inquired. His suspension is 4 days. He requires immediate pickup. Checked my watch. My 90-minute court prep meeting with my lawyer was scheduled. I'll arrive in 25 minutes. Drive time felt longer. I kept practicing my explanation that I wasn't his father anymore, that he'd made his choice, and that actions have repercussions. When I entered the principal's office and saw him sitting there, his eyes swelling, fingers split, shoulders heaving as he fought not to cry, all those practiced words vanished. His face collapsed as he gazed up at me. You came. Unable to say, I nodded. Principal Monroe explained. The other youngster was persistent. My son was teased for weeks about the name change, and how his true dad threw him away. Finally, he snapped today. The other kid's punishment? I requested. He'll be suspended, 0 tolerance despite his provocation. Boys punched each other. Both boys are suspended. I regarded my son. Grab your stuff. We silently walked to my car. I opened the passenger door. He paused. I didn't expect you, he whispered. Neither did I. Long drive home to my apartment. He looked out the window, wincing and massaging his sore eye. Does it hurt? I asked. Yes, good. He glanced at me bewildered. Pain is how we learn, I said. It sounds like you learned something today. Fighting is bad? That words hurt more than fists. He paused. Logan then claimed you no longer wanted me. You signed me away like trash. What do you think? Not sure what to think. I stopped at a petrol station, turned off, and faced him. You called me a loser. You rejected my name. You said your stepdad was your true dad, so I did what you asked. It wasn't meant. Yes, you did. You meant every word then, and that's good. Behavior has repercussions. You picked him. Living with that choice is yours. He started crying. I'm sorry. Of course you are. But sorry doesn't alter legal documents. Can't you fix? I cannot, even if I would. Once finalized, adoption is permanent. Your stepdad is now your legal father. So he's accountable for you, your school, your future, everything. He pays nothing. Their mom claims they can't afford it. We may have to move, she says. Restarted the automobile. This is no longer my issue. Silence filled the rest of the drive. I prepared him a sandwich and offered him ice in my apartment. He ate mechanically, staring at my living room's modest TV. This place is tiny, he said. After paying your support all those years, I can afford it. He looked around like he was seeing it for the first time. Second-hand furniture, sink dishes, and work clothes beside the entrance. Were you eating ramen daily for 8 months, sometimes twice? Why didn't you say? Would it have mattered? He remained silent. Sitting across from him. Your stepdad drives a Mercedes, has a pool, takes you to nice places, and buys $250 shoes. Did you wonder how he paid for that? Mom reported his success. Pretending is his forte. All that stuff is financed via credit cards and loans. Nothing is real. But every vacation, new gaming system, and nice dinner paid for with my child support money were supposed to be for your food, clothes, and future. Instead, they pretended to be rich. His face paled. Nobody told me. Naturally, you did not. They guaranteed it. The court date was a dismal Tuesday morning. My thrift store suit, dry cleaned to seem almost new, was my best suit. My ex and her husband were already there with their cheap attorney who appeared fresh out of law school. My ex had dark under-eye circles. Her fancy purse was replaced with a bargain shop bag. Her spouse gazed at his phone, jaw set, ignoring me. Lawyer leaned over. They will claim that you concealed information about the adoption's financial effects to deceive them. Do they have proof? They may attempt, but we have signed paperwork proving their lawyer reviewed everything. We have emails where you consented to their wishes and text messages from your ex praising your ease. The 60-year-old judge had sharp eyes and no patience for bullshit. As she read the documents, she glanced up at us over her spectacles. Let me see if I understand this correctly, she remarked, staring at my ex's lawyer. Your client sought adoption. The lawyer examined all documents. They want to revoke Mr. Callahan's uncontested signing because of the financial ramifications. Your Honor, Mr. Callahan failed to disclose. Not disclosed what? Financial responsibility comes with adoption. It's not disclosure. Counselor. Just simple sense. Child support ends with lawful adoption. The basics of family law. She regarded my ex and her husband. Was this not explained by your lawyer? My ex spoke shakily. We imagined he'd support his son. Son of his? A judge raised his eyebrow. According to these documents, Mr. Langford is legal father. Callahan has no son. No one spoke in court. Yes, my ex's lawyer attempted again. My clients acted honestly. Were they? Judge shuffled documents. Mrs. Langford texts Mr. Callahan that her son needs a genuine father, not a broke loser who can't afford a good apartment. In emails, she calls Mr. Callahan's financial contributions offensive and inadequate. I have evidence that the youngster, formally, adopted Mr. Langford after rejecting Mr. Callahan. She faced my ex. You cannot have both. You cannot reject this man, scorn his finances, push your son to replace him, legally separate his parental rights, and then demand he maintain a child who is no longer his. My ex cried at school. Mr. Langford now manages the school and everything else. The judge faced me. Mr. Callahan, any more comments? I rose. Lawyer grasped my arm to urge me to be careful. Honor, I loved my son. Working 3 jobs to pay support. Going without so he could have, but love is mutual. He looked me in the eye and informed me I wasn't his father, which hurt more than money. I fulfilled their request. If they regret it now, it's not my fault. The judge nodded slowly. Motion refused. The adoption stands. Mr. Callahan has no child-related legal duty. Plaintiffs will pay court costs. She hammered her gavel. We're adjourned. My ex sobbed in her seat. Her red-faced husband whispered fiercely to their lawyer. I gathered my belongings and approached the exit. Wait. I turned. My youngster was in the courtroom's back. He was nowhere to be seen. He seemed tiny. Generic jeans and a t-shirt replaced the costly attire. His hair was unstyled and long. His mother had made him appear Instagram perfect, but now he looked normal. Can we talk? He asked. Outside? My lawyer nodded as I glanced. I'll wait in car. A bench outside the courthouse was our destination. Spring was trying to emerge. Trees have little green buds despite the cold. I heard what you said there, he said. About loving me. I loved you. Past tense. You hate me now? I was surprised by the question. Thought about it. I said no, finally. I don't hate you. I'm sorry for what I said, for everything. I know you are. Can you pardon me? I looked at this youngster, because he was a kid, and saw all the years behind us, teaching him to ride a bike, reading bedtime stories, camping in the mountains. Everything felt like another lifetime. Maybe someday, I said. Not today. Your mother and legal father will take you home today. You and I will live with our choices. Suppose I need you? Then you'll find it out as I did when you said you didn't need me. Wiping tears. Everything's falling apart. Now Mom and Brandon quarrel constantly. All about money, myself, you. Brandon says I ruined his life. He only wanted Mom, never a child. A pang of pity, but I learnt the hard way that pity didn't pay bills or heal wounds. That sounds hard. I stated it's not my problem. What should I do? Your growth is coming. Learn that actions have repercussions. You'll learn that true lovers don't have conditions. Did you love me or your son? I had asked myself this good question in my studio apartment on lonely nights, so it hit me like a punch in the belly. I finally said I loved you. Just you, not your mother's Instagram version or your stepdad's mini-me. This dinosaur-loving, dark-phobic kid asked a million questions about everything. That youngster lives. I don't know the person in front of me who calls me a loser and refuses my name, therefore he needs to find his way back. I rose. This chat kept going round, and I had work in an hour. I must leave. If you have your number, may I have it? You declined. Without looking back, I walked to my car. My lawyer was waiting, pretending to check his phone. That seems intense, it was his claim. You okay? Yes, I will. We drove back to his office to finish paperwork. The court granted me legal fees. My ex must pay $10,000 more. Money she lacked. Money that would likely bankrupt them. They'll try again. My lawyer answered, different angle, different argument. People like that persevere. Let them try. I won't pay again. He smiled. Good man. That night, I sat in my flat with a beer and laptop. Started something I'd delayed for months. I looked at apartments in better neighborhoods with 3 bedrooms and facilities that I could afford now that I wasn't paying my ex $425 per month. The phone buzzed. Text from an unknown number. This is Brandon. Man-to-man communication is needed. I almost blocked it, but curiosity won. Talk. For spite, you're wrecking a child's life. Living my own life. Choose to be his dad. Be one now. Can't afford it. School, insurance, everything. I shouldn't have named me a loser without considering it. Heat of the moment. Kids are like that. I do. Which is why I'm teaching him something vital. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, reappeared. What if I reimburse your court fees? For everything. We can negotiate. Not interested. Please, I implore. I'll lose everything. The house, cars, everything. I remembered all those holiday images, designer outfits, expensive restaurants, and his smug look when he picked up my son for the weekend in his Mercedes while I stood there in my thrift store jeans. Typing went well. Learn how it feels. Block the number. 2 months. My new apartment is nicer. 3 bedrooms as planned. 1 for me, 1 as an office, guest room, or vacant space. I started saving. Real money. Created investment account. Prepared for a future without monthly support payments and weekend visitation. My lawyer called Wednesday afternoon. You'll doubt this. Try me. Your ex declares bankruptcy. The house is foreclosed. Her husband's company failed. Moving across town to a rental apartment. My son attended Roosevelt Middle, a public school. One he was suspended from. I saw the irony. All those networking and alumni relationships at the top private school are gone. He was where he would have been if his mother hadn't been so appearance obsessed. More, my lawyer said. She asks for divorce. Already surprised. Financial stress was excessive. Additionally, Brandon was failing at parenting. Maybe being a genuine dad is harder than he expected. The satisfaction I expected was lacking. Just exhausted. Tired of it all. Now what? She may approach you again, try to reconcile, ask for money, or guilt you about your son. You owe her nothing legally. The adoption stands. Despite the divorce, Brandon is father. The divorce doesn't remove their obligations. I sat on my balcony with a drink after we wrapped up. As the sun fell, the sky turned orange and pink. From here, I could see the city, could watch my life's progress. The phone buzzed. This time, I knew the number. Hello, I am. My son spoke differently, somewhat older. I know I shouldn't call, but I wanted your voice. I listened without responding. Brandon and mom are divorcing. Moving to a smaller place. I switched schools. Now everything's different. You handling it? Though difficult. I'm understanding what you meant by consequences. Brandon is no longer my dad. Legally, he is, but not in practice. Rarely speaks to me. You stopped picking me up. Mom says he blames me for everything. I felt that same aching again, the urge to fix it, step in, and be my usual dad. Sorry you're going through that, I stated cautiously. Can't fix it for you. I know. I'm not demanding. I wanted to say something. What's that? Back to my old name. My mom helps me with paperwork. Back to Callahan. Return to yours. A knot formed in my throat. Why? It's my name. Who I am. I should not have quit. That won't change anything legally. Brandon remains your legal father. Yes, but names matter. I learned that from you. Remember? Our great-great-grandfather came here with nothing and built everything, hence our name. It denotes honesty, hard work, and keeping your promise. I completed. Yes, I recall. Between us, silence stretched. Not uncomfortable, just there. See you sometime? He inquired. I'm not seeking payment. I miss you. I miss our chats. My empty bedroom in my new apartment crossed my mind. About my closet-packed camping stuff. About the weekends I spent alone while my son posted images with his true dad. Maybe. I suggested starting slowly with occasional phone calls. See how it goes. Really? Really? There are restrictions. Okay. You respect me. You don't lie to me and know I'm not your ATM or backup. Just me. Take or leave. I'll accept. We talked for 25 more minutes about school. His classes. A book he was reading, normal stuff we used to talk about before everything broke apart. I felt something new after we hung up. Nor happiness, nor hope, simply potential. We found a rhythm after 8 months. 3 phone calls a week, Saturday lunches occasionally. We focused on the now without discussing the past or the hurt. He described his professors, friends, and algebra troubles. He heard about my life, career, and plans. Things were being rebuilt. No father-son relationship, legally, but real. I expected the question when he asked it at our normal diner one Saturday. Will you ever forgive Mom? I stirred coffee. I rarely think about your mother. Sometimes she asks about you. How are you? Want to know? She has my number. She fears you detest her. The boy was steadily becoming a familiar face to me. Who said thanks? My day? Who asked? Who arrived as promised? I don't hate her. I responded. I don't trust her either. Not as her friend or safety net. Fair enough. You sound older when you speak like that, he shrugged. I'm older. It feels like I matured this year. I drove him home to his mother's apartment after our supper. He lived in a nasty neighborhood that would have shocked his mother 18 months earlier. Clean, safe, and theirs. He hesitated, exiting. Lunch was appreciated. Anytime. Thanks for giving me another chance, even if I didn't deserve it. Everyone deserves a second chance. Please no third. He grinned. Fair enough. I drove home to my flat after watching him enter. Won by working hard and refusing to be a doormat. My phone rang while driving. Unknown number. Something compelled me to answer. Mr. Callahan talks professionally. Child Protective Services Officer Hayes. I'm calling about your son, or former son, and a predicament. My stomach sank. What kind of situation? The boy's legal guardian, Brandon Langford, was arrested. Domestic abuse of mothers. The child needs interim care while we figure things out. And your name was considered. Not his legal guardian. We know, but the mother listed you as an emergency contact. Says the youngster would be comfortable living with you while we investigate because you've been in his life recently. I stopped on the side. My hands shook. For how long? It may take days. May take months. Depends on the investigation and whether the mother can prove she can give a safe environment. My vacant guest bedroom, camping gear in my closet, quiet lunches, phone calls, and patient restoration of trust sprang to mind. It needs some thought, I said. Although surprising, we need an answer by tomorrow a.m. Otherwise, he enters foster care. After hanging up, I waited in my car for 25 minutes. I sat there watching traffic, unsure what to do. This wasn't my issue. I gave up my rights. I was expelled. I rebuilt my life without him. But then, I remembered the cafe youngster thanking you for lunch. He listened to phone calls. About his genuine desire to improve. I rang my lawyer. Are you crazy? When I explained, he inquired. You fought for a year to escape. Why return? No more diving in. Just temporary care. There a difference? From where I sit, you're about to ruin everything we've done. Maybe. But what else? Put him in foster care. Let him think I abandoned him again? He left you first. A child. Minors make mistakes. My lawyer sighed. This is guardianship, not parenting. It means no legal rights, no voice in his future, simply obligation without authority. Yes, I understand. If his mother gets her act together, she can take him back anytime. Nothing protects you. I know. Another sigh. You're too good for yourself. You know. Maybe I'm naive enough to think doing the right thing matters. Need anything? Call me. I'll prepare guardianship paperwork. I picked up my son from CPS the next morning. He had a bag and looked worried. You came? Relief filled his face. Yes, I came. Thought you wouldn't. Finally, we got in my car. Temporary. You understand? Yes. I understand. We have rules. I govern my home. Go to school. Do your homework. Respect me. Got it. Got it. You return to your mother when she resolves everything. This is temporary. He didn't believe that, judging by his look. That he want more. Silently, we drove to my flat. When we arrived, I showed him the guest room. Yours while you're here. One desk is for homework. Wi-Fi password is on fridge. Dinner is 6:30. Breakfast at 6:45 a.m. before class. He examined the little room's plain walls and furniture. Not like his stepdad's posh bedroom. But not the Instagram perfect world his mother tried to create. It's nice, he whispered. Thank you. That first night was awkward. Dinner was shared. Pasta because it was simple. Chatted about school. After dishes, he did schoolwork in his room while I watched TV. At 9:30, he emerged. Please allow me to ask? Sure. What made you agree? No need. No debt to me. I contemplated how to respond to my mixed emotions. You're right. No debt to you. However, you're just a child stuck in adult mistakes. I may not be your legal father, but I can still be there when it matters. He nodded slowly. This time, I'll do better. No mistakes, I guarantee. Be yourself. I only ask that. 4 weeks became 4 months. His mother was court-ordered to therapy. Brandon was jailed. Investigations were taking longer than planned. We developed a regimen that seemed almost regular. Breakfast before school, me assisting with homework, weekend outings to the hardware store or bookstore, or driving around talking about nothing. He called me Dad again. Casually, like it was the most normal thing in the world, not legally. Please help me with this math problem, Dad. How about dinner, Dad? Dad, thanks for taking me to the game. Each time, it became easier to hear and less unpleasant. We hiked one Saturday afternoon like we did years ago. The walk was difficult, and we were exhausted at the top. He mentioned this was where we went when I was little. Yes. Indeed. You informed me the mountain is the same challenge for rich and poor, powerful and weak. That talk was forgotten. Remember that? I recall everything. You attempted to teach me everything. I wasn't listening. Sitting on a rock, we watched the valley below. I'm listening, he whispered. Of course you are. Would I change what I said about the name, and you being a loser that day? Absolutely. I know, but can't. I'm trying to show you that I changed and learned. My hand touched his shoulder. You're doing well, youngster. Better than fine. Are you forgiving me? He had been wanting to ask the question for months but hadn't had the nerve. I said yeah, finally. I forgive you. He cried. He cried quietly as we sat on that hillside. Thank you, he muttered. We waited until the sun sank, painting the sky in the same oranges and pinks I saw from my apartment balcony. This time, I had company. 8 months after CPS called, his mother was allowed to take him back. She had a secure job, finished therapy, and moved into a decent apartment. The court declared her ready. He loved chicken tacos, so we made them the night before he left and ate quietly. He said, I don't want to go, ultimately. You must. Your mother. I know, but it feels like I'm losing you again. You're not losing me. I'm available by phone and can do lunch on Saturdays. Promise? He returned to his mother's the next day. We carried his boxes up 3 flights of stairs. His anxious mother stood in the doorway. Thank you, she said. For everything. No, thanks needed, I don't deserve. I did it for him, not you. She nodded, agreeing. Can we discuss everything sometime? Maybe. When ready. I drove back to my apartment after saying goodbye to my son, who wasn't legally mine but felt like mine. The guest room was empty again. Though quiet, the flat didn't feel lonely. I felt calm. My son's school called 18 months later. He was nominated for highest academic advancement. The ceremony was next week. Wanna come? This time, I wore a genuine suit and sat in the back of the auditorium. He crossed the stage with his head held high when summoned. He grinned at me as he accepted his award. We got ice cream after the ceremony. Same shop as when he was little. I was accepted to honors, he said. For high school. Very impressive. You make me proud. I want to design durable things in engineering or architecture. Good pick. You taught me how to construct meaningful things. We discussed his goals and future. I learned something crucial in that conversation. His legal father may not be me. Maybe never again. I was the one who arrived. Who taught him second chances and consequences. Who proved love doesn't need a license or surname. Despite the difficulty, showing up is sometimes enough. Despite injury, despite your rational brain telling you to leave. My phone buzzed as we left the ice cream shop. Text from an unknown number. Your ex-wife. I wanted you to know something despite our lack of communication. You saved him as I failed. When Brandon refused. Your arrival saved him. I can never repay that. I glanced at the message for a while before typing back. No repayment required. We're fine because we didn't start as planned. Husband and wife, family, yet differently. As 2 persons who learned from their mistakes. As 2 adults raising a good child in a tough environment. I saw something else as I drove my son home that night. I left without winning. I didn't win because I stopped child support or punished them. I won because I showed up when it counted. Because I choose to be bigger. Because I loved an unworthy kid. Even after hurting me. Even though staying away was easy. True fathers do that. They do it because they are, not because of a document. I pray you dead. My sister said it for 7 years. At her wedding, the photographer played the audio evidence to the crowd. Groom left at the altar. Madeline, my younger sister, started wishing I were dead when she was 15 and I was 18. Not in fury during fights, just casually regarding the weather. She'd say, wouldn't it be nice if I just didn't exist? When I entered the kitchen, Mom told her to stop being dramatic, but never disciplined her. Dad said she was going through a period and I needed to step up. The phase lasted 7 years. Madeline called me at college to tell she had a dream I died and woke up disappointed. She informed my party guests that the world would be better off without me when I graduated nursing school. Madeline stated she was honest about her sentiments when my aunt inquired why she said something so awful. She wished on the turkey wishbone that I'd disappear forever at Christmas, loud enough for Granny to hear. Madeline laughed and said it was sibling rivalry while Grandma clutched her chest. When I engaged to Evan, Madeline advised him to do better and wish I died before the wedding so he could find someone better. Evan was stunned and unsure what to say. Madeline claimed she was guarding him against error. Every Sunday, my parents invited us to dinner, and Madeline spent the whole meal detailing ways I may die that week. Monday car accident, Tuesday food illness, Wednesday falling downstairs. She ate Mom's pot roast while presenting it as a weather prediction. Mom protested monthly, but Dad said ignoring her was best. I stopped coming to dinners but felt guilty about leaving family. My hospitalization for appendicitis was the worst. Madeline arrived and told the nurse she hoped this was it. Madeline stated she'd been waiting for me to die for years and thought this was her time when the nurse inquired what she meant. My parents felt I was harsh for not letting my sister visit during a medical emergency, but the nurse phoned security and removed Madeline. When I tried no contact, my parents stated I was tearing the family apart over words. Just words. Like hearing your sister wish for your death 3 times a week for 7 years wasn't enough. They stated Madeline was jealous I was older and more accomplished and should feel sorry for her. Being sympathetic to someone who wished me dead drained me. After becoming engaged to Lucas, Madeline needed me. It would seem horrible without her only sister as a bridesmaid, so she wanted me. She asked me to help plan since I just got married. She wanted my vendor discount because I worked with their cousin at the hospital. She expected me to celebrate her life milestone after years of wishing me dead. I agreed to be a bridesmaid but had other intentions. Madeline's death wishes were usually spoken to relatives. She managed her stranger image well. But she didn't know Claire, her wedding photographer, was my patient's daughter. Claire's mom was my favorite cancer patient, and we became close. Claire offered a friends and family discount for my wedding, and we kept in touch. Claire called me immediately after receiving Madeline's wedding booking, knowing the last name. Claire had her recorder going during the engagement photo session. She caught Madeline saying she wished I'd died before getting engaged. She recorded Madeline saying she'd save on a bridesmaid dress if I died before the wedding. She had Madeline tell Lucas she prayed I'd disappear forever every night. Lucas uneasily quipped that was dark. But Madeline insisted she was serious. Claire recorded the rehearsal dinner and heard Madeline's toast, in which she claimed she was delighted I was alive to watch her happiness since I'd never have a marriage this perfect. My parents smiled sweetly. Claire kept recording as Madeline whispered she still wanted me dead but needed me to grin for photos tomorrow. Claire had everything ready for the wedding. She invited Madeline to check her best photos before the event. On her camera screen, she played the compilation loud enough for the wedding party. Madeline wished me dead 17 times, according to her pals. Lucas's relatives heard her say she'd celebrate my death. She told me she imagined my funeral, the clergyman heard. While applying Madeline's lipstick, the makeup artist heard everything. Silence filled the room. I saw Richard reach into his jacket pocket for his phone, while Lucas's parents sat 2 chairs away from Madeline. He kept his hand wrapped around something and his eyes on Claire's camera screen. Elaine clutched his arm with both hands, her knuckles turning white as Madeline said she'd save money on my bridesmaid outfit if I died. Elaine's cheeks lost color so fast I thought she may faint. She leaned against her husband and murmured, "Call it off." Richard nodded sharply for the last time. He took his phone out of his pocket and scrolled through contacts while the collection played. Nobody opposed him. He was ignored save for Elaine, who held her death grasp on his arm like she was holding herself up. The makeup artist hesitantly left her station with her brushes, eyes wild as Madeline's recorded voice said she'd celebrate if I died in a car accident. Brooke appeared transfixed near the dress rack, one hand covering her mouth and the other limp at her side. She stared at Madeline like she'd never seen her before, like the wedding dress-wearing stranger had her closest friend's face. The other bridesmaids muttered together near the door, heads lowered. I heard words like always new and false and poor girl floating across the room. They continued staring at Madeline with disgust, then at me with pity or shock. Madeline stood stationary in her white dress in the center of the room, except for her hands, which kept opening and shutting. Her expression changed so quickly it was hard to track. First shock, jaw flying open, eyes bulging. She clenched her jaw and turned red in wrath. Then terror as she looked around the room and saw everyone watching, judging, and seeing her as she was for the first time. The rehearsal dinner tape showed Madeline telling Lucas she prayed every night that I'd disappear forever. Madeline charged Claire with her hands threatening to grab the camera. She screamed that Claire had manipulated everything and it was phony. High and frantic, her voice cracked on the words. I was surprised by how quickly the makeup artist blocked the camera between Madeline and Claire. She gestured like she was soothing a dangerous animal and took modest steps backward to keep Madeline from the equipment. The makeup artist kept her place between the bride and the camera despite her pale complexion and shaking hands. Claire kept the camera steady behind her and played the compilation for everyone. Madeline tried to get past the makeup artist, but she remained firm, and something about being terrified of her stopped her. She stood there gasping, her chest heaving under the white lace. Lucas stood still near the window. He had a pale, almost colorless face and quivering hands as he grabbed the window frame. He opened his mouth twice before speaking. He finally spoke, but his voice was so soft everyone had to struggle to hear him. He questioned Madeline whether anything was true. Just 6 words, but they bombed the room. Madeline whirled toward him so swiftly, her dress fluttered over her legs. She began rambling that I was being theatrical and misinterpreting everything. She claimed it was sibling rivalry, that all sisters talked like way, and that I was overreacting. Her voice was off. To her, I knew. It was hollow and thin, like reading lines she didn't believe. Lucas stared at her, waiting, and Madeline kept talking faster to fill the silence with meaningless justifications. My mother ran forward, her shoes clicking loudly. She was doing her damage control voice, used when Madeline did something wrong and mom needed to fix it. She assured everyone that sisters say things they don't mean, that this was a major misunderstanding, and that families are complicated. My father constantly stood behind her, nodding to her words. He started to agree with her, saying Madeline was simply going through a phase, and everyone should relax. Richard stopped him mid-sentence. His voice was cold and biting, unlike the rehearsal dinner's polite small talk. He questioned about 7-year phases. My dad's mouth was open but silent. Richard rose up from his chair, phone in hand, and gazed at my parents like germs on his shoe. He'd heard enough and wanted to make some calls, and his tone made it apparent they were about canceling everything. All along, the pastor had watched from the door with his hands clasped. He quietly cleared his throat and said he needed time to pray and decide if he could conduct this event correctly. Though polite, everyone understood his meaning. He finished. He left the bridal suite without replying. His shoes made subtle sounds on the carpet until the door closed and silenced them. The resulting hush was immense. There was no wedding without him. Everyone knew. People were doing the arithmetic and recognizing this was falling apart right now. Madeline called out like a broken animal and cried before the ceremony. Not pretty, movie-style tears. Ugly crying with crimson cheeks and black makeup streaks. Her entire body shook. I stood against the wall in the back of the room, where I'd been all along, ready to disappear. Every event felt weird and remote, like I was watching someone else. I felt so relieved that finally someone saw what I've been living with. But another part of me was astonished at how quickly Madeline's beautiful day was unraveling. I wanted everyone to know the truth, but I hadn't considered beyond that moment. I hadn't imagined everyone gazing, Madeline crying, and the wedding stopping. Evan grasped my hand, and I jumped when I realized he was next to me. When he entered the room was unknown. He must have sneaked up to me during the chaos. He held my hand without saying a word, his presence firm and real when everything else felt out of control. Danielle approached me gently, like she was handling something precious. She stopped a few steps away and stared at me with teary eyes. She apologized for not speaking out sooner after seeing how Madeline treated me. She had a harsh voice. She believed the bachelorette party comments were drunk meanness, like when people say things when they're drunk and lose their filters. After 7 years of hearing all those recordings and Madeline wished me dead in so many ways, she became physically ill. She put one hand on her stomach like she would vomit. She claimed she should have known it was more than party banter. Pattern should have been seen. Should have spoken up. I nodded because I didn't know what to say. To say what? She was right. Elaine left Richard and immediately approached my parents. She stood in front of them, forcing them to look at her. No turning away or ignoring her. She inquired how they let one daughter torture another for nearly 8 years. The query was calm but forceful, with clear words. My mother explained like she'd done it 1,000 times. She stated Madeline was jealous, she lacked empathy, and being the little sister was challenging. Elaine stopped her. She called that enabling abuse, not parenting. The term abuse lingered. No one had used that word. My parents usually dubbed it sibling rivalry, drama, or Madeline's phase. Elaine said abuse, and they realized it was always abuse. My father stared at the floor and my mother turned red. Elaine continued. She stated her son deserved a loving wife, not someone who spent years wishing family members dead. Madeline gripped Lucas's arms with both hands, digging into his sleeves. She begged him to look at her, remember she loved him, and remember this was their special day. Her anxious voice was high and rambling. She said they arranged everything, everyone was here, and they were getting married immediately. Lucas slowly removed her hands from his arms, unwinding her fingers. He claimed he needed time to consider marrying someone who wanted their sister dead for 7 years. After Madeline's screaming and wailing, his calm, quiet voice made things worse. He was done, not angry. He moved away from her and Madeline reached for him again, but he backed up until he was gone. I watched her face as she realized that her wedding day was ruined before it even started as she stood there with her arms frozen in place. Brooke moved first. She retreated from Madeline like she'd found something bad and declared she couldn't be honorable longer. The words were flat and final. She couldn't support someone who uttered those nasty things. 2 more bridesmaids grabbed their purses silently. They approached the door without looking at Madeline. The updo left one with bobby pins in her hair. That's impossible now. They left. The door closed behind them, sounding louder than expected. Margaret entered seconds later. She looked around at Madeline's tears, my mother's red face, and the table's abandoned bouquets. Someone near the mirror informed her fast. Margaret's face changed when she heard about the tapes. Her mouth and eyes tightened. She stared at my parents for a long time. She said she'd tried to inform them years ago. She said she told them Madeline's behavior was abnormal but they ignored her. My father responded, but Margaret held up one hand and he stopped. Her disappointment seemed worse than fury. Madeline turned to me, infuriated, and screamed that I'd wrecked everything. I ruined her wedding and life, she said. Her voice broke on the final word. Spit flew from her mouth. Even though my heart was racing, I maintained cool. Told her I didn't spoil anything. I let them hear her own words. I reminded her she said those things for 7 years. My voice was calm. That enraged her more. A makeup artist packed her brushes into their case. She moved quickly to escape. Other sellers followed her. Somebody unplugged the lights. Another person rolled up their photo backdrop. The room was filled with zippers and latches closing. Claire approached me. She held her camera lower but ready. I saw she was between me and Madeline in case things became physical. Not being shocked that my sister may hurt me was surprising. Richard approached Lucas and touched his shoulder. They shifted near the window away from others. Richard's mouth moved, and Lucas nodded. Lucas listened through tears. His father's hand never left his shoulder. Richard seemed to be expressing something vital. Lucas wiped his eyes with his back. They waited for what felt like ages but was probably 3 or 4 minutes. My mother tried again to mend everything. She advised everyone take a break and return in an hour. She stated emotions were high and people needed to settle down. Elaine stopped her. She spoke with an icy voice. She stated time would not erase what everyone heard. She believed her son deserved better than to marry someone so dark. The words lingered. Despite her redder face, my mother didn't answer. Madeline fell into a chair. The white puddle of her bridal dress surrounded her. Black mascara ran down both cheeks. She stared blankly. She stared at me. Her look was odd. Combination of wrath and despair. She seemed to grasp the situation. I guess she knew that words could ruin her plans. She opened her mouth but said nothing. Evan leaned beside my ear. He murmured, asking whether I was okay and wanted to leave. His hand gripped mine, shaking my head. I requested to stay. I needed to finish this. After 7 years of silence and being the greater person, I needed to see what happened when the truth came out. Yes. Evan stayed with me. I felt grounded in his presence. Lucas returned from talking to his father. He slowly approached Madeline across the room. Seeing him, everyone quieted. His stop was a few steps from her chair. He refused to marry her today. Maybe never. Though shaking, his words were clear. He stated he wanted time to consider whether the person he thought he knew existed. He suggested she'd always hidden her brutality behind a beautiful facade. He retreated when Madeline grabbed for him. Madeline begged. She pulled Lucas's sleeves to get him to look at her. She vowed to change. She vowed never to say that again. These remarks came out quickly and desperate. Lucas softly removed her hands from his. One by one, he unwrapped her fingers. He stated it didn't matter if she repeated it again. The trouble was that she'd repeated it hundreds of times over 7 years. Her problem was that she never saw anything wrong. He said that was the most crucial part because it was. My father moved forward after clearing his throat. He stated Madeline was young and made errors but deserved forgiveness. His voice was dismissive like it had been for 7 years while encouraging me to grow up. Added. Everyone says things they don't mean when they're emotional, and we shouldn't judge her too harshly for words spoken in private moments. The room was quiet while he spoke. He saw Lucas's family as if they agreed with him. Richard looked at my father with a new face. His eyes were chilly and mouth stiff. Wishing someone dead wasn't a mistake. He remarked clearly, he believed it was a character fault that showed a person's true self behind their smile. He stated his son shouldn't have to question if his wife could love him or if she'd turn that darkness on him. He argued 7 years of intentional brutality was unjustified by youth or jealousy. Despite his red face, my father didn't answer. The silence was heavy and unsettling. Bridesmaids shuffled to the door. They continued looking at each other and Madeline. Their body language said they wanted to leave, but nobody had fired them. One girl shielded her chest with her bouquet. Another nervously adjusted her dress straps. They had to choose between their friend and the horror of what they'd heard. Brooke watched with arms folded. She approached the gathering and urged them to leave. Today's wedding was cancelled, she stated. Her voice was forceful and mournful. She stated they didn't have to stay. Bridesmaids fled the room. Their shoes clicked quickly down the hallway outside. The door closed softly behind them. The bridal suite felt empty and exposed without them. Claire approached me. She spoke softly with her camera bag on her shoulder. She requested copies of all recordings for my records. Her eyes were compassionate. Without thinking, I nodded yes. Something told me I'd need proof of this moment. Proof that I didn't imagine 7 years of cruelty. Evidence that people finally saw the truth, instead of dismissing it as sibling rivalry or my sensitivity. Claire took a small USB drive from her bag. She placed it in my palm, and closed my fingers. She whispered that she'd double-backed up everything in case. She said the files were date and location labeled. I gripped the USB drive tightly. It felt solid. Physical proof that I wasn't crazy or dramatic and that Madeline had casually wished me dead for 7 years while everyone pretended it was normal. Mom turned toward me. Her face was twisted with anger and panic. I was cruel and vindictive, she said. She said I planned this public humiliation to ruin Madeline's special day. Her voice strengthened with each word. I should be ashamed of planning this revenge, she said. She said I'd always envied Madeline's beauty and fame. Evan squeezed my hand, but I retreated. I had to do this alone. I told my mother I orchestrated nothing but letting people hear Madeline's words. I promised no commentary or editing. I just told the truth instead of hiding it at family dinners and private times. In my opinion, Madeline felt humiliated because of her behavior. I suggested she feel ashamed of wishing her sister dead for 7 years instead of me for revealing it. My mother opened and closed her mouth without speaking. Madeline rose from her seat. Her wedding dress rustled. She grabbed her veil with both hands. She ripped it off her head and threw it across the room. The veil fell to the floor in a white tulle puddle after hitting the wall. She screamed, "I've always envied her." Raw and desperate, her voice. She said I ruined everything because I couldn't bear her happiness. I plotted this for months because I was bitter about my boring life, she said. She said I wanted to ruin her perfect day because mine wasn't. She rewrote history, making herself the victim and turning 7 years of death wishes into me being the jealous older sister who couldn't handle her success. Several Lucas relatives shifted uncomfortably. I could see them debating whether to believe her or the recordings. Evan stepped up. His movement was deliberate and calm. Reminding everyone was his goal. Despite his quiet voice, everyone heard him. He said Madeline told him directly to hope I die before our wedding so he can find a good wife. He said that wasn't misinterpreted. He said she eyed him and said those words at a family dinner while sober. He remembered every word despite being too shocked to respond. His testimony was credible because he was an outsider with no reason to lie or exaggerate. Many nodded slowly. There was recognition on their faces. They recalled other events from the past, small moments they dismissed as jokes or sibling rivalry. Now those moments formed a pattern they couldn't ignore. Lucas contacted his parents. He sounded exhausted and defeated. He requested departure. He requested assistance in canceling the reception and notifying guests. He spoke without looking at Madeline. Elaine took charge immediately. She made a list on her phone. Vendors and guests were her responsibility. She'd explained the wedding was postponed indefinitely due to a family emergency. She didn't say canceled, but everyone knew indefinitely. Richard put his hand on Lucas's shoulder and offered to help him get his things from the groom's suite. He suggested they leave through the back to avoid arriving guests. Lucas nodded. He hadn't seen Madeline. His parents walked toward the door with him. They shielded their son. Witnessing their departure made me feel both relieved and sad. Margaret appeared at the door. She must have heard the commotion from her waiting spot. She quickly assessed the situation. Floor scattered bridesmaid bouquets. Madeline's veil crumbled against the wall. Pressured faces and Lucas leaving. She approached me and hugged me. She hugged me warmly and whispered her pride. Her voice was emotional. After 7 years of being told to take the high road, she was proud of me for standing up for myself. She regretted not protecting me more over the years. She said she'd seen the cruelty but let my parents convince her not to interfere. She was glad the truth was finally out in the open and couldn't be ignored or minimized. When I hugged her back, tears began. Validating my experience meant more than words. Lucas left with his parents. Madeline saw. Her eyes followed them to the door and hallway. I witnessed the exact moment it hit her. Realizing that her wedding was canceled, her relationship might be over, and all her planning and dreaming had fallen apart in less than an hour. Her face altered. The anger drained and made something weaker. She sank in her chair. An expensive wedding dress surrounded her like a white pool. She sat tiny and defeated. The perfect bride image shattered. She remained silent, staring at the floor. For the first time all day, she was silent. No casual death wish, no rewritten history, just silence and unexpected consequences. My mother tried again. She looked at me in tears. She claimed I ruined my sister's happiness. She said I split the family. Her accusatory voice shook. She advised me to address my concerns privately, rather than humiliating Madeline in public. Family members were supposed to protect each other, and I disappointed her. I felt different looking at her. I said Madeline spent 7 years wishing me dead 3 times a week to ruin my happiness. I said the family was split and everyone pretended not to notice. I told her coming to her privately hadn't worked because she'd spent 7 years telling me to be understanding while ignoring the abuse. I said, protecting each other should have begun when Madeline said she didn't want me. Mom weakly advised her to stop being dramatic without consequences. I stopped pretending everything was normal when it wasn't. Brooke looked at Madeline from the door. She felt betrayed and disgusted by what she heard. She said she defended Madeline many times when others called her fake. She said those people were right all along. Brooke left without replying. A soft click closed the door behind her, sounding louder than a slam. 2 more bridesmaids followed immediately. They grabbed their purses and bouquets and ran like the room was on fire. Madeline watched them leave, mouth open. She surveyed the remaining people, expecting someone to intervene. Nobody moved. Claire packed her camera gear. She carried lenses in padded bags and wrapped cords around her hands. Her movements were deliberate. She glanced at me and nodded. Her head movement was tiny but crucial. My throat tightened with emotion. Despite knowing me little, she exposed 7 years of cruelty. She recorded everything and played it at the right time. When no one believed me, she proved it. I couldn't thank her enough or say enough. My father approached me with hands out like a scared animal. I was asked if I was happy after ruining Madeline's wedding. He tried to control his anger with a tight voice. I broke my sister's heart and split the family, he said. Something broke when I saw him. Not satisfied, I told him. I told him I was tired. I said I spent 7 years being told to be bigger while Madeline wished me dead 3 times a week. I was relieved others now knew the truth. I was tired of alone having to understand, forgive, and take the high road. Father was red-faced. He started to argue, but Lucas appeared in the doorway. Lucas looked awful. He had red eyes and a loose tie. He went straight to Madeline without looking back. He said he'd call her after thinking for a few days. He said he couldn't look at her. His voice broke on the last word. Madeline grabbed his hand. She desperately grabbed his fingers. Lucas fled as if she burned him. Her face showed genuine rejection. She showed her first genuine emotion all day. Not the fake tears or rage. Real hurt was evident. After Lucas left again, the room felt smaller. My makeup artist approached slowly. She shielded herself with her bag. She claimed to have a sister. She said she couldn't imagine Madeline treating her like me. Her voice was gentle. She called me brave for telling the truth. She wished me peace now that people knew what I'd been through. My voice was scratchy when I thanked her. She gently squeezed my arm before leaving. Mom and Dad moved to the corner. They leaned in and whispered urgently. Watching them gesture and shake heads, they appeared anxious and furious. I realized they didn't care about me or Madeline. They tried to explain to friends and extended family why the wedding was canceled and protect their reputation. They worried about what others would think after 7 years of abuse at home. They spent 7 years telling me to be patient while ignoring Madeline. They minimized, dismissed, and enabled. Damage control was their only concern now that they were facing consequences. Madeline stood from her chair. Her wedding dress rustled as she approached. Her makeup was smeared and her fancy hair was falling out. Her first look at me since the recording. She asked why I would hurt her on her wedding day. Her emotional voice shook. No longer sure if it was real or performed. Said she did this to herself. I said 7 years of cruelty led to this. I just made sure people heard what she said when she thought only family was listening. Tired of being the only one who knew the truth. The Madeline face twisted. I was jealous and vindictive, she said. She said I hated seeing her happy. It was pointless to respond. No matter what I said, she'd rewrite history. Evan tapped my elbow. He advised leaving and letting my family deal with the aftermath. He said staying longer would lead to pointless arguments. I agreed because he was right. My task was completed. The truth emerged. People heard Madeline's words. Staying would mean hearing my parents defend her and blame me. We approached the door. I was called by my mother. She banned me from family events if I caused drama. Her voice was cold and sharp. I looked back at her. I told her no problem. I admitted to 7 years of family event abuse tolerance training. I stopped pretending everything was normal when it wasn't. My mother opened her mouth but said nothing. Claire left with us. She took a small USB drive from her camera bag. She gave me backups and said so. She suggested proving what happened. Held the drive tightly in my palm. Claire said goodbye with hugs. She told me to look after myself. My eyes burned with tears as she said, "Exposing abuse takes courage. Even when it feels like revenge." We strolled down the hall. I heard my mother's voice rising behind us. I could hear Madeline crying. I heard my father calming everyone. The sounds faded as we got farther away. Evan kept his hand on my back. Claire walked beside us until we reached the parking lot. She said goodbye one more time and headed to her car. Evan and I stood by our car for a minute. I looked back at the venue. It was supposed to be Madeline's perfect day. White flowers and elegant decorations and a ceremony in front of everyone she knew. Instead, it was cancelled. Her bridesmaids had left. Her groom had walked away. Her perfect image was shattered. I should have felt guilty. But I just felt tired. 7 years of casual cruelty. 7 years of death wishes. 7 years of being told to understand and forgive. I was done. Evan wrapped his arms around me in the parking lot and I started crying. 7 years of holding everything in came out all at once. My shoulders shook and I couldn't stop the tears from coming. Evan held me tighter and told me I did the right thing. He said he was proud of me for refusing to stay silent anymore. I knew the family consequences would be severe, but I couldn't bring myself to care in that moment. We stood there for several minutes while I cried and he rubbed my back. Other guests started arriving for the ceremony and they looked confused seeing us in the parking lot. Evan guided me to our car and helped me into the passenger seat. We sat there for a while before he started the engine. I watched more wedding guests arrive through the windshield. They walked toward the entrance in their fancy clothes, carrying wrapped presents. Some of them checked their phones looking confused. A few stood near the entrance talking to each other and gesturing. I felt guilty for a moment about disrupting everyone's plans. Then I remembered Madeline showing up at the hospital during my appendicitis. I remembered her telling the nurse she hoped this was finally it. The guilt disappeared. Evan started driving and asked how I was feeling. I admitted I didn't know yet. Part of me felt vindicated that people finally witnessed Madeline's cruelty. Another part felt guilty about the public humiliation, even though she brought it on herself. Evan reached over and squeezed my hand. He reminded me that I didn't create those recordings. I didn't make Madeline say those things. I just made sure people heard what she'd been saying when she thought only family was listening. My phone started buzzing in my purse. I pulled it out and saw text messages flooding in from family members. Margaret sent a message saying she was proud of me and I did what needed to be done. Several cousins sent angry messages. They said I went too far. They said I should have handled it privately. I stared at those messages thinking about 7 years of private suffering. 7 years of being told to be the bigger person. 7 years of death wishes at Sunday dinners. Private hadn't worked. Private meant everyone could pretend nothing was wrong. My phone kept buzzing with more messages. Some supportive, most angry. I turned it off and dropped it back in my purse. Evan glanced over and I told him I needed a few days away from everyone to process what just happened. He immediately suggested we go to his parents' lake house. Nobody could bother us there. I felt grateful for a partner who understood I needed space to decompress. We drove straight there without stopping at home first. The lake house sat on a quiet stretch of water surrounded by trees. Evan's parents rarely used it during summer, so we had it to ourselves. I spent the first day mostly sleeping. Evan brought me food and water, but didn't push me to talk. He sat beside me on the couch and held my hand. Sometimes he read while I stared out the window at the water. The emotional exhaustion from years of abuse and the intensity of finally exposing it hit me all at once. I couldn't process anything. I just needed to exist without thinking. The second day, I woke up feeling less numb. I sat on the deck overlooking the lake and started feeling more aware of what I'd done. I didn't regret exposing Madeline's cruelty. That felt right and necessary, but I recognized that I'd permanently damaged family relationships. There was no going back to how things were before. Evan brought me coffee and sat in the chair next to mine. We took a long walk around the lake and talked about what happens next. He reminded me that healthy families don't enable one member to abuse another for 7 years. He said, if my parents choose Madeline over accountability, that reveals who they've always been. I knew he was right, but it still hurt. When we got back to the house, I checked my email on Evan's laptop. I saw a long message from Lucas. My stomach clenched as I opened it. He thanked me for showing him who Madeline really is before he married her. He said he'd called off the engagement permanently. He couldn't trust someone who hid that much cruelty. He was grateful even though it hurt right now. Reading Lucas's email made me cry again. This time, the tears felt different. Relief, mixed with the sadness. At least one person understood I didn't do this out of spite. I wrote back thanking him for listening. I apologized that he had to learn the truth this way. I agreed he deserved better than someone who could wish death on family for 7 years. Evan read over my shoulder and wrapped his arms around me from behind. He kissed the top of my head and told me everything would be okay eventually. I leaned back against him and hoped he was right. The next morning at the lake house, my phone buzzed with an incoming call from Margaret. I answered and she told me Madeline had been holed up in my parents' house for 4 days, barely leaving her bedroom. My mother was apparently furious with me and spent hours ranting about how I'd destroyed Madeline's special day. But my father had been quieter than usual, according to Margaret. She said he'd been sitting in his study staring out the window, and she wondered if he was finally starting to see how his years of dismissing Madeline's cruelty had led to this disaster. I thanked Margaret for checking on me, and we hung up. Evan brought me coffee on the deck, and I told him what Margaret had said. He nodded and said, maybe my father was beginning to understand, but that didn't fix 7 years of enabling. I agreed, and we spent the rest of the morning walking along the lake shore in comfortable silence. 3 days later, I got a message on social media from Danielle asking if we could meet for coffee. I hesitated, but something about her apology at the wedding felt genuine, so I agreed. We met at a small cafe near my apartment the following afternoon. Danielle looked nervous when I arrived, and immediately apologized again for not speaking up sooner. She told me she'd been thinking constantly about all the times she'd noticed Madeline being subtly cruel to me, but dismissed it as normal sister stuff. She said she felt guilty for not questioning why Madeline always made little digs at me or why I seemed uncomfortable at events. I stirred my coffee and listened as she talked about specific moments she now saw differently. The bachelorette party comment about me being alive to witness Madeline's happiness. The rehearsal dinner, where Madeline kept comparing our lives. Little comments over the years that Danielle had brushed off as sibling rivalry. I told Danielle she wasn't responsible for my family's problems. I said I appreciated her willingness to acknowledge what she'd seen, but she couldn't have fixed my parents' failure to protect me. Danielle nodded, but still looked troubled. She asked if I thought Madeline would ever change. I sat down my cup and considered the question. I told her honestly that I didn't know because change requires admitting you did something wrong, and Madeline still seemed convinced she was the victim in all this. Danielle agreed that Madeline's social media posts since the cancelled wedding had all been about betrayal and humiliation with no acknowledgement of her own behavior. We finished our coffee and Danielle hugged me goodbye, saying she hoped I found peace. I drove home feeling oddly lighter, having someone outside my immediate family validate what I'd experienced. 3 weeks after the wedding disaster, an email appeared in my inbox from my mother. The subject line read, "Family Boundaries," and my stomach clenched as I opened it. The email was formal and cold, like she was writing to a business associate instead of her daughter. She said she and my father needed time and space before they could have a relationship with me again. She wrote that my actions at Madeline's wedding were unacceptable and caused unnecessary pain to the entire family. There was no mention of 7 years of death wishes. No acknowledgement of their failure to stop Madeline's cruelty. No recognition that I'd suffered at all. The email treated me like I was the problem, and they were the victims of my vindictive behavior. I read it 3 times feeling numb. I showed Evan the email when he got home from work. His face went red as he read and he actually raised his voice saying my parents were continuing to enable Madeline by punishing me for exposing abuse. He said they were choosing comfort over accountability, and it proved they'd never been willing to protect me. I agreed with him but felt a strange sense of peace settling over me. Their response confirmed I'd made the right choice. Nothing was going to change unless I forced the truth into the open. And even now they were choosing to blame me rather than face their own failures. Evan pulled me into a hug and I let myself feel relieved instead of guilty. I'd spent 7 years waiting for my parents to see what Madeline was doing and now I knew they'd always chosen to look away. The following week, I made an appointment with a therapist. I sat in her office and explained 7 years of casual death wishes and my parents' enablement and the wedding disaster that finally exposed everything. The therapist listened without interrupting, and when I finished, she told me I wasn't wrong to protect myself. She said, "Exposing abuse isn't vindictive, even when it happens publicly." We spent the next several sessions working through my complicated feelings about losing my family, even though they'd been hurting me. She helped me understand that grief was normal, even when the relationship was toxic. I started processing years of emotional damage I'd been carrying while trying to be the bigger person. One evening, Evan and I were making dinner when he suddenly suggested we elope. He said we could skip all the family drama of a traditional wedding and just get married at the courthouse. I stopped chopping vegetables and looked at him. He was serious. I immediately said yes. We planned a simple courthouse ceremony with just his parents and Margaret invited. The day arrived, and I wore a simple white dress I'd bought the week before. Evan's parents brought flowers, and Margaret cried happy tears as we exchanged vows. The ceremony took 12 minutes and felt perfect because everyone there genuinely loved and supported us. No death wishes, no subtle cruelty, just people who wanted us to be happy. We had lunch at a nice restaurant afterward, and I felt more joy in those few hours than I'd felt at any family gathering in years. Margaret pulled me aside at the restaurant and told me privately she'd confronted my parents about their enabling behavior. She said they'd been defensive and insisted they'd done their best with a difficult situation. But Margaret had planted seeds of doubt, asking them hard questions about why they never punished Madeline or protected me. She didn't think they'd apologize anytime soon, because that would require admitting they'd failed as parents. But at least someone in the family was holding them accountable, and maybe eventually those seeds would grow into real understanding. I hugged Margaret and thanked her for being the one adult who'd consistently tried to help me. 4 months after the canceled wedding, Margaret called with news about Madeline. She said Madeline had started therapy at Lucas's insistence if she wanted any chance of reconciliation. I asked if Margaret thought Madeline was genuinely working on herself or just going through the motions to get Lucas back. Margaret admitted she didn't know, but said at least Madeline was facing some consequences for her behavior. I hung up, feeling uncertain about what it meant. Part of me hoped Madeline would actually change and recognize how much damage she'd caused, but another part doubted whether someone who'd casually wished me dead for 7 years could really transform into a better person. I opened social media that evening and scrolled through posts from extended family members. Passive-aggressive messages about forgiveness and family loyalty filled my feed. Cousins posting quotes about letting go of grudges, aunts sharing articles about the importance of family bonds. None of them mentioned 7 years of abuse or my parents' failure to protect me. They just wanted everything to go back to normal, which meant me accepting Madeline's cruelty in silence. I went through my contacts and blocked most of my extended family. The people who mattered already knew the truth. I was learning that protecting my peace mattered more than maintaining relationships with people who enabled abuse and expected me to keep quiet about it. Evan brought up the idea of moving while we were doing dishes one evening. He said his company had been offering remote work options and we could go anywhere. I looked at the soap plate in my hands and realized nothing was keeping us here except habit and pain. I told him I could find nursing work in any city and we should start looking at places far enough away that surprise family visits wouldn't be possible. We spent that weekend researching cities 4 or more hours away, making lists of places with good hospitals and lower costs of living. Evan pulled up apartment listings, and I calculated commute times to potential jobs. We talked about starting over somewhere nobody knew our history or expected us to play happy family at Sunday dinners. Within 3 weeks, we had narrowed it down to 4 cities and scheduled visits to each one. The planning gave me something positive to focus on instead of replaying family drama or wondering if my parents would ever acknowledge what they'd allowed to happen. Margaret called every few days to check on me, and our conversations became the only family contact I maintained. She listened when I needed to vent about my mother's cold email or my father's silence. She validated my feelings instead of asking me to understand Madeline's perspective or give my parents more chances. One afternoon, she came over for coffee and admitted she should have done more years ago when she first noticed how Madeline treated me. She said she'd confronted my parents a few times, but backed down when they got defensive, and she regretted not pushing harder or offering me a place to stay away from the toxicity. I told her she was the only family member who ever tried to help. And that meant everything. She promised she'd stay in my life no matter what my parents decided, that I deserved family who actually acted like family, instead of people who shared DNA but enabled abuse. 8 months after the canceled wedding, I got a message from Lucas through social media. He said he wanted to update me that he and Madeline were officially done, that he'd ended things permanently after she kept making excuses in therapy instead of taking real responsibility. He thanked me again for showing him the truth before he married someone who could hide that much cruelty behind a sweet smile. He mentioned he was dating someone new, a woman who treated service workers with genuine kindness and never said cruel things, even as jokes. The contrast had shown him what he almost settled for, and he was grateful even though learning the truth had been painful. I wrote back thanking him for letting me know and saying I was glad he found someone better. His message made me feel less guilty about the wedding disaster because at least one person understood I hadn't done it out of spite, but out of desperate need for someone besides family to finally witness what I'd been dealing with. I realized one morning that I hadn't thought about Madeline's death wishes in weeks. I was pouring coffee, and the thought just appeared. This awareness that the constant background anxiety was gone. For 7 years, I'd lived with this low-grade dread, wondering when she'd say the next cruel thing or what creative way she'd wish me dead. I'd walk into family gatherings braced for impact, never knowing if she'd keep it subtle or say something so horrible even my parents couldn't ignore it. But now I just existed without that weight pressing on my chest every day. I could make plans without factoring in potential family drama or calculating how to avoid Madeline at events. The freedom felt strange and guilty at first, like I shouldn't feel this relieved about losing my family. But the relief kept growing anyway because peace turned out to be worth more than blood relations who made me feel worthless. Evan and I moved 5 months later to a city neither of us had ever lived in before. We rented a small house with a backyard and spent weekends exploring neighborhoods and finding our favorite coffee shop. I started a new nursing job at a hospital where nobody knew about my family drama or expected me to explain why my sister wasn't in my life. Evan set up his home office, and we established routines that had nothing to do with Sunday dinners or holiday obligations. We made friends through work in a local board game group. People who chose to spend time with us because they enjoyed our company. We hosted dinners where everyone brought food and stayed late playing games and laughing about nothing important. I learned what healthy relationships felt like. How it felt to be around people who didn't make casual comments about wishing I didn't exist. Every dinner party reminded me that I'd made the right choice even though it cost me my immediate family. Margaret visited 18 months after the canceled wedding, driving 4 hours to see our new place and meet our new friends. She walked through our little house, admiring how we decorated and set things up exactly how we wanted without considering anyone else's opinions. That evening, after our friends left from a game night, Margaret told me she was proud of how I'd built a life focused on people who respected and valued me. She said watching me laugh freely with friends who genuinely cared about me showed her that I'd made the right choice. I realized, sitting there, that exposing the truth had cost me my parents and sister, cost me the extended family who valued peace over justice. Cost me the fantasy that my family would ever acknowledge what happened or apologize. But it gave me freedom from constant cruelty. Gave me peace without wondering what horrible thing would be said next. Gave me the chance to surround myself with people who would never casually wish me dead over pot roast. The trade was worth every difficult moment because I'd chosen my own well-being over family loyalty. And that choice had led me here, to this small house filled with real love instead of obligatory tolerance. I built a $16.2 million business. Dad gave it to my golden brother and paid him 3x my salary. I left for a rival. Dad went bankrupt and begged. I bought him out. When I requested a raise, my father told me that I was fortunate to have this job. He refused, then hired my loser golden brother for 3 times my salary after operating his business without one for 4 years. I quit as a result. However, I was fortunate to find a competitor offering 45% more the following week. He was less fortunate when I was followed out by 4 other people, who are now in bankruptcy and pleading with me to return. Okay, Reddit. Get ready for a story about betrayal in a family business, golden child syndrome on steroids, and the most fulfilling career decision I've ever made. Additionally, karma works more quickly than Amazon Prime delivery. I'm 30 years old and have been employed at my father's commercial HVAC business since I was 23. I started with a business degree straight out of college and obtained an HVAC certification on the side because I genuinely wanted to learn more about the field I was entering. I know, it's a novel concept. Owning SCS, my dad installs and maintains commercial HVAC systems for offices, hospitals, schools, and other establishments. It had 48 employees and was making about $9.5 million annually when I started. Allow me to illustrate this family dynamic for you. Troy, my 27-year-old younger brother, is the most amazing child. It has always been. This guy used charm and our parents' money to get by in life. Changed majors 4 times while attending college. Began in business before moving on to marketing, communications, and sports management. It took 7 years to earn a degree in sports management from an obscure party school where the primary prerequisite was attending tailgates while intoxicated. After graduating, he made a significant career change by working as a brand ambassador and distributing free samples for an energy drink company for 9 months before being fired for repeatedly showing up drunk. After that, he provided consulting for a friend's startup, which failed in 4 months. He then attempted to start his own lifestyle company, offering expensive workout gear adorned with inspirational sayings. Before he gave up, that lasted for roughly 4 months. When I last heard from him, he was working on social media marketing for a nearby restaurant chain, primarily photographing food and sharing it on Instagram, prior to joining SCS. When they discovered that the majority of his 50,000 Instagram followers were bots he had paid for and weren't genuinely generating any business, they also fired him. However, our parents said that Troy was discovering himself, considering his options, and would undoubtedly end up somewhere ideal. I was working 65-hour weeks in the meantime, and people kept asking me when I would use my degree for something worthwhile. The partiality was overt. It had never been. As a child, Troy received a brand new vehicle on his 16th birthday. I was able to use mom's old minivan and cover my own gas costs. Troy's tuition was covered in full. Spending money, housing, tuition, and other expenses. I had to work part-time and take out loans to cover the remaining portion of my tuition. Troy's spring break excursions to Cancun were paid for. I need a new laptop for school. Why don't you just use the computers at the library? After 7 years, Troy finally received his diploma, and they threw him a lavish celebration at a fancy restaurant. About 40 people were invited. The 4 of us went to Olive Garden when I graduated on schedule with honors and a job lined up. Dad talked about a deal he was working on during the entire dinner. This is what really made the point. Dad would constantly point out all of my mistakes when I first started working at SCS and learning the business. Son, that isn't how we do things here. You must adopt a more strategic mindset. Give up trying to alter things merely for the sake of altering them. However, the company didn't deserve Troy when he freaked out at his different jobs. They failed to see his potential. They've lost. In the meantime, I started busting my ass right away. I began working in the warehouse, handling logistics and inventory before moving on to project coordination and operations management. By the second year, my dad was in charge of sales and major client relationships, while I was practically in charge of the entire daily operation. The truth is, I was incredibly skilled at it. We were consistently behind schedule, losing money due to ineffective routing, and having customer satisfaction ratings that were only about 76% when I took over operations. There was no real logic to the routes our technicians were taking as they drove throughout the state. In order to get to other job sites, we had guys driving past them, wasting time and incurring outrageous fuel expenses. The parts inventory was a complete mess. We would either run out of essential parts just when we needed them or have far too much stuff that we didn't need. In just 9 months, I reorganized our field teams by specialty rather than geography, restructured our entire dispatch system, and replaced the garbage system Dad had purchased from his golf buddy with new project management software that actually worked. Our commercial guys stopped wasting time on residential calls all of a sudden. Our installation teams weren't being called away to perform urgent repairs. Everything went more smoothly. The rate of customer satisfaction increased to 96%. We improved response times, while reducing our overtime expenses by 35%. It turns out that workers can complete tasks during regular business hours when they don't have to drive 3 hours each way to job sites. Because I genuinely cared about appropriate training and equipment rather than just purchasing the cheapest gear available, our safety incident rate decreased to nearly zero. Additionally, I totally redesigned our vendor relationships. Due to his loyalty to suppliers who had been undercutting us on prices, Dad had been overpaying for parts for years. Instead of only using distributors, I negotiated bulk purchase agreements, brought in competitive bidding, and cultivated relationships with manufacturers. Saved us roughly $300,000 annually in material costs alone. My contracts for preventive maintenance turned into a significant source of income. We had scheduled service agreements with buildings throughout the city rather than merely responding to emergencies. Steady income that is predictable. Because their systems never malfunctioned, clients adored it. We cherished it since it allowed us to plan our work effectively rather than rushing to respond to urgent calls. I brought in the software programs that allowed us to keep track of everything. Customer history, parts usage, job costs, and technician productivity. Dad had been managing the company, using paper schedules and intuition. I provided us with real data so we could make choices. I contributed to the company's growth to $16.2 million in revenue by the 4th year of this year. We had up to 72 workers. Together, the 4 significant hospital contracts I had brought in were valued at roughly $2.4 million a year. I secured a 5-year agreement with the school district that included maintenance contracts for 27 buildings. Over the course of the contract, that alone was worth $4.8 million. I was managing vendor negotiations, conducting operational meetings every Monday morning, working a minimum of 65 to 75-hour weeks, personally supervising our 4 biggest installation projects, and taking emergency calls at 2 in the morning. I actually knew how to troubleshoot complex systems, interview and train new hires, review financials, and plan expansion, so I could handle service calls when our on-duty tech couldn't. I was earning less than a first-year operations manager at any other company in the industry while performing the work of at least 4 people. This is what I was paid for doing all of this. $68,000 annually. Yes, you read correctly. $68,000 to operate a $16.2 million business. No equity stake, no profit sharing, no bonuses, just a salary that wouldn't even cover a decent apartment in most cities. I had previously requested raises twice. After my first year, Dad said, "Let's see how year 2 goes." After my second year, he said, "Money's tight right now. Maybe next year." This was because I had seen the financials. It was the most profitable year we had ever had. I made the decision to develop a backbone and demand what I truly deserved 4 months ago. Created a comprehensive presentation that compiled data spanning 4 years to demonstrate the precise amount of value I had contributed. Pay comparison for operations managers at businesses in our sector that are comparable in size, $108,000 to $120,000 on average. Documentation of each significant accomplishment. I had assisted in securing every contract. Every cost-cutting measure I had put in place. On a Tuesday morning, I entered his office. He was going about his typical lord of the manor business, reading the newspaper and sipping coffee. "Have a moment, Dad? Do you want to discuss my pay?" He didn't even glance up from the section dedicated to sports. "What are you now?" "My pay. I believe it's time to talk about bringing my pay in line with industry standards, and my actual responsibilities because I've been here for 4 years without receiving a raise." He was drawn to that. With a small smirk of amusement, he put down the newspaper and reclined in his chair. Industry norms. You work for your family, son. That is more valuable than cash. Take a deep breath. Remain professional. I am aware of that. However, I also oversee the entire operation of a business that makes $16.2 million annually for $68,000. That isn't long-term viable. Is it sustainable? In fact, he laughed. You're fortunate to work here. How many young people your age would give anything to work somewhere their grandfather could teach them the business? Money cannot purchase the education you are receiving here. Over the course of 4 years, I have improved every operational metric we monitor and increased revenue by 82%. I am not making an unreasonable request. I'm requesting fairness. He got up and went to his window, which had a view of the warehouse floor. Traditional power move. Are you curious about what fair is? It's fair that I gave you a chance even though you had no prior experience. I'm laying the groundwork for you to eventually take over this business. It's fair that you have job security compared to most people your age. You're also whining about your pay. I'm not a bitch. I am negotiating. There's a distinction. I have a bargain for you. He looked back at me. You have 2 options. Either go test that free market you're so sure of, or keep your current salary and be thankful. See how much you can accomplish with your 4 years of experience without listing your father's business on your resume. I simply gazed at him. There was no negotiation here. This posed a risk. I said, "I'll think about it," and walked out of his office. It was a Tuesday. The bomb went off on Thursday. Dad convenes an all-hands meeting in the warehouse on Thursday afternoon. Everyone is wondering what's happening as they stand around. Unless something significant is going on, we never hold all-hands meetings. I'm speculating that we may be opening a new location or that he may have secured a significant new contract. Not at all. Better. Much better. I have some exciting news, folks. Dad is using his large speech voice, which he employs when speaking to clients. As everyone is aware, SCS has been expanding quickly. We must increase the size of our leadership team as a result of this growth. Troy, my son, will be joining us as our new Director of Business Development, and I couldn't be more excited. He has contacts and creative ideas that will help us advance. My stomach dropped. The part that infuriated me came after Troy, the Director of Business Development, was fired for giving away free Red Bulls. Troy will concentrate on growing our market share and attracting new clients. He and I will collaborate closely on strategy and client relations. For the Sterling family and the Sterling business, this is an exciting moment. I cornered my dad in his office after the meeting. What on earth was that? What was it? Troy, the Business Development Director. He has no business management or HVAC experience. He doesn't have to understand HVAC. The technical guys are there for that. He is acquainted with people. He has a distinct personality. Sales is all about that. How much does he get paid? Even though I knew I wouldn't like the response, I still asked. Dad shifted uneasily. Between him and me, that is. I oversee operations. I must see what our overhead looks like. He let out a sigh. His base salary plus commission structure is $190,000. In fact, I chuckled. It was unavoidable. $190,000. Are you serious? He earns nearly 3 times my salary. He works in sales. Sales is not the same. In addition, he has brand development experience. Creation of a brand. At college parties, he distributed energy drinks. Be mindful of your tone. Troy will offer new insights. And to be honest, the reason you're not prepared for greater responsibility at the moment is your attitude. That resolved the issue. It was that. What do you know? You're correct. Here, I'm not prepared for more responsibility. I give up. In about half a second, his expression changed from one of irritation to one of shock. What are you doing? I give up. In 3 weeks, that is. Paying your unqualified son 3 times as much as you do the person who actually runs your business is something you want to do. Go for it. You're doing it without me, though. Hold on now. No. I requested just compensation. I'm fortunate to have a job, you said. I'm going to try my luck somewhere else, then. Within an hour, I will send my official resignation email. After leaving, I returned to my office, typed the most formal resignation letter I could manage my hands, shaking with anger, and hit the send button. The days that followed were extremely strange. I wasn't interested in the whole let's talk about this routine that Dad tried. Mom called in tears, claiming that I was destroying the family. The best part was when Troy texted me to say, "No hard feelings, bro." As if he had nothing to do with this. It's not like I was getting peanuts while he waltzed in earning $190,000 for a fictitious job. None of them got a response from me. I simply arrived, completed my work, and began revising my resume. This is where things start to get interesting. During that 3-week period, I received separate approaches from 4 of my important people. Sullivan was our lead project manager, Pierce was in charge of all our major accounts, and Hanley was my head field supervisor. Each of the 3 had spent years working for the company. Each of the 3 was valuable beyond measure, and it seemed that all 3 of them were just as tired of the family favoritism as I was. Hanley came first. Drew me aside while inspecting the site. He said, "I heard you're leaving." "Yes. It's time to go." "Where are you heading?" "I'm not sure yet. Releasing feelers." For a minute, he was silent. Then, "I've also been considering leaving. It's this Troy thing. Everyone is aware of it. Tell me if you land somewhere good. Maybe I should accompany you." The following day, Pierce and Sullivan had the same conversation. I realized then that I had more power than I had previously believed. I posted my resume on a few job boards in the industry and began contacting rivals. 3 businesses wanted to speak with me in less than 72 hours. I had 2 good offers by the end of the first week, but Summit Climate Systems made the best one. With an annual revenue of roughly $52 million, they are the largest HVAC company in the state. After reviewing my resume, their COO gave me a call. He said, "Over the past few years, we've been watching Sterling's growth. The industry says that's what you do most of the time." Being modest, I said, "I've had a hand in it. In 6 months, our current operations manager will retire. Someone who can jump right in and start working is what we need. You're that person based on your past behavior." A base salary of $100,000, performance bonuses that could add an additional $25,000 per year. Full benefits, including 401k, matching, and the opportunity to discuss equity options after your first year are all things we are willing to offer. I nearly dropped my phone. Base of $100,000. Compared to what my dad was paying me, that was a 53% increase. I would be earning more than my golden child brother with his title if bonuses were included. "When is an answer required?" I inquired. "Give it a few days. Consider it. However, I would really like to have you between us." I didn't require several days. I played it cool even though I knew the answer. I promised to get back to him by the end of the week. I casually brought up this offer to Hanley, Pierce, and Sullivan over the course of the following 2 days. Nothing was pushed. Just let them know where I might end up. They all 3 inquired as to whether Summit Climate Systems was hiring. By the end of my 3 weeks at Sterling, I had accepted the offer from Summit Climate Systems and recommended Hanley, Pierce, and Sullivan. Interviews were planned for all 3. It was a stressful day for me to leave Sterling. Dad made one last attempt to persuade me to stay. He said, "You're making a mistake. One day, you would own this business." I said, "No, it wasn't. Troy was going to have it. When you paid him 3 times my salary to perform a job for which he is unfit, you made that very evident. He is related. My goal is to provide both of my sons with opportunities. You offered him a chance. You taught me how to value myself. I appreciate that." Sincerely, I left without turning around and began working at Summit Climate Systems 3 weeks later. The work fulfilled all of their promises. Better facilities, better tools, better systems, and instead of having to beg for everything, I had a budget to work with. I had discovered 3 significant efficiency enhancements we could put into place within my first month. In fact, my supervisor gave me the tools to carry out my ideas after listening to them. The best part is that within 6 weeks of my starting, Hanley, Pierce, and Sullivan were all hired. Hanley rose to the position of Senior Manager of Field Operations. Pierce assumed control of 2 of their biggest accounts. Sullivan was elevated to the position of Regional Project Director. With better benefits, all 3 were earning more money than they had at Sterling. Back at SCS, however, things seemed to be collapsing. Word gets around in this industry, so I didn't initially hear about it directly. Individuals converse. Technicians are familiar with other technicians. Project managers get together for a beer. Salespeople are more prone to gossip than students in high school. Additionally, it seemed that Sterling was turning into a legendary show. Surprisingly, Troy proved to be utterly ineffective in his fictitious role. He spent the majority of the first week setting up his office and printing new business cards. In the second week, he decided to rebrand the business and hired a friend who was a designer to create a new logo that appeared to have been created using Microsoft Paint. Before a sensible person shut it down, Dad actually approved the $18,000 invoice for this garbage. In order to engage with younger clients, Troy determined in the third week that we needed a company Instagram account, posted images of himself standing in front of HVAC equipment while wearing a suit, along with captions like building the future one system at a time and boss vibes. 40 of his 58 followers were either bots or friends. The majority of his business development involved long lunches with prospective customers that never resulted in contracts. After these lunches, he would return and discuss all of the promising relationships and connections he was forming. However, the warehouse guys told me that his expense reports were just receipts for meals he had with his college friends or by himself at steakhouses. The few leads he did generate were either too few to be worth pursuing, or he had made irrational promises regarding timeliness and pricing. Because he didn't know how to figure out installation costs, he quoted a school district job at a 45% discount. We appeared inept since Dad had to personally call them and renegotiate. Troy once assured a hospital that we could install a brand new HVAC system in 6 weeks. We actually had a minimum of 4 months to complete that scope of work. Troy responded, "We just need to be more aggressive with deadlines." When I brought this up in a meeting, "Well, because physics and building codes really care about your aggressive timeline, moron." The worst part, though, was when he attempted to upsell a long-time customer on a system upgrade that they didn't require. We had been working with this client for 15 years. They had faith in us. Regarding their current system's inability to try to close a deal, Troy outright lied. To voice their displeasure, the facility manager gave my dad a call. Troy believed he was playing used car salesman, and as a result, we nearly lost a $240,000 yearly maintenance contract. The majority of his LinkedIn posts, which he obviously didn't write himself, were about upending the HVAC industry. Here are 5 ways that climate control is transforming contemporary business. Why? In actuality, your best employee is your HVAC system. Cringe that received about 12 likes from others. My dad had to take over in my absence, but he hadn't managed day-to-day operations in 4 years. He was unaware of the new systems I had put in place. Didn't comprehend the processes that I had streamlined. Didn't know why we were using certain vendors. Continued to use outdated techniques that had failed, which is precisely why I had initially changed them. I would set up an entire digital dispatch system where technicians would receive assignments on tablets that included customer notes, parts needed, and job histories. Dad resumed making phone calls to men and asking them to write on clipboards. Immediately, response times doubled. With our primary suppliers, I had negotiated bulk pricing agreements. Since we had always worked with them in the past, Dad apparently let some of those slip and returned to placing orders at retail prices. Never mind that by committing to bulk orders, I had secured us 38% discounts. The system I had developed for scheduling preventive maintenance. They simply stopped using it since Dad didn't understand how it operated. For return to only making reactive service calls. Thousands of dollars in steady monthly income were lost. Their field operations failed miserably without Hanley. Reaction times doubled. They began to fail to meet deadlines. Due to improper tech coordination, customer complaints skyrocketed. Men were arriving at work without the necessary equipment. Jobs were being scheduled without determining whether the crew possessed the necessary expertise. I've heard of a commercial installation that took 4 weeks longer than anticipated because no one bothered to confirm that the team they sent was truly qualified to install that specific system type. The client was furious because they had to hire an outside contractor to complete it, and they wasted all of their profit margin plus more. They began losing contracts in the absence of Pierce overseeing important accounts. She had worked with our top accounts purchasing directors and facility managers for years. She was familiar with their structures, tools, finances, and priorities. She would recall that the county facilities director was a big Broncos fan, that the school district procurement officer required everything to be submitted 30 days prior to board meetings, that the maintenance supervisor at St. Mary's Hospital preferred black coffee and detested calls before 9 a.m., and that you had better avoid scheduling work on game days. The person who took her place lacked those connections and knowledge. Began sending generic proposals rather than tailored solutions, treating these long-term clients as if they were brand new accounts. In fact, the school district contacted Pierce at Summit Climate Systems to inquire about Sterling's situation. It got that bad. Their installation jobs began to go over budget and behind schedule when Sullivan was not in charge of project management. Sullivan had the ability to manage 12 projects at once and managed to keep them all on schedule. He was skilled at organizing tasks in a way that maximized productivity. Knew which contractors required ongoing supervision and which were trustworthy. Knew how to identify issues before they turned into costly catastrophes. That was not the experience of the new project management team. Tasks that ought to have been completed in 4 weeks were taking 7. Budgets that were supposed to have 27% margins were either losing money or barely breaking even. Customers were complaining over the phone about delays. Additionally, Dad didn't know what was going on the sites, so he didn't have good answers. According to rumors, my dad attempted to find replacements, but Sterling's standing in the business was suffering greatly. When they heard about the mass departure of experienced employees and the nepotistic disaster that was Troy's hire, good people didn't want to work there. It was widely known that Sterling was no longer a professional business. A business license was being used to play out a family drama. I met one of Sterling's warehouse guys at a supply distributor 4 months after I left. Nice youngster. Always put forth a lot of effort. I said, "How's it going over there?" He seemed to be concerned that someone might hear him as he looked around. "Dude, it's bad. We lost the hospital contracts. 2 of the school district buildings dropped us. Everybody's working crazy overtime trying to keep up, and your dad's losing it. Troy doesn't do anything except walk around acting important. Half the guys are looking for new jobs." "Sorry to hear that," I replied. I didn't mean it for my dad, but rather for the workers. "Man, don't feel sorry for yourself. Everyone is aware that they mistreated you. You were deserving of better." My phone rang 3 weeks after we spoke. Blocked phone number. I was on the verge of not responding, but I thought, what the hell? "Hi, this is your dad." "Oh, this should work out well, Dad. What can I do for you?" "We must discuss your return." In fact, I took the phone out of my ear and examined it as though I might have heard something incorrectly. "Do you want me to return? Since you left, things have been difficult. To stabilize things, we need someone with your level of expertise." "What about Troy?" "Still earning $190,000 as Director of Business Development. Quiet. He's moving into a new position." Translation: although we are aware that we freaked out, we are reluctant to publicly acknowledge it. I said, "Here's my counteroffer." "No, don't treat this like a child. I'm not being immature. I'm acting in a professional manner. You had an opportunity to treat me fairly. You gave my underqualified brother a golden parachute while treating me like trash. That made it very clear to me where I stand with you. I've moved on. You ought to. I'm offering you a salary of $98,000 as an operations director. At Summit Climate Systems, I already make $108,000 base pay plus bonuses. Give it another go." "All right. $115,000, and we'll talk about equity." "You'll talk about it. It's not an offer. It's a possibility. Furthermore, even if you gave me $115,000, you're still expecting me to return and resolve all the issues you caused by initially ignoring me." "Why would I do that?" "Due to the fact that it is a family business. Since you would eventually become an owner." "What do you know? I'm done talking about this. Dad. Good luck." I ended the call. That day, he returned 3 more calls. Voicemails that grew more and more desperate. None of them got a response from me. Then Mom called. Then, of all people, Troy sent me a lengthy text explaining how the family needs me and how we're all having a hard time, asking if I could just talk to Dad. Not at all. Blocked, blocked, and blocked. 2 more months went by. I was informed by several people that Sterling was circling the drain. About 45% of their contracts had been lost. Revenue had decreased to about $8.1 million since I had begun working there. Approximately 1/3 of their employees had to be let go. It was reported that they were unable to make the payments on a huge loan that Dad had taken out in an attempt to keep things afloat. Then a business lawyer I had never met claimed that my father had given him permission to contact me about potentially providing consulting services to help restructure the company, and that he was representing SCS in possible bankruptcy proceedings. "How awful is it?" I inquired. "They will have to file for Chapter 11 if they don't make major operational improvements and generate new contract revenue in the next 120 days. Do you think I can resolve that?" When we asked staff members what had changed before and after your departure, your name kept coming up. I gave that some thought. My father was too obstinate and too preoccupied with favoritism to acknowledge what he had, so 4 years of my labor were methodically destroyed in 6 months. I told the lawyer, "I'll be honest with you. I'm not interested in saving that business. Not at all. During my time there, my father had the opportunity to recognize my contributions. He decided against it. He is to blame for that. I know what you mean, but I have to ask. Would you be willing to assist in any situation? I considered it. I considered all the workers who weren't worthy of losing their jobs due to my dad's inflated ego. Considered the clients who would suffer if Sterling failed in the middle of the contract. I considered how satisfying it would be to convince my dad that he was mistaken. I said, this is the only scenario I would think about. I take full ownership. Over 100% of the company's equity is signed by him. He leaves entirely. No board seat, no advisory position, nothing. He has no say in the management team I bring in and reorganize as I see fit. I use those terms. That's a big request. That's all I have to offer. In all honesty, he ought to accept it since that business would cease to exist without me. In my opinion, at least the clients are served and the staff members maintain their jobs. In any case, he leaves with nothing. In this manner, at least something bearing his name endures. I'll let my client know about that. Dad called me from his lawyer's office 3 days later. These terms are outrageous. He began on speaker. Then don't accept them. File bankruptcy. Lose everything. But don't waste my time pretending you have leverage here. This business was founded by me. I'm not simply giving it to you. It wasn't built by you. It was founded by you. I constructed it. I was the $16.2 million version of myself when I departed. The $8.1 million disaster it is now, that's you and Troy. So, yeah, you are handing it over. Or you're shutting it down. You have an option. His attorney jumped in. Perhaps we could discuss a partnership structure, where no partnerships, full transfer, or nothing. Silence on the line. I could practically hear my dad's teeth grinding. You're screwing your own father, he finally said. No, I'm offering to save something you destroyed. You're just pissed that saving it means admitting you were wrong about everything. About me, about Troy, about what this company needed. And you know what the really funny part is? If you'd just given me a fair raise and treated me with basic respect, none of this would be happening. You'd still have your company. I'd still be running it. We'd still be growing. Instead, your ego killed your business. I'm just offering it a transplant. More quiet. I need time to think about this. You have 72 hours. After that, my offer expires, and you can figure it out yourself. Clock's ticking, Dad. I ended the call. Those 72 hours felt long. Part of me expected him to reject it out of pride. Part of me didn't even know if I wanted him to accept. Did I really want to go back to Sterling, even if I owned it? But there was something poetic about it. The company he'd refused to treat me fairly at signing it over because his pride destroyed it. The golden child position he'd created getting eliminated. Me coming back not as the undervalued employee, but as the owner. Yeah, I wanted that. Hour 47, his attorney called. He's accepting your terms. We'll start drawing up the paperwork. He's actually going through with it. He doesn't have a choice. It's this or liquidation. And between you and me, I think losing the company to his son is slightly less humiliating than losing it to creditors. The paperwork took 3 weeks. Ownership transfer. Loan assumption. Restructuring agreements. I brought in my own attorney to make sure every detail was ironclad. No loopholes. No takes-backies. The day we signed everything, my dad looked like he'd aged 10 years. Sat across from me at the attorney's conference table, barely making eye contact. You're making a mistake, he said as he signed the final page. This company needs family at the helm. It has family at the helm, I replied. Me, just not the family member you wanted. Troy wasn't even at the signing. I'd made it clear he was terminated effective immediately as part of the deal. Heard later he threw a massive fit, threatened to sue me, threatened to sue Dad. Dad apparently told him to grow up and get a real job. Almost felt bad for him. Almost. As my dad stood to leave, he tried one last manipulation. Your mother's devastated. You know this is killing her. Then she should have spoken up when you were treating me like garbage. Actions have consequences. Turns out that applies to parents, too. He left without another word. I officially took over SCS on a Monday. Spent the first week doing damage assessment. It was worse than I thought. Not just lost contracts and revenue. The entire company culture had turned toxic. Morale was in the toilet. People were afraid to make decisions. Everything was running on outdated systems because nobody had authority to implement changes. The warehouse was a mess. Inventory system had degraded back to paper clipboards. Found about $95,000 worth of parts that had expired or been sitting so long they were obsolete. The shop was disorganized, tools missing, workbase cluttered, safety protocols being ignored. Talked to the techs who'd stayed. Most were looking for other jobs. The good ones felt disrespected and overworked. The mediocre ones were coasting because there was no accountability. Customer service was answering calls at like 60% rate. The rest went to voicemail that sometimes got checked. Our response time for service requests had gone from 5 hours to 3 days. 3 days for commercial HVAC emergencies. The financials were even worse than I expected. Not only was revenue down to $8.1 million, but profit margins had collapsed. Jobs that should have been profitable were barely breaking even because of poor estimating and worse execution. Overhead costs had actually increased, despite lower revenue, because Dad had been throwing money at problems instead of fixing root causes. First Move hired Hanley, Pierce, and Sullivan away from Summit Climate Systems. Took some negotiating. They were happy there, and I had to match their current salaries plus some. Hanley wanted $132,000. Pierce wanted $127,000. Sullivan wanted $138,000, plus equity stakes. I gave each of them 6% ownership immediately with the option to vest into more based on performance. All three agreed to come back as partners with skin in the game. Second Move brought in an HR consultant to rebuild the culture. Exit interviews with people who'd left. Anonymous surveys with people who stayed. The feedback was brutal but useful. Management doesn't communicate. Nobody knows what the plan is. Troy was a joke. We miss the old leadership. Company feels rulerless. Created actual job descriptions for every position. Proper compensation structures tied to industry standards. Clear advancement paths so people knew how to move up. Performance review processes. Training programs. No more nepotism. No more favoritism. Just merit-based everything. If you did good work, you got recognized and paid accordingly. If you didn't, you got coached or counseled out. Rebuilt the operation systems I'd originally implemented, brought back the digital dispatch, renegotiated vendor contracts, reinstated the preventive maintenance program, fixed the inventory management, set up proper project management protocols, everything that had been working before I left, brought it all back, plus improvements I'd learned at Summit Climate Systems. Third Move, reached out personally to every client we'd lost or was thinking about leaving. This wasn't delegatable. I called facility managers, purchasing directors, maintenance supervisors, explained the ownership change, took responsibility for failures they'd experienced, introduced the new management team, and outlined specifically how we were going to fix problems. Some were skeptical, rightfully so. We'd screwed up their buildings, missed deadlines, cost them money, but enough were willing to give us another shot, especially the ones who remembered working with me before. The hospital that had dropped us got them back with a 6-month probationary contract. The school district let us bid on their next project. It took 6 months of grinding before we stabilized. Every day was putting out fires and rebuilding trust. But revenue started climbing back up. Client retention improved. We rehired some of the laid-off employees who'd been good. Started winning new contracts. Year 1 under my ownership, we hit $13.8 million revenue. Not back to the $16.2 million peak yet, but climbing. Year 2, we hit $18.5 million. Year 3. Last year, we cracked $22.7 million. SCS is now worth more than it's ever been. We've got 102 employees. All of them paid fairly. Hanley, Pierce, Sullivan, and I each own 24% of the company. We make decisions together. Everybody gets profit sharing. Culture is solid. And my dad. Last I heard, he and Mom downsized to a smaller house. Troy's working sales at a car dealership in another state, bouncing from job to job like always. None of them have reached out since the ownership transfer went through. I haven't reached out to them either. Do I feel bad about how it went down? Sometimes. Yeah. Would have been nice to have a family that actually valued me. Would have been nice if Dad could have just paid me fairly and treated me with respect from the start. But mostly, I feel free. Free from the constant disrespect, the favoritism, the being taken for granted. Free from waiting for approval that was never coming. Free from watching my work get credited to someone else or dismissed as lucky. Some people say I was too harsh. That family should forgive, that I should have worked something out where Dad kept partial ownership. Freak that. Forgiveness doesn't mean letting people keep hurting you. Family doesn't mean accepting disrespect. And keeping someone involved who destroyed what you built isn't noble. It's stupid. Sister mocked my $10 wine. Parents called me lazy. I laughed. I sold my company for $18.5 million yesterday. Mom fainted. Sis tried to hug me. Too late. Can you imagine your family's reaction when they learnt their underachieving son, whom they had ignored for decades, had just sold his company for $18.5 million? Because that is exactly what occurred this past Thanksgiving. And believe me, the aftermath was more dramatic than any movie scene. Before I go into how it all went down, Please let me know in the comments where you're viewing from and press the like and subscribe button if you've ever felt like the neglected child in your own family. So, for the past 34 years, I've been Reese, the invisible son. My sister, Charlotte, was the golden child, basking in my parents' love. I was quietly establishing a digital company that later sold for a cool $18.5 million. No one in my family knew until last Thanksgiving, and when the truth came out during dinner, it was like a bomb went off. My sister screamed, my father nearly choked on his turkey, and decades of dysfunctional family dynamics collapsed right there at the dinner table. Growing up in suburban Chicago, my life appeared idyllic on the outside. White picket fence, basketball hoop, and a golden retriever named Cooper. However, there was an unspoken pecking order inside our Maple Street residence. My sister, Charlotte, was 4 years older, and she was the star. She was born with all of the qualities that my school teacher parents cherished. Mozart on the piano at 8, spelling bee champion, straight A student, 9 gigapascals. Her room was nearly a monument to her accomplishments, decorated in medals and trophies. My room contained sports posters and computer parts. They rarely stepped inside, so no one noticed. Reese, come and examine Charlotte's science fair project. She built a working model of the solar system. Mom would say, her voice nearly brimming with pride. I'd go downstairs for another cake, more images and calls to Charlotte's grandparents to celebrate her latest triumph. When I brought home a first-place trophy from a soccer competition, Mom barely looked at it. That is nice, honey. Put it in your room, Dad said without looking up from his work. That trophy ended up stuffed into my closet. What was the point of exhibiting it if nobody cared? Birthdays? Oh, they were a stark reminder. Charlotte's were huge themed extravaganzas with handcrafted cakes, 22 guests, and weeks of preparation. Mom would pick up a grocery store cake the day of, and we'd have a quiet family meal. Some years, they were so preoccupied with Charlotte's activities that my birthday became an afterthought. We will celebrate this weekend, Reese. Charlotte has a piano performance today, which you know is very important, Dad would continue, totally unaware of the disappointment in my eyes. Even the smallest things. Charlotte received new outfits each school year. I received hand-me-downs from the neighbor kid. Her academic achievements were diligently noted on a refrigerator calendar. My soccer schedule never made it up there. Charlotte was in the school play, and her parents took the day off work to attend each performance. But when my soccer team advanced to the state tournament, Mom said, Dad will try to make it if his faculty meeting ends early. He didn't. I scored the winning goal, but no one in my family witnessed it. Why aren't you more like your sister? That question became the music to my childhood. Mom would groan when I said I would rather code than practice an instrument. Dad would mutter that when my report card showed B's rather than A's. By the time Charlotte was applying to universities, our dynamic was set in stone. Dinner table conversations centered on her Ivy League applications. Parents engaged advisors, essay coaches, and test preparation tutors. We'd like Harvard or Yale, but Princeton will suffice. Mom would say, and Dad would nod along. When I expressed wanting to study computer science, Dad simply waved his hand. Those video games will not take you anywhere, Reese. You should explore law or medicine. Though I'm not sure you have the grades. They never saw that my computer play was actually me training myself to code, constructing websites for local businesses, and learning about emerging technology. By the age of 17, my weekend activity was more profitable than my summer employment, but I kept it a secret. I realized early on that expressing my accomplishments resulted in them being reduced or overlooked. High school was more of the same. Charlotte was valedictorian, delivered a fantastic speech at graduation, and received a large scholarship to Yale. Her parents gave her a huge celebration. 3 years later, I graduated among the top 18% of my class. Mom remembered to snap pictures, but there was no party. Dad just patted my shoulder. It's not bad, son. Not Charlotte level, but not terrible. That night, while sitting alone in my room, going through college brochures, I made a decision that altered everything. I would stop seeking approval that I would never receive. I would forge my own route on my own, free of their comparisons. I had no idea how much that decision would affect my future. College offered another striking contrast. Charlotte received individual tours of prestigious universities, extensive SAT preparation, and her own application headquarters. My college preparation included one counselor meeting and a stack of state university pamphlets. When I mentioned my plans, Mom noted that we had already spent the majority of our college fund on Charlotte's Yale education. Yale is not cheap, and she might go medical school. You can apply for scholarships and loans like any other student. As a result, I enrolled at Illinois State on a partial scholarship and worked 24 hours a week in campus tech support to cover the rest. My dorm room was small and shabby, with cinder blocks. However, for the first time, I felt free. Free of continuous comparisons to Charlotte. During freshman orientation, I met Professor Andrew Whitaker, balding tweed jacket with wire-rimmed glasses. He noticed me mending another student's laptop, That's some impressive troubleshooting, he joked. You definitely understand computer systems. Professor Whitaker filled a void in my life, a mentor who genuinely acknowledged my unique talents. He invited me to his advanced programming seminar and offered me independent study. You have a natural talent for seeing both the technical details and the big picture business applications, I heard him say. That is rare, Reese. Most individuals succeed at one or the other. My parents rarely contacted, save to update me on Charlotte's recent accomplishments at Yale, and I was doing well. Sophomore year, I created a scheduling and inventory system for small firms, addressing issues that large software companies overlooked. 4 restaurants and 2 hardware businesses in town compensated me for implementing it. Real income and real experience. By sophomore year, I had developed my first fairly successful app for small businesses to handle client connections. It earned enough revenue for me to resign my campus position and focus on development. When I called to tell Mom about the news, she sounded distracted. That is nice, honey. Did I tell you Charlotte is engaged? Julian is a 4th-year medical student at Yale. Their wedding will take place next summer. We're very excited. My coding success was never mentioned again. For months, the engagement was the main focus of our few calls. Julian hailed from the old Boston money. The wedding would be spectacular. My work, as usual, was irrelevant. Senior year, I had to make a big decision. Major tech businesses offered me attractive starting roles and high wages, but I had a different vision. I intended to transform my customer relationship management software into a holistic business solution that prioritized financial transaction security. I identified a big market potential. During a rare visit home, I recalled turning down corporate offers to establish my own business, and my parents exchanged worrisome looks. Is this truly wise? Dad inquired, frowning. These are assured positions. Starting a business is risky, Mom said, patting my hand. Honey, not everyone can be as exceptional as Charlotte. There's nothing wrong having a steady job. They simply didn't grasp it. I was not attempting to compete with Charlotte. I was developing something completely different, something that played to my skills. After graduation, when my family was attending Charlotte and Julian's wedding, I relocated to Silicon Valley with $14,500, my life savings, and a prototype of my security software. I rented a little studio in a bad neighborhood. Every waking hour was spent perfecting my invention and pitching potential investors. My parents contacted on occasion, generally to update me on Charlotte's hospital position or her new home in Boston. They never inquired about my work. I kept my comments generic, not out of contempt, but because I realized they weren't really interested. How is California? Mom would inquire. Fine. I'd respond. Sunny. That is good. Did we tell you Charlotte and Julian are considering starting a family? I could become a grandma soon. And so, the pattern continued. And complete continent separates us, both physically and emotionally. But for the first time, I felt grateful for the distance. I'm grateful for the ability to create something unique without the shadow of comparison. My startup's early days were terrible. My studio flat became my office. Mattress pushed against a wall. 3 monitors dominated the space, working 9-0-hour weeks, ramen and coffee, coding until my vision blurred. My company, Secure Transact, specialized in better security protocols for financial institutions against internet fraud. I had noticed a massive gap. Existing software was either clumsy or overly simplistic. The first year was a non-stop grind. Tech meetups, pitch nights, and cold calls to banks. Most doors remained closed. But, with sheer tenacity and the strength of my prototype, I was eventually able to get appointments. My first real team grew naturally. Natalie, a bright security expert, is fed up with corporate bureaucracy. Caleb, a front-end developer who made difficult functionality more accessible. Sophia managed commercial operations with exceptional efficiency. We operated out of a repurposed warehouse in Oakland. San Francisco was prohibitively pricey. Heating is questionable, the roof is leaking, and the property is located between a metal business and a pickle company. But it was ours. And inside those walls, we were creating something unprecedented. Just as we were gathering momentum, catastrophe struck. CyberShield, a major competitor funded by venture capital, has released a security suite that appears to be quite comparable to ours. 1 week later, we learned that one of our early contract developers had stolen our code and sold it to them. The legal struggle almost ruined us before we ever got started. Legal fees sapped our little funds. The stress was tremendous. For 4 months, I slept on a cot in the office, showered at a local gym, and worked non-stop to keep the company running while fighting the lawsuit. During this moment, Charlotte called to deliver some news. She and Julian purchased a 6-bedroom colonial in an upscale Boston suburb. Mom and Dad assisted with the down payment. Of course, they're quite supportive. How are things going with your computer? I made no mention of the lawsuit or the fact that I was living in my office. It's coming along, was all I said. The turning point occurred unexpectedly. The legal struggle had drawn considerable industry attention. A senior vice president at First Western Bank reached out. He had examined our protocols and was delighted with our novel approach. "We've been following your case," he said. "What CyberShield did was unethical. Their execution of your concepts is flawed. We'd prefer to cooperate with the original inventors." First Western was our first important client. Their successful deployment resulted in case studies, industry articles, and, most importantly, new clients. Within 8 months, we had signed contracts with 9 regional banks, negotiations with 3 national institutions. Our crew grew from 6 to 60, and ultimately to over 240. We relocated from the leaky warehouse to appropriate offices in San Francisco's financial district. I finally upgraded from my studio to a modest 2-bedroom condo, albeit I spent little time there. Secure Transact's reputation expanded, and so did interest from larger technology businesses. The first bid came 4 years ago for $8.2 million from a mid-sized financial software business. I declined, knowing our course. A year later, the offers had doubled. Investment bankers began calling, saying that it was time to cash out, but I remained focused on building. Finally, 6 years after starting with nothing but a prototype and pure determination, a reasonable offer arrived. Tech giant, one of the world's largest corporations, bid $18.5 million for Secure Transact. They wanted our technology, clientele, and personnel. Most significantly, they understood our vision. I agreed following extensive negotiations. At 33, I became a multi-millionaire overnight. Throughout this, my family was mainly oblivious. During our occasional phone calls, they continued to focus on Charlotte's accomplishments, including her elevation to head of cardiology, the vacation home she and Julian purchased in Vermont, and their children's private preschool. When Mom stated that they had assisted Charlotte and Julian with a kitchen makeover, I had a sudden need to tell them about the purchase. Instead, I listened to Charlotte's thorough explanation of her new marble countertops and Viking range. I continued to live modestly and upgraded to a comfortable, but not extravagant, condominium. The majority of the money was invested, while the remainder was donated to technological education initiatives for young people. I only allowed myself one luxury: occasional travel. My parents continued to introduce me to their friends as our son, who works with computers in California, while Charlotte remained our smart daughter, the cardiologist. I'd made peace with this dynamic. I'd had a fulfilling life with friends who valued me and coworkers who valued my contributions. Then Charlotte and Julian sent a formal, impersonal Thanksgiving invitation via email. My initial thought was to decline. I had spent the previous 4 Thanksgivings with friends, comfortable and free of family strain, but something made me hesitate. Curiosity, or a lingering longing for connection? Before I could make a decision, my phone rang. It was Charlotte. "Did you receive my email?" she inquired. "There is no preamble. Mom and Dad are arriving. But I told them you wouldn't make it because you never seem to have time for family." The familiar sting of accusation. "Actually," I heard myself say, "I can make it this year." A brief pause. "Oh, well, that was unexpected. Can you arrive on Wednesday? The guest room on the 4th level will be yours. Of course, Mom and Dad will get the big guest suite." Charlotte contacted me several times in the weeks leading up to Thanksgiving, usually with orders and reminders that made me appear incompetent. "Remember to book your flight soon before prices go up," she'd say, even though I'd done it right away. "Do not bring wine. Julian has chosen acceptable matches," she'd say, even though I hadn't mentioned bringing anything. "We are dressing for Thanksgiving dinner. At the very least, business casual," she told me, thinking that I'd otherwise turn there dressed ragged. My parents also called. Their message is clear, albeit less straightforward. "Charlotte has put a lot of effort into this, so please be on your best behavior. Avoid controversial topics and try to show interest," Mom said. Dad added, "And maybe get a haircut before you come." First perceptions about Julian's family situation. I hadn't seen them in 3 years, and their main concern was that I embarrassed them. My anxiousness increased. I planned an extra session with my therapist, Dr. Elaine Porter. "How do you intend to handle the family dynamics this time?" she inquired. "I'm tired of playing the role they've assigned me," I told her, "the underachieving son and family disappointment. I don't want to pretend anymore." "Does this imply you'll inform them about your financial success?" she inquired. "No," I said after a time. "That feels like looking for validation through money, which is unhealthy. However, I will not degrade myself or my work to fit their story. I'll simply be real and set boundaries." "That's significant progress, Reese," she said with an approval nod. When I arrived at Boston Logan Airport the day before Thanksgiving, the weather reflected my attitude. Gray, chilly, and threatening rain. Their house was just what I expected, sprawling colonial with exquisite landscaping, and a circular driveway. Beautiful, but antiseptic. Charlotte greeted the door with her nicely coiffed hair and dazzling pearl earrings. "You made it," she whispered, giving me a short hug and turning away. "Everyone's in the living room." She didn't offer to assist me with my bags. The reunion with my parents was an uneasy formality. Mom stood to embrace me and instantly commented on my hair and how thin I appeared. Dad gave me his usual firm handshake and shoulder pat. Julian played the kind host. His parents, Thomas and Beatrice, watched with polite interest. Old Boston money is the kind that doesn't need to be announced. "And what do you do in California, Reese?" Beatrice inquired. Before I could respond, Charlotte rushed in. "Reese works in computers. Some sort of programming thing, right?" She looked at me with arched eyebrows. "I founded a cybersecurity company specializing in financial transaction protection." I replied politely, "It was recently acquired by tech giant." "How interesting," Beatrice remarked, plainly unimpressed. The talk quickly turned to Charlotte's children and their private school accomplishments. The house tour continued, with Charlotte narrating like a museum docent. "This is the formal dining room, and the chandelier was imported from Italy. When fully extended, the table seats 22 people. Each area included a similar selection of designer names, imported materials, and subtle price indicators. My parents received the big second-floor suite. My room was a renovated attic on the 4th story. The bathroom down the hall is small but functional. It's usually the nanny's room, but she's away for the holiday weekend," Charlotte stated, her eyes not quite touching mine. That evening, we got together for a catered pre-Thanksgiving supper. Conversations centered on Charlotte's practice, Julian's hospital politics, and their children's accomplishments. When I mentioned a recent trip to Japan, Charlotte interjected. "Reese, your sweater has a stain," she said, completely dismissing my travel story. "Why don't you borrow one from Julian? You are about the same size, albeit he has a more athletic physique." Mom nodded in accord. "That's wonderful of Julian. You should look presentable for tomorrow when everyone arrives." I looked down at my spotless cashmere sweater. "There is no stain, Charlotte. And I brought adequate clothes for tomorrow, but thank you for your care." Her face flashed with displeasure before she smiled tightly and moved to Julian's father to discuss golf clubs. As I prepared for bed that night, listening to the hum of voices downstairs, I realized how little had changed. We'd easily resumed our usual family routine. The only difference was that I was no longer willing to do my assigned position without question. Tomorrow was Thanksgiving, and I had a feeling our family dynamic would be put to the ultimate test. Thanksgiving Day dawned clear and cold. I could hear caterers, Charlotte barking instructions, and children laughing. I took my time getting ready, depriving myself. By 10, the house had become a Thanksgiving spectacle. Every surface is covered in elegant, understated decorations. The dining room table is a masterpiece. Handwritten place cards, several crystal glasses, and elaborate floral centerpieces. Charlotte was everywhere, arranging people like chess pieces. Mom, help Lillian with her dress. Dad, entertain Julian's parents. Reese, just try not to get in the way. I was tasked with keeping Charlotte's 8-year-old twins, Lillian and Noah, occupied. This suited me. They were the only family members who were genuinely pleased to see me. "Uncle Reese, are you still making computers?" Noah inquired as we constructed a block tower. "Something like that," I said, smiling at his basic understanding. "Mom says you're not very good at it because you still have to work," Lillian casually informed me. "She says if you were successful, you'd have people working for you instead." I managed to maintain a neutral expression. "Is that true?" "Well, people measure success in different ways." As noon approached, more visitors arrived. Julian's brother, hospital colleagues, and his elderly grandmother are wheeled in by a private nurse. Charlotte insisted on formal pre-dinner photos. "Reese, stand at the end here," she directed, positioning me on the far edge, partially obscured by Julian's brother. When the hired photographer suggested I proceed, she overruled him. "No, the composition works better this way. Trust me." By the time we were summoned to dinner at 3:30 p.m., my shoulders were tense. We entered the dining room in a strict order of importance. Charlotte and Julian took the lead, followed by both sets of parents, and finally by the other guests. I'm bringing up the rear. The seating arrangement followed the theme. Charlotte and Julian are at opposite ends. My parents hold positions of honor. I was sandwiched between Julian's hard-of-hearing grandmother and a hospital colleague who had already consumed several glasses of wine. Before the meal, Julian stood to make a toast to family, friends, and abundance. Then, a Whittington family tradition, everyone mentioned something they were grateful for. Charlotte went first. Naturally, what began as gratitude quickly evolved into a highlight reel of her achievements. "I'm thankful for my thriving practice, my recent appointment to the hospital board, the children's acceptance into the gifted program, and, of course, our new summer home on Nantucket." My parents were beaming. "It's Mom's turn." She thanked Charlotte and her family, and then made a brief mention of both of my children. The ritual progressed around the table until it reached me. Eyes shifted to me, mostly with polite disinterest. "I'm grateful for the journey of the past few years," I said simply. "For lessons learned, challenges overcome, and the ability to forge my own path." Charlotte made a tight smile. How nice, very philosophical. She then instructed the caterers to begin serving. The meal was perfect. Gourmet interpretations of traditional dishes. Wine flowed freely, conversation drifted between safe topics, hospital gossip, private school comparisons, vacation properties. During the main course, Julian began describing a major hospital acquisition his department was considering. The technology would revolutionize our cardiac imaging capabilities. He explained, the company's valuation is through the roof, after their security division was acquired by tech giant last year. I paused mid-bite. I knew that company, Julian continued, oblivious. The acquisition was one of the biggest in the financial security sector. Apparently, the founder was some young programming prodigy who developed an entirely new approach to transaction protection. What was the security company called? Thomas, Julian's father, asked. Secure Transact? Julian replied. Relatively unknown until tech giant paid $18.5 million for their technology and team. The wine glass slipped from Charlotte's hand, splashing red across the immaculate tablecloth. She barely noticed. Her wide eyes were fixed on me, connections visibly forming in her mind. Secure Transact, she repeated slowly. Reese, isn't that? The table fell silent. All eyes shifted between Charlotte and me. I took a sip of water, oddly calm despite the sudden tension. Yes, I confirmed. That was my company. Julian stared, his expression morphing from confusion to dawning comprehension. Wait, he said, you're that Reese Whitmore, the founder of Secure Transact. The $18.5 million acquisition was your company. My parents looked completely lost. Dad's fork remained suspended mid-air, a piece of turkey trembling. I had no idea you were behind that. Julian continued, genuine admiration in his voice. The security protocols your team developed are considered revolutionary in the industry. Charlotte's face had drained of color. $18.5 million, she whispered, then louder, her voice rising sharply. You sold your company for $18.5 million. Mom finally found her voice. Reese, what is everyone talking about? Which company? The cybersecurity company I founded 6 years ago, I explained calmly. Tech giant acquired it last year. For $18.5 million? Dad finally managed to ask, his voice barely a croak. Yes, I confirmed, meeting his stunned gaze directly. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the soft clink of Julian's grandmother's spoon. Charlotte was the first to shatter it, her voice tight, hands trembling. This is a joke, right? Some kind of twisted prank. I shook my head. No joke. Secure Transact was my company. I founded it after college, built it for 6 years. But that's impossible, she insisted, looking around for allies. Reese works at some little tech support job or something. He's not. He couldn't possibly. Julian leaned forward, genuinely interested. The Secure Transact acquisition was major news in business circles. Their security protocol completely revolutionized how financial institutions handle online transactions. He turned to me with new respect. I had no idea that was your work. Mom's expression fluctuated between confusion and disbelief. But, honey, why didn't you tell us? We're your family. Before I could answer, Charlotte's voice rose an octave. $18.5 million. $18.5 million. And you never said a word. While we've been feeling sorry for you all these years. No one asked. I replied simply. When we talked, which wasn't often, the conversation always centered around your accomplishments. There never seemed to be much interest in the details of my life. Charlotte pushed back from the table so forcefully that water glasses wobbled. That is completely unfair. We always asked how you were doing. You asked if I was still doing that computer thing. I corrected her. That's not the same as showing genuine interest. Dad finally spoke, a strained croak. Son, $18.5 million. That's why would you keep that from us? Charlotte wasn't waiting for my answer. Her shock had transformed into indignation. This is so typical. You always had to make everything about you, always playing the victim. The irony of her statement was so profound. I actually laughed, which only inflamed her further. You think this is funny? You've been lying to us for years, making us think you were struggling while secretly being a millionaire. Do you have any idea how that makes us look? How it makes you look? I repeated incredulously. That's your concern right now? Charlotte was pacing, her carefully planned dinner completely forgotten. I can't believe this. All this time we've been worried about you, thinking you couldn't afford nice things, offering to help you. When did you ever offer to help me? I interrupted, genuinely curious. Well, we would have if we'd known you needed it, she sputtered. But apparently, you were just playing poor while secretly being rich. What kind of person does that? Julian's parents exchanged uncomfortable glances. The hospital colleagues suddenly became fascinated with their dessert plates. The private nurse quietly wheeled Julian's grandmother from the room, sensing the family drama escalating. I never played anything, I said, keeping my voice level. I lived modestly because that's what I prefer. And I never told you about the acquisition because money has never been the measure of success in this family. Academic prestige, professional titles, those were what mattered. That's ridiculous, Mom interjected. We've always been proud of both our children equally. That statement was so divorced from reality, I couldn't let it pass. Mom, that's simply not true. My entire childhood was spent in Charlotte's shadow. My achievements were barely acknowledged, while hers were celebrated extravagantly. That is not true, Charlotte shouted, slamming her hand on the table. You were always the favorite. Mom and Dad bent over backward for you. Dad started to speak, then began coughing violently, reaching for his water glass. The confrontation had literally taken his breath away. Favorite? I repeated in disbelief. Charlotte, you had elaborate birthday parties while mine were afterthoughts. Your academic achievements were displayed prominently while my sports trophies were shoved in a closet. They attended every one of your recitals but missed my state championship soccer game. That's because my activities were important, Charlotte shot back. Academic and cultural pursuits matter for future success. Kicking a ball around a field doesn't. And yet here we are. I replied quietly. Charlotte's face flushed deep red. You know what? I'm going to prove how wrong you are. She stormed out of the dining room, leaving everyone in uncomfortable silence. Mom attempted damage control. Reese, I think you're remembering things through a very negative lens. We always treated you and Charlotte exactly the same. Did you help me with a down payment on a house? I asked. Mom fidgeted with her napkin. Well, no, but you never asked. Did you ever offer? She had no answer. Charlotte returned, clutching several photo albums, her expression triumphant. Let's see what the evidence says, shall we? She began flipping through pages aggressively. Look, here's your 11th birthday party with that ridiculous dinosaur cake Mom made from scratch. Does that seem like an afterthought to you? I leaned forwards. In the photo, 1-year-old me stood awkwardly beside the cake, while 1-4-year-old Charlotte dominated the foreground, clearly dissatisfied with not being the center of attention. Charlotte, that is your dinosaur face. That was your cake. My birthday was the following week, and I got a grocery store cake that simply said happy birthday with no name because it was a last-minute purchase. She turned to another page. Well, how about this, Dad? Taking you fishing? Is it just you two? I've never had special trips like that. Dad regained his composure. Charlotte, that was the only time I took him fishing, and it was only because you and your mother were at your piano competition in Springfield. As Charlotte continued to flip, a pattern became clear to everyone. Photo after photo showed family gatherings centered on Charlotte's accomplishments, with me frequently appearing in the background or margin. Holiday photos show Charlotte opening several presents and me with one or two. Vacation photos. Charlotte is in the foreground at tourist attractions. While I stand apart, the photographic evidence did the opposite of what Charlotte intended, confirming the family dynamic I described. Julian gently placed his hand on Charlotte's arm. Honey, maybe we should take a break. She shook him off. No, I will not be painted as a spoiled princess when I worked extremely hard for everything I have accomplished. She turned to me, her eyes blazing. Why didn't you tell us about the money? Were you just going to keep it all to yourself, while Mom and Dad helped me with expenses all these years? And there it was, the real reason for her rage. I never asked them to prioritize your needs over mine, I explained calmly. It was their choice. And I never needed their financial assistance, because I built something successful on my own without family connections or support. Charlotte's voice became dangerously quiet. So this is vengeance. Making us all look foolish because you had some childhood grievances. It is not retaliation, Charlotte. I just stopped looking for approval that I would never get and focused on creating my own life. Dad cleared his throat. Son, I believe you are being a little unfair. We have always supported your interests. When did you ever express genuine interest or support for my work? I challenged him directly. You dismissed my early coding as just playing video games. You called my decision to start a business risky and advised me to get a real job instead. You've never asked me to explain what my company did or why it was important. Dad opened his mouth to respond, then closed it again, unable to provide a counterexample. Charlotte was not ready to give up. This is absurd. You are rewriting our entire family history because you have a strange inferiority complex. Just because you got lucky with some technology. It wasn't luck, Julian announced, surprising everyone. I have read about secure transacts technology. It was truly innovative, revolutionary even. He addressed me with professional respect. The security protocols you created address issues that had plagued the industry for years. Charlotte gave her husband a betrayed look. Whose side are you on? I'm not taking sides, he said cautiously. I'm just stating facts about Reese's professional accomplishments. The room was tense. Mom was quietly crying. Dad appeared shocked. Charlotte was practically vibrating with rage and embarrassment. Why are you doing this? She demanded, her voice breaking. Why ruin Thanksgiving with all of this old history and resentment? I did not bring it up, I reminded her gently. I've kept my success private precisely to avoid this kind of reaction. Julian recognized my company's name by coincidence. So you weren't going to tell us? Mom inquired, her voice filled with pain. Your own family? I stared at her directly. Would it have changed anything? Would knowing I was financially successful suddenly validate my path in your eyes? Because that isn't how unconditional support should work. The silence that ensued was profound. For perhaps the first time, my parents and sister saw me as an adult who had carved his own successful path, despite, rather than because of, his family background. Charlotte abruptly stood, tears streaming down her cheeks. I need some air. She exited the dining room, leaving behind the ruins of her perfect Thanksgiving dinner. The remaining guests exchanged uncomfortable looks. Julian's brother said something about checking on their car, and he and his wife made a quiet exit. The hospital staff arrived soon after, thanking Julian with forced cheerfulness, as if they hadn't just witnessed an explosive family meltdown. In the sudden silence of the nearly empty dining room, Dad made a weak justification. We always wanted the best for both of you. Maybe we didn't always get it right. It was the closest thing to an admission I had ever heard him make. Despite everything, I felt a glimmer of hope that, finally, something would change. The rest of Thanksgiving evening was a blur of awkward silences and stilted attempts at normal conversation. Charlotte eventually returned, her eyes red, but her composure restored, mechanically serving dessert as if she were following a script she couldn't break from. The few guests who hadn't found an excuse to leave ate pumpkin pie with forced enthusiasm, complimenting the catering and studiously avoiding any mention of the emotional explosion. As the evening progressed, I decided to leave rather than stay overnight. The fourth-floor guest room suddenly seemed like an apt metaphor for my position in the family. An afterthought, distinct from the main household. I think it's best if I get a hotel room tonight, I said quietly as the last guests were about to depart. Mom appeared distressed. Reese, that's unnecessary. We are family, we can work through it. I am confident we can. I agreed. Not tonight. Everyone requires some space to process. As I was packing my bag, Charlotte appeared in the guest room doorway. Her perfect hostess demeanor had crumbled, replaced by a conflicted look. Are you leaving? She stated flatly, yes, I've called the car service. She leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed defensively. So that's it. Drop a bomb on the entire family, then simply leave. I did not drop any bombs, Charlotte. Julian recognized our company's name, that's all. She paused for a moment before asking the question that had been on her mind. $18.5 million. That's absolutely correct. Yes. And you're just sitting on all that money while Mom and Dad help us with the kids' private school tuition and our house renovation. Even now, she saw my success primarily in terms of how it could help her. Some patterns are too deep to break in one evening. My financial decisions are my own, Charlotte, just as Mom and Dad's decisions about supporting you are theirs. She entered the room, her voice lowered. We intend to add a pool house next summer. Julian's practice is doing well, but with the children's tuition and Nantucket property taxes. I looked at her in disbelief. Are you really asking me for money right now? After everything that has just happened? She had the grace to appear embarrassed briefly before recovering. We are family, Reese. Families help one another. At least most families do. I zipped my bag shut with finality. Good night, Charlotte. Thank you for dinner. As I walked downstairs, Julian stopped me in the foyer. I owe you an apology. He admitted quietly. I've always believed the family story about you without question. That was incorrect of me. His sincerity surprised me. Thank you for stating that. For what it's worth, what you created with Secure Transact was extraordinary. The medical technology company that licensed your security protocols has transformed our cardiac care capabilities. For the first time that evening, I felt recognized for my professional achievements, albeit by my brother-in-law rather than my own parents. That means a lot to Julian. Thank you. My rideshare arrived, allowing us to avoid further conversation. I stepped out into the cold November night, exhaling a breath that felt like it had been held for years. I sat by the window in my hotel room, looking out at Boston's twinkling skyline, and reflected on the day. My phone buzzed with texts from Charlotte, alternating between apologies and thinly veiled financial demands. I apologize for the heated exchange. Family dynamics are complex. Have you considered establishing a college fund for your niece and nephew? I did not mean to say that you were playing the victim. Our contractor mentioned that the pool house would be an excellent tax write-off for someone in your position. I silenced the phone. My phone rang shortly after 7:30 a.m. It was Dad. Can we meet for coffee? He asked, his voice low. Just you and me. We met in a cafe. Dad had already arrived, looking older and more vulnerable than I'd ever seen him. Something about his demeanor had changed now that Mom and Charlotte were no longer protecting him. I didn't sleep last night, he confessed. I kept thinking about the things you said. Things I couldn't really argue about. I waited quietly. I've always thought we were good parents, he said, looking into his coffee cup. We thought we had provided for both of our children, but looking through those photo albums last night, everything was laid out so neatly. His voice crackled slightly. Did we really put Charlotte at the center of everything? It was the first genuine acknowledgement I'd ever received from him. Why? I asked simply. Why did you treat us so differently? Dad remained quiet for a long time. Charlotte was like us, he finally admitted. She followed the path we knew. Academic success, prestigious credentials, and a professional career. When she succeeded, it validated our own life decisions and values. He looked up at me, genuinely looked at me, but you were different from the start. Independent, creative, and technologically minded. We didn't understand. Your path did not match our narrow definition of success. So, I suppose we didn't know how to support it. You could have tried, I suggested quietly. You could have asked questions, expressed interest, and attended my games. You're right, he admitted, tears welling up in his eyes. I can't go back and change it. But I am proud of what you have created, son. Not because of the money, but because you had the courage to forge your own path. Even though we couldn't understand it, my phone rang. Mom asked where Dad had gone. I explained that we were having coffee. She insisted on joining us. She arrived 40 minutes later, breathless and defensive. David has told me about your conversation. She started without preamble. And I think you're being extremely unfair. We always loved both of our children equally. Love isn't the problem, Mom, I said gently. It's about acknowledgement, encouragement, and validation. It's about showing up to soccer games, not just piano recitals. She insisted that we were working parents who did our best. Charlotte required more guidance, so we paid more attention to her at times. Dad surprised me by intervening. Margaret, you're aware that this is not entirely true. We prioritized Charlotte because her accomplishments helped us look good as parents. We understood her path. Reese's was unfamiliar to us, so we minimized it. Mom's eyes widened at Dad's candor. For the first time in their marriage, he was contradicting her version of our family story. The conversation that followed was challenging, emotional, and long overdue. Mom initially remained defensive, but as Dad continued to admit specific instances of favoritism, her confidence began to wane. I never realized how it must have looked through your eyes, she confessed. We didn't mean to make you feel less important. Impact matters more than intent, I responded, echoing a phrase Dr. Elaine Porter frequently used. By the time we parted ways that afternoon, something fundamental had changed. No single conversation could reverse decades of imbalance, but acknowledgement was an important first step. 4 months later, the changes in our family dynamic were subtle yet significant. My parents called more frequently, asking specific questions about my job and life. Dad even took an online cybersecurity course to gain a better understanding of my field. Charlotte struggled the most. Her identity was based on being the family star, and transitioning to a more equal relationship proved difficult. Her financial hints continued, but became less frequent as she realized I wasn't going to be her personal banker. For my part, I set clearer boundaries while remaining open to a healthier relationship. I used a portion of my wealth to establish a scholarship fund for underserved students with a talent for technology, hoping to provide the support system I lacked. On a Tuesday afternoon, I met the first recipient, Malik, a brilliant 17-year-old who reminded me of my younger self. As he enthusiastically described his plans to create accessible technology for disabled people, I recognized the same passion and vision that had driven me. My parents want me to become a doctor, he admitted. They don't really understand what I'm trying to build. I told him to keep building anyway. Sometimes those closest to us are the last to see our true path. This does not make the path any less valid. The true measure of success, I had discovered, was not financial achievement or family approval. It was the freedom to define and pursue one's own purpose. Money had not healed my family's wounds, but honesty and boundaries had started the process. As I watched Malik leave, full of ideas and potential, I felt a sense of calm that had eluded me for years. The overlooked son had finally found his voice, not through vengeance or resentment, but by making something meaningful from the qualities that his family had failed to value. If you've ever felt invisible in your own family, or had your accomplishments overlooked while others were celebrated, please share your story in the comments section. How did you discover your unique path to validation and success? Sometimes the best revenge isn't proving others wrong, but rather finding happiness on your own terms.